win tonight for Golden State. 136 to 125, back to a season high, 4 games above 500. And they now await some help and then finish the game. Take a deep breath now. They finish the season on the road. Games in Sacramento and Portland. If they want to be in the playoffs and not to play in, they have to win both of those to be sure. Or else they're going to get a lot of help from a lot of people.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. I don't know what to think about that win other than it was a win. I'm still waiting for this team to put a full 48 together.
Oh, but stop me with that.
Yeah, I know.
That fourth quarter was glorious.
The fourth quarter, Jordan Poole,
Vintage
18 points.
Draymond Green.
Jordan Poole, 18 points in the fourth quarter.
So
Draymond Green was good.
The spin move?
Oh, yeah, it was nasty. It was nasty. I mean, look, they held the Thunder to 46 points in the second half after allowing 79 in the first. Good Lord, as we say good morning to everybody out there. I'm exhausted, man. We all need the week off from the Golden State Warriors next week. Please get to 6 or to 5. I don't even care anymore. As we say good morning. Yeah, I do care about KD.
Who are you kidding?
Yeah, I don't want to see KD first.
You know what, they'll be like, I know that we're going to obviously freak out over the starting lineups over the first half.
It was weird.
Look, Klay Thompson, is this a small injury? Is this something bigger? Like, there's a lot of, I understand the worry, but like, that fourth quarter felt so vintage.
It was good. It was good.
Draymond dominated that fourth.
Oh, man, he did dominate the fourth.
And it felt like GP2, God, he made so many nice decisions. The little flip shot with the shot clock coming down, the skip pass to Draymond, DiVincenzo with a skip pass to GP2. Like, I don't know, B. I got a lot of great feels from that fourth quarter.
All right.
Am I overrating it?
We're going to get all into the individual plays. We're going to get into everything. Draymond Green, Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson, what's going on with Andrew Wiggins, who showed up in the Bay Area yesterday. We're going to get to all that. The fact that they were able to win a game with Stephen Curry going 2 of 9 in the second half. And I get all the attention that he gets. Moody and Festus broke it down well because I said, man, he struggled in the second half. Hey, look, but he still was a factor because he's on the floor. I was wondering, look, you brought up lineups, the starting lineup.
Hey, B, when I saw the graphic, I was like, wow.
I knew it was coming. Bully and Festus like, all right, Coach Bots, because I say, look, man, this is a perfect opportunity. You start JP with Steph Curry, slide JK into the 3, Kuminga, and then you go Draymond and Moody. He starts Anthony Lamb. It's like, oh boy, here we go. And
when Anthony Lamb missed that 3 early on, God. I wanted, because I'm watching on my phone in the dugout, I wanted to throw my phone.
Not only that, I'm not being negative. We're just breaking down a game. We're happy about the win.
It was wild. Moses Moody.
I'm so happy for him. I'm so happy for Dante DiVincenzo coming off the bench and being a pro and having one of his better games in the last month. He made 4 threes, 4 of 8, shot 50%. We cited the numbers in the month of March where he shot 29% from the three-point line. So Dante DiVincenzo made a lot of winning plays. Moses Moody made a lot of winning plays. Draymond Green, exceptional fourth quarter, stepping up when he needed him to. Some of the liners were crazy. I mean, Gary Payton II played 4 minutes in the first half. And I'm thinking, well, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is on the other side. Josh Giddey's on the other side. What's up with that? Well, GP2 played 13 minutes in the second half, and the Warriors get a much-needed win. And what was a wild and wacky day in the Western Conference. Lakers survive in overtime to beat the Jazz 135-133. The Pelicans get blown out by the Kings at the Smoothie King Center. I mean, it is just wild right now in the West, and we're all happy about it. As I say, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody who is getting ready for work on this glorious Wednesday. Small businesses. Taqueria Zorro. What's up, my guy? He wants me to do a spin class with him. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it today. Your boy might be a little cooked.
Norm is really high on those spin classes.
Yeah, those spin classes
I've never tried it. I'm really open to it.
What type of music they play, Norm? Let me know.
I don't know. Oh, I thought maybe that you had your own headphones in. No? In this era? Well, I don't know.
When I went out, when Big Dog City lived in Phoenix, I went to a spin class with this ex-girl. And we went out to a spin class in Tempe, Arizona, around Arizona State. No.
Were you fishing at that time, or were you?
I mean, I was on the market, but, it wasn't, but I wasn't going there just to fit. You know what I'm saying? I'm going there to get a workout. And they were playing hip-hop in there.
Oh.
I mean, they had all of it. And it was It had me going.
Oh, I got a song that got sent to me this morning. I got an album from Stunna Man.
Oh, well, he came by last night.
Yeah.
House.
Oh, did he?
Oh, yeah. I bumped the album on the way home.
I Get Buckets needs to be played today.
We still winning. I Get Buckets. He's got the We Believe.
He's heard that.
No, he's got some bangers.
Got a little Meek Mill Nas feel at the very beginning.
Dude, he's got some heat. He came by the Gay House yesterday. He was in good spirits. He was jacked up. A lot of people were jacked up at Tri-City. May Money came by.
Oh, yeah?
She had the sides.
No way.
You saw it on Twitter, right? I tagged you.
Of course I saw it.
We be running into the couch, bro.
Bro, May Money was in the building.
So is it Made Money?
May Money. Made? Did it say Made Money or May Money?
As in like the month of May?
Yeah, the month of May. May Money.
May Money.
I like
With
that.
Nate. They were out there. Cold as hell. They didn't care. It was cold as hell last night. And then he had another roaster. What's my guy's name? Oh, man. He goes, Bonte, I'm a roaster.
Oh, I'll find
There's a lot of them out there last night. A lot of them. So it was good to see the roasters as the Warriors get a much-needed win. Right now, they're 5th in the Western Conference. And we all need to watch Snowfall and Lakers-Clippers.
Yeah, that's.
I need to shout out somebody. I forget their names.
Don't forget Mandalorian.
Who?
The Mandalorian.
What's that?
Well, that's a Star Wars.
It's going Mandalorian, and then it's Lakers.
Dude, it's Snowfall, and then it's Lakers.
Well, of course, Snowfall's in there. All right, I'm trying to find this guy who tweeted at us. There's so many Dibs replies.
Yeah, there are.
in here.
We'll find. Why is Dibs replying?
He's arguing about referees. He's Festus.
There's
just so much going on.
Can I say this too? And I don't want Warrior fans to get mad at me. The Warriors received a very generous whistle.
Of course they did. All right, here we go.
Very generous.
360 with a disco bro. Showtime 707. Hey, Bonte, I'm a roaster. Here he is, right behind. Very cool.
I'm a roaster. Very cool. And the side sat there the entire postgame show. He left the side there. Somebody else picked it up. It was
No
like,
way.
Bonte, I'm a roaster. So they were out there deep. They were out there rolling deep. The roasters are out here. It's a movement. Folks, get on the train. It ain't the billions. It's a movement with the roasters.
The billions. All right, so win a couple months before you call yourself the billions. I mean, Jesus Christ. Jesus. I mean,
Damn,
seriously. Seriously. The amount of arrogance
here
is just ridiculous from that one individual. But real quick here, Pete. Moses Moody. I'm not going to lose my mind about Anthony Lamb and blah, 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 blah. But I do think if you take a step back, and let's just be fair here. Let's just be fair. It's fair to say, boy, they've really kind of gone sideways in terms of development when it comes to the young players. Now, I know there's a lot of people that are going to listen and say, Joe, you don't get the Moses Moody output in this game without the tough love and the blah, 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 blah. Okay, on some level, I hear you. The guy's been on ice for a year. His second year, Moses Moody's, has been basically non-existent.
Yeah.
He has shown more in the G League than he has on the NBA team. I was so happy for him to make that imprint last night. And all I kept thinking, I'm not going to go retroactively angry and go back in time, but I'm saying moving forward, like this guy can bring things to the table. He was rebounding. He was playing great defense. He was scrapping it up. He was making smart decisions in terms of discernment with passing. He was scoring a little. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, what a revelation. Moses Moody could help you.
Yeah, he certainly can.
I'm not here to say that he's some centerpiece. I'm not here to say that
he's a guy.
He's X, Y, and Z. He's a guy that I think can give you positive minutes. Well, that's a huge development.
25 minutes, 52 seconds yesterday. 25 minutes, 52 seconds yesterday. 5 of 7 from the floor. It will play some of the post-game sound from him a little bit later in the program. But you look at him, 13 points off the bench, the rebounding you cited. And I saw a guy who didn't play at all on Sunday against the Denver Nuggets. He didn't play 1 second. DNP coach's decision. To be ready like that, knowing that Klay Thompson was a late scratch with the back injury, I don't think it's serious because Klay Thompson was sitting on the bench.
Yeah, I saw he was jumping up and down.
So that tells me that he's just getting some rest.
I did worry, though, when I saw it originally.
We all did. It's a back injury. It's a back strain.
Yeah, I know.
Back spasms. What the hell is going on here?
It's a guy that missed so much time. You just feel awful.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of over that one. I think Clay's back. In terms of that.
I agree. I'm
but
just saying,
you.
the last thing that I would like to see is him have such a, bounce back season, in terms of my expectations were so low. Well, and then him get a back injury right now, it would suck.
But so Moses Moody is so damn mature.
Yeah.
And listen to this answer about why he came to the NBA early, knowing that if he stayed at Arkansas, he'd be playing a lot more.
when I was in college, my coach, he had a thing for a lot of grad transfers. So we had a lot of grad transfers that came in, and me as a freshman, like I would hear them talk about basketball and talk about the game in ways that I didn't really understand. And it was cool, and I thought I really wanted to. But then later, the more I thought about it, I realized, like, I'd rather take the time that, because it takes time to learn the game like that. But those 4 years that I could be learning the college game, I'd rather do it in the NBA. So that's what this is, just a developmental process, and trusting that, embracing the role, being where your feet are, and not trying to have too much of an ego or anything, just grinding every day, trying to be the best player I can be.
Moses, was it hard not to get a lot of play time this season?
Just the situation and the way that the NBA goes, you can't really expect too much. You just got to react. The only thing about life you can control is how you respond to it. So you can want for anything, but you just got to, just like anybody in real life, you just got to react and respond.
And that's what it was like to get some significant minutes last night.
Yeah.
It was good just to get out there, get to play, get to run up and down the floor, knock down some shots, be in the moment. That's what I've been waiting for. That's what I've been working for.
I mean, what a mature young man. I can't state that enough. And this is why he's so impressive. And you can't forget about Moses, because he hits 3 threes. He plays solid defense. He was physical. He showed emotion. He wasn't looking over at the scorer's table worried about making a mistake. He just played yesterday. And Steve Kerr trusted him and said, you know what? I don't have many options here. Go ahead and play, Moses Moody. Play. And he played damn well. Dante DiVincenzo played damn well yesterday. Defensively, you saw Steve Kerr say, to hell with this at halftime. We're going back to Looney. We're going back to DiVincenzo. So you get Poole, Curry, DiVincenzo, Draymond, and Looney to start that third quarter, which really flipped the game and slowed down Oklahoma City. Again, Oklahoma City scored 79 in the first half. 39 in the first quarter, a 40-burger in the second. It's like, damn. Can't stop anybody.
No.
The Warriors hold them to 27 in the third quarter, which is progress when you consider how the first half started, and then 19 points in the fourth quarter. Again, I thought OKC got a bad whistle, but the Warriors made plays down the stretch. They made plays down the stretch, and the biggest three by Stephen Curry yesterday to break a 115 tie was an offensive rebound by Dante DiVincenzo.
Yeah, and I thought that GP2 gave them some great energy yesterday.
Especially in the second half.
Great energy.
Shasky, I was trying to figure out, like, we could talk about the starting lineup, and it is what it is. Anthony Lane didn't work out. I don't think we'll see it again. I didn't love it. 24th different starting lineup. I thought Steve Kerr overthought it, but it's all good. They made the adjustments. I was trying to figure out why GP2 only played 4 minutes and 22 seconds in the first half.
I don't have an answer for you, especially considering how great perimeter-wise Giddey and SGA are. I mean, those two are so dynamic in terms of their ball handling and being able to get to their spots. I mean, Giddey made a couple of passes that were just incredible passes. He forces a double team, feels the other defender coming, and kicks it to a guy who cuts right to the rim. Boom, little layup. SGA, he's not Kawhi. But what I think he has similar to Kawhi is that he has such a great feel for this little lean in where your shoulder kind of goes back and then he just rises up super quick and then boom. You know what I'm talking about? That little lean in, boom.
Well, he uses those forearms really well.
Really good.
He's really good. He's powerful. And he gets to that free throw line left and right. He got to the line 9 times yesterday.
But that's why I would play GP2 more. Because that guy's so tough to guard.
I didn't get why you didn't play GP2 in the first half. Now the Warriors went to a little box and one at times in the second half. They kind of slowed down SGA. And that's something you're going to have to do. Now the big story, of course, and we're going to get into it all day. We'll break down this game left and right. No doubt about it. Warriors win against Oklahoma City. They wrap up their regular season home slate at 33-8. Folks, 33-8. You add the 11-1. Warriors are 44-9 in their last 53 home games. 44-9. Last 54 home games. At Chase Center. 53 home games, excuse me. Uh-oh. Shasky about to die on me, man? You choking over there? You all right? You good? You good? Biggest story of the day, though.
I got something, like, you know when you get something in your throat?
Oh, yeah, I know all about it.
I went to go talk, and it, like, went right down the wrong pipe.
It's my worst fear on television that something like that happens. I have nightmares about it all the time.
So the thing,
Steiny was in the building, by the way, last night.
Was he?
Yeah.
In the Bob seats?
The most outrageous fit of all time, Matt Steinmetz courtside yesterday. A yellow sweat jacket, like a sweatshirt jacket, and then sweatpants. That's G right there.
He did not wear sweatpants in the front row. Because I know they're not like stylish sweatpants.
Some people were saying he looked like he slept at Go to Gay Park last night. With the fit he had on.
You know what? That's not fair.
That's not fair.
No, he slept at 865 battery. Come on.
All right, so just real quick. Allow me this.
It was good to see Susan, though.
Could you allow me this minute? Steve Kerr, we love you. Like we do. We love you. what are you doing with Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome? I'm not even outraged. At this point, I'm not even outraged. It's just like, what were you doing? You're going to look back, and you're going to look at these game logs, and you're going to say, you put 2,200 minutes into Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb, and you gave 1/3 of those minutes to Moses Moody.
It's just
like part of the lack of impact from the youngsters is directly correlated to the coach's inability to want to give these guys opportunities.
Yep.
And he can sit here and say so-and-so is a little more developed. It's about taking a slight step back today so that on Friday, you get a little better with Moses Moody.
Right.
And then next Friday, he's a little better. And the Friday after that, he's a little better. You don't get credit because you put him on ice all year and tried to play tough, and now all of a sudden you're seeing him develop. Like, I'm sorry. Like, the Anthony Lamb thing, the Ty Jerome thing, I'm not going to lose my mind and scream and yell.
No.
But the proof is in the pudding. Like, you should have played Moody more. I don't think that's something. Is that outlandish for me to say?
I mean,
I'm frustrated for Moody.
I mean, you know how I feel about the rotations. Thank God Kuminga. Look, 20 minutes ain't enough for Kuminga. He did grab 8 rebounds.
I don't think it was
9.
the greatest Kuminga game.
It wasn't the greatest game, but you know what?
You gotta be dedicated.
No,
See,
you got to stick to the course. You got to stay the course with these guys.
Development is up and down.
Yes, you know they're going to have their up and downs. You got to let them play through their mistakes, especially if you preach and say the regular season is a tune-up for the Warriors Invitational.
Exactly.
So if it's a tune-up for the Warriors Invitational, why are we waiting? Like Anthony Lamb, God bless his soul, but he flopped like crazy on one SGA offensive foul. I was like, damn, how did the referee miss that? He flopped like crazy.
Shoots threes.
He shoots
all the time.
He a 1-on-3 fast break. I don't know what the hell he's thinking. He made some miraculous layup and then committed a foul and then one on the other end. It's like, all right, I love Anthony Lamb. You played well.
Yes.
For a two-way guy,
yes.
You should not be getting this much time.
That's what I'm saying.
You should not have this much pressure on you. You shouldn't be thrusted to the starting lineup out of nowhere. I saw that as it's like, all right, Keys. And right away, you're down 17-9. Right away, you're down 25-15. And all of a sudden, you're fighting uphill again.
It's just nuts. But you know what? Look, to Moody's credit, we're talking about maturity, B, and it's like
that was maturity right there.
No, it was. And he comes in, he hits that big 3 from the Curry pass.
They flipped the game.
He didn't even hesitate on that shot. And all I kept thinking was like, dude, good for you. Like, honestly, good for you, young man. Like, I honestly, if you would have asked me the same time last year, I'd say, you know, Moody will probably be farther along than Kuminga. Boy, was I wrong. You know, and then I look up and the guy's like honestly, B, if you'd have told me he did not play from before last night till the end of the year, I'd be like, you know, not surprised.
Right.
The fact that he was ready to play in a must-win situation, and to me, was one of the top 6 or 7 bright spots last night, that was just good for him.
Good for him.
I'm so happy for him.
Good for Jordan Poole. Another solid fourth quarter.
Dude, Jordan was awesome.
So whoever asked the stupidest question ever about Jordan Poole closing games, well, you're getting your answers here. Jordan Poole's closing games. He's an offensive firecracker.
What did you think about them going Dante DiVincenzo, Steph Curry, Poole, and GP2 all together?
I wasn't mad at it. It was a little small.
It was?
It was a little small.
But they were getting it done.
They were getting it done. Look, the one underrated thing we're going to look back at the Golden State Warriors is everybody's going to think they shot a lot of threes. They're going to think about to the Splash Brothers. They're going to think about offensive firepower. They're one scrappy unit. And they've been scrappy starting in 2014-15 when they flipped the Memphis series in game number 4 after Draymond and Steph had a glass of wine on Bill Street, and they flipped that game and got tough. You see Steph Curry with the scratches. You see Klay Thompson with the scratches. These jokers are some tough SOBs, man.
Yes.
They ain't no punks. And that's what people think about the Golden State Warriors sometimes. We heard Rand Carthon, God bless his soul. He's not a new GM of the Tennessee Titans. This talking about, you know, everybody wants to be the Warriors in September and October, but really, you got to get down and dirty in November and December. That's how you win football games late. Well, haven't you watched the Warriors are in your own backyard? No. Did you not watch them get down and dirty in Boston, TD Garden in Game 4? That ticks me off. When they call these guys, they're a little finesse. They're I can't stand it because these guys ain't no punks, man. And when it comes down to it, when you see that small lineup, Curry, Poole, DiVincenzo, GP2, look at each other and said, all right, it's time to play big.
Even Loondog. Like, Loondog, I think we underrate how physically tough that guy is.
Yeah.
He's not the most athletic guy. But yet, B, do you ever see him truly out of position?
Nope.
I mean, he's scrapping at all times. I think we underrate how strong his lower body is.
No doubt.
He boxes out dudes way bigger than him, and we know how tough Draymond is. There's just some, when I watch DP, because I didn't know if they could play together.
Right.
But okay, maybe it's only for small periods, but Dante and GP2, they're cut from the same cloth.
Yeah, they are.
I love watching those two kind of guys. How can you not love watching Dante DiVincenzo and GP2? GP2 made such a sick pass last night,
dude,
and then they were playing hot potato, and Moody hits him with the bounce pass, and the shot clock's winding down, and he does the horse
little floater.
Dude, I was like, GP2 has...
Well, you see why he fits.
Yes.
He fits perfectly with this team.
Dunk?
He fits perfectly with this team. All right, Dante DiVincenzo, 16 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists. Should be fired up, Dub Nation.
I'm so excited.
888-957-9570. It's go time. And guess what? Andrew Wiggins is back in the Bay. We'll get into that. Wiggs is back.
We didn't even... 30 minutes didn't even talk about that.
Nah, because that's what we do. That's what we do. We're versatile on the morning roast, baby. All right, this is Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Also, that segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We got Dalton Johnson, 8:30, NBC Sports Bay Area. We got Tim Roy, the voice of the Golden State Warriors at 9:20. That's what's coming up. And your phone calls. I need to hear from Dub Nation.
Where are you at?
Where are you at? 2 games left to go. Lakers, Clippers tonight. You want the 5? You want the 6? You want Phoenix or you want Sacramento in the first round? Right now, I don't give a damn who they play.
I'm with you.
I don't care. Bring on Kevin Durant. We want the smoke. Nobody ducks smoke on the roast. And nobody ducks smoke in Dub Nation. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Yes.
Attention.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Good morning, everybody out there. Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Concord PD. Look forward to a competitive salary, full benefits, and annual incentives. Take the first step and contact a recruiter today by visiting www.joinconcordpd.com. That might be a good beat. Nice weather, small city, nice malls, good eateries. Carlos and Concord. Comcast business text line. Willard Diz going to be coming in hot later today. Carlos and Concord. You're right. They will be coming in hot. But this is what a teammate does, like Bonte Hill. This is why they call me the Jason Kidd of 95.7 The Game, the guy who drops triple-doubles and throws all the assists to everybody. That's why I play the point guard position so well.
Don't want to be the head coach, Jason Kidd, though.
Don't want to be the head coach, the player. We're talking about the New Jersey Net / Phoenix Suns / Dallas Maverick / NBA champion. I give them so many assists, I provided Willard and Dibs with at least 2 hours of content last night. With at least 2 hours of content. So they could thank me later. When we talk about the Warriors game, and Steiny and Guru peels the onion and break down the Warriors game, by 2 o'clock, people are going to want to move on a little bit. Well, that's where I came in with the assist. Here's 2 hours of content. Here you go.
For those that have no idea what you're talking about, why don't you explain it?
Well, Carlos Concord knows why they're going to come in hot. But to the rest of the people, Festus Ezeli last week.
Go on this tangent.
Festus Ezeli last week basically said on the postgame show, because Jordan Poole was cooking, and he said, some radio show asked me earlier today whether or not Jordan Poole could close games. Well, I think you got your answer, and that was the stupidest question ever. And I chuckled because I didn't know. I didn't know what station he went on. Well, come to find out it was Willard and Dibs. So they were not happy with Festus. They were not happy with me because they thought I was a bad teammate. Well, Steiny brought it in on the changeover saying, yeah, I'm down on Festus. That was not right. And so Dibs starts, bringing out the chop, your 30-second hat times and this and that, blah, 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 blah. And it's all good. It was funny. It was a funny bit. But last night, Festus said, the streets have been talking that Willard and Dibs they've been getting on me. The streets have been texting me. I said, oh, really? Oh, okay. Get on the postgame show. And he goes, what's their names again? I said, Willard and Dibs. Okay, I got something for them.
I think that was the most disrespectful part right there.
Well,
I'm begging you right now. Your colleague, you're one of my best friends. Ceasefire. No more. No more. Everybody, stop.
Stop what?
Festus, Willard, Dibs.
Oh, no, I'm just explaining what happened.
I know.
We haven't even got to the juicy part yet.
I know.
We got on air, and he goes, when somebody asked me about Jordan Poole, do you have the answer? So Moody and I baited him. We kept baiting him. What question was it, Festus? It was the stupidest question ever. So then he asked me, and I went full throttle. I said, you know what the hell? I'm commando today. I'm Sylvester Stallone, shirt off, six-pack out, biceps popping out. I'm going full heel. It was the stupidest question ever. I don't even know what the question is, but I said it anyway. And, of course, Willard and Diz were up late last night. Even Matson got in on the texting action.
Matson did?
Oh, yeah. Shout out Kyle Matson. So you know what?
So you asked for extra cayenne then on your show.
Hey, man, listen. We don't duck no smoke here. We're all about it. We love it. It's all friendly fire. Well, we all love each other.
I'm begging for a ceasefire and a peace treaty.
Why? Because you worded. See, this is what happens, man. You punk out on me, Chef Franceschi.
No, it's not that.
You don't ride with me, and then you're like, you know what? Let's have a peace treaty.
You know what it is? This is the problem.
What are you texting security? Hey, guys, can you tell them to stop?
No, this is the problem. Is that everybody's more sensitive than they want to admit. That's all. And I just, it's unnecessary. There's a great
Are we sensitive?
game.
It's all fun. Nobody's sensitive. They're going to get on me, and I'm going to laugh about it. Can't take a joke? Then get the hell out the business. All right? Enough of the sensitivity stuff. I'm tired of it. I really am. Ride with me, Shasky.
Oh, okay,
Stop being so sympathetic with these guys.
And you could be the Mandalorian.
You're supposed to be riding with me.
What's his name?
You're worried about their sensitivity issues. Oh, God, I'm worried about their mentals.
I'm imagining.
They'll be fine. They're big boys. They've been in business for 30 years. Dibs says all the time. I've been in business 30 years. Mark Willard. Oh, I worked with everybody. NFL players, NBA players, Fox Sports.
From Salam.
They can handle it. Come on, San Franceschi. Let's go. Duck and smoke. Don't be scared. Let's take them to school. Come on.
I'm in the Razor's Crest. You're the Mandalorian.
Ride or die
I'm
with me, man.
Grogu,
Are you riding
and
shotgun
I have
with me?
no clue where
you know
we're
what,
going.
Lubman? You get the shotgun seat. I'm like Stacy in the Wood. Shasky, sit in the back.
Okay, now you're Luke Skywalker, and he's R2-D2.
Moses Moody above the break three.
Curry off the screen, takes a shot. It's up and no good. Rebound deflected. Kuminga's got it. Right side, finds Moody above the break three. Got it! It's a one-point game. 97-96. Oklahoma City with it.
Moody has been huge.
Moody. Moses Moody. Let's go. I'm fired up here.
What a win.
Last week in the regular season.
Moses Moody.
Let's go.
I'm so happy for him.
Moody balling. DiVincenzo balling. Dubs get a big win at home. 33-8 at home at Chase Center. They're rolling right now. Let's go. Playoffs are next week, folks. If you're scared, go to church.
Because the remix hurts.
It does hurt. And the remix is going to be from 2 to 6. I'm giving them content. I want all the smoke, though. Peace treaty my ass.
Can I be real?
Ain't no peace treaty. By the way, if your business is interested in sponsoring, taking them to school, please DM us or tweet us at Morning Roast 957 again.
People ask us all the time, like, hey, we want to be a part of the show. How can we do that? DM us where?
957. Oh, Morning Roast 957.
All right.
Or you could just DM Butcher Boy 415.
Mm-hmm.
You could DM at Bonte Hill. You could DM Spadoni. Find Spadoni, Joe Spadoni.
At Spadoni_Joe.
There you go. Give him some followers. And I love him. What are you, Giants fan 59 or something like that?
One of the kids on our team, this kid James, he put his Instagram handle on his custom-made glove.
Wow.
He has a 44 glove. It's like there's a couple different
What's his
custom.
Instagram handle?
I don't even remember what it is. And he's like, yo, bro, I got 300 followers. It's the funniest thing of all time.
Oh, my God.
He's got a Jock Peterson feel to him. He's got the bleached blonde hair. He put his Instagram handle on his glove, B. I can't make this up.
I can't believe how scared you are. All right, well, Alex in Atlanta,
You know
hang on
what I
tight.
liked last night? And I admit this. I don't love I don't know what color the other normal OKC jersey is, but
that
I
one,
like the orange
They're
one.
not bad.
I like
They're
them.
not bad.
Okay, so you're with me.
They've developed a good team over there. Young assets. Lou
I
Dort's
just
gotten
meant the
better.
uniform.
Oh, the uniform?
They do have a good team, but
Yeah,
but
the uniform's not bad.
No, I like this.
No, it's
of
good.
all their uniforms, I think this orange OKC one
not bad.
might be their best.
It's not bad. Not bad at all.
Okay, I was curious if you liked it or not. Did it pop at the arena?
It did. I liked it.
Yeah.
But you know, it wasn't popping more than Chet Holmgren's Louis Vuitton shoes.
He had Louis V shoes. Were they like slippers or shoes?
No, they were shoes. They were like the blue.
Size 1000s?
Dude,
How
he
big
looked
is he?
clean. Dude, he's tall. And then my boy Pokashevsky walked right behind him.
Pokashevsky?
Alexei Pokashevsky. He was in street clothes.
Does Fitz somewhere say Pokey?
Oh, I saw him, and I was like, what's up, Pokashevsky? What's up, man?
Did you?
I couldn't help it. No, I didn't do that. But I wish he could play. I love Alexei Pokashevsky. Big Bang Theory. All right.
Why Big Bang Theory? Is he in that?
No, he looks like one of the characters. in Big
Oh,
Bang
okay.
Theory.
I didn't like that show.
Yeah, I didn't. Either.
Yeah, snoozer.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not the only
No,
one.
yeah,
it's
it's-
always on reruns.
Yeah, I'm not a big.
It was like the last kind of big sitcom in that kind of format. Yeah.
Wasn't that the guy from Roseanne?
I didn't. That was I'm 30 years old.
Whoa.
Roseanne's before my time.
Maybe I'm okay.
Sorry, I didn't make you feel old there.
No, it's all good. I'm already old.
Shasky is Tum Tum from Three Ninjas.
Who's that? I remember Three Ninjas. That was my brother's. He loved those movies.
They want us to release No Cap from his timeout. He's on timeout?
Keeps hitting all of us up on Twitter about it too.
Don't block his ass.
Yeah, just unblock him. Who cares?
Don't know how.
Well,
He was on Roseanne. John Galecki.
okay. All right. The next time, you know what? No Cap. You got one more chance, dude.
He was Russ in Christmas Vacation?
Was he really?
What?
That's wild.
What?
That's wild. Tum Tum?
No. The guy from Big Bang Theory.
Oh, Big Bang Theory.
Johnny
Yeah, the one who
Galecki.
looks like Alexei Pokashevsky.
Wow.
Yeah. All right. Alex in Atlanta coming up next. We're going to calm down here.
Was that the
we're gonna
best
see-
fourth quarter of the year?
No.
You don't think so?
The Sixers one was.
Okay.
But I mean, it was a good fourth
Okay.
quarter.
I mean, given
fact-
the stakes.
let's get into that on the other
Okay.
side.
You
All
seem
right, what's coming
frustrated
up?
with me.
No, I'm not frustrated with you. Well, I'm a little disappointed you didn't ride shotgun with me. You're scared of the smoke from the afternoon, guys. It's all good. But no.
Hey, at the end
fourth
of
quarter,
the
what
movie
I'm
in Boys in the
frustrated
Hood,
with-
I get out of the car.
Listen.
Come on, that was a good one. Come on. Come on, that was a good one. Come on, Cuba Gooding.
Fremont Bank, full service banking.
Come on, Doughboy.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart for the hottest new arrivals from California.
Jazz leads the league in offensive rebounding. What a season for him. 4 points, comes off the bench. Look, it doesn't matter. Loon Dog doesn't care. He stays ready to roll. You talk about a consummate professional.
Honey Badger don't care.
Don't care. What'd you say? Honey Badger don't care?
You never heard that video? Honey Badger don't care.
Nah, what video is that?
There's about a honey badger, and it's I don't know, it's an internet thing from back in the day.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
You got to pull that up. I need a reminder.
At the break, you asked Loveman whether he was a Big Bang Theory guy.
Said he wasn't.
You 100% stereotyped him, which I'm here for. Loveman, why don't you like Big Bang Theory? Because I would have typecasted you as a Big Bang Theory guy as well.
Just asked him. I don't think he was serious.
It's like the TV show equivalent of Taco Bell. It's just there's no substance.
Wow. We are not allowed to talk about
whoa, dude.
How dare you? What do you think you're doing?
I hope Logan Webb gives up 8 runs to make you miserable tonight.
Oh, my God.
What? We call
Don't you ever slander Taco Bell ever again in your life?
Okay, I do like Taco Bell. All right, let me
He's
rephrase
backpedaling,
that.
dog.
Let me
Look at
rephrase it.
him.
You're right, because no, I do
Looking
like
like
Taco Bell,
Josh
and I
Johnson in
don't
the
want to
Innocent
All I had
disrespect
to do was
Taco
throw a
Bell.
shot at the
So.
Giants. See that? I don't hope Logan Webb gives up 8 runs.
Yeah, no, I'll back this up. You guys got me here. I'll back this up. I don't mean to slander Taco Bell. Shout out to our good friends at Taco Bell. Do love you guys. But no, Big Bang Theory is just, it's a dumb show.
I've never watched an episode.
You're missing literally nothing.
Yeah, I bet I'm not. It's like the Mandalorian. Warriors Wednesday,
No,
brought to you by
you're definitely
Kirby,
missing Mandalorian.
your driveway mechanic.
Hey, we're talking.
Check out Kirby at CURBEE.
It's like the Warriors versus like the
.com.
Magic. You know what I mean? Like, there's
Kirby.
like levels to this.
Does Kirby fix power steering? My power steering is a little off.
Call them up, hit them up, or actually use the app and hit
I was
them
gonna
up.
I was gonna do the live chat because my power steering is drifting.
Got to get more fluid in there, power steering fluid. There you go.
Yeah, I got to get it rolling, man. Batmobile.
I actually, for the first time in my life, by myself, changed the windshield wipers on my wife's car. I know, I'm not a car guy. I know everyone's rolling their eyes. I've never done that. Her windshield wipers a while, because it rained like crazy for months, were like skipping on the thing back and forth. So I went and got Rain X. It was like the most expensive ones they had or whatever. And I put those on. Surprisingly much easier than I thought. It was click, click, boom, on.
Hey, let me just say this too. Before
I
we get
can't
to
believe
Alex
you
and
dissed
Atlanta.
Taco Bell.
Yeah, it's just,
What was that?
what's going on this morning? First 52 minutes, just everybody's catching strays. But let me apologize for Leonard Dibbs and our audience.
Why?
Well, we talk trash to each other. It's all in good fun.
Yeah, it's all in good nature.
It's all in good fun.
I agree.
I went to a public school. If you didn't learn how to clap back and talk to people, you're going to get clowned every single day. Basically, it was bullying, so you had to prevent the
Same
bully
in
from talking
private.
about you.
Yeah, private school. Chasky can attest. The all guys school, there was more clapping back and more aggression on a daily basis.
My boy Bonet, God rest his soul, used to punk every single kid. Let me get a bite of your burrito. Look that way. Grab the kid's burrito and just eat a huge bite out of it.
Yeah,
eat all their fries, take half their burger.
Yeah. Well,
he was the worst.
You do that in public school, you're getting socked.
Well, Marty was a great wrestler.
Right.
Guy, I watched him DDT Guido and separate Guido's shoulder and ruin his baseball season in front of all the teachers in front of school. Guido, you're probably listening
Kurt Angle
right now.
on him, man.
He smashed on Guido. I felt so bad for him. Guido didn't see it coming. Those wrestlers, man, don't mess with wrestlers. My brother was a wrestler. They want to do this like deer antler like lockup thing, and then like next thing you know, you're getting suplexed.
Yeah, I'm good off the wrestlers, the cauliflower here. All right, let's get to Alex in Atlanta. Alex in Atlanta.
What's up, Alex?
Our unofficial statistician of the morning roast. He DMs, he tweets. Sometimes I want to tell him to take a play off on Twitter, but you know what? It's all good. It's all good. What's up, Alex? What's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, great win last night, huh?
Hell yeah.
Man, we needed it.
Yeah, so just jumping in right away, the thing that stood out to me, I mean, a couple of things. First of all, the fourth quarter was great. Obviously, great effort all around by the guys on the floor. 34 points in the fourth last night, so the Warriors improved to 24-14 when they scored 30 or more points in a fourth quarter this season, so that's great.
Look at that.
They're now, they kept the turnovers down as well, which I thought was also good. I think they only had 13, so they're now 15-9 when committing 14 or fewer turnovers in a game, so that's awesome as well. Hold the Thunder to only 11 threes. That makes them 29-8 when holding teams to 12 or less threes this season. And they're trending in the right direction. They've been one of the best fourth quarter scoring teams all year. They've been averaging 30.8 in the fourth over their last 10 games. And look, with these last 2 games left on the road, you hope they can carry this momentum from these home games onto the road and into the postseason.
That's a hell of a... Hey, Alex, an official statistician
That's really
of the
good.
morning roast. Those are a lot of good numbers. That's what I call a positive.
And he cites the fourth quarter offense. Last night, what was so awesome was the fourth quarter defense.
I thought so as well.
They got so many great stops. They were contesting shots. They were moving their feet. They were rebounding collectively as a unit. And then it fueled the transition game, which got them better looks offensively.
Well, Draymond Green, he deserves flowers, man, for a couple things. And we'll get into something else in a second. But damn it, 17 points last night, 9 rebounds, 5 assists, great fourth quarter defense, knowing where to be, knowing when to move, knowing when to be aggressive. Again, they win damn near 80% of their games when he scores 10 or more points over the course of his career in the regular season. I don't even know the postseason numbers, but it can't be bad. Draymond Green is playing great basketball. I'm sorry. All right, Denver was a bit of a step back. Nobody played well in that game. But Draymond Green is putting himself in line for another contract. And last night, you see it. When the Warriors needed to have it, they needed to slow down OKC. The number I look at is 46. Why do I look at 46? That's the points OKC scored in the second half after scoring 79. So you're able to slow them down. Think about that. They were on pace to score 158 points in that game. 158 after scoring 79 in the first half. You're holding them to 46 in the second half, largely due to Draymond's defense, right? Second chance points, 30-12. You're making all the hustle plays. But Draymond Green also, what he did Monday at the California Academy of Science. Did you see what he did?
No.
So last night at Chase Center was Autism Awareness. Let me pull it out.
I did see all that after the game.
Autism Acceptance Night T-shirt giveaway. So they honored a couple people who had autism and stuff like that. Draymond Green spoke after the game with his former Michigan State teammate Anthony Ianni, who had autism as well. Draymond Green, Dan Brown wrote a great story in The Athletic about this yesterday. I think it got published yesterday. Maybe the day before, but Dan Brown for The Athletic, longtime writer with the Mercury News, does a great job. He followed Draymond Green, and Jason Dumas was there as well at the California Academy of Science. And Draymond Green broke down why it means something to him. His teammate, former teammate, Anthony Ianni, had autism. So Draymond Green used to joke with him all the time. But Anthony had autism, so he didn't have that gray area. He didn't know when Draymond was joking. He didn't know how to take a joke. So finally he got fed up. And then finally, Draymond Green was made aware that he had autism, so he was on that spectrum. And so Draymond really stood back and said, oh, okay. And now you see him years later doing something about it, going with the kids, talking trash to him at the California Academy of Science. And then they had autism night. Draymond Green held court after the game. So that, we always cite when these guys do things bad, or we always talk about their basketball game. Yeah. But we've been blessed over the last decade. We've got some great human beings representing the Golden State Warriors, Shasky.
Yeah,
great human beings.
No doubt. I mean, come on, that's really awesome. And I think when it comes to children with autism, I think everybody knows somebody in their family or in their immediate circle that has a child or knows someone who is an adult now who has autism. And so the sensitivity around that, once you start to become illuminated on it, like you realize it's a difficult life. Yep. It really is. And so for Draymond to not only bring awareness, but bring some happiness and bring some light into that is absolutely a great thing. And you're 100% right. We don't talk enough about some of the charitable things that these guys do off the court. We're always looking at the negative. On the Draymond thing, and you said he scored 17 points. A lot of people were DMing me. They ESPN or NBA, I forget which Instagram file put it out, but they were putting out him in Summer League as a rookie. Did you see some of those videos?
Was it released yesterday?
Yeah, it was like, I want to say in the last 24 to 48 hours.
I didn't see it.
So basically it was Summer League video of Draymond Green when he was a rookie, and I was watching his shot. And just how much better his shot was and how fluid it looked back then. And everyone's like, where's this Draymond? Where's this Draymond? And I know he's aged and there's a lot. The shoulder, I think, is a part of that, which has affected his shot, which we haven't talked a lot about this year. But I know that that's something that doesn't just go away. When he scores or when he's a scoring threat, it changes this entire offensive, especially in the half court.
No doubt. No doubt about that. By the way, we've gone an hour.
I know.
And we haven't even brought up Andrew Wiggins.
I missed all the pregame stuff. So can you...
Did you go back and listen to it?
No, I listened to some of it with Spadoni. I would love to go over it with the audience today because I had a Little League game and I missed all the beginning stuff.
Oh, man. Pregame press
Bob and him.
Yeah, Bob Myers came up there.
Yeah.
Bob Myers was early at Chase Center. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco. Download the Odyssey app. always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app if every 95.7 a game. For the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. You do not forget that you could also, as Spadoni comes in and fixes the board, we got all the Wiggins down here. Don't forget you could also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 a game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. This is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Also, that last segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Dalton Johnson coming up at 8:30. Tim Roy coming up at 9:20. All right. Andrew Wiggins. He's back. He had a fresh cut. You saw him smiling. He received a standing ovation.
That was cool.
That was really cool. Let's start here. I'm just going to go down the line here, Spadoni. Down the line. So first, before we get into everything that he was out for, because he really didn't reveal that, but he did thank Dub Nation. He thanked the Golden State Warriors organization, some of the media members as well. He thanked Bob Myers, thanked the media as well for respecting their privacy, not digging too deeply into this situation. And the Warriors were very thankful, and Wiggins was thankful, Bob was thankful. But then when it came to basketball, because, look, when it comes down to it, we're going to all judge this team by what they do in the postseason. Mm-hmm. And having Andrew Wiggins back is a godsend. You saw our moods flip instantly once we got word that Andrew Wiggins was nearing a return. Because all of a sudden we're thinking, man, can they get past Sacramento in the first round too? Who are they going to meet in the Western Conference Finals? That's how important Andrew Wiggins is. And we saw it last season, especially in the postseason, where he was the second most consistent player on this basketball team. So he was asked about his conditioning. Here's what Wiggs said about that.
Not terrible. I've been working out, but obviously NBA is a different type of, conditioning you need. But I don't think it'll be too long before, I'm up there.
He was also asked if he wanted to share anything about what was going on in his leave of absence.
I'd rather just keep that private, just for me and, my family and the people close to the family that really need to know.
Asked about the support he received from his team.
It was all just love and support. I had a lot of the teammates just, hitting me up and, saying their love and their prayers. I just appreciated it all. It just goes a long way. It's more than basketball.
Asked what he told him he needed to step away and what to do here.
It's just, when you're in a certain situation and your family needs you and it requires your attention and, your love, that's my first priority. My career, everything, family is always first for me, and it'll always be that way. Whenever I felt like I was in a safe space to, to come back. I feel like we got everything settled, not fully settled, but, in a safe place where I can come back.
So he's mentally ready to come back, Shasky. Feels like it's the time. It's appropriate after whatever's going on with this situation. Now, Shams Charania should be getting heat for revealing his private stuff, but that's, that I'm not going to go into that right now, but the fact is, Wiggins is back. He's smiling. Yeah. He feels mentally ready to come back.
It feels like the teammates have supported him throughout the entire thing. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the teammates would have supported. I mean, again, I'm not saying these guys. I'm saying in general.
A lot of organizations would have crumbled.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm talking about current landscape. Let's go back 10 years. Let's go back 25 years, 35 years. I just think it's received differently. I think that we have made a lot of growth as a society. But I think in general, the infrastructure that the Warriors have put in place, and it's, again, Lakeup obviously gets a ton of credit, mm-hmm. Kerr, and Bob Myers. Like, when I hear Bob Myers, that's the thing I keep coming back to. They better not lose Bob Myers this offseason, man. That's really going to be a blow. Because he kind of sets the tone of, just the whole ethos of the organization. It feels like one.
No doubt. Ask what type of conditioning he was doing while away from the team.
Just, getting a lot of shots up, little movements here and there in the court, running on the treadmill, working out, just a little bit lifting, just trying to stay as ready as I could, in the circumstance.
He also asked if his intention was to come back right before the playoffs or during the playoffs.
I mean, it all depended on, the whole situation. That was it, just taking it day by day. And, if I'm able to come back here, I would love to come back here, and I made it here. So,
all right. And then what was it like to see his teammates after being away for so long? Remember, he was gone since Valentine's Day. That's nearly 2 months.
Yeah, man, it was amazing. just not seeing these guys for so long. And, these are the guys that, I go to war with, every night. So it's good being back. It's good seeing all these familiar faces, just brings me joy being here. So I'm happy.
And again, he received a standing ovation when he came to the sideline. He had a fresh cut. He was smiling. He looked like he was in great spirits. I heard people who watched him shoot around on the practice floor yesterday before the game said he looked like Andrew Wiggins. So it should be, to ramp up. You've got 2 games left. It's not ideal, but it wasn't ideal last year when Stephen Curry came off the bench to start the postseason. We hadn't seen Stephen Curry in quite some time. And he came in, boom, he was ready to roll. Andrew Wiggins, I hear, we may see something similar to where now we know the right adductor strain is completely healed. We know that. That's another thing nobody talked about. Hopefully all the illnesses have gone away. And I think Andrew Wiggins, we should expect him to start when he comes back and then play, not right away like he did last season in the postseason, but I think we're going to see two-way Wiggs sooner rather than later.
I don't want this to sound insensitive, but was there any question asking him regarding whether he's with the team for the remainder of the year? Was there an assumption that he's with the team?
Yeah, you got to assume that he's with the team for the rest of the season.
Gotcha. I just didn't know. And again,
that's a great question. Hey, are you going to be with the team for the rest of the year? Do you need to go back?
Does he even know if he can answer that one way or the other? I don't even know what the answer to that is because I don't know. You hope whatever's going on. I
don't think he would have came back if he would have had to go.
If there were lingering things or if there was something he might have to attend to down the line. I think it's a fair question to ask. And maybe some people think it's not, but I don't know. So, no, it's great to see him back. I mean, it does feel like, man, if you think about Andrew Wiggins' career, drafted by Cleveland, traded to Minnesota, he can't live up to it. And everything that he's been through to have this situation, if this same thing happened to him while he was in Minnesota, don't you think it would have landed differently with everyone?
Absolutely.
I mean, he must really. I mean, obviously, he wins the championship. He gets all the credit that, and people are starting to recognize, and he's coming into his own about how great he is. But man, from a personal standpoint, playing for this team, it's got to feel a different way.
888-957-9570. Pardon me. How do you feel about Wiggs being back now? What was your impression of him speaking last night before the game? He sat up there with Bob Myers before Steve Kerr's presser. Did you think he was genuine? I think he was. I think he was in great spirits. I think he was happy to be back with the team. You see him with the Warriors basketball shirt. He got a haircut, got cleaned up. And the organization, they handled this about as well as any organization could ever handle it. I mean, how many organizations, again, would have crumbled? How many players would have leaked something? The fact that they're able to keep it so damn private and support him from afar, the Warriors get credit for that. They really do. They're the gold standard right now in the Bay Area. There's no doubt about that. The Niners are not too far behind. Not too far behind. So this is a good deal. Wiggins is back. Hopefully he plays Friday night against Sacramento. Then maybe Sunday against Portland. And hopefully the Warriors will have a week off. Hopefully they'll have a week off.
How much were you stressing seeing the Lakers win and kind of knowing that that's, I think, in the bag, and you're kind of like, because then for whatever it was, 10 minutes, you figure, the Lakers are the 6th seed and the Warriors are the 7th seed until this game concludes. That didn't cross your mind?
I looked at the score, but I always say this. You got to take care of your own business.
Agreed.
The Warriors need to take care of their own business. And if they take care of their own business this week, they're probably going to end up in the 6th seed. All right, now Friday night, how is Sacramento going to play it? Are they going to try to send a message? Are they going to start all their guys?
It's a great question.
How do the Kings play it?
Do you remember the 07?
The Dallas Mavericks.
They laid down.
They laid down.
Second to last or third to last game?
Second to last game for the Mavericks.
They laid down, and they're we'll take on the Warriors, and it really propelled the Warriors.
Yep. No, it backfired.
It did.
It backfired. It ticked the Clippers off too, but it backfired on the Warriors. I mean, on the Mavericks. Will it backfire on the Kings?
What do you think they should do?
I don't know. I think they're trying to regain their form.
Yeah.
So,
do you want the Warriors feeling good riding into the playoffs?
You do want them feeling good.
No, I'm saying from a Kings perspective.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, from a Warrior perspective, Bunty, I want them to win these last 2 games.
Well, they have to.
And finish on a high note.
Well, they have to, basically.
Yes.
Now, the Pelicans are not going to go 4-0. We knew that.
Yeah.
They lost last night.
Yeah.
They played the Grizzlies. They played the Knicks. They played the T-Wolves.
Yes.
They may go 1-3. All right, over these last 4. So don't worry about that.
That would be nice.
Clippers and Lakers will lose. One of those teams are going to lose tonight.
Yes.
So they're going to fall a game behind and go to State Warriors. Phoenix will probably not play their guys Sunday against the Clippers to end the season. So that's a gimme game possibly for the Clippers.
I feel like I said that so many times this NBA season, and wild things happen, but I agree with you.
Right. So here, let's break it down. Clippers last 3 games, Lakers tonight at Crypto.com Arena. They've beaten the Lakers all 3 times so far this season, and LeBron James may not play. Portland, Saturday. So they'll play the Blazers Saturday, then a back-to-back at Phoenix. Clippers may go 3-0. They may. Now the Lakers. Tough game against Utah last night. They pull it out. Tonight, the Clippers. And then the Lakers play Phoenix on Friday night.
That is.
And the Utah Jazz.
I kind of want Phoenix to play hard in that game.
So Phoenix plays the LA teams the last 2 nights. Will Phoenix play hard, knowing that they're locked up into the 4 spot? What will they do?
I mean, don't they need to get a little chemistry?
You would think so.
They're going to play hard for 3 quarters and then pull everyone in the 4th?
7-0. KD.
I mean, is anyone surprised KD is good? I mean, like,
crazy.
Who would have thought, right?
I don't know how this plays out.
By the way, I was just looking into this. The Clippers have won 10 straight against the Lakers.
Have they?
10 straight. This is probably the biggest game in that quote-unquote rivalry they have down there tonight at Crypto.com Arena. It's pretty wild. I don't know Paul George, but the Russell Westbrook factor is interesting. Kawhi, obviously spurning the Lakers a few years ago. It's a huge game.
Give me your quick synopsis on your Lakers right now, because you were having all the emotions. They're done. They're frauds. They're finished. They're back.
They need D'Angelo Russell, is what that tells me. He provides a scoring element. He did not play yesterday. He's going to be questionable tonight. They need D'Lo to score with them. He is that third scoring option. They don't have him. It's not good. Also, Anthony Davis and LeBron might not play tonight.
I know.
Yeah, that overtime thing was.
Davis.
Anthony
so they're
Davis,
dunking
LeBron.
the Phoenix smoke.
Well, I don't know if they're dunking it. Guy's 38 years old, and AD's on like kind of a minutes restriction with the back-to-back thing. So Austin Reeves is going to get the job done.
All right.
They want the Grizz, huh?
All right, they do want the Grizz. Hey, Lutman, if you weren't listening, I did Warriors Wednesday after the legal.
Well, remember, we have 3 of them that we got to execute every hour. So you did one of them. There's still 2 more.
So you want to do another one? Let's do another
Sure.
one. All right, Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Kirby. Your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com.
There we go.
The spreadsheet told us to do it. We're like Farhan out here. You're the Gabe Kapler of this organization.
Meet your mics.
Doing what Farhan Loveman wants you to do.
Better hope the Giants don't lose today. I'm rooting for them hard. I need the Giants to win.
I need the Giants to win, too.
When the Giants lose, Lutman is a different guy. Just 162. Guy's going to burn himself out by May. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your phone calls. 888-957-9570. How good did that win feel last night? Are you feeling a little incomplete? I am. I want to see the Warriors put a full 48 together. They did not do that last night. Didn't do it on Sunday. Didn't do it last Friday. Didn't do it last Tuesday. Are you concerned with the way they look? Or are you satisfied with the win? 888-957-9570. That's coming up on the roast.
Mom, Dad, Sis.
Here we go.
This the Jordan Poole fourth quarter song?
Stunner Man 02. New album. Saw him last night at the Gatehouse. 4 more Stunner Man. That's the name of this album. 4 more. And there's 5 songs here. 5 songs. Dedicated. Ballin' How We Ballin'. We Believe.
That's a hitter.
Big Step in Warriors remix.
Which is a very
and
good
then
song.
I Get Buckets.
I Get Buckets. This one's sick.
I
get buckets. So I want to give a quick shout out. We're going to get right back into the Warriors. There's a lot that I want to get into when it comes to them. But my Bronco team last night ended up winning, finally, our first game of the year, Bonte. It was freezing last night.
Very cold.
The wind has been out of control. I swear to God, it felt like it was 30 degrees with the wind chill. We were out at Kimball, your neck of the woods.
Kimball Park.
And it was a great day. Mikey G on the mound looked great in his relief appearance, 2 innings. Cody was pitching like a baller. JT was pitching like a baller. We were hitting the ball, and I got to give a shout out.
Softball team?
This is our Little League team.
Little League team.
I got to give a shout out to young Jay. Jay was out there. This is a kid who's a great basketball player. All right.
How old are these kids?
They're 12 years old. This is a 12U team. Okay. And this kid, Jay, he's been coming to practice every week, and he's not a kid that had a natural fundamental base of baseball. He's a basketball player, but he's a great athlete. He listens and he listens and he listens. He's gotten better every single week. Kid went like 4 for 4 last night, hit a triple to start off the game. He's doing all the little things of running the bases, and it's just seeing the growth and the happiness of all this hard work pay off. Because baseball, sometimes you put in all this hard work and it doesn't pay off because it takes a long time. Man, I was so happy for these guys to get a win last night. So I'm really proud of my squad. Carl's Beacon, sponsored by a bar right there on 24th and Terraville. It was great to see them get a victory last night. Quick little shout out to all my the kids on the team.
Good job, kids. Good job, kiddos.
You got to get you out there, Bonte.
I want basketball season.
I know. You're busy.
I want to get out there for the kids. It was freezing last night. You're right,
so
though.
Cold.
The wind.
Bro, my fingers.
And people out there at Thrive City, I'm like, guys, bundle up. What the hell are you doing out here? I get
Snow
it.
gloves.
I mean, they're watching the game on the big screen. They're out. May Buddy was out there. Nate was out there. I mean, all the roasters are out there. I'm like, dude, it's freezing. Aaron was out there with his kids. They're eating Gots out there. I was like, you guys aren't cold? It's freezing out here.
Gots is delicious.
Gots is great.
Also, I'm seeing on the text line, we need to confirm this from the 925. Willard's a huge Big Bang Theory guy?
I said that earlier. Hey, man, Dibs like Big Bang Theory. Yeah.
That tells me everything I need to know.
You told me to cease fire. So
I just jumped back
Warriors
into the
Wednesday
car.
brought to you by Cocker PD. Look forward to competitive salary, full benefits, and annual incentives. Take the first step and contact a recruiter today by visiting www.joincockerpd.com. You told me to cease fire. You just give me the word. I'm ready to roll. You know me.
Guess what?
I want all the smoke.
No, well, now I'm ordering the Code Red. I'm Jack.
Code Red's coming up. All right, Code Red's coming up then.
You remember that movie?
Oh, yeah. A Few Good Men.
Look at
Come on,
you.
man. You cannot know the truth. And that's the problem. And listen, I'm sorry. When I say people are sensitive or you're dumb, I'm having fun. All right? But there are some sensitive people out there. You know that, 707. You know that. I'm not calling anybody dumb because I'm not the smartest kid on the block. All right? But you know I want all the smoke. That's what I'm here for.
People are asking, is it free to come and watch the game at Thrive City?
Yes, it is. Especially before the playoffs. Now, the NBA Finals, you may have to pay a little something. But for right now, you can go there, set up shop.
Okay.
You go to Gotch, you go to Dumpling Time, you sit on the fake
right next to
artificial
Ed Lee.
turf. Dude, it's a great time out there. You can watch it on the big screen.
That's cool.
It's huge.
Yeah.
So it is pretty cool. So it is free to those who are asking.
Do you have a security guard walking you from the stadium to the gatehouse?
Nah, I'm not big time.
Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Do not touch or look at Mr. Hill.
I don't need that. I've gotten it a couple times, but I don't need it now. So, hey, guys, got to roll.
Feeling real presidential?
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Let's go to Sid. Oakland, Sid. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Sid?
Hey, so I want to talk about the Warriors. I'm from Chicago. I've been living in the Bay for like 5 years now. We had a group chat last night about the Warriors, and my buddies in Chicago said that the Warriors are still the most scariest team in the West. I agreed because you guys have Steph Curry. And we also discussed Draymond Green scoring. So I just want to say that I feel that if he's to leave the Warriors after this year, I think he'll average about 15 points a game. Like, people forget that Draymond can score if he can score, basically. Like, he doesn't have to. That's the biggest thing. So to see him drop 17 points last night That's a good look. To see Wiggins on the bench, that's a good look. And then you guys got Steph Curry. So I really think, once again, if you guys are the champions to beat, and I think you guys are going to have a good playoffs. So I think the fans need to just pipe down and just watch the game by game, and just see what Curry does in the playoffs. He turns into a different monster.
No doubt. Guys. Good call, Sid. With Andrew Wiggins back, everything's on the table now. Because now all of a sudden you start Andrew Wiggins next to the Splash Brothers. You've got Draymond and Loon up front. Now you look at your bench. DiVincenzo, Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, GP2. In case of emergency, you got Jermichael Green. Anthony Lamb, if you need to get deeper into the bench. Iguodala, who knows if he's coming back.
Why would you?
But you're at least 9 deep.
Yes.
You're at least 9 deep. And what Bully always say? He's always said, trust 5. Or I'll pull up the cliche that they
trust
use in basketball.
5, play 6.
Play 6, rotate 7, or rotate 8
whatever,
or something like that.
Yes.
You've heard it before.
Yes.
That's where we're at here. And all of a sudden, I'm feeling good. That 9?
I agree.
I feel great about that.
Well, like last night, you have two. How would you describe? They're not Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. Clearly, they're a step down. But like, I mean, SGA is as good as anyone in terms of a guy who can get to his spots on the floor, right? And then Josh Giddey, he may not be on SGA's level in terms of the creative scoring,
right?
But boy, he is really creative when it comes to getting to his spot, pivoting, and making a sweet pass to set up someone else.
Yep.
Like, those are two very unique playmakers in the half court. And I thought in the second half, specifically that fourth quarter, they cranked up the defense. And so seeing DD, seeing GP2, seeing Kuminga at times, Draymond Green at times, seeing them kind of crank up that defense, boy, that was huge.
And they gave up 79.
Moody, who I didn't even reference. Sorry.
Moody was great. And so now you got Moody.
Oh, God. What a game for him.
And people forget. I know Dub Nation doesn't forget. But it gets lost in the shuffle. Moody in the Western Conference Finals in Game 2 in that third quarter was special. Because Damian Lee went crazy. Remember that second quarter? They were getting blown out. Draymond had to foul trouble. Like, damn. Going back to Dallas at 1-1. Oh, boy, we got a series. And Moody played huge minutes in that game at Chase Center in the third quarter, and he did not look overwhelmed. That's the biggest thing about it. He never looks overwhelmed. Sure, he may get beat on a play. He may not be the most athletic wing player out there, but David, he knows where to be. He's a smart basketball player, and he works. You love to see the work get rewarded. You love to see the practice get rewarded for Moses Moody. And yeah, it took Klay Thompson to be scratched yesterday with the back injury, but now all of a sudden Steve Kerr said, oh boy, Wiggins is back on my sideline. He's going to be playing soon. Boy, DDV, all he needed to do was not start, and all of a sudden he's cooking again from the three-point line and doing all the little things. I've got Gary Payton, the second back from Portland. He knows how to play in this system. I know he could pick up 94 feet. And now I got Moses Moody, another option here alongside Jonathan Kuminga and Jordan Poole. It's great. All of a sudden now you're 9-10 deep going into the playoffs. Yeah. So, yes, I do believe they could go on a run here. Yeah. I really do.
Back to last night's game. Jalen Williams, I get him confused. I think it's the Broncos.
Santa Clara, Jalen Williams.
He's good.
He is good.
I mean, he's really good.
He's good.
And the other Jalen Williams I like, too.
Yeah, the Arkansas Jalen Williams. He's not bad either. He was out here with Arkansas last year, played against Duke. He's a tough kid.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's very difficult to know who's who. Did you know that on the women's LPGA there were so many Jay Lees that for them at home for family back in Korea, they put Jay Lee 6, Jay Lee 5, Jay Lee 4, so they know who's who on the scoreboard. So some of them go by the number. I was getting so confused yesterday. I mean, I know by looking at them which one's which, but I always forget which college. But the one who went to Santa Clara, right?
Was Fitz doing it again yesterday?
I think
Santa Clara,
Jalen
Williams, Bronco Jalen Williams, and then Razorback Jalen Williams.
Yes. Which made it even more confusing because he didn't do that last game. But he's really good.
Yeah, he's solid.
He's really good. He had a nice and one where Looney fouled him there.
Jalen Williams is going to finish second in the rookie of the year race, which is
on a winning team.
On a winning team.
I think it's very impressive.
Yeah, 7 of 14 last night, 2 of 3 from the three-point line, 19 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists. He's a smooth
really
young
is.
man. OKC has a great future ahead of them
dude,
if they stay the course.
Isaiah Joe didn't even play well last night, and because he killed them in the last game, but he didn't even play well last night. And I like him. I just like their team.
I do, and they have a plethora of picks in the future. Let's go to Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina. Tim, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, fellas?
What's up,
Yeah,
baby?
guys, Devontae, what you were just saying, man, I think the mystery about this team is going to be almost the same as last year. We're not really going to know what we have until the first playoff or the first play-in game. And I mean, the key is let it be the playoffs, because I just don't think teams are going to really know.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to even know how to scout them and strategize for them. I mean, if the first game is the playoffs, when you go full throttle with everybody you just named off, man, just substitute Lamb for Wiggins, and this infatuation with Lamb will finally be over. But I mean, listen, I don't mean to come at Lamb, but I'm seeing honestly, you substitute Wiggins for Lamb, and we're not going to know, man. It's almost like last year. We didn't know until that first game against Denver when Steph was coming off the bench, and then we saw what we had. I mean, but we can visualize it, and it's hard to, even judge before that. Say, you think about last night and what the rest of this week may look like. Wiggins probably is not going to be there. So the game plan is to just get in and then go full throttle with everything we got. And then now, like you said, we've actually become a deeper team, almost maybe deep as or maybe more deep than last year.
I agree.
Kaminga being developed, Moody being developed, and now you got Dante, Poole. If Poole comes into form now, going into the playoffs, that's the Poole we need to see.
No doubt. No doubt about that. Great call, Tim. Go ahead, Shasky. I want to pull some notes out about
pull
Jordan
your notes
Poole.
out, because I was thinking about this last night while watching Jordan Poole. I don't think a month ago, with Curry on the floor, he has that kind of fourth quarter. Now, I think we've seen him do that from time to time. He took over that game. Bonte, in the fourth quarter, offensively, he was outstanding. That spin move layup, the 3 to tie the game with Curry on the bench. If he, as a secondary, this is going to be a second big playoff run. If he could take another step forward in the playoffs, just think about where he's going to be at 24 years old heading into next year with 2 full, unbelievable playoff runs with a championship caliber team. Whether they go bow out in the first round, third round, fourth. Think of the unbelievable amount of opportunities that he's going to get that so many other players around his age don't even get to even think about.
Well, you look at what he did in his first ever postseason last season, right? First couple games against Denver lights him up. Then it was kind of up and down, but forget about his burst against Boston in game number 6.
Yeah.
And he was talking that talk. So he wasn't afraid of the moment. And then you look at what he's doing in the fourth quarter. Now, take away the Denver game, because nobody played well in the fourth quarter. He stunk in the fourth quarter.
Curry has bad games. Last night was a bad game.
Curry went 209 in the second half.
He's had 2 bad games
Right,
now.
no doubt.
At
But I'm
least
looking
in
at
recent
5 of the last 6 games. You take away the Denver game.
Okay.
2 of 5, 7 points in the fourth quarter, Jordan Poole. 5 of 7, 13 points in the fourth quarter. I think that was against Minnesota. 6 of 9 against the Philadelphia 76ers, where he scored 19 in the fourth quarter. Told everybody, I hear the slander.
Yeah.
Now, going into the fourth, he had 3. He went 3 of 5 for 10 points in another fourth quarter against San Antonio. And then you look at him going into last night. He was 3 of 10 going into the fourth quarter for 12 points. All right? And it's not just about points, but it's the impact that you're having.
Yeah.
Then in the fourth quarter, he gets to the free throw line. Then in the fourth quarter, he starts becoming efficient and putting on a Poole. He was put on a party. It was a Poole party in the fourth quarter. 18 points, 5 of 9 from the floor. Shot at 9 times in that fourth quarter.
Yes.
And Steph Curry said it. Looking, man, he's a good option. And he made them pay.
Yeah, he did.
He was a good option, and he made them pay. Seeing that one-on-one coverage, and that's why we've always said all season long on this show, I can't speak for other shows, but on this show, we said Jordan Poole had the short end of the stick in a lot of situations, whether he's starting, whether he's coming off the bench. How many combinations did you play with? We asked, can he play with Steph? Can he play with Dre? Can he play with Klay? Because the spacing that he gets when he plays with the megastars, now you're seeing him cook. He's playing alongside Steph Curry, and he's benefiting tremendously from playing alongside number 30. And he spoke about that. I get to play with the stars now, and now look at me cook. So that's a great development going into the playoffs. Pool party, JP mode, playoff mode, it's been activated, folks.
No doubt. And he hit a couple of deep threes.
Threes.
I mean, there was one that felt like a 45-footer. The one to tie the game, That changed everything because they were chasing all game, and they finally get in there and get that tie, and it just felt like they surged from that point. I also think that I just keep going back to Draymond. Draymond and Poole on the floor together were so good. Draymond stripping, Jordan Poole picking it up and going the other way. Jordan Poole with a couple of really nice hockey assists to kind of get the ball moving when they were a little stagnant with the shot clock going down. He was awesome in that game, B. And just to see also Moses Moody and Jordan Poole have a little thing. They had a little two-man thing going for one period.
I was expecting to see that earlier in the season. I thought Kuminga two-man game with Jordan Poole. I thought the Wiseman, Jordan Poole, two-man game. I thought the Poole, Moody, two-man. I thought it could all work because Poole is so dynamic with the basketball. He could blow by anybody on the floor. His first step is really quick. Now, he gets a little crazy with the handles.
Yeah, agreed.
That's where he gets his – but even I saw Steph Curry do it yesterday. He worked so hard to miss a layup yesterday in the fourth quarter. He was going through the legs, around the back. Like, okay, hot sauce. All right, Steph, just chill a little bit. You know what I'm saying? He got in his bag. He wanted to show out. It's all good. Poole does the same thing.
This is what I would say about Poole, and I've started to come to the realization. For him, he's always going to play fast, right? But like swinging the hammer and trying to hit the nail, you want to find that optimal speed so where you really flush that nail and get it in there. But sometimes when you overswing, you miss it, right? Completely. There are times he's going too fast, but I don't want to he's such a wild horse in a good way. I don't want him to lose that energy, and what makes him so dynamic is that relentless attacking. But if he finds that perfect balance and that right speed, dude, he's unbelievable attacking the cup.
No doubt, he is. And another thing, too, Moody mentions this. I've heard Mitch Richmond say it. When I worked with Papa, he always talked about it. When Tim Hardaway was a Golden State Warrior, Don Nelson would say, look, I know you can get your shot at any point, but what I want you to do in the half court is pass the ball first. Trust that it's going to come back to you, and then you go to work. But pass it around first. Let's see if we get a quality shot. And once the shot clock's 12, 10 seconds, you get the ball back, and you go do what you do. I'm starting to see Jordan Poole do that a little bit early in the offense. Gives it away, comes off a couple screens, relocates, gets the ball back. Just those little subtle adjustments helps him out to where, okay, now we're cooking here. I don't need to come down, dribble, take the first shot without everybody touching the ball. Let somebody else touch the ball a little bit. So I see a little Tim Hardaway in him in terms of that style of play where he gives it up, gets it back, and now you can go cook.
Well, I also think it's not a coincidence that some of the young guys played well together.
Yes, they do.
Like, I don't know what he wants to hear that, but like Moody playing with Jordan Poole, they clearly were connecting. Like, I don't know. It felt good. And GP2 is a connector as well. He connects a lot of lineups. Not that he's the catalyst, but he's really glue-like for a lot of different lineups.
Time to feel good, Dub Nation. What you just said right there, Shasky, just put a smile on my face.
What's that?
How GP2 and everything connects now.
It does.
And Wiggins, when you asked the question yesterday, who does it benefit? What was that?
I don't even know.
That was GP2 when he joined Willard and Dibs last year. That's I got you.
I got you.
No, but he made 3 or 4 like skip passes that were just like, you've played on this team or you haven't.
Right.
Some guys just will never pick that up.
Well, you asked the question yesterday. When Wiggins comes back, who does it benefit the most? And I said the whole team.
Yeah.
Because it's just like when Draymond, Klay, and Steph don't play, right? The Big Threes record where they all don't play. They all fit like a puzzle. In GP2, he connects everything. Wiggins connects everything defensively, offensively. I can't wait till he goes to the step back with the Penny Hardaway step back elbow jumper from 15 feet. I'm going to go crazy. I'm going to lose my mind because I love watching him play. I miss Wiggins on the court. I really did. He's talented. GP2 with the dunk yesterday. You said the connected word, and I smiled, Shasky. Because now I can see the light. I start to see the light,
feels
Dub
very
Nation.
hopeful. Dude,
888-957-9570. I'm feeling giddy right now when you're just talking about GP2. You're talking about DiVincenzo. You see a young Kuminga growing and getting better. Moses Moody yesterday. Now I'm starting to feel good saying, you know what? I'm not sure teams want to play the Warriors anymore in the first round.
Yeah, it's interesting. I keep thinking about this same thing. Like, they're going to reevaluate Andre Iguodala in X amount of weeks. I know. I'd probably rather have Iguodala than Lamb, right? That I'll be. But Moses Moody, to me,
Lamb's on a roster.
What?
Lamb's on a roster. Here's the deal, real quick, before you finish.
I'm talking about suiting up because I believe they're going to have a problem with suiting up if all these guys are healthy. Again, I'm assuming, but like when I saw that Moses Moody game yesterday, I don't even want to go backwards. For now, let's go forward. I'm saying to myself, I think he's got a little bit more quickness to his game right now. I think he's a better shooter than Iguodala right now. Maybe he's not on the passing level. Maybe he's not on the IQ and the smarts level. But in terms of rebounding and helping out this team, if he plays a comparable game to what he did last night, that's playoff championship level basketball.
That is.
All the little things, moving your feet, beating your man to the ball, passing, making the extra pass, not being reluctant to shoot the wide open three when the shot presents itself. Like, that's a big Nelly-ism. A shot created is a shot you must take. And I do think at times Iggy gets into his own head and he doesn't want to take the shot. Like,
his 3-point shot didn't look good at all.
No. But again, it's tough because that might be his best game of his career. I don't know, given the magnitude of the game. I don't know. I'd love to hear somebody
Remember, he
else.
had the game last year in Dallas, fourth quarter, he hit
That's
5
true.
threes, and they held Steph without a shot, so they left Moses Moody open, and he made him pay.
That was regular season?
Regular season.
Yeah.
Yep.
Was it as must-win as this? I don't know. But that was a great game.
This last night was, you had to win that game.
And it came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and
it came out of nowhere.
Look, they started off, they were down 17-9.
Yeah,
17-9.
I was pissed. I'm like, really? We're going to dig a hole again?
Right, again. And I'm just like, damn it. And Moody and DiVincenzo comes in. They come into the basketball game. DiVincenzo scores a quick 8. Boom.
Yeah.
Right back into it. Now the second quarter things got a little hairy there down the stretch in the second quarter. But Moses Moody scores 8, and it's not just the scoring. It's the aggressiveness. It's being decisive with the basketball. It's being decisive when you set a screen. Being engaged defensively, battling on the boards. He had some big boy rebounds yesterday. That was encouraging to see him on the glass.
Absolutely.
Put back dunk, yelling in their faces. That's what I've been waiting for from Moses Moody.
Didn't they play with their hair on fire? Like DDV.
The second half.
Yeah, I agree. Like DDV, Draymond, Poole.
They did.
The sense of urgency felt there. That's why that fourth quarter was vintage.
Yeah, my bad for cutting you off, but I thought DiVincenzo and Moody, they brought it right away.
Yes.
Looney brought it right away. Now, the rest of the team kind of slept walking in the first quarter. You missed some shots. Steph Curry was 3 of 9 in the first quarter, trying to find it without Klay.
In that fourth quarter, though, he had a step back that was like a video game. It was unreal.
To give him a 118, 115 lead, which came off of a DiVincenzo offensive rebound. So everything is starting to connect.
It is.
And now I'm starting to feel good about
the vibes.
The vibes are good.
The vibes are there.
The vibes are good at Chase Center.
We haven't talked about this. The Thunder coach, that was the most... I have not seen a coach be that animated all year. Have you?
So
he lost his mind.
I don't blame him. So they called OKC. Jordan Poole got 3 shots
there
for
was
a
a
three-pointer.
blocking foul.
There was a bad blocking foul
that he didn't like.
Look, Sarge got mugged in the paint. No call. SGA got mugged. Lamb flopped. No call. Or they actually called an offensive foul on SGA.
Yeah.
Who was it that fouled Jordan Poole on a 3-point shot? Who was it? May have been Aaron Wiggins who fouled Jordan Poole on a 3-point shot. If he would have challenged, it probably wouldn't have been a foul. It was a terrible call. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to be the homer today. It was a terrible call. I thought OKC had a terrible whistle. So the Warriors go up 118, 115. They missed a couple free throws. Jalen Williams said it clear. Jalen Williams is waiting at the scorer's table. Warriors quickly inbound it. They're like, hey, we're trying to get our guy in.
That's a savvy play by Dre.
And they go in and scored a layup, and Daignault lost his mind. He lost his mind. Sarge got popped 14 because he basically said, the rest of you guys are jokes. And you know what? I don't know if it was Carl Lane. I don't know if it was Nate Green, Courtney Kirtland. But again, we have a referee issue. We do. Let's just admit it, folks. You could be pro-ref.
21
You
free
could be a
throws in the
referee
first half for the
in
Thunder.
high school, JUCO. We've got an officiating problem. We really do.
It's a league-wide problem.
It's terrible.
I agree. The other, just a brief aside, umpires right now are missing a lot of strikes. They're too worried about the pitch clock.
Yep.
That's something that I've noticed, and it's trickling over because they were really good with the strike zone last year. The NBA's officiating, though, right now is all over the map. Now, on that substitution play where Draymond gets the quick inbound, that's old school basketball. Quick, give me the ball, give me the ball, give me the ball, give me the ball.
Yep.
Don't let them challenge it. Or whatever
Don't let
it
them
is.
sub it in.
Don't let them sub it in.
They were like, when Jalen would say, hey, they all went crazy.
And then he went across the court.
I don't blame him.
Berating the officials.
I don't blame him.
It did feel like that moment on.
The game was over.
They lost their cool.
Well, they lost. The game was over. Daignault should have picked up a technical earlier.
Yeah.
Because I saw some things. I was like, damn. They're letting them play. So you heard Fitz on the broadcast. This is what I like. You're letting them play.
Fitz has been in his bag.
Dude, Fitz has been. He's had an MVP season.
Yeah, he really has.
Don't give a damn what anybody says. He's had an MVP season.
Wait, give me that one more time.
Be better at your job.
Dude.
Just Incredible.
Get off of Twitter. Fake internet crap. That's stupid. Don't say that again.
What is going on here?
Dude. He has had an MVP year. I don't give a damn what anybody says.
Size matters.
I love when he gets into it. It's just a bad call. It's okay. These are the best referees in the world. I love when he goes into that.
If the Thunder can make every 3-point shot, I don't know if the Warriors got a chance tonight.
They gave up 79 in the first half. He was
2 minutes
exasperated.
into the game, Fitz.
He was exasperated.
My favorite is when Kalena doesn't agree with him, and then he gets in with the subtle it might have been a good call. It's just so funny. I'm here for all of it.
I am too. Let's go to you know who else I'm here for?
Who's that?
May Money in Oakland.
May Money?
May Money becoming a fan favorite.
Let's
May Money,
go.
what's happening?
Hey, what's top of the morning?
You sound like you still sleep in bed.
Like you had a horrible night.
Right.
Oh, I don't do mornings. I'm not a morning person. I don't know what you're talking about. But I had so much fun yesterday.
Nice.
Now, it was great to meet you yesterday, May Money.
I met Bonset yesterday. I did arts and crafts. I watched the game at Thrive City, and they won, and it was a whole thing. I danced with a mariachi band.
No way.
Hello. Yeah, I just wanted to call it and say what's up. I had so much fun yesterday.
You had some great signs, blended in with the couch. May Money. You made our Twitter page, May Money. I mean, it was great to meet you. It was really great to meet you, and Nate and everybody out there at Thrive City. So thanks for coming by. Thanks for saying hi, and thanks for showing some love, May Money.
Much love. Love y'all.
Yep. Love you too. Love you too.
We're watching the replay of the game right now. Draymond fouled the ever-living crap out of Lou Dort. They're up 7 with 4 minutes to go, and I thought Lou Dort separated his shoulder. I mean, he might need the Brock Purdy surgery after that one. And then Draymond grabbed him like it was all good. God, Dre gets his money's worth on these fouls.
He's a smart guy. He'll hack it and hold you up and hug you like, hey, it's all good.
God, did you see how hard he hit him?
Second all savage, man. The second all savage.
Draymond was
Green.
incredible.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, look,
he was incredible.
Listen, we're not there yet. The all-season is going to come around, and we'll be all over it here at 95.7 The Game. You know who loves Warriors basketball. You're home for Warriors basketball. 95.7 The Game. Nobody talks it better all throughout the day. We all know that. The Bay Area knows that. The numbers show that the Bay Area knows that. We sure we want Draymond Green to move on?
No.
Like, this guy is incredible.
I've thought about it, too.
We sure we want this guy to move on?
I think that what I want to do is throughout the playoffs, when we have Draymond Green moments, we're going to play Dre Day by Dr. Dre.
Dre Day. Why Dre Day?
Because at the very end, there's some singing going on. I'm going to do some ad-libbing later today. We're going to create a track for Day Day where he rips all the people along the way, and we're going to use his own, podcast as content of part of this song we're going to create.
See him play. You see him have a fourth quarter like that. You see his IQ. You see the hard fouls. You're like, you know what? He drives us all crazy. But you need one. You can't have all choir boys on a team. I truly believe that. You got to have some, guys with a goon-like mentality. You got to have your guy. He's not a goon. I'm not saying that. But you need your enforcer.
No, he's completely insane in a good
Sometimes.
way. In a good way. Like, you need completely insane people. And if you have completely insane people in your life, you realize that you love them and hate them simultaneously at times.
Listen, you see Steve. Shasky traded Draymond at least 5 times in the past 2 years. Hold on, let me finish.
If you haven't traded Draymond away,
listen,
you ain't watching.
I had Draymond Green in a 3-team trade. All right? I traded him again. I traded him again. There was league executives. I found this out. League executives like, no, it's not a bad trade. They know CJ going to Philly, and Dre. We've traded him. We had calls taking him to the airport. Hell, I traded him a day. I had to interview him on the postgame show. Draymond, man, Fontaine, how you doing today? You know what I'm saying? These guys all hear it. They know what time it is. But you know what? That's what happens with guys. We've traded Deebo Samuel. How many times did we cut Jimmy Garoppolo? That's what we do as sports fans.
If you tried to have Tommy Pham slap Jock Peterson and no one steps up, if somebody tried to slap our own team, Draymond would be in the mix.
Draymond's going to be in the mix.
Yes, you need guys like him in the foxhole.
And he'll call you out your name.
Yeah,
he'll tell you how many championships he's won.
Yes.
He told the referees last night. I know the hot mic called him again. I love the hot mic. Don't give him no damn calls. 2 MVPs, 4 championships. He lets everybody know. Damn it, I want Day Day to retire Warrior 2. You know what I'm saying? But we've all traded him over the years. We've all thought. I'm not going to say names, but I remember after the 2019 year, there's no chance Draymond Green comes back with the Warriors. 2018, there's no chance Draymond Green. Here we are in 2023. And he plays like he did last night. And you know he's going to be ramped up for the playoffs. You know Draymond Green's going to take it another step in the playoffs. When it goes to Sacramento, because I'm hoping we get Sacramento Warriors for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And Sacramento's been bumping their gums. We know Kenny here. We're going to backhand the Warriors. Okay, we'll see.
If Draymond has a Draymond series against the Kings and they end up taking out the Kings in 5, KC is going to be hurt for a long time.
He can't stand Draymond Green.
No, he hates him.
Hates him.
Thinks he's one of the biggest front runners in sports.
Whoa. Sacramento, he's going to be there at Golden 1. They're going to be yelling Draymond Green because Draymond Green say, I want Sacramento because of the travel.
Day-Day.
Listen, Draymond, we know you want to go there for the travel. It's a quick trip. But you know what? We know. We all want the Kings. The Lakers want the Kings. The Clippers want the Kings. The Warriors they want the Kings. Kings, we marked you. X marks the spot. You are the weakest link in the top 3. We want you up there in Sacramento. And Draymond's going to be up there. It's going to be legendary. Legendary when he goes up there to go to one center and he's telling the crowd, come on, I can't hear you. Playoff Dre's a different beast.
And he gets the reset on all the texts.
Oh, he's going to get his money's worth. Solomon in Ladero, Laredo, Texas? Where are we at in Texas, Solomon? Where the hell? I've never seen this city before. Laredo?
I am in Laredo, Texas.
Where the hell is that?
Solodogo from the chat. At the border of Mexico.
Oh, wow.
Oh, nice.
Wow. Are you close to El Paso?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Actually, I'm about 9 hours from El Paso.
Oh, wow. Not that close. All right. 9 hours.
That's like being near San Diego.
So I'm a geography buff. I love spinning the globe and finding different places. So where exactly are you in Texas?
Right on the border of Mexico and Texas, pretty much.
So South Texas,
sitting right on the border.
Oh, right on the border. All right, what you got? What you got, Solomon?
Today I got. Why does every team we go against, it seems they get the Austin Reeves package, and Steph can't get a call. He gets more calls called on him than he does driving to the basket. It makes no sense. Driving me nuts.
Yeah, it's a constant theme. And we know the Lakers. I mean, you see the discrepancy of free throws this year when it comes to calls and everything. I mean, Austin Reeves, they're treating him like he's Larry Bird. It's unbelievable. Adam Silver, we know what you're doing. You want the Lakers in the playoffs. You want all the big dogs in the playoffs this year. I get it. Ratings are down. I get it. You want LeBron, KD, first round. You're going to give Austin Reeves all the calls. We get it. It's all good.
Steph needs to hit the film room, Bonte. Watch what Austin Reeves is doing on a night in and night out basis. Most improved player by far over anyone else in the NBA this season.
Come on, Moody.
Hit the film room. Come on.
You can't just have one good month and win most improved player. You got to be consistent. Kevon Looney's been consistent all season long. Austin Reeves wasn't even playing the first 5 months of the season. All right.
Been the second best player on the Lakers in a playoff push, Bonte. I mean, come on.
Last 2 weeks. You don't get awards for the last 2 weeks.
I'll give him a month. I'll give him a month.
Right.
I want
8 free throws.
This is what I want.
Yesterday.
This is what I want.
They get to the free throw line at will.
I want the Lakers to somehow jump to the 5 seed, face the Phoenix Suns, take them out. Okay. I want the Warriors to go in this order: straight through Sacramento, and then it would be Memphis in the second round. Correct?
Oh boy.
And then the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals. That's what I want. Because that would accomplish so many missions. Take out the Kings, shut them up. Take out the Memphis Grizzlies, shut them up. Take out the Lakers, shut them up. Take out LeBron fans, shut them up. And then whoever the hell we face in the finals, maybe it's, we do the same thing we did with Kevin Durant, where we take out OKC and in the Milwaukee Bucks, and then Giannis ends up joining us next year. That might have been a little too far at the end, but you get where I'm going.
Yeah. You went full WWE.
Tell me you don't want the Lakers in the Western Conference semis.
No, I don't. I don't care.
Or the Western Conference
Finals. I want the
Finals.
Lakers to lose in the first round.
Well,
get rid of them.
I wouldn't be opposed to facing them.
I don't want to face
them. You want the path of least resistance. That's what you want.
Yeah.
They won't even make it that far. The Band-Aids, there aren't enough Band-Aids in the world for AD to get through.
He's played 25 of his last 27 games. He's been one of the more healthy players the last month in the NBA. What are we talking about?
Anthony Davis is this special.
Time he falls, Everyone holds
But he
up.
has fallen a lot the last month, and he's been fine. 25-27.
Listen, I know you got your script, and you want it to be a Hollywood ending.
I do.
I don't want to play the Lakers because you're playing the Lakers and the referees, and you're playing Hollywood. You don't think the NBA wants the Lakers back in the finals?
Yeah, but if you get your fifth ring going through LeBron and he's stuck at 4, there is something special to that.
I want to see LeBron lose in the first round of KD.
Okay.
I want Phoenix in the Western Conference.
So you want KD, get that fifth ring through KD?
Yes. LeBron, whatever.
I mean, the rat on the table is the Warriors do not match up well against the Los Angeles Lakers. They just don't. Lost 3 to them this year.
I mean, do you hear the Lakers want it so bad?
Oh, we're not making it. I already picked the Warriors to make the NBA Finals. I'm just saying.
Oh, who knows what you're doing with that?
Yeah.
I'm speaking with my chest. I was the only one at the station with the guts to say the Warriors are going back to the NBA Finals.
By the way, I heard Steiny and Guru talk about dynamic duos because Howard Beck, remember, he joined us yesterday talking about the best duos left in the playoffs. I want to get back into that. Steiny and Guru were discussing it, and I want to add something to that coming up here. David in San Jose will get you on the other side, but right now it's time for the injury report. Lubman. You're depressing me, man. You're depressing me. The Giants' early season injury woes continue. Though this latest injury comes from the farm system. Former first-round pick Hunter Bishop.
From Sarah High School.
Sarah High School. Season may be over. He announced on Instagram that he had undergone UCL surgery on his elbow. Now, which elbow was it? Was it the left or the right? I guess it doesn't matter, right? He had
probably
UCL
throwing.
surgery. While the expectation is that Bishop will now play this year, the Giants maintain outside hope that he could suit up towards the end of the year. Either way, the battle continues for the first player drafted by Farhad Zaidi during his ties with the Giants. He's only played in 134 minor league games due to various injuries and missing the entire 2020 season due to COVID-19. Get well, Hunter. Sucks. Really sucks.
9th overall pick. I mean, man, they've really missed on some of these first-round picks. I feel bad for that guy. Will Bednard is like a nothing. Reggie Crawford is not looking good right now. Obviously, Bart is hurt as well. That's just, I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't even know. All right. If you could bring that read in, Lutman, do me a solid there. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gers in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We got the great Dalton Johnson, Petaluma's finest, who's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. And then David in San Jose will get to you and the rest of your phone calls 888-957-9570. Feel like the Warriors turned the corner yet? Are they turning the corner? How good are you feeling right now? Shatsky smiling.
I'm getting a lot of texts. We don't want the Bucks. We want you to go back to Philly. Young Guido out there.
Embiid looked good last night.
52 points.
The MVP?
He is the MVP.
After last night, absolutely.
He is the MVP. All right, more coming up on the roast.
You can't host movie night on your phone's hotspot. It's time for real home internet on the Xfinity 10G network. The future starts now. New customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet for just $25 a month for 2 years during our Xfinity 10G network launch celebration, now through April 23rd. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Yeah!
screen by Draymond. Gets Giddey as his defender. He surveys the floor. They go to double. He'll throw it over to Poole. Open three from the right wing. He's been red hot. Nailed it. Double-digit lead. Thunder call time with 3:46 left. Chase Center is rocking.
The sound of Tim Roy. He'll join us at 9:20. 9:20, the voice of the Golden State Warriors right here on 95.7 The Game. You're home for Warriors basketball. They rally up in the second half. They give up only 46 points to the OKC Thunder. They also score 67 themselves, a 21-point turnaround for the Golden State Warriors. Of course, that big shot right there, they outscored the Thunder 34-19 in the fourth quarter. As we say good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, good morning to you. Good morning to all the small business owners. Good morning. Good morning to everybody out there. Cops, firefighters, Moody drivers, meter maids, you name it. Good morning to all the kids out there getting ready for school who are out there at Thrive City yesterday representing, saying, I'm a roaster, Bonte, I'm a roaster. We love you all. We love y'all. We love Spadoni. Good morning to him. Lutman, good morning to him. Shasky, good morning to you. We got some calls here. By the way, it's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. And the Garlic Fries of Baseball Guys podcast is back.
What?
Shasky and Lutman bring you all you need to know about the Giants season twice a week. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to the podcast. How many times Lutman cuts you off? Because Lutman, whenever I'm on a show call with him, he's giving me take after take after take after take after take. I'm like, I'm doing a radio show. It's like, I thought we were talking about the show tomorrow. He's giving me all type of takes.
It takes one to know one, right? So
it does. It really does.
Hey, bro, Lubby, you could talk.
He could talk.
Listening, not the greatest skill, but talking, you're fantastic.
He could talk.
Remember, you have 2 ears and one mouth. I'm still learning that.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You know what? It's funny because I was afraid to text this into the group thread last night.
Why?
Well, because I know that I get labeled certain ways, and I'm just afraid of the smoke at times that my co-host or some of my friends might pull on me. And so I said to Lubman and I said to Sam on the side, I said, tomorrow's probably not the day, but there is a question to be had. Is it coincidence? This is just an interesting thought that popped into my head. Is it coincidence or is it randomness, or is there correlation to Klay being out and Poole having such a great fourth quarter?
Oh, boy.
Of Moody showing up and looking really good. Of GP2 playing well simultaneously. Dante DiVincenzo playing well. I'm not even sure. I think it's more coincidence.
Don't talk about that.
But I just wonder. See, I knew this is why I didn't text it into the group thread. I can't even think out loud. I'm not saying they're better without Klay. I'm saying, is it coincidence that, is there something to that? Or is it just random and they're finally just playing well? It's just a question. See, this is why I didn't text it.
Boy, that's a great question.
They say there are no bad questions. Well, except on the roast.
Giants for life. I love you, dude. I love you. I do. That's my pivot off of that one. Jordan Poole's had 5 good fourth quarters in the last 6 games.
No, he's looked great. And most of those have been with
Klay Thompson.
Exactly. See, I'm not even saying I believe in this because other people are hitting me up with this. And I said that is a question that some people have. And I'm not me. See, I can't even suggest it.
No. Let's do it.
And I'm not trying to bring Klay down. That's not what I'm trying to do.
I don't even know what that means. They play better without Klay. They don't need Klay.
No, I didn't say any of those things.
No, what are you saying? Let me hear it over because you lost me for a second.
Well, Brian in Palo Alto actually called in, and I'd like to go to him because
he's on the line.
Okay.
We'll get to him.
And maybe he can articulate it. He's not the only one.
Okay, Dibs.
That is the most incredible sound.
I'm done.
So yes, I'm kind of like Chris A. Be direct. What are you implying, Shasky? What are you asking here?
No.
Do they play better or more free without Klay?
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, I think that there is.
Don't do this. Don't do this.
No, I'm not benching anyone. I'm not switching. I'm saying that there is something like when When Jordan Poole is out there and they had the small ball lineup, I don't think that works against every team. Against OKC, it was working. I like having GP2 and DiVincenzo out there with Poole and Curry against that team was working. Is that going to work against every team? No. Can it even work for long stretches? I don't think so. Like, you're taking too much length off the floor. We need Klay Thompson.
I'm going to get to Brian in PA because he's going to set things off. And I promise you I won't get angry. I'm going to be cool. But first, let's go to David in San Jose. David in San Jose, go ahead, get whatever. Get it off your chest right now. And then we'll get to Brian in PA.
What's up, gentlemen? Good morning. How's everyone doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
Good. Not bad. All right, so I have a theory of why Steph doesn't get calls. So remember that game, I think it was, I don't know, the 2017, 2018 season where they played, I think it was the Timberwolves, and they all, I don't know, Steph wasn't getting calls, and then somehow they came back, and Steph, and KD were laughing and pointing at the refs, and Steph gave that big old T sign. I think ever since then, the refs have a vendetta against Steph or the Warriors since then for like mocking them. So I think that's why he doesn't get calls. And then secondly, to touch on Shasky's point of like not bringing down Klay or, they play different without Klay. Steph even said himself that he has to play more aggressive. So it's not that they don't need Klay, it's they play a different kind of style of ball.
Steph said he had to be
Look at
more
Moody.
aggressive.
Moody got 13 points, and so it's we just play different. So I think that's what Shasky's trying to say.
But listen, don't they play different when Draymond's not in the lineup?
Absolutely.
They play different when Curry's not there.
Totally different.
They play different without Andrew Wiggins. That's what happens when you don't have one of your star players. Curry was more aggressive, and he was chucking up a lot of shots yesterday without Klay Thompson because you're missing that guy coming off the ball.
Spacing.
The spacing that Klay Thompson provides. Coming off the multiple screens. Draymond Green's game is different without Klay. All of a sudden, he's running that point forward, but Steph Curry without Klay Thompson is more of your traditional point guard, and he's holding the ball. All right, let's get to, I'm going to keep it positive. Brian in PA. I'm in a good mood, Brian. Good morning. Go ahead, spit what you got. Go ahead. Get it off your chest.
Yeah. How you guys doing?
Hey, Brian.
I'm doing good for now. Ask me in 60 seconds.
I think multiple things can be true. We can obviously appreciate what Klay was and his contributions, right? I think we can also have an honest discussion because the dollars count now, right? As we know, Lakeup does not want to carry the most gargantuan luxury tax every year. Clay's a $40 million. Is Klay Thompson a $40 million player anymore? Anyone that wants to make that claim has zero rooted in reality. Zero. He's maybe a $15 million player, maybe. A volume shooter at home who shoots well at home, doesn't shoot well on the road, doesn't play defense anywhere. And Jordan Poole, and as for the last month, Clay's been bad, period. He's been a shot-hunting chucker. And when he's missing early in the game, you just put your head down and you're like, oh, boy. Because he's right. It's like it's like a gambler.
Brian. Real quick. I'll let you finish. Does anybody play defense on the road for this basketball team?
No, but the gap between Klay and Jordan and the strengths and weaknesses between them is dramatically willowed down.
Brian, real quick, Brian. You said that he's a shot hunter and he's been chucking the last month. You know what Klay's numbers was in the month of March?
Yeah, I don't care.
He shot 41% from the 3-point line in the month of March.
Okay, I mean,
he shot 41% from the 3-point line in the month of March, and 46.5% from the floor, and averaged 21 points a game and nearly 5 rebounds. What are you saying, Brian?
What I'm saying is Jordan is a far better and more effective player when he's a starter. We know that.
Okay.
And Klay's best version of himself this year occurred when Steph was out. When he was the focal point of the offense, when Steph was out, that was Klay's best stretch. And that was not the case in the past. The case in the past was those two sort of augmented and highlighted each other. That has not been the case this year. And so take that. $40 million. This team could fill a lot, with an expiring contract that you can move. You can get some pieces back. I mean, it's insane that this guy
So BPA in a league that values shooting at an all-time high, you want to get rid of the best shooters in the league for other assets.
I want this team doesn't have, as we learned last night, this team doesn't have issues with offense, with Klay on the court or not. Okay, so if you can take it 40, Russell Westbrook got moved, guys, and they got legit pieces back. Okay, so if you can get 3 pieces back, maybe not, you're not going to get superstars, but guys that'll play defense, guys that are multi-position, versus a $40 million no defense chucker, I say you consider it. And
Bye-bye. I can't do it. I just lost brain cells, dog. It's not factually correct. The guy shot 44% from the three-point line in the month of March, and people were saying he's chucking. He's taking as many shots as Jordan Poole and Steph Curry. At times, does he chuck? At times, does he get into his own bag? He admitted so. He admitted, I shoot too much. I try to shoot my way out of it, and that was awful.
He did admit
that. He does
that.
do that. He admits that.
Yeah. And I think, you know what? To be fair, Curry does it too.
Curry does it a lot.
Yeah. Now, Curry is obviously on another level, but Curry does it too.
All right.
And Jordan Poole does it too.
The guy's leading the league in three-point makes. Okay, yeah, he makes $43 million. That was based off the strength of him playing at a high level.
Yeah.
We didn't know he was going to tear his Achilles. All right? But he's a $15 million a year player?
That I disagree with.
All right?
Especially given
in today's game,
and the
spacing that it provides.
Yeah, agreed.
Defensively at times. And look, I'm not hanging up on guys. I let Brian and PA talk a long time. I let him talk for 3 minutes.
But would you agree that there is a little bit of evolution as we're going forward, where you're trying to, as you shape the roster around them,
right?
Let me I know it's positionless basketball, so it's a lot different. Clay's a 2, they really don't have Curry's not a 1. Curry's kind of a hybrid. He's a 1-2. He's not even a 1. So this is a positionless basketball team. But that being said, how you shape the roster moving forward outside of this year, I do think it matters what you're putting out on the court alongside of Klay Thompson and Steph Curry to maximize both of their values. You need passers to get them the ball out on the perimeter, right? That's why Draymond fits so well with them. Why are you so frustrated?
I'm not. 757. Listen to this one.
What's that?
BPA was 100% right, 1,000% right. What he was saying was trade Klay for Bogdan from Detroit. Bogdanovich.
Well, let's forget the trade Klay. We're not trading Klay. I listened to what Brian's call was. I saw it on the other side, and I kind of was giving you, because I got a couple of DMs. These aren't my opinions; these are DMs that I got last night. They're
Why do we do this every time Klay's out and Poole has a good game?
Yeah,
we don't do this for 3 months. All of a sudden, Klay sits out, and here we go again. It's like clockwork. So
is there a coincidence that other guys step up, or is it just because there's more shots available?
You have to step up.
Yeah,
and there's more shots available.
Okay,
there's 16 shots available. Curry was chucking yesterday.
Yeah.
He's chucked a lot this year.
Yes, he has. When he's not been hot.
On Sunday, he was 2 of 14 for the three-point line.
Mm-hmm.
But why is it when Klay has a bad game, well, let's trade the guy. Let's trade him. And the whole defense thing. We want to pinpoint Klay's defense. Everybody on this team sucks defensively.
Outside of
Draymond Green, Looney, and Draymond.
Yes, there's 4 guys. Well, and GP2 now.
Which is why you brought GP2 back.
4 guys, yes.
Because none of these guys can guard.
I agree with that.
Whether it's Poole, Klay, Curry. Nobody's guarding on the road. We're one of the worst road teams when it comes to defense.
Well, and I think the biggest thing why I'm so excited for the Wiggins return, I actually think it helps Klay the most. I think it takes pressure off of him on the perimeter defensively, and I think it helps the spacing. So instead of just catch and shoot, he's got less people on him. I think you have to honor Wiggins' attacking and his own three-point shooting. I think it balances the floor a lot better for Klay Thompson.
Guy just had his best month offensively in his career.
I think they need all
January. February. You need all of them.
Yeah,
exactly. They're all connected. They're all connected. They're all connected. Defending. What? Well, what? Go to the calls. It's all good.
One of the things that really annoys me.
I'm not going to get annoyed
The
today.
YouTube chat is moving faster than I've ever seen it move in my life.
I'm going to sit back, take these calls. We're going to talk to Dalton Johnson, 8:30. We'll talk to Tim Roy, 9:20. But this annoys me. And I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. But I'm in a good mood. I'm not going to let Brian and BPA derail the show with that take. I'm sorry, I just disagree with it.
That's fair.
Junior, San Jose. I can't believe you threw it out there.
I didn't even throw it out there.
It's your fault.
I'm done.
I'm blaming you.
I didn't even throw it out there.
Junior, San Jose. San Jose, what's happening?
Yes, sir. What's going on, Bonte, Joe? How you guys
What's
doing,
up,
man?
What's up? What's going on?
Hey, man, I'm just mad, man. All these non-loyal fans. Klay Thompson, man. How could you even think about trading Klay? That's wild to me. We don't have 4 rings without that man.
Yeah.
What a game.
No, but all the roster moves need to be put on pause till the end of the year.
You say offense is not a problem for last night? OKC is one of the worst defensive teams in the league. They just are. They don't guard anybody. They're young. They don't defend. Scored 136 because you had to, because you gave up 120. So they didn't look like the defense was better yesterday. Give up 80 in the first half. Talking about. What are we doing? We're better than that, Dub Nation. We're better than that. Blue and Richmond. What's happening? Blue, what's going on?
Hello?
What's up, Blue?
Hello?
Blue, we got you. What's going on?
Fellas?
What's up?
Can y'all hear me?
Blue, we got you. Blue.
Top of the morning. Hey, Shasky, man, why you start this? Why you start?
I didn't even start anything.
Man, I'm tired of the. Well, I'm not. You're not disrespecting Klay, but I get tired of the disrespect Klay gets. Game in and game out. I'm with you, Bonte. I'm with you 100%.
This is unbelievable. Hey, Blue, I haven't heard none of this for the last 3 months. And all of a sudden he misses a game. They score 136 against OKC, who's not even in damn playing tournament. And all of a sudden it's trade Klay. Or maybe they play better without Klay. Why do we do this? Why?
This is the situation. You will miss him when he's gone. I'm telling you. We need to stop that when it comes to Klay Thompson. He needs his flowers. He needs his flowers for the time he's here. And I hope he retire Warrior. No way Klay should be gone out the Bay. This is home for him. Chasky, yeah, you wrong for starting that mess this morning and got us going up. Got my blood pressure all high.
Mine too, Blue. Thank you for saying that. And you wouldn't even stand behind it. I couldn't even get the question out of you.
I asked you a question.
I didn't know what the question was.
I asked you a question, and then
you was all over the place.
Take.
I was like, what are you asking me? Gosh. You talk about loyalty as a fan base. Fans always say loyalty. That's why some fans get on my damn nerves. One of the most loyal players in your organization's history, coming off of 2 serious leg injuries. He doesn't play one game against the Oklahoma City Thunder, who give up 120 without even blinking. All right? It's a layup. Think about how many threes the Warriors have made against OKC this year. Fitz had it yesterday. Yesterday they made 23. They made at least 23s every single game against Oklahoma City this year. At least 20. That's 60 points from the 3-point line in every single game against OKC.
We should be celebrating how great they played in the fourth quarter, not breaking down who needs to go 6 months from now. I asked you why did all these guys have a good game? That's all I asked.
You were alluding to something because you brought Klay up.
You're insinuating. That's okay.
No, you brought Klay up,
Moody
Shasky.
had a great game.
You brought it up.
Because he didn't play. It was a late scratch.
And then Brian and you teased Brian and PA with that nonsense. He's just chucking it last month. Well, he shot 41%.
BPA. That was BPA.
He shot 41% from the 3-point line in the month of March.
And I didn't agree with that.
21 points a game. What are we doing? Come on. Gabi in Oakland. What's up?
What's up, fellas? I'm going to stay with Klay, Dre, and Steph all day till the wheels fall off. But I want to actually talk about Moses Moody's great game. I was so happy to see him on the court. This whole year, I'm like, where the hell is this guy? He was playing good minutes in the finals last year along with Kuminga. And you know what I was wondering about is the strength in numbers. Is that even the Warriors' motto anymore? Because I felt like this whole entire year You got guys like Wiseman, Moody. Now you got JaMychal Green on the bench. I don't feel like that strength in numbers culture is even there anymore. If it's not the motto of the Warriors, what is the Warriors' new motto? Because everybody's talking about identity. What's the Warriors' identity going to the playoffs? It's not strength in numbers.
What is it?
Next man up.
Identity. How do you call it?
Next man up, baby. Because that's what it's been all season.
It feels like the scrappers and the shooters, right? So you got like Looney, DDV, and GP2 and Draymond, like the scrappy guys, you know what I mean? And then you got the shooters, JP, Klay. I'd throw Wiggins in there when he returns, and Steph Curry.
Yep.
You like that?
I do like that. I'm really happy Wiggins is back in the building. I don't think we've talked enough about it. We've been talking about the game.
What did you think of his reception from the fans when they actually announced?
Dub Nation. It's classy.
It's
a classy
very
fan
classy.
base. It's a classy fan base. They represent their own players.
Yeah.
Well, except for Brian and PA, who wants to trade one of the most loyal players in the franchise's history. But just out of beat OKC. Let's go ahead and start talking about trading Klay Thompson. We haven't got to the playoffs yet. What the hell are we doing?
This wouldn't be the first time that Brian in Palo Alto was also wrong about a Golden State Warrior. This is him last year during the playoff stretch.
Raymond's got nothing left. He doesn't.
Sorry, Brian. Had to do it to you, bud. Love you.
Hey, you show me an opinion
You know what?
that doesn't age well, and I'll show you my career.
Yeah, well, you know what? On the morning roast for 1 week only, I'm putting Brian in EPA or Palo Alto. It's not from EPA, it's from Palo Alto. It's
from University
It's closer
Ave.
to Stanford. Yeah, than he is from
Might be from East Palo Alto. You
maybe.
don't know.
You don't know, maybe.
Shout
maybe.
out,
but you know what?
Peace Officer of the Year,
You know what?
Eric Bellato.
Hey, Eric Bellato, shout out to him.
Yeah.
BPA is in Alcatraz for a week.
Ooh.
With that take. I'm sorry, he's in Alcatraz. You call Starny
You think he's getting a public defender?
Call Willard Dibbs all you want to. Call Starny Eagle on this show. You're not allowed to call until next Wednesday.
Got to be better than that, Coach.
You got to be better.
So good. He's got an entire.
He's a good guy.
He's got an entire folder of drops.
No, I like Brian at PA, but you can't. Come on, man. They just scored 136. Let's look at Charles in Louisiana. Go ahead, talk.
Hey, Charles.
in Louisiana.
Hey, Charles.
And we're going to look up some numbers for Klay Thompson. Or look up numbers for OKC. I want to look at
Yeah,
their
man.
defense.
I appreciate y'all chat this morning.
What happened there?
Just cutting in and out, or I don't know what he's doing.
Louisiana. Call us back from down there in Louisiana. Calls are lighting up. That's what BPA does do. He lights them up. 888-957-9570.
Got to be better than that, Coach.
Well, believable.
And then he hopped in the chat to defend himself.
I'm done.
Well, that's when you know you're taking an L, when you got to go there and start. No, I'm not a Warriors employee. I work for NBC and 95.7 The Game. I may represent the Warriors, but I'm not. I've been on this stance all year. Why would I trade Klay Thompson, one of the better shooters in the league?
Provides incredible spacing. And he carried them offensively for multiple
We want to
months.
point at defense, his defense. Who else plays defense on this team? Outside of Draymond Green, Looney, and DiVincenzo.
Well, I think his
GP2.
but his defense has evolved in the sense that they're not asking him to do what they did prior, and I think that the way that Kerr has managed his defense has actually played more to his strengths,
Right.
which is the rebounding and his lower body and things like that, as opposed to him being out on the perimeter on an island against small electric players. That's just not who he is anymore.
Very strong in the lower body. He could guard post players, so
exactly.
you're good there. OKC's defensive rebounding, 21st in the league. Opponents rebounding, 30th in the league. So they don't rebound, number one. Opponents' points per game. Oklahoma City is 21st in the league and giving up 116.5 points. All right? Let's not act like they beat the Milwaukee Bucks last night. They beat the Oklahoma City Thunder, who are fighting for their lives. All right? Let's not get crazy here. This is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. Let's go to break. Damn it.
Professionals, property managers, and building owners earn free education credits.
Green Day. Let's go.
This Green Day?
Yeah.
Oakland's own. Let's go.
Oakland's own? They're from...
Is it Oakland or Berkeley?
Oakland. They
They're
claim
from
Oakland.
Oakland?
Yeah.
Okay.
Green Day's like big, right?
Green Day was huge.
They're like millionaires, right?
Dookie's
they're
one of
massive,
the greatest.
yeah.
I would say 93 or 94. Probably one of the top 5 albums of that year.
American Idiot, early 2000s, yeah.
They're from Oakland?
Yeah. Billy Joe. Is it Billy Joe or Billy Joel?
Billy Joe Armstrong.
Some
Billy
people
Joe.
are saying they're from Rodeo.
What, Green Day?
Yeah.
Where's Rodeo?
Rodeo's like kind of past, I want to say it's right past Vallejo.
Okay. Oh,
in that area,
okay.
Fairfield, Vallejo-ish.
I thought they were from
I think they claim Oakland, though. Like maybe in high school or something. They went there.
Well,
so it's like being bored as Heaven Tail, but claiming San Francisco.
Like Tom
Basically what
Brady.
they're doing.
Well, like the best video they had, even though no one would ever do this anymore because you would contract every single disease ever. When they has his hands on the Powell Street station, the bubbles as they're going through the tunnel. That's probably, I think it's When I Come Around.
Right.
It's one of my favorite videos of all time.
All right, you know what? I'm going to make an executive decision.
What's that?
Positive vibes. Warriors
Let's
won last
go.
night. They score 136 to close out their home regular season schedule. Brian and Palo Alto has been released from Alcatraz. We paroled him out. He can call back tomorrow.
He's the
or
Birdman?
Friday.
He escaped?
He escaped. No, he didn't escape. We just let him out.
Okay.
Just gave him a little ticket. That's all. Positive vibes, so positive.
So people are saying Rodeo is by Pinole, Crockett, Hercules, etc.
Oh, that's where it is.
Okay.
All right, I messed that up.
I know where Crockett is because it's right before that bridge.
No, Rodeo's not a bad place to live, too. Nice houses out there. Very nice. All right, let's go to Petaluma's finest. Lubman's in my ear. He's actually producing today.
The 707 is the area code.
Well, you know, Lubman's just all freaked out because Logan Webb's on a mound, a big start against Dylan Cease out there in Chicago. Lubman is like, he wants that 3-2 Giants record so damn bad. He wants to win so bad today. He's on edge.
I need Logan Webb to earn that contract
He's
extension.
got to be reading reads I'm not even supposed to read. It's supposed to be for next week.
Well, that's someone above
But
me
you know
who made
what?
that mistake.
That's why you would want to sign up for a sponsorship here with 95.7 The Game.
Yes.
We might not only just read the reads that you need, we might also give you even more advertisements.
Absolutely. Like Metro Cafe, who the owner, Omar, DM'd me yesterday, said, I will drop some cheesesteaks off now. Now, I'm going on a massive diet on Monday.
Oh.
So, Omar, if you're listening, Metro Cafe,
This
we need those
Monday?
cheesesteaks till Friday. We need to get it all in right now.
Because it's the Giants game on Friday.
Oh, yeah, home opener.
Yeah, I'm going out there.
Home
Did you
opener.
see? It's freaking going to rain.
I could say something, but I won't.
What's that?
I want to say something to Dalton Johnson, DJ. Skyrocketed into business. NBC Sports Bay Area, Petaluma's finest. I enjoy his coverage of the Golden State Warriors, writes great articles. He was out there last night, of course, at Chase Center as the Warriors wrap up their home schedule 33-8. Hopefully they have more home games in the foreseeable future. Dalton, good morning. What's up, man?
What's up, guys? Good to be talking with you. Appreciate it.
I can't believe you woke up to come on this program today, but you're a better man than me. Listen, DJ, last night, obviously Jordan Poole in the fourth quarter, but the big story is Andrew Wiggins being back and how he connects his basketball team. First, I want to get your impressions of Andrew Wiggins and Bob Myers on how they spoke to the media before the game. Of course, Bob thanked the media for respecting the privacy of Andrew Wiggins. What was your big takeaway from that presser?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think Andrew, of course, looks very happy to be up there next to Bob Myers to have the support of the Warriors. Everything was very supportive as far as in their messaging. And this, to me, was just kind of another reminder that last year we talked so much about Andrew Wiggins truly finding a home with the Warriors as far as a player with his fit. Obviously, he signed that early contract extension and everything. But I mean, you go back to draft night. This guy was the #1 draft pick, hailed as the Maple Michael Jordan in high school, all the hype at Kansas, #1 draft pick. And just like that, LeBron decides to come home. He's on his way out to Minnesota. He was in trade rumors for years and years and years. And finally, he's somewhere where it feels like the respect is there, the trust is there on and off the court. And that was just something that was a reminder to me while listening to Bob Myers, while watching Andrew Wiggins kind of just nod along to his message and be open with us and want to be able to talk with us for the first time in nearly 2 months. So clearly it was great to have Andrew Wiggins back in the arena, back at Chase Center, and the Warriors couldn't be happier right now.
What's the sense that you get in terms of when he'll be able to come back and play for the team?
Yeah, that'll be really interesting. I mean, he got a on-court workout yesterday. He was in the weight room with Rick Celebrini. this is obviously going to come down to Celebrini and the medical staff. It was listening to Andrew Wiggins and just kind of watching him. It was interesting to try to see where he's at. We know that he's not only a top athlete on the Warriors, but one of the best athletes in all of the NBA. I will say from an outside perspective, he was talking about what he's been doing. We heard before that he was working out every day. He made it sound like, yes, he was getting a lot of workouts in on the court, getting a lot of shots up, but also said that he lifted a handful of times, that he was on the treadmill here and there, that his conditioning was more in his on-court workout space compared to, running hills, things like that. He did look, this isn't someone who's bulky, but did look a little skinny, I'll be honest. And it'll just be interesting to see how quickly they want to throw him out there. I would err more on the side of caution, expecting more if we see him in the regular season Sunday compared to Friday. But again, this is someone where even if you can just get him out for spurts to just get his body that feeling of being back on the court before the hopeful playoffs on the play-in would be great for the Warriors and great for Andrew Wiggins. And it's just another incentive really for the Warriors to be a top 6 seed. Giving Wiggins that extra rest is going to be huge for him and the Warriors.
No, you make a great point. Dalton Johnson, Petaluma's finest here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game, does a great job covering the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. And you're right on point, man. Speaking about Bob Myers and the way he handled it, him sitting next to Andrew Wiggins, and the way the organization rallied around Andrew Wiggins and gave him space. But also in the meantime, guys got a lot better. Jonathan Kuminga got a lot better. DiVincenzo got a lot reps. But how about Moses Moody, who has had a lot of DNPs this season, Dalton, and him and DiVincenzo helped flip that game in the first quarter, and then he played well late in the basketball game as well. It was a welcome sight to see Moses Moody contribute to the win last night.
Awesome to see what Moses Moody was able to contribute last night. I mean, look, these were his most meaningful minutes of the entire season. He had played 30-plus minutes here and there in games where the Warriors didn't have their guys, in games where there were clear blowouts. But last night was easily his most meaningful game of the season. Came up absolutely huge on both ends of the floor. When I go back to last night's game, two sequences really stick out the most to me. The first one is Moses Moody coming in there for that offensive rebound, ripping it away, and in an instant jumping back up for a dunk right there. And that's the way he played. He was flying in for offensive rebounds, getting jump balls, hitting key three-pointers. And then the other one was the scores tied 115-115 in the fourth quarter. And you see both Gary Payton II and Dante DiVincenzo flying up for a missed Jordan Poole three-pointer, tipping it right to Steph Curry, which wound up being 3 points for the Warriors. And that was just the energy that the bench brought the whole night. As you said, guys really stepped up in their opportunities with Jonathan Kuminga, Dante DiVincenzo, obviously GP2 recently with Andrew Wiggins being out. But then Moses Moody, you got to give him so much credit because the Warriors from day one of his rookie year to right now have praised his maturity, the way he's been able to stay ready. And there's times when you're going, okay, we hear it, you're praising it, let's see it on the court right now. And then he goes out there on the 80th game of the season and what essentially was a must-win to try to avoid this play-in game and gives him that. I mean, that has to be a huge confidence boost for Moses and for Steve Kerr alike, knowing that you can go in, throw this guy in truly any situation, just like he did in the playoffs last year, and know that he's going to be ready. So, again, hats off to Moses Moody for what he provided to the Warriors last night.
What did you make? Obviously, Klay was like a late scratch, and they start Anthony Lamb. It doesn't go as well as everyone would like, and there's some lineup tinkering. I mean, there's been lineup tinkering all year. What was your overall thoughts in terms of the starting lineup and then how they adjusted, obviously, going into the third quarter and then into the fourth quarter, going with all the small guys?
Yeah, I mean, look, the starting lineup, obviously a very late scratch with Klay Thompson's lower back flaring up like that, and it was definitely a head-scratcher to me to first see it. On the surface, it made sense just in these terms, the fact that Anthony Lamb, size-wise, can be somewhat comparable to Klay Thompson. The fact that as a trio, Anthony Lamb, Kuminga, and Draymond Green have been really, really successful together. And that five-man group has been actually successful together.
Right.
That five-man group also has only played 28 games the entire season.
Wow.
Anthony Lamb hadn't started a game since December 28th. This is the 80th game of the season, and you're throwing in a lineup that hasn't started one game together. So that's why I'm like, hey, maybe not right now. I understand the numbers, but these are more for shorter spurts, right? Mm-hmm. This is a group that starts the second quarter together, and that's different, especially obviously with everything that's on the line. And the numbers just spoke for themselves. I mean, the starting group played together for 5 minutes and 42 seconds. They were a -8 together.
Wow.
And then that more big group that's more used to each other with Steph Curry, Jordan Poole, Dante DiVincenzo, Draymond, and Kevon Looney, they wound up playing 8 minutes together and were a +12. So, the necessary adjustments were pretty quick. The experiment failed pretty quickly, but you got to give the coaching staff and Steve Kerr credit, too, that they made a quick adjustment, that they didn't try to go back to it. Anthony Lamb didn't play in the second half until it was, quote-unquote, garbage time, the last minute and a half. So, again, on the surface level, by the numbers, it made sense, but not to me at this time of the season with what was at stake. And they made the necessary adjustments, and the bench stepped up big time. This was just a different kind of strength and numbers game for the Warriors after making that quick adjustment.
No doubt. Dalton Johnson, we'll get you out of here with this. How do you think the Suns will play it this weekend? We got all these tiebreakers, right? But I think the Suns hold the key because they play the Lakers and the Clippers to end the season. And I wonder if the Suns will rest their guys, and then what does that mean for the rest of the Western Conference? Because we all know the teams won't admit it, but they much rather play Sacramento in that first round than the Phoenix Suns. Any word on how some of these teams are going to play it this weekend, or you like us, we're going to just have to wait and see?
Yeah, I think you're going to have to just wait and see. With the Suns, there's obviously reasons to try to sit them. They obviously have secured that playoff berth. We know the health issues with guys like Kevin Durant. We also have seen how really, really, really good, unsurprisingly, the Suns are with Kevin Durant. At the same time, they might want to just keep that rolling. They're undefeated as a group.
Right.
You want to keep getting, but it's only been a handful of games, right? I believe it's been 7 games now, and you want to keep getting that group more and more time together. So I would not be surprised if Monty Williams goes, hey, until I hear, I'm going to play it cautious. If I hear anything about injuries or, lingering bumps and bruises, let me know. But we have to have this group playing together at full strength. And I'd rather have 9 games together than even 7 games together, So everything matters as far as that chemistry goes for the Suns. Obviously, a wait and see kind of situation. But I wouldn't be surprised if Monty Williams doesn't kind of let off the gas and keeps going to get Kevin Durant more and more of that chemistry with this group going together into the playoffs.
Yeah, very interesting. Warriors, Clippers, and Lakers have 38 losses apiece. The Pelicans sitting there with 39 losses, a big loss to the Kings last night. They have the Grizzlies, Knicks, and the Minnesota Timberwolves on the road coming up. So I don't see them. They may go 1-3 over this last 4-game stretch. So it's going to come down to the Warriors, Clippers, and Lakers for those final 2 spots in the top 6. Dalton, you're a good man. Thanks for waking up with us this morning. Keep up the good work.
Thanks,
NBC
Dalton.
Sports Bay Area. I see you Friday.
Appreciate you guys always.
Anytime. Petaluma's finest, DJ. Probably should have got some baseball text here. Former college baseball player as well.
Yeah, I heard he was quite fast back in the day. Tommy Call was telling me he's one of the fastest guys coming out of that region.
Wow. See.
How
many injuries did he suffer?
I don't know.
Did injuries derail his career?
I don't know.
Well, I got to ask Dalton that. We talk, we joke. He's doing a good job covering basketball. He's made the transition. It's been a smooth transition for him covering basketball. He does a good job covering the Dubs. I saw him at halftime yesterday. I said, man, that starting lineup, because I know we all were thinking like.
What did you think when they announced the starting lineup?
Well, we threw it up the graphic right before the crossover. I was like, really? In my head, I was what?
Okay. You didn't say that on
I didn't say no.
I mean, Fitz, really? What is this?
Well, I'm not going to do that.
Give me how TV Bonte said it. Fitz, look at this lineup.
Oh, Fitz, wow, 24 different starting lineup. You get Anthony Lamb and Jonathan Kuminga. I see what Kerr's doing. He wants to space the floor. What do you think about that, Fitz?
What is going on here?
Man, I did not have Moses Moody having such an impact on such a must-win game heading into that. Like, if you would have asked me in the morning of that game, like, I would probably say 95% he gets a DNP or less than 3 minutes.
I mean, he got out the friend zone yesterday, right?
Dog, I didn't see that coming.
That's
a good one. That's a good one.
No, I had to use that. I stole that from you.
That's a good one.
Oh, man. No, listen, man. By the way.
But he was so good.
I feel embarrassed, man.
Why is that?
We should be Bay Area. We're Bay Area natives. We should know where Rodeo is. It's by Hercules. It's right by the Dead Fish, right before the Vallejo Bridge. I thought it was after the Vallejo Bridge. It's right before the Vallejo Bridge.
Well, I guess it's after if you're coming in or south.
Yeah, if you're coming from Vallejo,
so
and then you cross the bridge, and then it's Rodeo.
Yeah.
But if you're going to Vallejo, it's before you cross the Vallejo.
And that's where Billy Joe Armstrong, lead singer of Green Day, is from, they were saying.
Rodeo.
So I got the guitarist Mike Dirnt, who is from Oakland. So he is one of the founding members for them. So they could also claim Oakland because one of their band members are from there.
Huh. I don't want to piss off the great residents of Rodeo.
No, we'll just say East Bay. We love the East Bay.
I do need to get out more, Loco Moco. I need to get out. And it has to be, things like outdoorsy stuff, not just sporting events. I do need to get out. You're right about that.
Well, I'm sure there are a lot of people that in the East Bay maybe don't know where Belmont is or Colma, some of these smaller, subsets. So I apologize for that. I should know that. You're right.
Yeah, I should know that. Shout out to Dead Fish, by the way. You ever been there?
No, is it good?
Oh, Spadone. You never been?
Oh, is there dead fish there? Like, what is it like? What's?
Oh, it's legit seafood out there at the Dead Fish. It's
You've been
really
there,
good.
Love
I've been there a couple times.
Because I thought the last town right before the Carquinez Bridge was Crockett. Because I had my wife had a family friend that lived in Crockett. I believe
you're right about that. Crockett is the last.
And it's
town
very
before Carquinez.
small, and there's like a little bar and cafe, and I believe there's some really nice views where you can park your car and look out into the bay. Yeah, so I know that there's a league out there because I was searching softball leagues for the station, but it does not sound like we've got enough players here at the station to put together a team.
Does that surprise you?
No.
I mean, we do. We got young, spry producers out here.
But everybody's like, I can only play on Thursdays at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Who said that?
No, I'm just saying, everybody's time frames, nothing lines up.
Well, you got Saturdays.
Lay off.
Nobody's coming in on a Saturday to play some softball?
I'm a snob.
No, you don't play softball on the weekends. Weekends is for the family.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
Mm-hmm.
I have a wife.
I love the silence, man. 888-957-9570. How are we feeling about the Dubs right now? Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins is back in the building. We heard from Wiggins, and he was asked about his conditioning. Let's just go ahead and go through the Wiggins sound in case people missed it. In case you missed him in the pregame, he sat next to Bob Myers, president of basketball operations. Bob Myers had the opening statements. Here's what Bob Myers had to open his presser yesterday before tip-off.
I know that your job, everybody in the room and anybody in media, is to break news, give answers, and I really appreciate how you all covered this situation. It means a lot to me. I'm sure it means a lot to Andrew, and he can say that in his own way if he wants. But that's a pretty rare thing now in our business, to respect the personal life of someone that's in a public job. And I can imagine the questions you got and pressure you received to answer those questions.
No doubt. I mean, Dumas joined us yesterday. Jason Dumas from Crown 4 is from Philadelphia. Does a great job for Crown 4. He mentioned it, and I don't think he's lying about it. Any other market, it would have been tough. Tough for this organization. It would have been tough for Andrew Wiggins to navigate. They would have been on him every single day. So credit to the Bay Area for, respecting the privacy. Different markets would have been a different tune.
Don't you also think the way Bob Myers, obviously there's the equity that he's earned.
With the media, too.
Yes, but I think also, Bob has been so candid over other things that have happened, whether it's the KD, Draymond, Poole. There's been a lot of stuff over a decade.
That's a good point.
And I believe that, I don't know if I would file this under drama, tension, workplace issue. I don't know how you would file this, right? I don't know what an HR company would call it, but Bob kind of just understands life and people. I have a term, B. So-and-so gets it.
Right.
Bob gets it. And I don't know what that means necessarily. Just when stuff comes up, he understands how to navigate troubled waters.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
And I feel like when I listen to him talk, it's like, man, that's the kind of person I need in my life.
And that's the person you don't want to leave your organization, right?
At all.
Bob Myers.
At all.
Let's go to...
could you imagine a first-year GM having to deal with that?
Well, a fifth-year GM. Many GMs wouldn't know how to handle the situation. Many coaches, owners, how many teams would have been like, yo, Andrew, we get what you're going through. We need you back now.
Think about what Alden Smith and Trent Baalke went through.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, I know football's different. I know times are different. There's a lot different, but that wasn't navigated properly.
No, it wasn't. They didn't navigate a lot of things properly.
Could you imagine Trent Baalke sitting next to one of his players like the way Bob was? And I know the dynamics are different in basketball.
Think about Belichick and the Patriots.
Yeah, it's even better.
You think they would have handled the situation? Forget an NFL team.
The player's not here.
There's many basketball teams. James Dolan, the New York Knicks.
That's a great point. I mean, James Dolan is hiring or he's using technology. Anyone who is a part of this law firm, even though they're not a part of the suit,
right.
If you come into Madison Square Garden, you're being removed.
How would the Lakers handle this situation? Not a lot of teams would have handled it the way the Warriors handled it.
I mean, you saw what they did to Westbrook.
I know. Yes.
They ran him over.
Last year, they were running over Anthony Davis.
Yes, good call.
I mean,
leaking to Colin Cowherd that he doesn't work hard and he doesn't work on his diet.
Yeah,
and all
that was cool. Remember, I got mad at you.
Yeah,
about
I know,
that.
but I'm just saying that's what he was saying.
I was like, that's not fair, dude.
Yeah.
People leaking stuff. We know where the leaks come from when it comes to the LA Lakers. It's LeBron James and Clutch. Anyway, Bob Myers spoke about family being more important than basketball.
And I also want to thank our organization for handling it the way we did. Basketball is a really important thing in the world. It's certainly here, but it's never more important than family. And that's never going to change. So when a player or an employee of this organization is dealing with something involving their family, we fully support that. And we will always fully support that. That in fact, was an easy decision for us. It wasn't hard. Basketball is Andrew's job. It's, in a sense, my job, but it's not my life. It's not his life. I know you have to ask him questions. He's going to sit up here and answer them, but I hope you can respect the answers he gives, and he'll be as open as he chooses to be.
Bob, like everybody, is glad to see Wiggins back in the Bay Area.
I'm excited that he's back. I'm really excited you're back, but I'm sad that you had to be gone. So I don't want to sit here and forget about that part.
And then Bob talked about what gets lost in sports, because I do think we forget that they are human beings. They're pro athletes and make a lot of money.
100%.
They are human, and they hear everything, and it affects them the same way it affects us, Jasky. Mm-hmm. Somebody rips us. Here's what Bob Myers had to say about that.
Yeah, I think what sometimes gets lost in professional sports, and although everybody in this room covers them, they're people, they have lives and family. And I know that sounds obvious, but it sometimes gets lost. But when you work here, at least how we do it, you get to know Andrew as a person, not just as a 20-point scorer. So when someone that you know or work with goes through something, your first thought is, how can I help? Are you okay? Is there anything you need? And in this case, Andrew needed to be away. And whatever he needed, we wanted to support.
And then last but not least, Myers said that Wiggins has made sacrifices for this organization.
This is a guy that I can tell you, and we were talking before we came up, where he's made sacrifices personally for this organization. Some you may know of, some you may not, but I do.
Makes a lot of sacrifices. Now, Wiggins, when he finally got his chance to speak, he was asked if he would like to share anything about what he went through. Here's his answer.
I'd rather just keep that private, just for me and, my family and the people close to the family that really need to know.
And then asked about the support he received from the team.
It was all just love and support. I had a lot of the teammates just, hitting me up and, saying their love and their prayers. I just appreciate it all. It just goes a long way. It's more than basketball.
And then thank the organization and everyone for giving them some love.
Well, first, I just want to say thank you to Joe, Bob, Steve, and, the whole Warriors organization for giving me space and privacy, during the time I needed to be with my family. And thank you all, for the people that also respected my privacy and space. And I appreciate that a lot.
Now, Shasky, I think Festus last night made a great point.
What was
I
that?
forget whether it was pre or post. But to discuss how this organization dealt with this situation. And it is a players' organization. We've seen that with the Golden State Warriors. Players are empowered. What does it mean league-wide when other players are thinking about destinations in the future and they're saying, boy, look at the way the Warriors handle that situation. And they've completely, I didn't think they handled the Draymond Green sort of Poole situation the best that they could. They were able to navigate through that, right?
You're not going to bat 1,000.
Not going to bat 1,000. It was a little rocky.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But comes this situation, and Andrew Wiggins is away, and he respected his privacy. Now other players are going to say, you know what? They do treat the players right. It is a players-first organization. I think it means a lot for the Warriors in terms of future free agents and this culture. Now people are going to say, well, not only do I want to play with Steph and Klay and Jordan Poole and Dre, but also look at the way they treat us. Well, Andrew Wiggins has never been happier in his basketball life until he came to the Bay Area.
That's a great point.
Wow.
That's a great point.
Look at the way they treat me here.
Yeah.
They treat me like a first-class citizen.
And they could have, this is going to sound cruel. I'm not saying this because this is the way I feel, but I could see a scenario where other organizations scapegoat the Wiggins absence as this huge anchor on the performance of a season. You can see how that could cave in a lot of things. I'm not saying that it should happen. I'm saying I could see a scenario where organizations would see it. Think about all the stuff the Nets went through, whether it be Kyrie, Harden, Ben Simmons, or Durant.
Yeah.
Any one of those things could have caved them in. All of them, look, that's why they're, actually, they might make the playoffs in the 6th seed, but neither here nor there. Point being is that...
Yeah, the way they handled Kyrie and KD was a complete disaster.
It was.
They ended up without any of them.
So now,
James Harden.
Let's just say, hypothetically, you're a superstar, Giannis Antetokounmpo. You think you really want to go play for the Nets?
Right.
Okay. Now let's say you're a journeyman, like an Otto Porter Jr. was last year, or Dante DiVincenzo. Do you think you really want to go, sign that league minimum over there or over here?
With the Warriors.
You know what I mean? All things being equal, guys want to win. They want to make money. Well, probably money then winning, or some, order for most guys. And they want to feel the respect and the love.
Yeah. No, you're right. Why would anybody want to?
But that's what we all want in all of our jobs.
No doubt.
I've had situations where I've had employers, and I got to say that Matt, and I've told him this, there's times I want to kill him, our boss here, but there's other times where he gets it. And something is happening at home or whatever, or in our lives, and it's that takes precedent over what we're doing here.
No doubt.
And I appreciate that. And it's a different level of sports and, sports media, but I always like those kinds of bosses.
You know how to butter up with the best of them, baby.
Well, we have a meeting today. I'm hoping it'll be about 7 minutes.
Yeah, Matty Higgin, I don't agree with half your decisions. I'm going to just say that. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to go there. Matty Higgins cool.
Oh, boy.
Just stay off of Twitter, Matt. Tweeting too much these days. Way too much.
How many videos is this guy taking off
on
the
a
television?
bum foot. He's got to sit down. He's on his phone.
Oh, boy. He's going to be out for a couple weeks. He's going to be tweeting nonstop.
So, okay, what's he out for?
TV.
What's he out for?
I don't know. He says.
I want to guess. Is it plantar fascia?
I don't know.
How did he get hurt? He doesn't play any sports.
Well, I told you. People get hurt. That's why doctors are well paid. Injuries happen. My buddy Rocco, his hip's all messed up. He's been going up and down a ladder for 25 years.
Well, he actually played college soccer, so.
Well, that too.
He
also tore his ACL.
High-level sports.
Yeah.
Matt Higgin is just getting out his car and coming upstairs.
That doesn't mean he can't get hurt either.
Boy.
My dad had the degenerative hip. He was 65 years old, bending over as a plumber, and then he had to have the new hip. This happens.
I can't find the Tom.
Oh, yeah. My mom's cutting him off. No more graveyard shifts for him.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
He's getting too old for it, she says. She wants him to be home. Plus all of the stuff that's been happening in the neighborhood, she wants him home at night, which is totally reasonable.
She doesn't want to be home alone.
Yeah, I don't blame her.
Yeah. Or she could just
So
come
when
to
you
your
see
house.
my dad, can you tell him no more working graveyards?
But no, maybe she could just stay at your house when
I told her I'd go over there. I called her. I said, Mom, you want me to come on over?
Look at you trying to leave the show quick. What's going on over there? Said, I'll go over there. You know when a guy volunteers to go to his mama's house to sleep, something's going on.
Does anyone really have a choice?
But no, I was like, Mom, I'll come over. She's like, no, it's okay. And all right. And then, of course, a 2-minute conversation turned into a 40-minute conversation.
Yeah, Papa Shasky don't need to be working graveyard.
You feel me?
By the way,
please tell him. You don't listen to me.
Papa Shasky, stop working late at night. You retired for a reason.
Thank you.
Sit your ass at home.
Exactly.
Chill with Noreen and watch some baseball and basketball.
And grandkids. Exactly.
And get you some regular sleep.
Exactly.
Go to sleep at 11, wake up at 7. You get full 8 hours. You're all good. Get up, golf. Come on, Papa Shasky. By the way, he needs to send that photo. The photo we took, me, you, Deli Boy, Papa Shasky before he went to Philadelphia.
Yeah, he does.
That was an iconic photo.
I'm surprised it wasn't on Facebook. He literally documents his every step.
I mean, that was a legit photo.
It really
that one
was.
goes in the game room. Like, you got to blow that one up.
Did I tell you what his little move is on Facebook?
No.
He's got a photo of me, him, and my brother.
I saw that.
And we have the exact same name. So I think a lot of people who are either my friends or whatever think that I'm him and that's my profile. And so they hit subscribe or whatever, follow, whatever it is on Facebook.
He's getting all the love.
Oh, yeah. He's playing the game just right.
Yeah, he is. He doesn't tweet as much, but he's on that Facebook a lot.
Oh, God.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Let me ask you this. We'll get right back into the Warriors, but I may or may not have muted my mother on social media. Am I a bad son for that? Am I a bad kid for that?
I mean,
because like sometimes I'll go into my DMs and my mom sent me like 15 messages. I'm like, oh, I didn't see that because
I don't have the Messenger on Facebook downloaded on my phone.
Well, Instagram.
Oh, she hits you on Insta?
Yeah. It's like my mom. I don't. Sometimes she'll post a selfie. I'm like, Mom, what are you doing? Mom, what are you posting? It's just posting in it. You
got to hit the double like.
Press send and like you're too active. You're way too active.
It's okay. Let her feel the.
I mean, yeah, I do. But am I a bad self for maybe muting my mom? Like, there's some kids who don't even follow their moms.
It's your mom.
You haven't muted your dad?
No. He expects all of the likes. Because once you mute him, you're not going to like him no more on the likes. So you got to hit the likes every now and then.
How about this? Mom, I'm just joking. I'm kidding. I don't have you muted. I see everything you post. Here we go. Jordan Poole stand on Twitter. Told you your caller was right earlier from PA. Is Jordan Poole stand Brian in PA? Or no, that's no cap. Tweet me. Skip Bayless. He's quote tweeting Skip Bayless. Is it possible Jordan Poole is now the most valuable Warrior?
Oh, boy.
Now I don't dispute it.
He went from being the most crushed Warrior to the most valuable. I mean, that's Warrior fans in a nutshell. I don't blame them. That's what this season's been.
Skip Bayless is
Skip's nuts.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So he's gaslighting people who thinks Jordan Poole is very valuable to this organization. But if you had to rank the most valuable Warrior, Stephen freaking Kerr.
Yeah, yes.
Lay off the crack, Skip. Seriously. That's a topic on the show.
I mean, the Warriors do numbers.
Damn. Must be a slow news day at Fox. This is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Tim Roy's going to join us at 9:20. The voice of the Golden State Warriors will talk about last night's win and the next two games against Sacramento and Portland. Big games for the Warriors. They need to basically win out. They want to get into that top six. You don't want to mess around with the tiebreakers with the Lakers and the Clippers. You don't want to mess around with that and end up in the play-in tournament. Don't do that. You need that week off going into the playoffs.
I agree, because all these guys want to go golfing, because you know what this week is.
The Masters.
Do you know what today is?
The Par 3 Challenge.
And look at you.
I wanted to bring it up today. Actually,
I had a buddy that wants to come on and light up our golf knowledge. My buddy Dylan Smith, the golf pro. You can go see him in the North Bay. The guy's a stick.
Someone call us tomorrow.
I know. I want him to maybe come on the show and break down everything that's going on with Augusta.
I do. I want that.
Break down our swings on YouTube.
Well, I need to check that out. Honestly, I forgot to do this yesterday.
What's that?
But I was going to text Loveman and Spadoni on the side to surprise you with some Masters coverage. Really, I was thinking about it. I was taking a midday nap yesterday and I had the golf channel. I actually had the golf channel on.
Did you see Tiger?
I did see Tiger. And actually, it's funny. I don't know if I'll let Steiny bring it up if he wants to later on in the show. Some people don't think golf is a game. I mean, they don't think it's a sport. Some people think it's just a game.
What do you mean?
What
does that even mean?
A sport. That it's just a game that you play.
Who thinks it's a game?
I said I'm not naming names. If Steiny wants to do that, he can. Stitches get stitches. I'm not going to do that.
Well, okay. What defines a sport? Is NASCAR a sport?
I don't know. Is it?
I mean,
they say it is.
I think there's skill, involved.
Driving skills, right?
Yeah. How is golf not a sport? You're competing.
I didn't say it.
There's skill.
I didn't say that.
There's defense, as in the course itself and how it's set up.
I didn't say that.
You play in between your ears.
There's some people who say it's a game and not a sport. I didn't say that. And I'm not dropping names.
Is tennis not a sport?
Tennis is hell yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So
you guys want to know what's being served at the Masters Champions dinner this year?
Scotty Scheffler, Texas boy.
Yeah. So for the appetizers, you got some cheeseburger sliders with some firecracker shrimp. Not bad.
Nice.
I like that.
The first course, you got some tortilla soup.
Not mad.
Started.
Okay.
The main course, we got a Texas ribeye steak or blackened redfish. And then for dessert, we're going to finish up with a warm chocolate chip cookie skillet.
Yeah, he's doing it right.
See, chocolate chip cookies are underrated.
Scotty Scheffler's got some black in him. He's got some soul in him, dude. He's got some soul in him. From the heart of Texas, man. That's what I'm talking about. Firecracker shrimp.
He's got some black in him.
He's got shrimp fried ribeye, firecracker shrimp. This guy's doing it right. The chocolate chip cookie at the end, he's doing it right. I'm rooting for him now. That's a hell of a dinner. It's a hell of a dinner.
Even got some, you got some side dishes too for the steak and redfish. It also comes with some family style mac and cheese, jalapeno cream corn, fried Brussels sprouts. Oh, love fried Brussels sprouts, and some seasoned fries.
Ooh.
You love fried Brussels sprouts?
Oh, they're delicious. I'll back up Sam on this one. No, put them in the air fryer with a little salt and pepper, a little seasoning. Oh, yeah.
I've never done them.
So who's invited to this dinner?
So this is what happens. So the winner of last year's competition gets to choose the dinner, and it's all of the past champions.
So only the past champions.
And they take a goofy, awkward photo where they're all wearing their green jacket. Now, the way it works is your green jacket stays at Augusta. You, as a prior champion, is allowed to go back and obviously wear it anytime and yada, yada, yada.
You can't take it home with you?
Only when you're the current reigning champion, you're allowed to take it for 1 year. Yep.
Oh, I don't like that at all.
What do you mean?
That bothers me.
What bothers you?
I won the green jacket. If I want to go out 3 years later, just take a stroll to Lenardi's, I can't wear my green blazer?
No.
I don't like that. I don't like it.
You also get a medal and stuff. This thing that golf isn't a sport, like golf is...
That's what really bothers you. Focus on the Masters.
Golf is direct competition with someone else. Literally, there's match play. You're playing against the entire field.
This is payback for you bringing up Ryan and PPA, that Klay take. Listen, why? Honestly, all right, so the past champions go to this dinner. They eat, and this sounds like a great day.
Yeah, so Tiger was there. Top of the line. You know, obviously,
so they had dinner last night?
Wild.
They had dinner last night?
Yeah, they had dinner
last night. And Phil got wild last night again?
Well, he just looks ridiculous. Yeah,
he does.
Patrick Reed, the cheater, he was there. Sergio Garcia, the whiner, he was there. You had, obviously, Jordan Spieth.
Before we get to delivery of the game, do you feel me on being outraged about this Masters? You can only wear it for 1 year if you're the current champion?
Well,
I won that green blazer. It should be in my closet. I should be able to wear it whenever I want to.
I do kind of feel you on that.
That's stupid to me.
I know, but that's part of the gloriousness is they don't want a lot of green jackets out in the real world.
I'm bringing this up to Flim on Monday.
Okay.
When he joins us from Augusta or coming back from Augusta. I'm going to bring this up. Flim, this is a joke.
VJ Singh was there last night.
Yeah, I love VJ.
I do too.
Shout out Fiji.
Yeah. Look at you. That's very good knowledge.
Dude, underrated golf knowledge. Listen, that bothers me. That does. Really? What kind of rule is that?
I want to ask Tim Roy about it on the other side, too. That'd be pretty good.
Dumbest rule ever. Dumbest rules ever. You can only wear your green jacket for 1 year. All right,
when you win the Shasky's tournament, you have to pay for everyone's dinner the following year. Now, that brings us to the delivery of the game.
That is so ass backwards.
That's how we roll. All right, it's like when you get a hole-in-one. You're supposed to get everyone a shot at the bar. That's on you. All right, the delivery of the game. It's brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Download the app right now and have a mechanic come to you. It's just like the food delivery apps, except they're delivering a car mechanic. Check it out at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com. We are about to give you straight up young guys who were balling last night, and Moses Moody took us to school, and Jonathan Kuminga delivered this opportunistic yam.
We're going to Arkansas. Draymond back cut. Curry goes reverse, blocked away, but Kuminga right there to pick it up and slam it down.
Nice follow.
Yeah, opportunistic play by Jonathan Kuminga.
You're going to hear Tim Roy on the other side. Shasky, you got something to end that read?
Yeah, that's the delivery of the game. It's brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check it out at Kirby.com, CURBEE.com.
Tim Roy on the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Give your small business one.
136 to 125, back to a season high, 4 games above 500. And they now await some help and then finish the game. Take a deep breath now. They finish the season on the road. The games in Sacramento and Portland. If they want to be in the playoffs and not the play-in, they have to win both of those, to be sure. Or else they're going to get a lot of help from a lot of people.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
JP with the monster fourth quarter, 18 points, 5 and 9 from the floor. He got to the free throw line as well last night, and that's what he does really, really well. 9 of 11 from the free throw line. Jordan Poole with 30 points, 4 assists. Steph Curry led all scores with 34 points, 6 assists, 5 rebounds, 24 coming in the first half to keep the Warriors in that basketball game. And we're joined by Tim Roye, the voice of the Golden State Warriors. You just heard his final call there, and he's right. If the Warriors want to avoid the play-in, it's probably best they win these next 2 games in Sacramento and in Portland, but they close a home slate on the regular season 33-8. And Tim, good morning to you. Hope you're well. Quick turnaround, I know for you. You get a couple days off before heading up to Sacramento. But before we get into last night, I got to ask you a golf question. With the Masters coming up, I was just alerted that the winners of the green jacket, whenever you win a green jacket, you get to keep the green jacket for a year, and then you have to give it back. And it stays in Augusta. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. I had no idea that was true. Tim, come on, man. You win a green jacket, you should be able to keep it in your household forever.
That's how I feel. You made the accomplishment, but that golf course is it's taking a long time for that golf course to get into the 20th century. Never mind the 21st century. Yeah. So it doesn't surprise me, when you hear stuff like that about Augusta. But it's a great tournament. It's a great major. But I kind of agree with you on that. If you win it, you should be able to take it. It's like, I think the sport that has it correct is hockey.
Yeah.
You win the Stanley Cup, then everybody who's on that team gets to have the cup for a few days that year, that off season, to celebrate with your family and friends. It's a celebration. Mm-hmm. It's not a formality. It's a celebration, and I think that's what that little tradition reminds me of what sports is all about.
Do you agree with me that fourth quarter felt very vintage-esque Warriors and Draymond being a catalyst, Jordan Poole being dynamic, Moody contributing, the grittiness and the scrappiness of Dante DiVincenzo and Looney and GP2? Like, I got all the feels in that fourth quarter.
Yeah, it really did. It felt like a vintage Warrior game, and they did all the things that they haven't done consistently all year long. Getting stops, getting the ball up the floor a little bit quicker to get into your early offense. All the 50-50 balls that they haven't gotten to consistently all year long. Dante DiVincenzo, Gary Payton II, all those guys, had a role in that fourth quarter. And so, to me, that's what you have to strive for now. You have to, you can't do anything about the previous games, the previous 80 games. Those are gone. And so now you've got to say, okay, we've just got to come out on the road and be like that fourth quarter, be scrappy, get the 50-50 balls, keep the turnovers to a dull roar, which they did last night against a team that forces a lot of turnovers. Do that, and they'll give themselves a really good chance to win, because when they do that, then the firepower that they have, it gets a chance to flourish, and when that happens, they're a very difficult team to beat.
No doubt. The voice of the Golden State Warriors, Tim Roye, of course, right here on 95.7 A Game, talking about the Warriors. And how about the great Raymond Ritter coming through in the clutch, Senior Vice President of Communications with the Golden State Warriors, which I found out yesterday that was his official title. Shame on me. But last 5 fourth quarters at home, Tim, and you probably already noticed. I was scoring last night 34-19 against OKC. They had a 41-24 quarter against Philadelphia, 23-22, 35-20, 43-27. So they've saved their best for last. That's at plus 64. They outscored opponents by plus 13. And Jordan Poole's had a lot to do with that. His fourth quarters have been dynamic in 5 of the last 6 games. So that's where we want to see Jordan Poole at his best. He's making quick decisions, he's decisive, and he's making it count late in games.
And the other part about that is we're seeing a little of the maturity of Jordan Poole. Wasn't very good in the first 3 quarters. Struggled a little bit. Yep. Wasn't getting the whistle he thought he was deserving to get. He had some trouble with some of their matchups on the defensive side, but he didn't let that deter him. And his confidence level in himself and in his ability is remarkable, and we saw that in the fourth quarter last night. He overcame what had been a struggle in the first three quarters and didn't let that bother him in the fourth. Became the Jordan Poole that we have seen, and so as a result, he helped the Warriors win the game, and it's good to see because those are all the we sometimes, because he played so well at times last year, I think we forget just how young he is.
Yeah.
And with he and Jonathan Kuminga, you almost have to live with some of the mistakes and some of the immaturity sometimes because as an NBA player, they're just not, the grizzled, matured veteran. A case in point, Kevon Looney's having a career year. Well, he's 27 years old. He's been around a while now. He understands the game. He understands his role in the game. And so, he's worked on his body, which had to come a long way with, those surgeries right at the beginning of his career. So, so I think we have to remember sometimes about Jordan that he's still on the way up. He's still got room to grow, and that's exciting.
How exciting is these last couple of weeks, man? I know it's different than years past, but just like so much uncertainty, the lineups and all the different maturations and guys coming back to health in and out of the lineup. Like, as somebody who's been around this team for quite some time, it's a different level of drama. It's not one that we all love, but it's been entertaining as hell, hasn't it?
Well, it's really funny because I think this is what they envisioned when they developed the play-in. Okay, they envisioned this kind of a season where it's tight, and now you got all these teams. Even Dallas is still very much alive, to get into the play-in, and they have really struggled lately. So I think it is exciting, and think about years gone by. At this point of the season, you'd have about 6 teams in each conference, getting ready to shut it down, right? Or 4, and this year there's only been 2 or 3 in each conference that have not been in the chase at some time. And so that's good for the league. It keeps exciting, it makes these exciting games like you just described. It keeps fans, I think, more interested in seasons that maybe aren't going super or aren't they're not the top of the conference, but say if you're Dallas and if you're Oklahoma City and New Orleans, you're still excited about your team. You still want to come out and watch that final game because it means something.
Right.
So I think it's great, and I think it's exactly what the league wanted to have happen when they put this in, and kind of like the wild card in other sports, it really makes for more entertaining basketball coming down the stretch.
No, I think the NBA, especially since the All-Star break, the intensity is turned up. We've seen some really good basketball from a number of teams, Tim. But tonight, Lakers and Clippers. Who should Warrior fans root for tonight?
Well, you've never heard me say this in my career as a Warrior announcer, but I think you got to root for the Lakers. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
I told you. I'm
Joe
with you.
Spinoni's happy, Tim.
No, I'm with you.
Hear me out.
I'm with you, Tim.
All right.
Just hear me out. Here's why. Right now, in the standings, the Warriors, the Clippers currently hold the tiebreaker on the Warriors. They finished 2-2 in their season series, so that's even. You go next to divisional play. The Warriors in the division are 6-9. The Clippers are 7-7. Okay, if the Warriors finish tied with the Lakers, they can't move up because the Lakers have the tiebreaker. They won 3 of 4 games against the Warriors, so that's over. You can never beat them in a tie. Okay, but they can beat the Clippers still because if the Clippers lose to the Lakers, and I think they have a game left with Phoenix, if they lose those two, and the Warriors beat Sac on Friday, then they'll be even in the division, and it will spill over to the conference, which the Warriors have a decidedly better record than the Clippers inside the Western Conference. So just in this one rare instance only, it does not. It expires at about 10 o'clock tonight. Okay, you gotta say the Lakers. You need them to win tonight, just because it sets up a better situation for the Warriors should they be tied with the Clippers.
Now, you brought up Phoenix, Tim. Very well done by there, breaking it down. So we're all Laker fans for tonight. However, you brought up Phoenix. I am a little concerned that Phoenix may shut it down on Sunday against the Clippers and rest their guys because it seems like they're going to be locked into that 4th spot. And they play the Lakers, of course, later on this week. Maybe Phoenix wins that game. What do you think about that? How do you think Phoenix is going to play this out?
Well, I think that would be probably a prudent thing for them to do, depending on the health of their players. It's too bad that the Warriors or the Clippers couldn't put a little more heat on them for the number 4 spot, but right now they're up 2.5 games. So yeah, that's definitely a concern, and that's why you have to win out, because if you win out, if you beat Sacramento, beat Portland, you finish 44-38. Okay, that means that one of the teams, the Clippers and Lakers, is going to finish behind you because one of them has to take a loss tonight. So one of them will have 39 losses, and so no matter. There's almost no way that you can finish. You can't finish below those teams because of that, and you can't finish below New Orleans because they have 39 losses. So it's really right now. It's right there for the Warriors. You kind of want the Lakers to win tonight to set up a better tie scenario, but. If you win out, you don't have to worry about anything. And then the other thing, which we haven't talked about, it buys Andrew Wiggins a couple more days of conditioning. Yep. And that, I think, would be great.
Well, what's your sense? Do you have any idea or any suggestion as to how they should proceed with him off the bench, in the starting lineup? Like, obviously, you can make an argument for a lot of different things, but what's your feel on it?
I think when he comes back and he's ready to go, he starts. I'll tell you why. That group that started, Wiggins, Draymond, Looney, Steph, and Klay. If go look at their 5-man numbers from earlier this year, that was the best starting lineup in the league for a while. And so I think you take that and you start those guys. Then you can come off the bench with Peyton. You can come off the bench with DiVincenzo and Kuminga. And now you've got this, rotation that looks like something that teams don't want to be bothered with. And so, yeah, and I'm just excited about that because the other part about it, think about, the Warriors haven't played great defense on the road. But if you throw out a lineup that maybe has any combination of, Wiggins, DiVincenzo, Peyton, Kuminga, Draymond, you got a defensive squad there. You got a squad that can guard wings, can guard bigs, and really get back to the kind of defense that we saw the Warriors play in the postseason. We saw them play at the beginning of the season last year.
Tim, if they were to play the Kings in the first round, what does that mean for you? Weren't you a Kings broadcaster at one time?
I was. My first NBA play-by-play gig was with the Sacramento Kings. It would be very exciting, and I think it would be great for basketball in Northern California. They've never been in the playoffs at the same time. This is going to be the first year.
That's crazy.
If the Warriors make the playoffs, it's going to be the first time it's ever happened since the franchise moved from Kansas City. And here's the other part. Because of that, if the Clippers and Lakers make the playoffs, then it's the first time that all 4 teams in California have been in the playoffs in the same year.
Wow.
So
that's crazy.
And the Warriors and Kings have never had a playoff season. It'd be great. I mean, you'd have fans from both teams in the other team's building. It just would be awesome, and I think it'd be great for both franchises and great for the NBA.
No doubt about that. Sacramento's ready. That first playoff game at Golden One Center is going to be electric.
And you know what? I got to give them credit. They have a great fan base up there. They really do. They're very loyal. They're passionate. And, even when I was there and, they weren't very good back then, but they still came out. And they had a fierce loyalty to their franchise, and I give them a lot of credit for that.
Who was the best player during that era? Wayman Tisdale, Olden Polynice? Is that two?
Mitch Richmond, right?
Well, first of all, starting the first few years, it was Wayman, and then as that team sort of phased out, they made the trade. They traded Billy Owens for Mitch Richmond, and it was one of the best trades that the Kings ever made. And I remember there was a time I thought, and I really believe this, that when Mitch was in Sacramento for about 2 or 3 years there, that there was Michael Jordan as your best off guard, 2-guard in the league, and I thought Mitch was the second best. He was just so good, and he took that team on his back and just kept them in so many games. I mean, he worked so hard on both ends of the floor. He was a joy to watch, really.
Tim, you're a joy to listen to, no doubt about that. Friday night in Sacramento, Golden One Center, Kings and Warriors. Then the season wraps up Sunday in Portland at 12:30. We're going to figure out where the Warriors slot here.
Yeah.
Hopefully they can stay out of that play-in and get that week off, get Wiggins back in play, Klay Thompson with the sore back, and all of a sudden everything looks connected with the Golden State Warriors, and it should be a fun playoff push. Tim, you're the best, man. Thanks so much
Tim.
for spending some time with us.
Got to win on the road. Got to get those road wins.
Tim, real quick, Tim, don't you think that kind of... I feel like it's going to reset in the playoffs with this team. They've won, a road game in 27 straight series? I feel like in the playoffs, they'll close some of those games out on the road.
I think so, but you got to get to the playoffs. That's the thing. You got to get to the playoffs first. So you got to get these two on the road.
All right, Tim. Take care, man. Enjoy your day.
See you guys. That was fun.
Absolutely. Tim Roy, the voice of the Golden State Warriors, breaking down a lot of nuggets there. I didn't know that all four California teams had never been in the playoffs at the same time, because the Kings, obviously, you can't do that because the Kings and Warriors had never been in the playoffs at the same time. They've never met in a series. So you're going to not check that off the box, hopefully, Warriors-Kings first-round playoff series. Hopefully. Not there yet. Hopefully we get there by Sunday afternoon. And then you get all four California teams in the playoffs. That's pretty wild.
It is interesting, talking about California in general. Just we're two Northern California natives, obviously. When you hear, when you go outside of the state, they think Cali is all one location, right? And then you hear, even Jason Dumas, the LA and the Bay could not be more different. And he's 100% correct about that. Whether we're talking about the topographies, whether we're talking about the climates, the culture, etc. It is funny, though, I still rep California as a whole when you're outside of the region and stuff. That is cool that the Clippers, even though I have no attachment to the Clippers and Lakers, the Clippers, Lakers, Kings, and Warriors could potentially all be in the playoffs. That's cool.
That is pretty cool. The fourth quarter numbers are wild. Plus 64 in their last 5 home games, straight from Raymond Ritter, averaging... They're outscored opponents by 13 points per game, basically, in the fourth quarter, in their last 5 fourth quarters. So they are playing well when it matters. They're dropping some 40 burgers, some 30s. Pretty good in the fourth quarter. But, Howard Beck dropped a duo thing on us yesterday. And Steiny, I heard Evan Giddings filling in for Guru yesterday. Did a great job with Steiny. It was a fun listen. And, you have the sound, Howard Beck, on the duos. Here it is.
How many 1-2 punches in the Western Conference would you put above them?
Maybe KD and Booker, maybe.
That's about it.
Yeah.
It's not Jokic and whoever. It's not Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr., though they're great. It's not Fox and Sabonis, though they've been fantastic, And it can't be Kawhi and Paul George if Paul George isn't even playing right now. Steph and who? I mean, a bunch of good players, but LeBron and Anthony Davis, and especially the way Anthony Davis has been playing the last few weeks, and they now have a functioning supporting cast. So, again, I know it sounds ludicrous, but people cannot look at the standings or the Lakers' record and judge them based on the whole season. They're a different team now, a substantially different team now than they were 6 weeks ago.
No, I had some time to think about that, and I started thinking about it when I left the Yo Club yesterday, listening to Steiny and Evan, and they're talking about duos. And all of a sudden, it popped in my head. I said, the Warriors, if it's Steph and whoever, that's what makes them so unique. It could be a different guy every single game. We saw that in the playoffs. Early on, it was Jordan Poole and Klay and Steph. Then it was Steph and Klay. Then it was Steph and Wiggins. And then one day you may get a Steph and Looney. Remember his game, too, against the Dallas Mavericks in the Western Conference Finals.
Not as often as the other ones.
Not as often as the other ones, but it could be a different Robin to Curry's Batman. That's what makes the Warriors unique, where if Murray doesn't play well for the Nuggets and you just get Jokic, game's going to be in the balance.
Yeah.
AD has to play well. LeBron has to play well. The Warriors can have a different second guy every single game. And I think that's what makes them so unique, especially in this postseason.
Yeah, I hear you. I was going to say with the Nuggets, you took a different route. Can Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray go back and forth as that
Carry
number
the load.
2?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm a little too high on MPJ after that game he just had against the Warriors. Maybe that's an outlier. I don't follow him as closely. I was just very impressed with his game.
He was impressive.
I mean, he was really good.
Devin Booker has to be on, right, for the Suns.
And I will also say this. Eventually, that OKC team with Giddey and SGA, they're going to be in that conversation.
They're going to be a problem.
Yeah, they've opened my eyes this year.
The Clippers. If Paul George or Kawhi's not on, who's that second guy?
That's a great one of the Morris boys. I don't know. Who knows?
Is it Russell Westbrook?
No.
Is he that second guy?
No.
Ja Morant Memphis.
Well,
Now,
I was
John
going to say
Morant and
Desmond Bane
Bane
has played so good.
Yeah, Jaren Jackson Jr. has been really good.
No, he's awesome. And he's the guy that I think gives the Warriors fits.
Memphis is playing some really good basketball. Really good basketball. That's going to be a tough series if the Warriors meet up with them in the playoffs. And then you get the whole Dylan Brooks factor.
Remember a couple years ago when Paul George and Kawhi did link up and Kyrie and KD in the same offseason linked up? It was all about duos. And since neither of those teams have won a championship, it feels like we haven't been as obsessed in the duos.
No, and that's a good point. Like, I'm looking at Philadelphia last night. Embiid scores 52 points. James Harden is taking a step back a little bit, but he's allowing Embiid to do it. But it feels like it could be Tyrese Maxey and Embiid.
Or
it could
Harris.
be Tobias Harris or Embiid. It could be Harden and Embiid. Heck, it could be Harden and Maxey if Embiid gets into foul trouble. Boston, it feels like it has to be Jalen and Tatum, right? It has to be those guys. They have to carry the load offensively. And then you get a little Marcus Smart. You get a little Grant Williams. But it has to be. That duo has to work. Milwaukee could be Middleton, Giannis. It could be Middleton, Drew. Could be Drew and Giannis. I don't know. I just don't think the duo aspect of everything with Howard. And the more and more I think about it, I was like, that's what makes the Warriors unique. It could be a different second guy on any given day.
And then I look at the Kings. I think we're kind of sleeping on how good that duo is,
right.
Sabonis and Fox.
Very
good.
But
for them to win, they need both of those. I'm assuming in the playoffs, they're going to need top-notch performances from both of those guys on almost a nightly basis.
But they also need great performances from Kevin Horter,
Keegan
Red
Murray.
Velvet, and Keegan Murray, and Malik Monk needs to give them that punch off the bench. You need something. You need Harrison Barnes at times.
Red Velvet. I mean,
Sacramento's going to be tough. The Warriors play Sacramento. That's going to be, boy, they're hearing everything.
Do you like the way Velvet feels? I think it feels weird. Yeah. Like it's got this big mystique wrapped into it. I don't like the way it feels.
No,
it's like a 90s thing, right? The Velvet was being the 90s.
And I'll tell you what, silk sheets, too, are overrated.
Why? I don't think I've ever had silk sheets. Why?
I've never had silk sheets.
You always go cotton.
You know what?
With
Maybe
the
I don't
sheets, you always go cotton.
Maybe you don't want to
Breathable.
ask this question. It's about thread count when it comes to sheets. That's what it's all about, thread count. But keep going.
I've never had silk sheets. I've experienced silk sheets. All right. I don't know how to phrase this. It was just very uncomfortable.
Now I'm imagining you like Superman at the Niagara Falls when he's in the honeymoon suite and they've got the silk sheets with the waterbed.
Just chew it and do it.
Remember when he drops Lois's hair comb into the fire and she sees his hand go in the fire and he doesn't get burned?
Listen.
Maybe you don't remember.
I don't remember. You lost me there. But
it was when he lost his powers and he married Lois.
Listen.
Want to get away?
A decade ago, I was in my single life. May have been dating. And the girl has 6 sheets. And it was very uncomfortable.
He be blending into the couch, bro.
Did you know prior that they were silk, or was that a revelation as
hey there. That
the pages were turning?
So let's make that happen this year. Okay?
I found out that night. And I couldn't sleep. It was just tough. Couldn't get comfortable.
Can't tell you.
Let me stop right now.
I didn't see it. I have no idea. Nope.
It was over 15 years ago, okay, folks? All right? I'm not going to be on the couch tonight. We'll be watching Snowfall together, cuddling up, all right?
What's the funniest prior to making love scene in cinematic history? Is it Caddyshack when he's trying to pour all the oil on her back?
Oh, my God.
Oh,
What
no.
about,
Lloyd Christmas and Dumb and Dumber. Talking to himself in the mirror and butchering it all.
Hilarious.
What about
hilarious?
Once Upon a Time in South Central while drinking your juice?
Another classic.
What about that scene?
The whole
Where it was all
movie.
Marlon's like, hot cheese.
Yes, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
That was so good.
Dude, I don't own silk sheets. I will never, ever own silk sheets. No. They are overrated. You brought up velvet sheets over silk sheets. They're overrated. That was a great scene. That was an awkward scene. What about, Varsity Blues?
Oh, well, that's the whipped cream scene.
Yeah. It was like, I don't want your life.
Well, also when they come out of the strip club at 6 a.m. and the sun's,
and the teacher is working. They got rolled. Fast.
We
not
might
Fast
need to have
Five.
like a movie podcast.
Dude, we do need a
95.7 The Game presents to you.
I like that. I like that.
Movie Maniacs featuring Bonte and Butcher.
40-year-old virgin.
40-year-old
it's a classic.
The Wood.
The Wood is a classic. The Wood. The best scene in The Wood is when he throws up in the back of the car.
Yeah.
We've all got a friend that's done that.
We've all got a friend who's done that. I may have done that before.
Brian Windhorse sleeps in velvet sheets.
Dude.
No, Velveeta sheets. That's not fair.
That's
mean.
Come on.
No.
Why'd you even read that?
I thought it was velvet. I misread it. My bad.
Dude.
We don't body shame on the morning roast.
Listen.
That's not what we're about.
That's not what we're about at all. Big diet for your boy coming up. More on that
what's
early
going on?
next
Can
week.
I get in
Big
on this?
yoga guy, obviously.
Early next week, we'll have the details.
Yeah.
Well, let me just say this. This big diet.
Mm-hmm.
It's so big
Mm-hmm.
that I can't even eat pizza for 3 months.
What? So how are you working this in? Are you trying to cram as much junk into
Yes.
your... Yeah, okay, I was going
Let's
to
just say there's a couple big timers. You'll find out more tomorrow that's having dinner tonight at an undisclosed location.
Who else is in on this?
I can't tell you.
Are we
Snitches
talking
are
like
snitches.
high-profile rappers?
No.
Oh.
No, please.
Well, I know you only roll with a tight crew.
No. It's some high rollers.
It's
up
me
here.
and the entire crew from Mount Westmore.
I wish.
No pizza
I
for
wish.
3 months. My wife can't go 3 days without pizza.
I can't go 3 days without pizza.
I love pizza.
And Round Table just opened down the street from my house.
I've had over 40 pizzas in the last 30 days.
God,
Dude,
that Papa John's never gets old.
Listen,
He has no pizza experience.
God, I forgot how good all that was. Do you remember those drops?
Oh, I do remember those drops.
Stay tuned.
The new
He's
Round
like
Table,
sweating pizza.
the new Round Table at the Bay Hill Community Center has been open for 3 months.
Uh-huh.
They already know my name.
Oh, do they?
It's like Six and Gary Taco Bell. They knew me on the first day.
Are you Gucci or are you Bonte?
Tell him Bonte sent you.
My face is on the box like Ralph.
I don't like where this is going.
They've got the freshest ingredients. You know, I even like the pasta because I'm a vegetarian. Take it from me, Ralph.
So no pizza for 3.
Bonte flies because he takes himself
Listen,
lightly.
I'm going to need your help because no sugar.
No
honey,
sugar?
No honey. No honey in my tea.
I do love honey.
I love honey in my tea. Love it. No honey.
So, like, what is this diet? Are you
More
just eating like lemongrass?
No, more details next week.
Bonte's becoming a straight pescatarian.
Now I can't have fish. I can.
Okay.
I can have some steaks.
That's pescado is fish.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
I can have steaks.
Well, I said you're becoming.
Yeah, I know, but I can have steaks as well.
Oh, okay.
The proteins are fine. It's the carbs, the sugar, the flour stuff. Yeah.
You're going caveman diet.
My mom had to, she did that for a while. She still does it. Doesn't eat sugar, doesn't eat like flour stuff. Yeah.
Boy, Philly Zoo, he ordered proposition chicken when we're
I heard
watching
it's
the final-
delicious. Lucas was talking about this proposition
Dude,
chicken.
dude.
What's going on? Tell me about
Philly
it.
Zoo goes, it's not like your mama's chicken, Bonte, but it's pretty good. Let me tell you, I ordered 4 pieces. Thing was gone in 5 minutes.
And it's fried chicken?
Fried chicken. It was so good.
Where's the closest one here?
You got to order. I'm not exactly sure. He did
this
Uber
up.
Eats. Proposition chicken is damn good. Like, I'm not going to be able to eat crispy, crunchy chicken for a long, long time.
Okay, so there's one on California. Wow, okay. They're all over the place. Laurel
Solid.
Village.
I'm in Oakland.
All right, Oakland. All right. Okay. Wow, it looks fantastic. Wow, that proposition chicken looks excellent. I'm looking at the French fries too. Oh, I like the way that crust looks. Yeah, it's delicious.
He's rubbing it in right now.
Chicken.
Can't tell you.
I do agree.
didn't see it.
Red velvet cake is delicious, but it's
Not
so
gonna be
rich.
able to have that.
I have to be very careful.
Can't have alcohol for 3 months.
Well, how are you going to sell Jameson?
I got to watch Giants games.
Well, actually, that's a lie.
there.
Actually, Jameson, you could actually work that into the
Oh, hey there.
We're all good with Jameson. That could be worked in. Don't worry about that. By the way, if you need some Jameson, go to Chase.
How long?
New drinks.
Is this
Drinks.
a forever diet or
Hey
is
there.
this a interim diet? How does this work? Or do you not know? You're kind of
3
like
months, and then we're going to...
kind of see where it goes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm proud of you, and I'm going to help support you, and I'm going to really. No, I am. Like, I'm going to try to help you make healthy decisions, and that's what my goal is to you. No, I've been on this health kick.
So listen.
Like, I'm all about this.
So this is what's going to happen.
I want to help support you.
Omar Metro Cafe. Get those damn cheesesteaks here Friday. Gonna be a Friday.
It's the most serious you've ever been.
All right, get those cheesesteaks here Friday. We need them.
Do you want to go to war?
My boy.
And I got the yayo.
My boy. What boy?
You just turned into Scarface.
I did.
I don't kill no children and kids. You die.
Final thoughts coming up. Xfinity final thoughts coming up in a second. Also, Omar, get the damn cheesesteaks here from Metro Cafe by Friday. My boy, I forget his name. I think it's Sonny. Works at Chase Center.
Sonny.
Has a barbecue spot in San Jose City. He wants to come cater and give us a barbecue.
Sonny Corleone?
Might as well
Don't
be Sonny
go running
Corleone.
out into the street.
So you know what I'm talking about. I see you at Chase Center. He works at Bon Appetit. Bon Appetit. He works there at Chase Center. Get the damn barbecue here by Thursday. All right? Get the barbecue here. Get the cheesesteaks. Get everything.
This guy's going to have so much cement in his belly. He's going to need another extra 6 months after that diet. I'm here for it. No, what's the deal on working out? Have they told you you have to combine it with working out?
Only cardio for the first 3 months. Can't do weights.
No lifting? You've been doing a lot on the biceps. Honest to God, every person has said to me, Bonte looks so good on TV. In terms of you look like you've been trending in the right direction.
The suit can hide a lot of things.
But I see you working in the gym.
I try.
You were banging out them curls.
I try. So just cardio, which is fine.
So what?
I had a great walk to the Olympic Club the other day from here, Broadway Battery. I walked straight there.
Are you doing ellipticals? What are you up to?
It's going to be treadmill, ellipticals, maybe a little more yoga.
My knees on the treadmill,
don't
banging,
feel good.
right?
Oh, yeah, it doesn't feel good.
They be banging.
Well, sleep on swimming as an option as well.
I love swimming.
Swimming is good.
There it is.
Love swimming.
I hate running, so I always say swimming is an option if you don't like running.
Did you know that the King, when he sets up court at the jacuzzi, people come and they ask for favors all day long.
Difference between swimming and a jacuzzi, but I get you there.
Bonte sits in the jacuzzi and they come, these old timers come, I know you from TV. It's absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, I can't get away from Uncle Danny. Uncle Danny, what's up, Uncle Danny? His niece works for the Sixers. I met her during the Sixers-Warriors game, right before the game. Uncle Danny's a great dude. He's everywhere. Season ticket holder.
I'm proud of you. I'm going to help you out on this one.
Thank you.
I'm going to support you.
I'm going to need all the help I can get.
I know. Well, look,
need all the help I
honestly,
can.
this is what...
You know how hard it's going to say?
I know it is.
I know we just went off the rails here the last 10 minutes. So I'm sorry. I apologize, everybody. Warriors win. Warriors win. Warriors win. They're going to get all Warriors all day long. Now, you may get some slander from Willard or Dibbs, but that's okay. Because everybody's gotten slandered or sported. The Boss, Lutman, Shasky, we all have gotten hit. BPA, Brian and Paul Alto, but no pizza for 3 months is going to be hard. You know how much I love pizza?
Yeah, I do.
Love it like a fat kid loves cake, all right? It's going to be hard, man.
Well, we all love cake because everyone on the show is fat. And I'm saying that because I'm one of them. But I would say this, B, I'm going to help support you through this.
Thank you.
And I mean this
thank you, Shasky.
I want to live to be past 100. I'm going to tell everyone this right now.
You know, that's my biggest fear, is dying.
You know what? Give me the fast five. Give me the fast
final
five.
Thoughts. Final thoughts. Let's go. Oh, hey there.
I'll go with my final thoughts here as Xfinity Fast Five. I just watched my 88-year-old grandfather hit the ceremonial tee shot.
How did he do this year?
He did fantastic. He played his 9 holes, and he was good to go. I'm watching my dad still play softball into his late 60s. I want to be the guy shooting my age in my 90s playing golf. I want to live to be 100. That's my final thought.
Yeah. Final thought is Andrew Wiggins is back and the Western Conference is in trouble. Oh, that's how good I'm feeling today. Now, it may change. You gave up 79 points to Oklahoma City in the first half. Oklahoma City got a terrible whistle in the second half. It's awful. Dignaw should have been thrown out of that game. They got away with some of the acts, but it's all good. Warriors win. 16 of 18 at home at Chase Center. They're rolling right now, so that's my final thoughts. Spadoni.
Tim Roy said it best, who joined us just about 20 minutes ago. You can find that interview on Odyssey.com or download the Odyssey app there. Warriors fans are rooting for the Lakers tonight, folks. You heard it from Tim Roy, the voice of the Golden State Warriors.
Damn. Loveman, what you got?
This might shock you guys. I actually have a Giants thought here. David Villar starting at second base today. We've seen him play the corners. Shasky, you've wanted to see him play second. I want to see him play second. We gave David Villar a lot of run on Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. New episode available today. Check it out wherever you listen to podcasts.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
And you know what? I may not just took a bet with Logan Webb. Maybe riding somebody's coattails on that one.
The goo?
Don't. Gotta stop naming names,
Can't tell you.
Shasky. Gotta stop snitching.
Well, he asked me if that was a good bet or not, and I said, I don't know.
Well, Mia could be listening, and I don't think you're supposed to be venturing off into that lane.
I didn't see it.
415 Comcast Business Text Line. I think you guys need to start setting a daily over-under on Olympic Club mentions. They are getting a lot of mentions out of us, man.
I'm hoping
Maybe we get the O Club to start sponsoring the show. Let's go, O Club. Sponsor the Morning Roast. Let's go.
I'm doing the Hall of Fame in October.
See?
Another one. I'm doing a
There
little
you
MC
go.
event. I'm excited for that.
They're taking about $1,000 out my bank account every month. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
It's a lot of good food there. Shout out Nita.
Shout out Nita. She loves us.
I know. Well, you got to treat them well.
Nita loves
I know.
us. She asks about you every time I see her.
My girl.
That is my girl.
Her and Sanji.
Yeah, Sanji with the gold cap.
I will be seeing them in about 30 minutes if he can keep it quick.
All right. That was, wait. Wow. Whoa.
It's the Xfinity
That was
Fast
Fast
Five.
Five. No, I had to look for the read. There was a lot going on here in the intro. That was the Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. We're done, but the future is Steiny and Cooper. They're coming up in 6 minutes right here on 95.7 The Game. Have a good day, everybody.
Oh, hey there.
Golfers, teed up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 Woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 Woods introduced the next generation of
All right. See? I told you. Nothing to worry about. Guru's back.
Oh, Steiny, I missed you, man.
There was
Duty called yesterday. I was with Pops.
Yeah.
But can I tell you something?
Yes, you
it
can.
bothered me. We've been doing the show 5 years. We didn't have many dust-ups. But it bothered me. I said, oh, no. Some people may think we've never called in the day after. But you had my back yesterday. I had to tend to Pops. I'm back. But what a night, man.
Yeah, good ball game at Chase Center.
Steiny, 'cause I got some stuff to unload.
I tell you what, I'm going to be honest with you, and you're going to get a different Matt Steinmetz today.
Because you look different. Did you do something to your hair?
No.
Huh?
I need a haircut.
Well, you look different.
Well, I wore a hat. Now
that's what it is, coming forward.
Yeah. So
let's get to it.
What was I going to say?
How was your night?
I am so happy that I called this bet off. I can't tell you how happy. I'm ready to give you another 100.
It's right here. Holding it.
Because man, I could just watch that game last night and enjoy it. And I can watch the Warriors now and relax, see if they can go on a run.
Yeah.
How good is this team? I don't know. They're losing by 4 after 3. Then they turn it on in the 4th against OKC. They're a few games over 500. The whole season's been fits and starts. But guess what? The playoffs coming, play-in coming. Who knows? Who knows what could happen?
No, and you know what we're doing, and this is a PSA to myself and Dub Nation. When you look at what the Warriors and the mountains they have to climb to repeat, I think we try to do it all at once, like a glutton. But if you just break it down one game at a time, I don't care where it's at, but that's how you piecemeal it to keep advancing. And last night, Steiny, a long day at the doctor's offices for your boy, okay? I get home, it's the wife and I, lights off, Steiny, we cut it up watching the game. Ain't much of that these days. But I'm doing it. And in the second quarter, I'm watching on my 75-inch LED Samsung, I see a gold sweater. And then I grabbed the remote from the wife because, she's trying to, give me the remote. And the game's still going. And I rewind.
Mm-hmm.
And in Bobby Myers' seats, our guy, what up, B? We just was with him. It's Steiny in the yellow shirt that I stare at 4 hours, 20 hours a week. How did you not tell anybody? And it was you. But then the rest of the game, you were on the court to me. I saw you see everything. Did Vontae hit me after the game? See, and this real quick, this is the difference between you and me. And I don't do this on purpose. It's a character flaw. Had I been in those seats, it would have been plastered and talked about for 5 hours before tip. And you just quietly just show up there. So I show up Spadoni. I put it on the vine. But how was your night in the Bobby Myers seat?
Let me make it, Susan, my partner,
she was awesome.
She is a big boy.
Okay.
So who's to say they were Bob Myers seats? Oh, she's got all kinds of connections.
Susan. Okay.
But we don't need to go there.
But nobody here knew you were sitting in this. Willard Dibbs?
Well, I didn't find out till after work yesterday.
All right.
But,
Dibbs will be in a good mood then.
No, he won't.
Dude,
I was rooting for the Warriors last night.
What a game.
When Poole did a little spin in the lane, I was like...
He did more than that.
Yeah.
You were up close, Steiny. I'm telling you, man. Wiggins, did you drive home feeling differently about this team? Because they gave up 80 points in the first half. I was like, yuck.
No. You know what? I drove away thinking this team it's imperfect. This is an imperfect team. But they're pretty fun, and they got a lot of pedigree, obviously. And now it's getting to the point of the season where you can kind of see that it's getting more important. And I just went home last night thinking, maybe.
And whoever does beat them 4 out of 7, they are going to have to take it like a steak from a lion on the Serengeti, Steiny.
The only, the thing that, still concerns me about the Warriors is, they're going to have to win 4 series, obviously.
Yeah.
But again, I do think, you look at last night's game, and what do you want to do? Do you want to talk about the first 3 quarters? And boy, really, where's this team going?
Go ahead.
Then the fourth quarter, okay, they outscored them by 15. They win going away.
Draymond Green.
Yeah, he was really good.
He was good in the second half. And what about Moses Moody, Steiny? Now going Tim Kawakami. Is he athletic? That dude ripped I fight for my guys, but that's what we want to know. Do you think of Moody, or do you look at him like, oh, I didn't know he had that? Not the threes, but just Steiny, he can lead with the best of them.
I must have missed that play.
He had 3 threes,
Sometimes when you're on the floor,
good
Lord.
the
bodies kind of get in the way. They're so close. They're so close.
I'm putting
together.
an early rat. Yeah. Did Steph see you? Because I passed the ball to him when it came over to me. No, come on. Don't keep it. We're just a week from seeing him. Fine.
Look, Steph's my guy. I was all over Lou Dort.
He's our guy. I was
all over Lou Dort last night.
Who got fouled? Draymond almost
Lou Dort trying to post up Steph. I said, Lou, what are you doing? You can't do that.
He had some gasoline in you, Steiny.
Steph's too big and strong, baby.
Evan said he might have saw you clap or even stand up when the Warrior.
I went like that.
Look at you.
I went like that. I was calling for the crowd reaction. And Morali, as long as you're bringing it up, Steiny, when you're sitting courtside, you got to level up your dress game. You're absolutely right. Yesterday, I came to work, and I was kind of in sweats.
It's trash.
They're nice sweats, but I was in my Warrior
so you didn't
gold.
Have a yellow. Did you have the gold jacket on yesterday?
Of course, yeah. But I didn't go home after the game, so I had to wear what I was wearing to work.
I got you.
Normally, I would dress a little better.
Is that what we got to do now?
Yeah.
I
want to look nice.
3-piece suit.
Not a 3-piece suit, but maybe a jacket.
Dude, but I wouldn't have noticed you, and the hair was on point, Steiny. I said, that's my dude. Yeah, look at you, cheeses. So Steph saw you, huh?
I'll tell you this, and I'm dead serious. Like, I used to sit down there a long time ago. I must have forgotten, because it's pretty
Did you see Lakeup?
Yeah, I talked to Joe for a little bit.
I hope not after halftime.
He was a little upset at half. He didn't like the defense at half.
Defense, because there was no
exactly.
D. Yeah.
But I talked to him briefly. But it was a fun game. It was a really fun game.
Wiggins' press conference.
Yes, Wiggins back.
He looks a little not smaller. Now he got a hair. Can I say a little smaller, but a good small. You know what I mean? Like he got the haircut. I don't know what it is, but I do know that I am afraid
got a theory, but
as
go
hell.
ahead.
Okay, I'm afraid, and this is what I'm afraid. Not of. Right now, if the season ended today, we know it doesn't. They play Phoenix. Steiny, I think teams that we'll get into it are going to avoid that if they can.
They might. They might try.
I'll leave that there. But when you think of what the Warriors got to do to try to integrate Wiggins back into the offense, I'm a little nervous, not scared, nervous on how long is the leash and what we talked about last time I saw you before our wrestling convo, Steiny, the ramifications on how it's going to affect everybody, or am I going too CYO? These are grown-ass men. These are champions. You go in just like Moody last night. Dante was great. Dante DiVincenzo. Steiny, he was everything in the first half.
Good player. He's really had a good season for him. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, I mean, look, Wiggins is going to, when he plays, he's probably going to, I heard Tim Roy on with the morning show. He thinks as soon as Wiggins is ready, he'll get right back into the starting lineup. So Friday,
you think we see him at Sac?
I don't think so. I don't know why.
No, that's too long.
Yeah, I don't know. Steve Kerr said you won't see him play in the next few days, but that could theoretically be Friday. But then I saw Gary Payton II said something like, we know he's not going to be back for a minute, but it's good to have him around. So I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't play any of the last 2 games.
Game one or whoever they why not? It would be in the playoffs.
Yeah, why not?
I hear you.
Why not?
All right.
And here's my dime store psychology on Andrew Wiggins looking thin. Because I'm like this infrequently. And when I got a lot on my mind, maybe a little depressed, got a lot of stuff going on.
All right.
I don't eat. You lose your appetite.
No, I stress. Well, I stress eat.
Yeah. See,
eating is comfort.
Yeah. So other people do it different. Like when I get in those.
Yeah, moods. You and Dibs said you couldn't even go to the gym.
Yeah.
Like I didn't believe that part. But people are different. But he's back, man.
He's back. And he talked before the game, talking about his father, Mitchell Wiggins. Kept it private, obviously, but really good to see him back. He got a big ovation from the crowd. And the Warriors, Jordan Poole.
Where do we start? Where can I start?
Jordan Poole.
Where can I start, Steiny?
I mean, when did this run start for him now? He's had about 6-8 games.
It started last year. Let's put the rat on the table and give credit where credit is due. This started last year. And the M word I use, the metamorphosis that we've seen from him. He can get hot and get the building jumping and popping with the best of them. And Steiny, last night, he wasn't perfect, but he was, I guess I could say he wasn't perfect, but everything at times, his ability to, what does Kalina call it? The F-150 speed, Steiny, that he has, the blow-by, the ability to get fouled and then hit the threes and not just hit them, take them. I mean, Jordan Poole's special, man.
They got something out of Moody last night.
Oh, man, more than something.
Now, this is
26 good minutes.
Yeah, and he gets them because Klay didn't play. Obviously, Klay sat out with a back issue.
Now, how did you process that when you heard that? Kind of caught me off guard. Like, here we are, we're getting whole, and then now we got it back.
I have no idea.
No big deal?
I don't know. I mean,
we'll see him
I
Friday.
don't think it's a big deal, but who knows? A back's a back. But, Jordan Poole starts that fourth quarter. Warriors are down 4, and Curry's not on the floor.
He was phenomenal.
That's dicey time. Yeah. And what happens is Jordan Poole basically, does what we've talked about for a long time with the Warriors is when Curry comes back in the game, instead of playing from behind, Curry's playing from ahead, and the Warriors go on to win that game.
And these runs by Poole, he's going berserk. Oh, video game on Atari, Snotty. He's going berserk in the fourth quarter. He's getting his money in the fourth,
Yeah.
And you are right. I told the missus, oh, man, Curry's going out. And he put on a show for you. That's why I asked, did you make eye contact?
With who?
Oh, he put on a show for you and Curry.
Well, I've seen him play better.
Steiny, not that up close. 34. He was everything. He knew he had to be assertive. He said that in the postgame press.
Definitely. He definitely had to be assertive. So, Warrior fans, 888-957-9570. It's one of those games where, I don't know, maybe on another day you come in and you dwell on the first 3 quarters and say, I don't know. But I'm looking at it. What are you most excited about from last night's game? And there's like 7 things to choose from. I'll start with Andrew Wiggins being back in the building. That's one.
Okay.
Moody coming off the bench and helping you on a day Klay's
Good game,
hurt.
baby. Way to stay
solid. Jordan Poole was absolutely terrific closing that game and putting the Warriors ahead. There's something about Poole. This is why the Warriors need Poole. Just to give them one other guy capable of kind of being explosive. Because we have Steph doing that. And Klay can do it at times, but you get another guy in there who can do it.
But not like Klay doesn't come downhill like Jordan's, Donnie.
No.
Jordan's coming downhill.
Absolutely. Draymond Green was terrific on defense in the second half.
My God. You talked about
who did he
strip? You said
stripped everybody.
Yeah.
Isaiah Joe once.
Man.
I think he got
like
Gilgeous
Russell Crowe in
Alexander.
Gladiator. And you know who else? I missed you. Chase Center is getting us. It's crunk. Like it was coming from it's loud. And that's why they got this home record, man.
You think it had anything to do with me being in the building?
Now we're going a little too far. I'll let the guys in the back answer, but
I had pumped fists.
Yeah, gotta.
I tell you what, Warrior fans don't want me to be a Warrior fan.
Right. All you didn't do was take a selfie and post it.
I wouldn't do that.
That's what it's there for. You just take a quick video. What do they call it? The live feed? Twitter would have broke last night. And we got some drama, too.
What?
Yeah. You didn't. You were at the game, probably driving home post-game with Willer, Dibbs, and Fetzes.
Oh, no.
Yeah. We'll get into it later. Yeah, Tiny. Hey, it's all love, right? It's all good.
What happened?
I don't know. Bonte was egging Fetzes on about Poole, and he goes, and Molly He didn't say what he said, and then Molly and Bonte's a great conductor. McMahon in wrestling. He gonna say what you said. It was the stupidest question in the world about Poole, so he said it. Oh, no. We were having some fun. Dibs was on Twitter, so
did Dibs hear it?
Oh, you know Dibs hears everything, yeah.
You're right, Austin. Steiny's a fake hater. I'm really a homer.
I've never heard fake hater.
I'm a fake hater.
Yeah.
Love this team.
Look at you.
I mean, how's somebody going to beat this team 4 times in a row?
You're still in my notes.
I mean, geez.
But it's coming into focus, huh? I mean, I believe you really believe that, or if you believe that, you wouldn't be over there feeling like the rest of Dub Nation. How do the fans really want KD in the first round? And I'm not saying they can't win, but if you're telling me you got to put Wiggins back in the lineup and kind of, on the fly, is Phoenix the team for that? Maybe Sacramento, I don't know. But man, get your popcorn ready, Steiny.
Yeah, I'm watching that game last night, and again, they were not perfect. They were imperfect. They weren't great in the first half. Weren't good in the
offensively.
They
were okay the first half.
I mean, it was a scrimmage.
Points?
That first half was
He
basically
said
a scrimmage. But look, they're
going to be a problem.
See how far they can. Well, I don't like. That's where I'm not. I don't know if they're going to be a problem.
Now,
I really don't.
Why don't you?
Because
they're defending champs.
I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because if they play 3 quarters like that in the playoffs, they're going to lose that game last night.
Well, then I'll say that to this, because you are correct. No Wiggins, no Klay last night.
That's true.
So if you let me go to that, I could say maybe that doesn't happen. No excuses. That first half was bad, but they turned that water off in the second half.
They did. And that's the other thing that's happened periodically over the last 8 games is they've had a half here, a quarter there, a half there, where their defense has been pretty good. So
the refs swallowed the whistle, too, for both teams.
I told the refs. I told them they did a nice job last night.
Were you sipping?
Just beer.
Oh,
but
did you go to the club?
Yeah.
See anybody?
I saw Bonte.
He
Mullen
didn't even
and Festus.
Yeah, he called me and told me. It was after the game. But I already saw you by myself.
I'll tell you what's fun is seeing. See, this is one of the beauties of being old. Just seeing all the security guys and women from 10 years ago. And
well, you've done that every time you go.
Yeah, but I don't go that much.
So you see Ramon? Did you see Ramon?
I saw Ramon.
Look at Ramon.
Goo, you know what they had to do?
Dre? You saw Dre Brown?
Who?
Dre, our guy Dre.
Who's Dre?
No, go ahead.
I saw a bunch of my guys.
Shout out Snoop Dogg, yeah.
But it was fun night. And
KK says, Goo, you got 4 hours, slow down. Okay. You know what? I will. Oh, boy. I'm excited.
It's Ivan's in Oakland. What's up, Ivan? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I got a theory about what's going on with the Golden State Warriors. It reminds me of the Lakers when Kobe was around. You know, not Kobe, but the Lakers would get disinterested with the regular season, and all of a sudden, the postseason would be where they start to play. And what I mean is it's a different adrenaline rush in the postseason than there is in the regular season. When you win the title like they've done and the way that they've done a couple of their titles, that regular season adrenaline, it's hard to get up for a regular season game. I remember Kobe's exact comment. He said, "You want the division here? We'll come take it in the postseason." I think that's what I think the Warriors are starting to really get into that mode where it's game time. I mean, this feels like the postseason to them now.
I'll say this.
How can you be mad at that?
It's possible. It's possible.
What did JaMychal Green say a few weeks ago on the post game? He was not being demonstrative, but he was all into the game, and Dre pulled him to the side during the game, like, "Hey, dude, I'm paraphrasing, save yourself because we got to run." And I'm looking around the league. I am not Evan. Producer Evan was talking about this in the green room.
He was at the game, I think, Evan.
Yeah. He's at all of them. Denver.
You're sitting at second level up behind me. Because I didn't see you. I thought you'd come down and say hello.
I was with the bleacher creatures.
He was in dim seats to 200.
You know where the term bleacher creature came from, don't you?
Please enlighten us.
Fenway Park.
I've never.
They have the bleachers in center field.
In center field, okay.
They were the original bleacher creatures.
Not from the old Yankee Stadium where they used to go around each position and yell each person's name until they reacted them?
I've never heard of that. No.
Oh, yeah. No, it's common. At every single Yankee game, they'll scream a certain player's name until they get them to react to the crowd.
Wow. Oh, I think I saw that on social media. They do that in center field?
Well, they do it throughout the stadium. Everyone gets into it. I think they did it at Old Yankee Stadium, where I had a chance to, go and see.
That's what's up.
Don't
be a snob now.
I'm going to be a snob. Yeah. Are you sure you mean Old Yankee Stadium?
I do.
Okay, because there's three of them. There's original Yankee Stadium, Old Yankee Stadium, and now New Yankee Stadium.
Have you been to all three?
Yes, I have. No, I haven't been to the new one yet.
No, well, I mean.
But I was at original Yankee Stadium. The original Yankee Stadium was just a stadium.
The one that George built? Herman?
It was the one with the monuments on the playing field. Saw a doubleheader against the Cleveland Indians, 1973.
What are those? Ernie Banks, let's play too.
The Cleveland baseball team. I guess.
Hey, Spadone.
Yeah,
he's in a good mood, Lakers. Lakers a problem.
Spadone even back there?
Is he?
I don't know.
Solo right now.
Oh.
Yeah, good.
Look at that.
Man, we got to also talk about the play-in scenario.
This is incredible.
It's so flawed. We could have a situation. I'll talk about it on the other side, Goo. We could have a situation that's really kind of embarrassing. Really
now,
embarrassing.
is it called competitive? What word am I looking for? Gamesmanship, or what makes it embarrassing? Because you'll never really know. We'll never really know how these.
I'd like to see my teams try to win when they play.
But you do know when you, like, Sacks locked in for the third. What if they call the dogs off Friday?
That's different. Right. But,
Lakers and Clippers ain't calling the dogs off tonight,
well,
are they?
They might.
You're right.
They might on Sunday.
Because the booty prize might be playing Phoenix in the first round, so they don't want to be fifth.
Exactly. Bud's in Oakland. What's up, Bud? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
What's going on, baby? Listen. So, I know they got to get Andrew Wiggins back acclimated with the team, but like y'all said, man, he's a champion, man. He's a basketball player. So, yeah, you want to get back in the motion of things, but he's back with his brothers, his camaraderie, and they'll go ahead and do what they're supposed to do. This is the thing, though. I'm expecting for Andrew Wiggins to use whatever personal issues he had going on to fuel that fire, and I want him to come out playing with that fire throughout the whole playoffs. I mean, he didn't even have nothing personal going on last year, and you see how hard he dunked on Luka Doncic?
Oh.
He dunked on Doncic so hard, he had to fake like he got injured. Remember, Doncic came up holding his face. They tried to wave it off the basket, and they did the replay. And, you dunk on somebody so hard that they have to fake an injury. So that, he did all that without any personal things going on. I'm looking for that Andrew Wiggins times 10. He can turn into a super saiyan and try to help, and if we do play Sacramento, good. Let Harrison Barnes see exactly what he walked away from. I mean, he saw it already because we went and won multiple championships. But let's go ahead and give Harrison Barnes that chef's kiss, as we go ahead and defeat the teams from the playoffs. Thanks for taking the call.
All right, I gotta
Harrison, the Black Falcon Revenge series. Oh man, because he didn't like leaving here. Him and Bogut.
Yeah, he got traded. He didn't walk away.
Bogut felt like the flirtation with Kevin Durant started in the series the year before. I love Bogut. We need to get him on. Playoff preview.
Wait a minute. I think I had a dream about Bogut. I did have a dream about Bogut.
I don't know if you want to say that out loud.
No, it was about I wanted him on the show, but he said, this won't be a good topic for your show or something like that. Anyway, he blew us off.
So I bring Bogut up, and then
I just remembered, and then
Incredible.
I was thinking, wait. Then I was actually thinking, wait, did Evan get in touch with him and Bogut said he couldn't do it? Because Bogut usually will do it. Yeah. Anyway, I had a dream about Bogut.
Well, this is where I'm coming from in regard to a first-round opponent, and the Warriors better handle the business because I'm assuming there won't be any play-in here in the Bay. The lack of playoff confrontation between the Warriors and Kings, it's never happened. That's more juicier than KD and Steph. Like we can get both.
Say what you mean.
Oh, no, I'm about to tell
No.
you. I want Sack first round, then sign me up for the KD drama against the Warriors. The Kings and Warriors have to play, man. Stoney, they just do. They got a new building, a new slogan, Light the Beam. You can't tell me you're not getting St. Jean. I spent all Saturday with him. The man is wanting this. He tried to wish it into existence. Did you talk to Mully about it? Did that come up? Not being nosy. What y'all talking about? You should have said, come on the show. See, I'm always thinking about the show.
I rarely think about it.
Yeah, going off our last one, I can see why.
Yeah, you got to. Yeah. Anyway. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And the bottom line is this. What are you feeling most optimistic about after last night's game? And here's the other thing. If I don't know about you, but I'm focusing more on the fourth quarter. But, yeah, the first three quarters were kind of like a lot of quarters this year. But they came back. They won the game. They have 2 more games left. Andrew Wiggins is back. Moody with a surprise performance last night. Gary Payton II, pretty good.
What about that dunk?
Yeah.
Two-hand.
His dad was sitting close to me. Gary
I didn't see.
Payton. He was in the second row.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was behind me.
You didn't say anything, though.
No, but I don't know.
I'm being nosy.
All right, this is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. 888-957-9570 is the number. What are you feeling good about after that comeback win from the Golden State Warriors last night?
He spins to the rim and scores! He split J-Dub Williams and Giddey and caught them unawares. J-Dub Williams goes all the way up, blocked by DiVincenzo. He wanted a foul. Looney comes up with a loose ball to Dante. He's hit at midcourt by Joe. It's a foul, and this place is going crazy. This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up at 1 o'clock, Zaza Pachulia. It's a Warriors Wednesday, and that will be the executive show. And a couple things from the text line I'm going to use to get us started. 415, is it clear to say that the Warriors have flipped that switch or they're about to flip it in time for the playoffs? That's JJ, 415. But then this one also, the 510, from Drew in Oakland. Can the Warriors play a complete game anymore? They had games several years ago where they didn't waver from tip to horn, and they had consistency and excellence throughout. Does that still even exist? Okay. I don't know. Let me ask you this. The Warriors have won 6 of their last 8, but my question to Warrior fans is, are they playing better basketball? Are they playing better, or have they just won a couple games that, fell their way? Here's the stretch. They beat Houston in Houston. Then they finished off that road trip with a win at Dallas by 2 points, remember?
Yes, I do. Luka with the just horrible last possession. All right.
So that's 2 wins in a row.
Okay.
Then they come back from 11 down in the fourth quarter, beat Philly.
I was there.
3 quarters of
I got you.
1 quarter of comeback win. Then they lost to Minnesota, tough loss, turnovers late, bit them.
Worst loss of the season.
They come home. They were home. They're home against the Pelicans. They get down 20, and they come back and win.
Draymond Green game.
Then they play the Spurs, and the Spurs hang in for 3 quarters.
That was a D-.
And then the Warriors pull away. Denver, they got up, they got down, they made a late run, they lost, and then last night, they're down 4 after 3 quarters, then they win the game. 888-957-9570. They're 6 of 8. They won 6 of 8. Are they playing better, though?
No. I'm just going to say no,
Really?
flat out no. And last night was Exhibit A because, A, it was a great win, but you gave up 80 points in the first half on your turf, the turf that has been sacred, where teams come in to lose. I have not forgot Denver, where you lost that game without their best player. So no shade, but the good thing in all of this, Donnie, is frankly it doesn't matter because now you are whole. You are whole when Andrew Wiggins is on the court. You are going to be whole when Klay Thompson is out there. So to me, that's what it's about. Now the switch, and I'll ask Zaza about this, to me that's mental. And when they're locked and loaded and they're at full strength, which hopefully is a game or 2 away, that's when I'll be able to come in here, partner, and tell you, oh, watch out. But, Steiny, I've seen too many lapses, even the New Orleans game at home, to where you were down a dub before you woke up. And if you take that into the playoffs, that mindset of, we'll wait to the fourth quarter, well, guess what? Poole might not be there to bail you out. Curry may not be able to bail you out. So you're playing with fire. But Wiggins is back, and the whole band will be back together. Now, before you answer, I'm all over, but we forgot a star yesterday.
Hold on.
Okay, we forgot to mention somebody yesterday.
All right, hold on.
All right, I'm gonna say, and that shirt you're wearing is
basketball
fire.
related.
Yeah, we talked about everything here in the Bay that transpired yesterday, the night. But in the daytime, there was a press conference, and there was a press conference with one Andrew Wiggins.
Okay,
was Steiny. The star of that press conference to me, and nobody's trying to be a star, was Bob Myers.
Why? What did he do?
He was there for Andrew Wiggins. He was there not just for what word am I looking for? Not just comfort, but support, all of it. And I believe he is irreplaceable. So Joe Lacob, your boy, our boy, I mean, I hope they fix this, and not just for the seats, but Steiny, I hope they really, get on the same page, and we're talking about in this offseason, Bob Myers is coming back. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I hope this is not a Bruce Bochy situation to where, he's going to, end up somewhere else a year or 2.
Hakeem Hakeem's in Baltimore.
B-Town.
Tell you what, Baltimore's a good city.
You couldn't hang there. The Wire.
Dude,
how you gentlemen?
I love
What's
Baltimore.
up, man? Right.
It's not all the Wire.
Yeah.
Hakeem, tell him the Inner Harbor's nice, huh?
The Inner Harbor is nice. I have heard that San Francisco has the best seafood in the world, so I do need to get out there pretty soon
All right.
to compare and contrast.
It's debatable.
Crab cakes, Goo. Crab
My
cake.
favorite.
Yes, absolutely. Crab cakes are outstanding out here. My worry level with the Warriors is the same that it was last year. I'm not worried. And I'm not worried because I know that they have a switch. I've seen the switch before. This year, and I think you said it before, it has to be hard. It's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy. But I know these gentlemen have a lot of pride, and I know that they care about their legacy being online, and I expect them to defend their legacy the only way they know how is to play championship basketball. And I'm looking forward to the ride. I'm looking forward to the journey, and I'm looking forward to seeing exceptional basketball played by this group. No questions asked.
Wow. They just got to make it. They just got to play longer stretches of real good basketball. That's what they got to start doing.
On both ends, Steiny.
You know, when they were great, they had a lot of games where they were down and then
It
they
was
just
a
turned it
joke.
on.
Yeah, you know they would run you down.
Who's to say maybe could this team do it?
So, God, Steiny, that shirt is seriously that's a Tiger Woods-esque shirt.
It's a good shirt.
You golfing today?
Yes.
Oh well, that's why.
In fact,
that's the part of golf that I'm ready. The
I know.
wardrobe.
You're going to be very
my boy
good at
Brooklyn Steiny, he second to none. Listen,
I have a buddy that just he
know how to dress it? Golf attire.
I'll put my golf clothes on, and he'll say, "You're not wearing that."
Oh, boy, like the sweater last night.
And then he'll go to the pro shop and buy me something.
See, that's my type of guy. Yeah, Steiny, you look clean right now. But again, not to veer off, how much of you, or if any of you, is worried about Wiggins and how
I'm not. Goo, you can't do that.
It's a big
Don't
thing,
do
though,
that,
right?
Wiggins.
It just admit that it's a big. And Austin San Jose on YouTube saying, "Goo, nobody's irreplaceable." Talking about Bobby Myers. I get that, but Austin, come on now, be careful when you think like that. Jerry Jones used to think like that.
But hold on,
the
Goo.
Giants thought like that with Bochy.
Do you want him back or not?
Bob Myers?
No. Oh, I thought you meant Wiggins.
Oh yeah, hell yes.
So wait, what are you worried about?
The concern of how long it can take him to be at his best.
Goo, come on.
That's all. But I get nothing's going to supersede seeing it play out, but there's got to be some trepidation in regard to where's he at, because he's a big part of them winning it all. That's all. And
I'm getting excited. It's a good problem.
Yeah, if it works.
Would you rather?
It's a good problem if it works out.
Let me ask you this. I'm dead serious.
Because I'm excited.
Okay, you said you're worried about Wiggins. Yeah. What if on Monday or 2 days ago the Warriors had announced Andrew Wiggins is going to miss the rest of the year?
I'd be sick to my stomach.
Well, you wouldn't be worried. Probably at that point, you'd be like, well, no Wiggins, so there's no sense in...
I'd be more worried about the team going back to back.
I guess what I'm saying, and I guess what we're saying to you on behalf of Warrior fans, don't be worried.
You're
happy. Getting the guy back.
All right.
He's going to have to,
Chris A. on YouTube is not a big deal.
It might not be, but it might. I'll tell you, no.
Yeah, right.
No. Here's the thing. It's not going to be a big deal. And the reason it's not going to be a big deal is because Andrew Wiggins, he just kind of fits in.
All right. Okay.
When the Warriors play without Steph, it's different. When they play without Poole, they're different. Wiggins, you can just slide him in there.
I got you.
You slide Wiggins in. He doesn't mess. He's not really taking. I know he's going to take 14 shots, but he's not really taking them from anybody. You don't call a lot of plays for him, except if you need a bucket, maybe you can post him up a little bit here and there. But
KD Forrest on muscle memory. I get. You know what? You know why I'm the trepidation in my boy? Because we saw him come back, and this was from the adductor. And he was not, when Andrew Wiggins is on, Steiny, it's poetry in motion. The three ball, the Fred Astaire footwork, the defense. But we saw, last time we saw him, there ramp up time. And he had his best game his last game. So that's what I'm just kind of like, okay, game one against whoever, where's he going to be? And he could come out and be like, "Ooh, you was tripping for nothing." And I hope that's it. But that's something that nobody can control. It's just going to play itself out, if that makes any sense. But it's a big deal.
I just don't like this is you're such a puzzle to me.
Yeah.
You really are. And I've been giving that a lot of thought the last few days, and you're a unique person. I've got to start to embrace that more.
Wow.
But
whoa.
It's just so goo. He's missed half the season. Serious issue. We've been worried about him coming back. Is he coming back? Is he not coming back?
Right.
All right, he's coming back. Like, you got to look at the positive, right?
Yeah, but I guess, and I am, Steiny, but I
can't keep working
and our
with a
friendship
guy.
is predicated
I can't
on.
keep working with a guy who looks at the negative all the time. They are getting Andrew Wiggins back.
That hurt me because I'm always positive.
I know, that's why I said it.
But I'll tell you what, you will allow this then. If I'm the Warriors' first-round opponent, I'm going to know that since Andrew Wiggins has returned, he, from a personal standpoint, and the team have not played 5 consecutive games together. Now, listening to you may say, "Goo, that means nothing. Look at Kevin Durant, line 1. I get that. But I'm also so mentally and emotionally invested in this team that I do know that not if it went sideways, that maybe he needed some time. Are we looking at them being down 2-1 in the series? You know what I mean? So I'm just like, that's why I want him to play so bad Friday or Sunday to kind of get the cobwebs out, if any. And I think that's a valid point, but I guess you're saying I sound like I'm scared.
I mean, let's say they open with Phoenix. I mean, you'd rather have Wiggins than not have him.
No doubt about that.
Wiggins gives you a guy who gives you a chance to defend a Booker or a Durant. Obviously,
no doubt. I guess what I'm asking, Matt, is
I think you put Wiggins out on the floor, and even if he's rusty, I think you get a little better defensively.
Okay. And that's what vantage point I'm coming from. Of course, I want him out here. I've been yearning for him, but when you get past that, do you say, you know what, Goo? What if we got a rusty Andrew Wiggins?
We probably will. We probably will.
It doesn't mean they'll lose the game, but when I think of Wiggins and last year, Steiny, it was incredible.
Help me out, Warrior fans. A little role reversal right here today. I'm feeling pretty good about the Warriors.
I'm asking for help.
I know. Tell
because normally you don't.
Just help me out at 888-957-9570. Tell Guru why every little thing's going to be all right.
All right. Bobby McFerrin.
But I do, I really mean this, and I meant it months ago. The 2 guys that the Warriors were hoping to get back, Peyton and Wiggins, just so happened to be, to me, the 2 guys that are not that difficult to incorporate back in. If, it's when Klay came back last year, that's a big change.
Gotcha.
When Curry misses, 15 games and comes back, it's a big change. I mean, I heard the morning show today basically saying, this team plays totally different when Curry plays and when it doesn't. Wiggins, like,
he'll be fine, is what you're saying.
I'm kind of less worried about Wiggins than I am about can Kuminga make more with less?
The effect of Wiggins.
Exactly.
Okay, wow.
If DiVincenzo's minutes get shaved a little, can he do more with less? Because if they get Wiggins back and Kuminga and all those guys still are playing at a pretty good level, then they got action. Like, Wiggins is not the kind of guy who's going to go out and go, 3 for 15.
Okay. I know.
So I just kind of, like, believe it or not, this is where I think, how we used to criticize Wiggins for his laid back attitude.
Dibs had the best thing, the K-Wig. It was a station. It was a radio station, number 1.
But you know what? This is the part. This is the benefit of having that part of a personality. because he's not coming back in
like Kobe
to be
in his prime.
Exactly.
You're right. Okay.
Exactly.
I feel better.
Like I feel like nobody's more suited to ease back in than a player like Wiggins, who likes the kind of play where he hangs back, sees what he can do, and then they get him involved. I kind of Wiggins, I'm not worried about.
Okay.
I'm not worried about it.
And I appreciate your help. And Steiny, I was trying. Bobby McFerrin is.
Don't worry, be happy.
Oh, so I did get it right. Kimmy T said it's Bob
Marley.
Marley
Said
too.
Pharrell.
No, I said Bob Marley. But
no, Bob Marley's
No Woman, No Cry.
Well, that's one of them. But
Steiny,
Bob Marley,
I cried to that song after I had my heart broken.
Bob Marley said, "Every little thing's gonna be all right."
There we go. Yeah, but I got there.
Three Little Birds. That's what the song's called. Thank you, Evan.
Yeah. Hey, I got a quick question before you go to the phone.
About were my seats?
It's about that. Had I been here,
no.
So it wouldn't have been Miss Susan was gone.
It was all Susan.
I did think about it.
I got to tell you.
I wonder, like, he took Dana last time. But
what if I told you, Bay Area, that it was just a wonderful night for your boy Steiny?
Dude, you were into
took
it.
Susan and...
So you go back to Oakland. She met you here. You stayed in the city.
I met her in Thrive City, baby.
Look at you. Shout out Kaiser.
I met her at Thrive City. Let me tell you something.
Dude, you were glowing.
Let me tell you something out there. You know, we were talking about my age the other day. Yeah, I'm getting up there a little bit, but
you look, Steiny, seriously, you look damn
Thank
good.
you. I appreciate that. My guy is on fire today. I'm talking about you. The life, relationships, ups and downs.
Yeah.
Hey, red lights some days, green lights others. Oh man,
Tap into
what
it.
What a great day for
to be alive.
It was a good day for me and Susan. Really was. We had a lot of fun.
That's incredible.
And how about this? Here's one out of nowhere, a non sequitur. My daughter, youngest daughter's leaving today.
Mary Page?
She's going to visit her sister in London.
Now did you take her to the airport?
No, she's leaving at 1. I say goodbye before 1.
All right, good. A good
so she's
goodbye.
She's on her. She might be on her way to
How
the
long
airport right now.
is that flight? Do you know?
It's about 11 hours.
And how long will she be staying?
Like 10 days.
Wow, Steiny, that's awesome, man.
So
Good for her.
She's a junior in high school, and she's going to visit my middle daughter, who's
that's
20.
dope. Sister and sister.
She's 20.
In London.
She's 20. January, February, March, April. May. Yeah, but she's 20.
That's dope. You got to be proud.
You ever been to? Yeah, you've been to London.
Paris.
You didn't like it.
No, they were playing Tupac with the cuss words in the mall.
Oh, that's right.
I can't believe Boucher Voo. It's supposed to be romantic.
7:07. It is. Paris is incredible. 7:07. Steiny, Guru. Great show as always, and the Warriors are ready to defend their title, baby. The boys are back.
I love it.
Yeah.
Wow.
I want Iguodala.
I haven't seen him on the sideline.
I did.
Yesterday.
Yeah,
well, why'd you say it like that? I'm happy.
Because I looked over there once, and he was kind of drawing attention to himself.
Yeah. Hey, I got a quick question about the rotation.
Okay.
So Wiggins is back. So we got Wiggins, Looney, Steph, Dre. That's the original 5. Dude, we got Poole. We got GP the second.
Yeah.
We got Dante. That's 8.
You're forgetting. Dude, this team is the same as last year. Of course,
Man,
literally I'm not.
Strength
But this
in numbers.
team is exactly the same.
Strength in numbers.
Curry,
Go ahead.
Klay.
That's 2.
Wiggins,
3,
Draymond, Looney,
5.
Poole. That's 6.
Yep.
Who else was on the team last year? Kuminga. He's still on 7. Peyton was on the team last year. That's 8 guys from the top 8 from last year. The only guy, all we've done, really, right, Bay Area? All we've done is switched Otto Porter Jr. for DiVincenzo.
No doubt.
Essentially seems exactly the same other than that. So
that's got to be a plus.
They're running it back.
Yep.
They're running it back. Let's go to George. George is in the jungle. What are you smelling in that jungle, George? You smelling championship? Yeah.
Not a thing.
There you go.
There you go.
It's gonna be all right. Come on, Goo. That's Bob Marley.
You know. No woman, no cry was my song, though. Yeah.
We got many. He's got some tribute. But the thing you got to understand is, would you rather be a team with Wiggins as your 9th best player coming off the bench if need be than not have him at all? Come on.
Wow.
He's talking to you, Goop.
No doubt. No.
Got to look at the bright side of things.
Dude, this is a role reversal. That's what I do daily. But I'm eager to see where Wiggins is at and how he can reincorporate himself with the team and how they play off of each other. And do you think if Kuminga were right here, or you talked to him last night, if he were your son,
I chatted with him briefly.
Look at you, boy. Would you say, you know what? You can expect a decrease in minutes, or it's all dependent on that game and that matchup.
I told Jonathan what to expect going into the postseason. I've obviously covered a lot of postseasons, and he's going to. Nah, Kuminga's fine.
See,
I like the thing with Kuminga now is he's now gone from a position to, boy, we need him to play pretty well every night, to now, can he give you something here and there and help you win a game? I got to take exception to Chengers on the YouTube chat line.
Or what'd they say?
You said they're not the same team from last year, and now you're saying it's the same team. Okay, let me explain. They are different because they're not as good. They haven't had the
their
same
record's
season.
not as good.
Correct, but their personnel is exactly the same. Right. But it's a different year.
But that should lead one to be more confident that when it's go time, if they've been sleepwalking throughout the season and a hangover, shout out Tyson, that's what the bet was predicated on. That when it was go time,
Tyson
the
was
final
in hangover.
the final exam, they'll be ready. And Curry put on a show, Stoney, from the game.
I know he did.
How can you
by
just
the way,
get
he does that for me. Last time I saw Curry, he had 50. That's the Hawks, remember?
Yeah. No, is that true?
Yeah, remember?
You saw him go for 50.
Yeah.
50.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
But we got to do something together.
What do you mean? Like go to a game?
Yeah, we have to. Well, I'm going Friday with JD to the Kings game, Warriors.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Actually, that'll be a lot of fun. What do you think? God, we can talk about that on the other side.
I hope it's Wiggins' debut, but you're telling me you heard Tim Roy kind of.
Why would you do this, 925? Obviously, it's not exactly the same team. You're right. They don't have Damian Lee or Bielitsa.
Right.
But I'm talking about the top 8.
Yeah.
Come on, work with me today. I'm in a good mood, and I got your team a win last night because I sparked the team.
If we could just bottle this Steiny up.
What do you mean?
Like every day.
Get me courtside season tickets,
right?
No, and you'll have this guy.
The boss, if he could do, I'm telling you, he would be invested too. He would invest. You see his tweet last night?
No.
It was the greatest tweet ever. So his son's baseball team, they all got an account at the snack bar, right? And he said he went to the snack bar to check. He said, whose kid do you think had the highest IOU? Dude, I like to fell out my chair, but I just, that's who I was as a kid. I'd had the biggest, well, maybe now. I'd had the biggest balance, but that was pretty good.
Yeah, I talked to the boss last night.
He knew you were going, after the game or before?
During, or, before. And text him about Monday. Tie up some loose ends from Monday.
Dude, wow.
And just finish up.
People don't know I apologized to you before I left out.
I told you not to.
But
I said you didn't need to.
But it was something else that was festering in me that I took it out on you. And wrestling. Yeah.
Oh, God.
You said you might apologize to me. I was kind of upset.
I said I'll probably end up apologizing to you tomorrow. But you weren't here.
Yeah.
So,
that was awkward, though. I mean, not here. I hated it.
Yeah. I had your back. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors rally again last night. They beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. Sacramento next on Friday. And let's jump in and talk Warriors. Was there anything last night that happened that makes you think, you know what, this is possible? Or was last night, in your mind, another game where there's just as much problems as solutions, and I don't think we're any place different than we were before the game? Let me know at 888-957-9570. And this is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com. Talking Niners, talking Warriors.
No woman, no cry.
And
nice job, Goop.
you only live once, and I know you got commitments, but before you dip, we got to get a photo of me, you, and Stein.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Because if I go home, if you didn't do it again, I didn't get it. Is that cool? That's okay.
No problem.
He gonna be all you groupie.
You could have asked him that after the interview, so not everybody heard it. But that's all right. That's right.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Oh, thanks, Steph.
I just hate that he laughs so hard when you
Nice
say
ball game
that.
last night. What? You good?
Why would I have peanuts during the break? Because then one gets in your trail mix.
Okay.
Your boy, yeah, Steiny.
You know what I had for breakfast today? I'm
Oatmeal.
surprised nobody noticed. Evan was sitting right next to me. I was waiting for him to say, "Boy, that looks good." Gumbo.
In the morning?
Yeah, it was leftover. Let me tell you something about gumbo. Oh my God.
I don't like my meat in water.
It's broth. It's thick. It's a thickish stew. So you get shrimp,
crab,
sausage, chicken,
crab.
No crab in this one.
My wife would have cussed you out. Big crapper. Look at you. Who made it?
Susan.
Wow.
Yeah.
Should have brought some in for everybody.
It was the last helping. I finished. I had six servings in 3 days.
Wow.
Came home from golf starving on Saturday.
Steiny
drilled
Zion
3.
Williamson.
Exactly.
Yeah. When's he coming back? I want everybody back. PG-13.
2027 maybe.
Look at you.
Something like that. Let's go to and this guy better be careful. He's calling himself Big Smooth in Oakland. Better be Big Smooth and not Big Smoothie, because that's only Victor Alexander. Yeah. What's up, Big Smooth?
Hey, I'm laughing because you used the word helping. Ask Guru when was the last time you used the word helping.
I think maybe never. That is, I let it go, but you called him out.
Serving, helping. Okay, anyway, listen. Somebody explain this to me. I'm scratching my head. This lineup could potentially be better than last year. The only reason why I say that, DiVincenzo, Payton, they had that element of dogs on defense. But why? Whose minutes are Lamb getting? JaMychal Green can't get more minutes? I'm just asking. Why can't JaMychal Green? What is Lamb doing of bringing that JaMychal Green can't bring more of? I don't get Lamb's minutes. Maybe he's killing it in practice and scrimmages. I don't know. But when he's on that was a terrible lineup last night. I don't get Lamb. Somebody explain why JaMychal Green can't get more minutes and take them away from Lamb.
Well, Lamb didn't play 1 second in the second half. If I'm correct.
I know that.
Yeah, he didn't play 1 second now. Yeah,
but you're starving JaMychal Green. He can't, with his height and with his ability to knock down a three, that's what Believer did last year. Why can't we implement JaMychal Green in some way, shape, or form in some kind of rotation, even if it's 5 minutes a game? I would completely cut Lamb off at this juncture. We're getting to go to the off. Man, Lamb, I don't see occasionally he'll hit a three. He makes a lot of turnovers. And again, I'm sure he's a nice young man, but at this point, man, we got to put the best players in there. Now again, I don't propose that these guys are just, they're on one in practice. Maybe they're seeing something. Right. But I can't see it.
And thanks for the call, Big Smooth.
Wow.
Appreciate it.
Let us know how you really feel.
You're listening to Matt Steinmetz, Daryl, the Guru Johnson, with you. We're talking about the Warriors game from last night. They beat the OKC Thunder 136-125. Down 4 going into the fourth quarter. But Jordan Poole leads a big charge, and the Warriors win going away. Now, Big Smooth, as for Anthony Lamb, I can just tell you the things that Steve Kerr has said about Lamb. And one is that Lamb is a player who can play with any lineup. And the reason he can play with any lineup is because he can defend the 4 and he can stretch the floor as a 3. I'm sorry, he can stretch the floor as a 4 on offense too. So Lamb is a guy that I just think Kerr trusts him a little bit. But listen, Big Smooth, I think that moving forward, especially once we get to either the play-in or the playoffs, Lamb and JaMychal Green's minutes are going to be very sparse. I don't think there's any doubt about it. You look at last night's game, I mean, they're not playing with Wiggins and they're not playing with Klay Thompson. So without even...
Green's been out the rotation for a little bit. Right?
Yeah, he is. And,
but he's a professional.
Well, the thing I wanted to look at was... I forgot.
Well,
but Yeah, Klay didn't play, Wiggins didn't play, so that's 60-plus minutes that are going to come off like last night's box score from some of the players.
And I don't want to say excuse me, it's pressure on Steve Kerr, but it's like a Rubik's Cube. And I'm going to say this. I need you to have my back, Steiny. Who's been the biggest hater of Lamb when this season first started? It was your boy. But he has earned everything that has come his way. And Big Smooth, I'm with you. But even last night, he slowed down on a layup. Steiny, I think it was at the end of where you were sitting and made a basket. My thing is, I'm not telling you Lamb is Karl Malone, but more often than not, if I had $1 for every big three this dude has hit when the game was teetering out of control for the Warrior, you got to put respect on Lamb's name. Now, I'll ask you this, Steiny. I don't think he's better than JaMychal Green, but is he more consistent? And that's why he's been playing more. But you are right. And I'm going to be careful because I can't pronounce the name on YouTube. They're saying, why are we talking about the 10th and 11th guy? Because sports is so damn unpredictable that in any game, in regard to foul trouble, injuries, the 10th or 11th guy can be the 6th or 7th guy. So I'm just saying, Lamb didn't use a ski mask to get that two-way contract converted. He's been a baller, and I do sometimes wonder about JaMychal Green, but that's the ace in Steve Kerr's pocket, Steiny, that he can bring him out when he feels like they need him. Because it's about to get hard now.
If I'm a Warrior fan, I'm not concerned about that at all. Lamb. And the reason I'm not concerned about Lamb is because it's working out. And what do I mean by that? Well, Wiggins missed half the year. Guys were hurt. Draymond missed some games.
That's why you're saying we saw as much of Lamb
exactly.
as we did.
Like, honestly, Lamb kind of held the fort down along with Ty Jerome a little bit. Yeah. They didn't carry the Warriors. We know that. But they got him from point A to point B in a way by occupying minutes, and the team still was able to hang in there. Okay, so now where are we? Well, Klay's healthy, hopefully, and Wiggins is back. So guess what? They're done.
Well, I got you.
The rotations get, the depth gets shrunk anyway. So we're looking at spot playing for Lamb and JaMychal Green, like almost, I think, specific instances, as long as everybody stays healthy.
You and I are different. I'm black, you're white, but we watch the games differently. Now, going into that fourth quarter, you being up there front row, did you have the thought of like, man, OKC, because they needed that game, and Steiny, for a second, I thought even when they're up 9, was there any part of you that said the Warriors in trouble? Because I saw where I could see you watching the game. You were a part of the TV in my living room, and I'm like, ooh, I wonder if Steiny thinks that wasn't a foul.
Well, there are a few things that happened last night that midway through the third quarter, the Warriors were struggling a little bit, but it was, I think, with about 6 minutes left. I made some eye contact with Steph Curry, and
What's it feel like? I did too.
He gave me a look that was easy to translate, and it was translated. Steiny, I'm getting ready to go here. Wow. So I wasn't worried at that. I was worried for most of the first half. Yeah. Into the third quarter, again, till I made eye contact with Steph, and I kind of gave him a little clenched fist, and he nodded. He nodded very subtly, but
look how you're saying it like you believe it.
It's a nod, I know, and
I know everything.
Yeah, once that connection was made, I felt like we were in good shape.
You, Evan, and I. We love the game.
By the way, Bay Area, for anybody out there that doesn't like me, too bad, because I'm rooting for the Warriors now. And if they win it all, guess what? I wasn't wrong.
Some float action?
I wasn't wrong.
You gonna be on the float?
No. Like that's
Steph looked at us the last parade. I got mad at you.
See, this is where you and I are a little bit
because it was hot that day. Remember last parade?
It was ridiculous.
Yeah. Hey,
yeah.
I got to give respect where respect is deserved. SGA up close.
He's good. He's good.
And your boy Kabika trying to sometimes get him 94 feet with dudes with handles, Tiny. Yeah, you might not want to do that. He's a bad dude.
Hey, Morali. Settle down. You've been on me a little bit here on this YouTube line. That's why Curry was 2 for 9 in the second half. Was he?
It didn't feel that way.
Wait, No, he had a good second half, didn't he? I was too focused on Poole.
Yeah, man. So now do you feel like Poole can be a number 1 or 2 on another team?
Nah.
You still? I'm including the bottom feeder, Steiny. There's no doubt, man. That dude's offensive repertoire. Is there any team right now that if you drop Jordan Poole onto, he would be the best player on that team? Like Charlotte. Would Jordan Poole be the best player on Charlotte? Oh, wow. I almost want to
Would you rather have Jordan Poole or LaMelo Ball?
You had your chance.
I'm going to go LaMelo. And Poole, I love you to death.
Boy, that's a tough one for me.
LaMelo's a star.
I mean, I'm so high on the Warriors, I'm taking
superstar.
Poole.
Yeah, all right.
He's just too dynamic.
It's good for the show.
He's too dynamic. Just dynamic.
People saying Don Applin, I like this Steiny guy today.
Yeah. Yep. We're going to be all right. Sophomore in Pacifica. What's up?
Gentlemen.
Hey.
Gentlemen, fun to listen to you guys today. You do have amazing chemistry. I'm glad you appreciate it. Just like you don't know what you got till it's gone, right? So
Joni Mitchell.
You don't need to overthink it. Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Just keep enjoying it. I like that.
Thank you.
Yes. Just a point on the basketball thing with Wiggins. It's really kind of simple. You know, the team can't take full Wiggins back the first day because we've been living without him for a while. So we got to work him in, and he's got to work himself up to speed, just like Steph. You know, last year when he was coming back from injury, right? Got to get back into it. So we need a little bit of an easy first series for the chess pieces to get arranged because we don't have the brawn, we don't have the strength, you know, among our core that we had before. They are getting older, so I think it's going to be a chess match, including the players, coaches. The whole organization is going to really be thinking their way through. If we win it all, this will be more brains than body and brawn. And I'm looking forward to it. It's nothing guaranteed, but it should be exciting and interesting. Just avoid the play-in and give us a little luck on the first series. That's all.
Yeah, I'm with you, sophomore. Don't you get it?
He said more brains.
Warrior fans, don't you get it? Don't you get it? You got 4 titles. You got 4 in your back pocket. All right? You got them in your back pocket.
But 5
and
would
now,
be incredible.
I appreciate the 4.
Oh, no doubt.
And go for 5.
Yeah, because they're not thinking
of
the
chips fall, baby. Let's see what happens.
And that's what they're doing. And you got a top 5 player still performing at those heights in Steph Curry, and now you get Wiggins back.
650 Steinmetz. You're going to be wrong because you're not a fan and you don't have faith in the Warriors. Hey, man. I react to new information.
Look at you. Where'd you get
and
that
some new
from?
information has been processed inside my head. And you know what? Let's see what the Warriors can do.
You know what I like about that call, though?
Let's have some fun.
What did Boston represent last year? They were youth. They were younger. They were stronger. They were more athletic. And to the caller's point, I feel like the Warriors won it last year with more of their brains. So right now, if you want to say run it back, Steiny, and you brought GP2 back, they can duplicate that to me. There's not another team out there from an athletic standpoint that scares me more than the Boston Celtics.
How about Phoenix?
No, Phoenix is different in the fact that they don't have what Boston has. Okay, they got Ayton, but they don't. Boston has they got Batman and Robin with Tatum and Brown. They got Smart. They got the Time Lord. I mean, they got a little bit of everything, but yet the Warriors overcame that, even after that collapse in Game 1. So I think of, if you tell me, Goo, it's the Milwaukee Bucks and Golden State Warriors in the finals.
Okay.
The Warriors can zero in on Giannis easier than I think they can zero in on what Boston possessed last year.
Oh, boy.
No,
I don't know if I'm with you on that one.
Yeah.
I really don't.
I feel like with Milwaukee, and they're great, you know where Giannis is coming from, downhill. okay, Boston just had a little bit of everything. And when they came back from that 20-point lead last year and won game 1, I was like, oh, my God, are we watching a changing of the guard? But the wit and the know-how, the grit, the wisdom, that's how they're going to do it again this year, the Warriors.
Here's the one thing I'm thinking about when we talk matchups and Wiggins' return. And let's just say Wiggins is Wiggins. Last year, who was he vital against? To me, he was vital against the Mavericks and vital against the Celtics. Okay, why? Well, he did a great job against Luka, and he did a great job against Tatum.
And Brown.
But here's what I worry about with Phoenix is, like, both Luka and Tatum.
Okay, I'm listening.
Like, I always do this. Close your eyes and imagine Wiggins defending those guys last year. And all I can picture is those two guys, like, attacking from the top of the floor with everybody else kind of watching them.
Okay.
And the Warriors could help because Luka just dribble. Durant is a different cover than those guys. He just plays differently than Luka, and he moves off the ball much better than those guys. He can post up much better than those guys. That's the one thing I kind of want to see is how the Warriors how can they defend Durant? Because, to me, he's kind of one of a kind. Can they?
No doubt.
Can they defend Durant? Who's going to defend Durant?
Or if you just let Durant eat and limit everybody else. And that's like Ayton. I can just, like, in my mind, I like DeAndre Ayton, Steiny, but I know on any given night he can get flustered. And if you're telling me it's that night where he's flustered, then Chris Paul's not hitting anything, then it's just KD getting his 40-45, but the Warriors winning it. I'm telling you, Matt, I hope nothing's up with Klay's back, but where he's at in regard to my mindset when he releases the ball is just, that's a headache for any team. And that's why they've gotten to the heights that they have. Now you incorporate Wiggins. Now you got Jordan Poole ain't even a secret weapon, but he can detonate and close at any time. And I don't know if you know this little theme that's been popping off, but the Warriors, even in the Philly game that I was in attendance to, Steiny, when he goes off, they need it the most. It's so non-front running. You know what I mean? Like, he'll get to the line, then he'll hit that three, and you can watch almost his thoughts in his head as he starts to perform. It's like, all right, I know I'm feeling it. Went to the line, I just did a blow-by, now I'm going to just do this YOLO, and his bottoms. He put on a show, man. He's special, Steiny.
He can be. He can be when he's got it going. There's no doubt about it. He was great last night. Jordan Poole was.
Now, there were a couple turnovers and fall downs. Please. You saw one up close, though, right? A fall down. I thought of you. He fell down, turned it over.
I can't keep track of those. See, you know what? We may have to ban this guy, Morali. Steiny up to 79 games. The Warriors stink. The dynasty is over. After the 80th game, I'm rolling with the Warriors. I can see it already, what's coming when the Warriors fall off in the playoffs. Stop it.
They want that old Steiny back.
Stop it. Fall off in the playoffs. We'll see. Let's get there first. I still haven't.
Yeah, must win Friday.
I mean,
it is a must win.
Well, the reality is that they're still not out of the play-in situation.
And that would be a night. Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm Street.
So the Lakers play the Clippers tonight. So the Warriors right now are in 5th. But after tonight, they're going to be back in 6th.
Okay.
Because the winner of the Clippers-Lakers game
has the tiebreaker.
Will leapfrog them again. So no. They'll have a. See, now I got to get this. Up.
Well, the Warriors, I thought. Monte, help me. Evan talked about it.
I'll do it. So if the Lakers, correct. They will tie the Warriors, but they'll have the tiebreaker.
Okay, right. Both teams, either or, the winner.
But
yeah. So when I see you tomorrow, the Warriors are going to be 6.
No matter what.
Okay. Wow.
No matter what.
And then that could get you sacked, though. If you think that sack pack, you want to play. See, now you laughed at me a couple weeks ago because I didn't tell you. I'm really that thing you do with the foot. I tried to do it with you the other day. But teams are really going to think about the Warriors. Like, if they control Phoenix or Sac, Steiny.
Who does?
If the Warriors go into Sunday's game against Portland, if a win means they got Phoenix or Sac, are you honestly telling me the powers to be are not going to, hey, maybe we sit the chef, the second, what, finesse it to where they align with Sac. That's a reality,
but
man.
They can't play that game. They can't play that game because
Sunday, though, I'm thinking.
What do you mean?
Going into the game against Portland.
Well, then if you fall, you can't finish in a tie with any team. Otherwise, you'll drop down.
Yeah, all right.
Let me see what I was going to do here.
Because the play-in is the nightmare. 7th is the nightmare.
So JD brought something up. Let's say the Suns are locked into 4.
Gotcha.
And the Lakers.
Well, technically, they're locked into 4 now. Go ahead.
Right.
The Suns. All right.
So if the Phoenix Suns are going to be 4, okay, and let's just say the Lakers win tonight. So now they're
Phoenix and L.A.
They leapfrog the Warriors.
Phoenix and L.A. is not it.
Right.
The Lakers.
But why, if you're the Lakers, the last game of the year, guess what? I'm losing that game.
Right.
To get to 6.
Okay, and they play Phoenix Friday.
Now, the problem is the
win.
Warriors don't have that luxury of, we'll lose 2 then. No, because they could drop further in the standings.
Yeah. This is, wow. And we know the Clippers, if they were to lose tonight, don't want any part of the play-in, so they're going to go keep foot on the pedal.
It's interesting,
this is good for the
YouTube text line, just who's guarding who, and a lot of people are saying Wiggins will guard Booker, Draymond will guard Durant. I don't know about that.
I can see Looney on Durant.
What?
Yeah, just at times, though. You throw the kid, Jermichael Green.
Times.
Yeah, Jermichael Green.
I think Wiggins.
Warriors got bodies. Peyton Jr., Steiny, he's going to get.
Peyton Jr.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
But Wiggins is the guy to me. That's going to probably have the
But too early fouls on Wig would be.
I don't think Draymond can guard him long stretches. Kevin Durant.
I just think with the history that he'll get a shot.
I mean, he'll get matched up on him. But to me, a big part of this series, if they play Phoenix, a big part of the series is I think you're going to have to live with, Klay, you got to try to win this matchup against Devin Booker. You've got to guard him. You have to. Have to.
On the other side, I have a regret, an interview regret I like to run by you, and I want to get your thoughts on it.
Oh, okay. We can do that on the other side. In the meantime, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors get one last night against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Andrew Wiggins back in the building, and then soon he'll be back on the court. Coming up on the other side, Guru will tell you about an interview apparently he regrets. This is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Back to Wiggins.
traffic.
Manly.
Wow. Man-like move for Moody.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
When was that play?
I want to say late second or early third, but it was incredible. Dude, he went and got the ball, and our verts went up like Spider-Man.
Third quarter.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Dude.
Was it early third?
Look at Steiny.
I guess I
was looking at you.
I might not have been back to my seat.
Moody is a boss.
You know what I mean? You know how
I was day drinking.
We come out to the second half and all those empty seats courtside.
Yeah, look at you. Yeah. Flexing.
Hey, here's something. How about this for the Warriors? Last 5 fourth quarters at home for the Warriors.
Right.
Last 5 fourth quarters, here's how they've outscored their opponents at home. 41-24.
Damn.
23-22. 35-20. 43-27. 34-19. That tells me that at home, they're defending in the fourth quarter. The most points they've given up in the last 5 home games is, maybe that's wins.
And teams are getting rattled. It chased center Steiny in the fourth last night.
Nope, that includes the Minnesota game.
Well,
888-957-9570. Does it feel like things are like looking up for the Warriors?
God,
because I do see some. There's some.
Wiggins' presence is that's positive. So that's already a given, Steiny. I just tried to open up the shell, like what's inside of it. How's it gonna? You know what I mean? But him just being back, that's a good thing.
Of course it is. How can it not be a good thing? It's going to be. It gives him another body, if nothing else.
So, go ahead.
Frank's in Fremont. Oh, yeah, we got to get to your
really big
regret during an interview. Hey, Frank, what's up?
First of all, you guys are the best ever. Always. I love
like that. Wow.
I just got 3 points I want to make going into the postseason. You guys can talk about it. Number one, Warriors are healthier this year going into the postseason than they were last year. Curry was hurt. Green was hurt. Klay couldn't even get his feet off the ground half the time. Number two, our bench is obviously better than it was last year. Everybody's improved, and then we added some pieces. Number three, if you look at it statistically, all the Warriors are doing better than they were last year, but they don't play any defense. So you think they're not going to turn up the defense in the postseason?
The question is, will they be able to for long enough stretches? But they're healthier than second half. Year. Hold on, let's think about this. I mean, Steph came back for the first game of the playoffs last year. They came off the bench, but first of all, he could have started.
Draymond missed his 37 games. He came back and was looking like himself, the best version of himself.
No, that's what I'm saying. Are they really healthier this year than last?
Oh. Well, they
were pretty healthy last year.
And I think they're pretty healthy this year right now.
Because here's something that I've been thinking about, and let me know if you think there's any truth to it. Okay, so last year, Klay Thompson missed the first 50, well, not the first 50, but he missed 50 games.
Yeah.
He didn't come back till January. So when the playoffs started, Klay had 32 regular season games under his belt. Then he played the postseason, and I thought he was pretty good. This year now, he's essentially played a whole season before the playoffs are going to start. And I wonder if last year, because he only played 32 games, coming off 2 years of injury, maybe we'll find out that he was fresher last year than this year.
Okay, and with that, what's my one stat, Evan, that I keep going to with you guys? The Warrior that played the most minutes in the playoffs last year was Klay Thompson. So he didn't have, and I know it's more of a sample size, but just his confidence to me, Steiny, and I know he wants to shot in Denver back, but the one he hit before to even make that a possible game winner was incredible. Where I'm going is those 2 months that Klay had, that success, I really think that just has got Klay to where there's not a shot, there's not a situation that I won't let this thing fly. And that probably was his thought process or mindset even when he wasn't hitting. But now, Steiny, if I'm another team, I'm worried about 3 shooters in Golden State, and that's the third being Poole when he's on, and Wiggins. So I cannot wait. And I'm going to say something to you about that question. I I didn't like anything about giving up 79 points to OKC at home. So I don't know how much of that is hangover. It'll change when it's go time. But all I can say, Steiny, is I will have my answer here shortly. But that bothered me because something was on the line last night, and yet they couldn't get going. But what did I tell you to try to calm you down? Because you were fired up like, wait. No Wiggins, no Klay last night. So talk to me when they give up 79 with Wiggins and Klay. So that's what I'm writing now.
They might give up more if Klay would have played. People don't like what I did.
Dude, it was 79.
Hey, you hear what those guys are talking on the morning show.
What? I missed it.
Oof.
You got to tell me.
No, Joe Shasky just,
Watch yourself. And
Oh, take him out.
This is how I was going to.
That's the best, Shasky. Take him out.
You've heard me relate this anecdote before, but when I was about 12 years old, I was playing tennis with Drew Gilfillan at the Berks
What a
County.
name.
At the Berks
Gilfillan.
County. At the Berks County. His dad, of course, was an orthopedist back in Wyomissing. And we're playing tennis at the Berks County Tennis Club.
All right.
And it was during the summer, and we were off school, and I was 12, 13 years old, and we got kicked off by some adults because they had first dibs like after 3 o'clock.
Shout out Dan Dib.
So they came over and said, you guys beat it. And a gentleman named Ron Limpus approached Drew and
I hate that
Drew
name.
and Drew and myself, and he said, "What just happened?" And I said, "Well, they kicked us off because."
Yeah.
He said, "Why? Why did they?" I said, "I think they said its priority is the adults." He said, "You know what? It might be. It might be." He said, "But I know you guys are young kids, but don't ever forget, you always have the right to question. You have the right to ask a question, to question something that's going on." And Joe Shasky asked a question this morning, and some people didn't like it. He just basically said,
I'm all ears.
He basically said, I wonder if Poole playing great and Kerr playing, everybody playing, has something to do with Klay not taking all the shots. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I didn't bring it up.
Right. Well, I'll say that to our guy.
wasn't having it.
Yeah, I'll say that to our brother. When Steph was out, Klay and Poole made beautiful music together.
Klay played.
They won
Klay
5
got a
in a
lot of
row.
shots when Steph wasn't in there.
Yeah, but you don't think there's anything to that.
To what?
Poole got his contract. Well, half of the season Klay wasn't there, but yeah, nothing to that. I ain't mad at the question, but I don't think that's why. Poole is a baller. That's what this is about. And I got to tell you, Steiny, let go of my ego. The dude. It's
going to be hard for you.
I'm just telling you, if I were Jordan Poole, I'd have a problem coming off the bench. I would be so drunk on my success in my game, I would have a problem. I'm being honest.
I am finally realizing something, Dub Nation. I think we're seeing something here. What the heck? Like, where we got 2 games left in the regular season. Then we're going to the play-in, and hopefully we got action in the postseason. We got Jordan Poole playing great ball. We got Steph dropping 30.
Duh.
And why do you want to start something?
Oh, no.
Why do you want to start crap by saying, if I were Jordan Poole,
I don't do that.
I wouldn't want to come off the bench.
They call those guys shock jocks. What I'm doing is giving a compliment to his person, His Steiny, I'm telling you, this dude could really be a pro. Jordan Poole, don't ever say he's not a team player. That's how I'll leave that. And that'll be my segue into my regret.
I mean, got to be starting something.
One of the greatest albums ever.
Oh, yeah. Bad.
No,
Right?
that was before.
Oh.
That was
Man
early.
on the Moon.
That was early, Michael, before the nose job.
This was Thriller.
My son's got a weird obsession with Michael. Like
everybody does.
He loves Michael Jackson, but if you say he bleached his skin, he'll tell you, like, he'll turn into Lou Ferrigno.
Little Daryl?
And then he's me on the radio, and I kind of like it, but I'm like, why? I don't know how to. It's
so
weird.
Michael Jackson is to Little Daryl.
Oh my gosh!
As wrestling is to you.
Dude, that was a bit. Hey, listen.
I'll tell you what. It was a great bit. It was a legitimate wrestling bit. You could have been. You could have been like Paul Orndorff.
You were trying to stick it to me so much. You went from you didn't watch it to you watched it. So I tried to turn into you on that.
I was picking at a scab.
I was picking a scab too. But listen, back to the Steph Curry interview. You've been in this game. I got to run this by you and Evan. So you've been in this business forever. You know what it is. So when we were waiting on Curry, there was a thought in my mind we might not get him. I went back and went to the tape,
Okay.
Too many laughs for me. But
well, let's explain first. Okay. We did a live show 10 to 2.
He was busy.
We crammed in a bunch of people, a bunch of coaches, players. 2 o'clock came, and Steph hadn't joined us.
Raymond let us know.
Raymond said, he's got some stuff to do, but he may be able to do it, in the next hour or so. So we waited for about an hour.
And normally we would have we
would have been at the cafeteria.
Or we would have had 30 minutes with them as opposed to 20.
Sure.
So that was kind of on my mind. So what I'm asking you and the people is, Steiny, when it was all said and done and I was driving home, because I was in my mind, I was just discombobulated. I wanted to ask him this question that I'm going to tell you two, and I want you to tell me honestly, do you think it would have fit? Would it have been off basis? And I kind of know the answer to the question, but here I go.
All right.
I wanted to ask Steph Curry the situation with Kevin Durant and Draymond Green when it happened in L.A. in November. Did that help him at all with what went down? And I know there was with Draymond and Poole. And they're different, but it was, two teammates getting into it. And I wanted them to ask him that. Had I led with that, do you think, you're going for the National Enquirer? Or, Steph, did that prepare you to be able to lead when this went down?
And I'll be Steph. And first of all, he'd say something like, everybody's got their own journey. And, my journey's different than your journey. And, one of the things about being a pro is you have so many instances that you can learn from. So much happens in this game, and you gotta read and react. So did one thing happen, and then it helped me do something the next time? Well, that's life. That's just life. So, I get your question, but I'm just going to do me.
I know everything.
Yeah, something like that.
Evan, your thoughts, starting with I still want
you know what? I need to get a Steph impression down. I'm going to start to think. I'm going to start
you're
to really,
all in.
because he kind of mumbles a little bit.
I was going to say, you can't open your mouth too much.
The chef does not mumble. He said he heard everything.
He also, he's got this way of talking, and he's kind of...
He cool hand Luke.
Like, words just... Sometimes in his mouth, words just go to die.
A lot of ums and uhs with Steph's responses, too.
I disagree with you guys.
Well, we cut the audio a lot, good. So
Listen, hey, and then what about when I gave him dap? It was... When he said
uncomfortable.
I didn't even what made me do I didn't know I was doing
you're an enthusiastic
No, but he dabbed me up though, Starty. But dude, I just
when he said
I hear everything and I'm basically like, get him! I said, get him!
Yeah, you know what?
Then I reached out, he gave me love up. Yeah, but
you know what?
I didn't wash my hand for about a day.
that did have a little Evan was the thing too.
It did have a little smell of bimbo coals. When you did that, quite frankly.
No, that was when you're kicking it with folks. You know what I mean?
It's that story from way back in the day when I'm in the locker room after a Warrior game. I'm interviewing or talking to Mullen, and he was mad about something that I wrote, and he was like, you think da-da-da. And Bimbo Coles was in the locker next to him, and he goes, yeah, Mully, get him, Mully. You were Bimbo Coles yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah. I told him you paid me. Yeah.
DP.
Oh, boy.
DP wants to get in on the show. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Steiny and Guru, the dynamic duo. How you guys doing?
All right. Thank you. We're doing great.
Hey, unlike wrestling, you guys are fun and entertaining. But I want to talk about Andrew Wiggins for a moment.
All righty.
I know we're excited to have him back. I'm excited to have him back. But, during the time that he was playing, we didn't really, it wasn't like spectacular difference. In my mind, the value of having him back is if someone goes down, we got a backup. That's the main thing that I see. And the other thing, too, is he wasn't out on an injury, so coming back should be pretty quick. What think you guys?
I mean, there's no reason you couldn't say maybe he'll be fresher if he gets back into shape. He hasn't played in 2 months.
Oh, you know what? This just Evan filling in for me yesterday.
He was
Evan,
great,
you were phenomenal.
by the way. Yeah, he really was. It's got
he's more than a co-worker to me, Stoney. He's a friend. He's a smart
he's not
friend,
that to me,
and he's talented.
But he's a hell of a partner when you're gone.
But that video you put up where Evan said, Andrew, I paraphrase, ain't no ifs and ands about it. Andrew Wiggins needs to be the second best Warrior for them to get to the promised land, just like he was last year. I don't know if you remember that clip they put up of Evan saying, Evan, that was a great point, and I agree wholeheartedly.
I don't like to make definitive statements like, if Wiggins isn't their second best player, they can't win it. It just sounds a little weird to me.
I guess, you know what? What did you say? Good word for my life. But in the grand scheme of things, what that really means is Wiggins is on his game. So if you want to tell me, Steiner, he comes in at third or fourth, you can still get it done. But that dude on both sides of who's your best all-around player right now?
Steph.
Oh, well, on both, if you take defense into it.
I'd still say Steph.
Okay, but after that, it's Steph and Wiggins. To me.
I mean,
Wiggins put his stamp on that playoff run last year, Stoney. It was incredible.
Don't sleep on Draymond. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I won't.
That's all I'm saying.
Hey, do you think Lou Dort is at Kaiser? When Draymond slapped down, Dre could be a boxer.
Guess he got away with one, too.
Oh, my. No, they called the foul. Dude, that was Dort. He missed the second free throw, but Stoney, I was like, how did the ball even get to the rim? Whose hand did he break? Remember, he broke our big man's hand. It wasn't Valanciunas.
No, I think it was Valanciunas, wasn't it, when he was with Toronto?
Yeah,
that's right.
That was part two.
I was having fun with Lou Dort last night.
I saw you.
Yeah.
You were engaged.
We're in his dome, Stein.
Yeah. Lou Dort didn't get. I just couldn't believe
this morning when he tried to back down Curry from where I was sitting. He gets the ball near where I was sitting, and he starts backing Curry in, and I'm like, you can't do that to Steph. Too strong. Too strong, Lou.
I mean, was it that loud?
Well, it was loud. I was
Players
yelling.
could hear it.
I was frisky last night.
You might need to ask Steph to come in. Yeah.
I think he's got bigger fish to fry. Antonio in Oakland.
Our guy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
I think Jordan Poole's playing good because he's a baller, man. Like last night, he was passing it, shooting it, going to the rack. He was in his bag, his Gucci bag, man. And just because Klay wasn't there, I mean, that doesn't mean nothing. It's like when Deebo Samuel wasn't there versus the Raiders. Brandon Ayuk and Christian McCaffrey stepped up and played big for us, man. They carried us. So, and as far as Steph mumbling sometimes, I kind of agree with you, Steiny. I'll be objective about that.
But
I can see that.
I'll call it out. He was very presidential with it. I mean, it came out.
Great. He's great.
And he was philosophizing on some answers, too.
Philosophizing.
That is not right. You sound like you were saying Pfizer.
The word is
philosophy.
Matt, help me.
Matt, go ahead, Snotty. I think I'm right.
Philosophize. Philosophize is the word.
Correct.
Thank you. Goo. Don't come down my road.
Damn it.
Don't come down my word road.
Yeah,
I make 2 mistakes a year with vocabulary. And one hasn't happened yet this year.
To speculate or theorize about fundamental or serious issues.
Thank you. Actually, that's not true because my guy on the text line, I wish I knew who, always says, Steiny, you say it wrong. It's not. You could care less. It's you couldn't care less.
Right.
Mike in San Jose. Mike, don't be scared. Come on, Mike. What do you got?
What's happening, guys?
Hey.
Just wanted to say, of everybody in the lineup, and you kind of had this question yesterday, everyday listener, but I don't think they can beat Phoenix. Just don't. I think they can beat every team in the league, but I don't think they can beat Phoenix with Durant. If I would do anything known to mankind, I would, as the only person I know with this theory, I'd rather play the 7 play-in game than play Phoenix.
You are somebody.
I don't think they have any chance.
Yeah, that's gutsy.
Well, then that would essentially get you Denver.
Memphis.
Oh, wow, man.
Memphis. I mean,
who I'm up on now. I just think Memphis is, whatever happened, all that stuff, they didn't falter, Steiny. They're scaring me a little bit, too. I expect Memphis to do something.
I mean, yesterday we kind of threw that out, and I think that's what the listener was referring to. three choices would be Warriors finish 5th, play the Suns, 6th, play the Kings, or they finish 7th, win a play-in, and get Memphis. I gotta believe there's no. Like, to me, it's a no-brainer. You want 6 and to play Sac.
No doubts, no.
For a variety of reasons.
No doubt. Now,
I don't want to mess with a
how will we be able
game.
to watch it play out to where we could look each other in the face on this show and say, Goo, that's what certain team was trying to do? Like, is it going to be the starting lineup? How do we know who calls what the dogs off?
We'll see.
Because Dallas is getting in the off.
Let me tell you
for Luka and the Kyrie tonight.
Okay, you're doing this a lot, and I gotta correct you.
Uh-oh.
There's the play-in.
Yeah. Oh.
Then there's the playoffs.
So when the Warriors lost to Memphis a couple years ago,
that's not
they didn't make the offs.
They did not make the playoffs because they did not play a 7-game series.
And I asked JD, or was
must
it you?
play a 7-game series to be in the playoffs.
Wow.
And that's why when you say Dallas is going to make the playoffs, I think you really mean they're going to have a shot at it in the play-in.
All right. Yeah. But in my mind, that's how I'm going to watch those play-in games, like they're the playoffs. Because if you lose, you go home.
I think between now and Sunday, if you watch all the games, there's something's going to happen where you're going to be like, oh, I think they're doing this for this.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you, 510 on the Comcast business text line. These sayings get old. Stuff like in the bag and the offs. I agree.
That's a Goo original, the offs.
Yeah.
The in the bag. Well, it's a Goo original. Dude, I got so many.
I don't like in your bag.
What was the thing you hated? They call Bird why? Because he looked like a bird? Stop it. Is that Evan or Spadoni?
Now, we may, as you know, that during a Warriors Wednesday, we're sponsored by Yellow Sac.
Licking my boy.
And believe it or not, Yellow Sac, within their company, this is what my sources say, Yellow Sac's a big yellow sack that you fill with stuff.
Yeah.
Apparently, they sometimes refer to the sack as a bag. So, if we're working to do something with Yellow Sac,
I see you thinking.
I could say, hey, who needs to get in their bag? The Yellow Sac bag.
That's a 4.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, how many times?
Zaza Pachulia, 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
How
That's
much
in an
time
hour.
we got?
40 seconds.
I'll save it.
Well, you didn't do your interview thing, did you?
I did. It was the Draymond, and did that prepare you to lead with the Poole and Draymond?
Oh. Well, will you remember what you were going to say now?
Oh, hell yeah.
Well, tease it then.
It's I had a Larry Bird moment Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guru with the Larry Bird
like
moment.
This. He'll
tell us about it on the other side. And you know what? We're going to reset. 888-957-9570. Let's go. We're going to the play-in at the very least. Who do you want? Who do you want? You want Phoenix? You want Sac? You want Memphis? You scared of any of those teams? Don't be scared, dog. On 95.7 The Game. Monster Sac. Get it out of here.
Poole. He hustles down the left side, throws the corner. Dante there, fires.
Count
and
it.
hits a three.
Count it.
This is Kevon Looney.
Hey.
Going back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 the game.
What's going
Take it
on,
away,
K-Love?
Steiny.
Yeah.
You know I told Looney his hair was getting long.
You know I
said,
will,
boy.
K-Love. Mm-hmm.
Now, we can't talk at the same time. I like this new Steiny one. You know, I'm usually the excited one. I'm having a hard time. But tell me when I can get to my Saturday story. Set it up. Not now. We got a couple minutes.
I just want to make sure Alex. Let's go to Alex first. Alex is in San Leandro.
The Dro.
Near my well, the ESL. East San Leandro. What's up, Alex?
Hey, Steiny.
Yeah.
I think you're incredible on the radio. Most of the time, you drive me up the wall. I think, but you make people think. I just wanted to tell you, I don't know what happened today. If you got a good cup of coffee or what, but you're fun, engaging. You're being real cool with Guru. It's just really, really fun to listen to you. And I know why you're a professional and you've done it this long. I just wanted to give you a
wow.
Thanks, Alex.
He's but man, that's the love.
Hey, and one of the things
people
thank you
want
so
this
much
guy
for the
to
call
stay.
Is he'll
be gone
Monday,
by 4 tonight.
Monday, again, we don't need to rehash anything, but Monday, everybody really was obviously,
what was
thinking
Monday?
about Guru, but it was a look in the mirror day for myself too.
That was one of our normal ones. Now, what we're all worried about, and I am, and now I'm gonna share it, is you're going golfing today,
right?
And if there's any indication of how you've been, we're worried about you tomorrow. So hopefully you have a good day on the links because we need whoever you are today, Steiny. You're at the Garden.
So I golfed twice this weekend. You didn't even ask me how I did. You usually ask me.
Well, we got into it Monday,
but it was halfway through.
Yes,
the show.
it was almost at the end.
84 on Saturday.
Are you kidding me?
Nope.
And maybe that's why you're in the 84
at Peacock Gap.
Where's that? What city?
It is up in Mill Valley, Marin, San Rafael.
That's dope. So did you have a cocktail after in the club?
During.
Oh, wow.
Then the next
Drinking
day.
and golfing.
91 the next day, which I know people, 91, but it was, had some bad luck on Sunday.
Different course?
Yes.
That's
Metropolitan.
dope, man. So you're still playing. I mean,
why not?
You're active.
Oh, hell
Hip
yeah.
ain't bothering you.
No, well.
I feel like I'm Roy Firestone interviewing you.
It's, it comes and goes.
Okay. Before you get to the next call, this is my Saturday story. So I don't just talk hoops. I'm 50. Steiny, I put on a few. I'm still playing full court, like ISO. So Saturday, I put it up there waiting for you to comment. I'm at a church, and we played 3 games. My back is it feels like a gorilla's on it.
Okay.
We lost the 3rd one, so all I think about is you, Willard, and D is like, oh, you're going to tear something and when you'll be hurt. So I am thinking about getting hurt. Make a long story short, I take the sneakers off, put the Crocs on. Steiny, I'm done, and I made it through another 3 games. Dude comes up to me while I'm laying like Larry Bird on my stomach. He goes, dude, you're our 20th. I'm looking at him like March 20th. What you mean 20th? They done opened up another court. They're 1 player away from the game going. So I'm the 20th. So the second court can't play full 5-on-5 unless I get my big ass up. So I go, and they're all looking at my answer. So I was like, nah, I'm good. He goes, you're our 20th. And I was so, everything short-circuited, like I got to get home,
No, you didn't.
get in the tub. Oh, I got laced him up, went back out there.
You better have.
But what a pro for me to get up and put the shoes on to go back out.
To use the great phrase of John Dickinson, that's the price of admission.
I don't know.
It's not going above and beyond when you're the 10th man and you stay.
The 20th,
that
Steiny.
must be expected.
My God.
In fact, I have, you're not going to believe this.
What was that?
I have a list. I've created a list in my lifetime of guys who've left the playground
they're the worst.
As the 10th guy.
You're the worst.
Thereby stiffing
Don't ever
everybody.
come back. Dude, how can you be so selfish, though? Seriously.
You want me to drop dime on the guy?
Yeah, I would love the name. Come on, Steiny.
This guy hears everything, so he might get pissed. But he did it once.
I got your back.
He did it. Eric Musselman.
Now, that's kind of different,
Up
though.
at Snake Park, up in like San Ramon.
You still remember.
We had 10 guys.
Larry David.
10 guys. We played like 1 or 2 games.
Dude, Eric.
And he's like, yeah, I'm out.
Well,
I'm
if you got to go do something.
I'm like, hey, I'm not sure.
I got up, Steiny.
Hopefully, if he hears this, he's giggling about it. Something may have happened.
I made some buckets, too,
But I just
Steiny.
remember looking at and just being like, you got to be this is not happening.
This is great.
I did not drive all the way out to San Ramon to play 2 games.
Oh, man. Eric, you should have brought it up when we had him last year.
Who?
Eric Musselman. Remember we had him at the...
That's all right.
You keep stuff to yourself a lot.
I do.
Like, I would have let loose Eric. Remember that time? He asked you how the jumper was. Remember that? I got a little jelly with it. Yeah, he's like, how's the jumper?
See, like Eric Musselman, he played at San Diego State.
Yeah.
Or no, San Diego? And when I say played, he was on the team. He didn't play a lot.
Bob Myers.
But having played against Eric Musselman.
He's got a little game.
Well, let's just say,
Steiny,
having played against Muss.
University of San Diego.
Okay. I probably could have been the 9th man on the University of San Diego.
All right, there you go.
Because I'm bigger than him.
Well,
I took him down low, believe it or not.
Yeah, a lot of people are. You went doored on him? Yeah.
AJ's in Belmont. What's going on, AJ?
Steiny, man, I got to know. I have to know.
Okay.
So where are you playing today?
Karika.
Uh-oh.
Karika Park.
Karika. Need a fourth?
Actually, you know what?
Is that frowned upon what he's doing, though?
Yeah, it's
I don't
just
in
like
the golf
Shasky.
world.
We actually
It's
don't.
frowned upon? What is it frowned upon?
I mean,
Is he begging a little bit, Steiny? I'm asking.
Do I know you, AJ?
He trying to get
I'm
on the
really, league. really curious where you're playing. I want to see your game, to be honest.
I'm a 16,
And Guru,
16
I'm curious
handicap.
about your statistics.
Oh, man. I'll let you know next time I'm hooping in the Bay.
Yeah, and no, actually, AJ, you know what? We got 5 today, so we're going to have to finagle.
But
We
he
have to
sounded like he wanted to
finagle.
just come watch you.
Well, that's weird.
Wow.
Thanks, AJ.
But that's when you're a big boy.
Thanks, AJ. Appreciate it.
When the fans
I don't mind, like,
You see Bonte yesterday? He had
no idea.
fans in the back on TV.
Wait,
that
okay.
said we're roasters. The boss retweeted it.
Oh, nice.
But that's love. Oh, boy.
I saw Bonte last night.
Oh, he told me.
Guru after. Okay, Guru after
to
4
Wiggins.
games. How long did you spend in the ice tub?
We got jacuzzi in the room, so I just had to air jet in the bubbles.
Have you ever done the thing where you sit in a bucket of ice? Nobody does
I can't
that.
believe
you cannot do that.
It's on my bucket list.
Literally.
No, well, that's
Actually,
a
it
fine.
didn't work, but
Where would I go to? Kevin Hart has a show where his guest and him are in the ice.
There's no way. I can't imagine myself doing it.
But
You never got in a cold tub?
No,
I've never.
Oh, that's great.
With ice in it.
Yeah, of course.
Oh
That's the only way.
my goodness.
I think my body might go into shock.
Me too, man.
But when you get out, you feel brand new.
See, that's what I'm aiming for.
Stand there for
man.
like 10 minutes.
Can
Oh
you?
my God.
Well, you don't let the water go above your heart. It's like your lower body, usually.
Oh.
Or you stick your arm in or something.
Yeah, you know how you have them out, Snotty, how they...
Yeah.
How'd you play college sports without going to the
He
cold
was
tub?
D3.
We didn't have cold tubs in 1984.
I feel like that's the only thing you had.
Dude, we didn't. Don't get me started. We didn't even have a good weight room.
You used to rub steaks on you?
Yeah. Been gay.
That's not that funny.
What made you bring that up, though?
Bring what up?
Because I was hurting my body?
Yeah, somebody said ice on the
Man.
on the text line. Carlito in Alameda.
Gentlemen.
Hello, gentlemen. Hello, gentlemen. Look, I'm going to start off with who I want to see first. I don't know why Sacramento is getting so much hype. I want Memphis. That is the best rivalry in sports right now. By the way, who do you guys got in the Masters? I got Scheffler. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
I got Tiger until I came in here and it looked like he'd been smoking a pack of cigarettes. I was like, what's up with his eyes, Snotty? Get some red. Not that I'm Billy D. Williams, but Tiger gets, Snotty, he looked disheveled. Like a 20 pack of cigarette. Like, I'm on a bet on you. Hey. Oh, my God. Steiny, how
Something's
shocked would
wrong
you
with
be
him.
if he wins, though?
He can't. He's not going to win.
Now, you can't say that.
I am
I'm
gonna
asking
say
Willard and Dibbs today. Like,
Okay,
what
you
would we
ask him.
call it? Would it be?
Oh, it would be.
It ain't impossible because he's in.
Well, and it's also.
What if he did it like.
He's definitely playing, right?
Yeah, he was up there today without the hat. Looking like Pigpen from the Peanuts.
Something's up with him.
Yeah, Steiny. Something ain't right.
He does not look healthy.
You're right. I went and got my numbers checked. But yeah.
When?
Remember, we celebrated to meet you and Ratto.
That's right. You're all very worried about it, weren't you?
I've been putting in work since. I need to go back and get him checked. But Steiny.
You know what I did?
You don't look. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this might have been the other thing that happened Tuesday. Wait.
Monday.
When did we get into it?
Monday.
I was fasting Monday, so maybe I was hangry.
Ramadan?
No, ramen.
Shout out Top Ramen.
Because, like I said, I had the 3 helpings of gumbo after my golf on Sunday. So the last thing I ate was Sunday at about 5 p.m.
But that one, you didn't come in hot.
But I came in hungry.
But your energy might have been a little low.
Exactly.
Now I'm going.
I'll tell you what, it was a lot lower after the show.
And then
you put me into a little funk.
What the people didn't see and what I didn't like, honestly, last thing, this is my post-game presser from Monday. We walk kind of in the same direction. We never do that. Like, I'll let you walk, but then I got up trying to go, and then you got up.
What did I say at one point? You keep talking to yourself.
You did say, I didn't like you.
You were throwing some daggers.
Dude, but it's all out of love. I wasn't really mad.
Something was going on.
And then Spadoni and Bonte the whole next day, can I bring up wrestling? They were having fun with it.
Mark in San Jose. What's up, Mark?
Hey, what's going on, boys? How we doing today?
Doing just terrific. Absolutely terrific.
Terrific. Right on. I heard you're getting out on the course today. It's going to be beautiful out there.
Man.
I'm guessing guessing 87 for you today. How's that sound?
Nice.
I'll tell you what, that's 87.5 wouldn't be a bad over-under.
Now, why a half? He said 87.
Because then you don't land exactly on it.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. 87. All right. I think that's a fair number, Mark.
That number. So check it out.
All right.
I took Evan and Mark to a Giants game last year. They came and sat in my suite. I was calling to offer you guys a round of golf, man. I'll take you guys all golfing.
Hey, I'm there.
Dude.
Wow.
It's
time to get the info.
Wait. Evan, do you remember this? You and Willard? Hold on.
Me and Grandy. Sorry, I think it dropped off. But yeah, he helped us get a couple seats in a box. It was very nice.
And his name's Mark?
Yeah.
Mark, so
we got his contact?
He'll call back or he'll get...
No, he just called.
I have his number.
All right, let's lock it in. I'm going. Schneebs is ready for me. So the sun is out. I think the rain is gone. I can see clearly.
No, it's not, actually.
What are you saying?
We're getting more rain.
When? Hey, I already know about your weather report started. I fired you last week.
That was another one. That was another one that came out of nowhere.
That was a conversation.
I just didn't remember at all. You know what Susan says?
No rain, though.
She says, I'll say something like, she's like, yeah, you said that. You told me that yesterday.
Yeah, it's part of getting old.
Like, what?
It's part of, yeah.
It also doesn't help to drink 14 beers a night. Then I'm just kidding.
What? So you're
I don't advocate that.
Yingling? What beer were you sipping last night?
You know what I was sipping?
What you got?
At Dub's Lager, baby. You know, the Dub Pale Ale. I think it's made by Magnolia Brewing.
I wouldn't know, but okay. I'll take your word for it.
And by the way, shout out to the employees who work at Chase Center.
Man, you are on fire. Go ahead. No?
Everything was a positive interaction. With the security to the ushers to that. Just great experience. Great experience. Let me tell you something. Joe Lacob knows how to put on a show, guys. Mm-hmm.
Late to the party.
Dave in San Diego. Question I have, and that's the big question, Dave, that I have is
Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Oh, he said Pennsylvania.
Oh.
Did you ever know Joe Bouzas?
Oh my God, the owner of the Reading Phillies.
Yep, and he also listen to this. I used to work for Butin Paints. Remember Butin?
Of course.
There was Butins, and then we were the Jewish guys, and MAB were the Catholics.
Okay.
I
I used to call on him, and he used to give me tickets and give me beers at the Reading Philly game.
Mm-hmm.
So I moved out here. My sister lives in Portland, Oregon.
All right.
He ended up owning the Portland the Beavers.
That's right. That's right.
What a
So
character.
when did you
did you ever meet him?
Never met him, but he was kind of a character, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, great. Typical Philly.
Thanks, Dave.
I like
Appreciate
this
it.
guy. You should ask him where he was from.
He's from Reading. Wow. Yeah, Joe Boozes. He was a minor league baseball owner.
The Reading Phillies.
Reading Phillies. Hey, I got my hat. Hey, I'll tell you what. Did you jump on?
Yeah, I came in this morning. I was like, "Is that Steiny with the red hat?"
I did have a red hat on. In fact, what do we got? 481. Let's see if we can bump that up to about 600. This hat, like, I don't wear hats often, but when I wear hats, they're tight.
You can see it on YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah.
95.7 The Game.
And you definitely don't have the Bruce Bochy. Yeah.
What's Bochy?
The big head.
Yeah, he's got about, I think it's 8 and a
got
quarter.
the Fred Flintstone.
Well, there's another guy coming up at 1 o'clock who's got a big head. And apparently...
But he's tall.
But I didn't know this. Like, I heard... Like, I was talking to Raymond Ritter once, and he said something about Zaza's head. And I was like, that's kind of not cool.
Right.
But then...
I mean, you got to... If you got a big nose, you got a big nose.
But apparently Zaza doesn't care.
Right.
Like, and is self-effacing about it.
I'm a roaster. Look at you with the art. That looks like the old Washington Redskins, Joe Gibbs.
Yeah, Reading Phillies. It could also be the Rainiers?
Yeah, Tacoma Rainiers, the Mariners AAA team.
Well, they would have taken that from the Reading Phillies, who've been around for 100 years. They didn't have baseball in Portland 100 years ago, so this is the original.
Seattle.
They need a team.
481. Let's go. Let's bump that up to 600. I guarantee you're going to say
700.
You're going to say, "Hey, Steiny, that lid's pretty fresh."
You got to Google it.
That lid is pretty fresh. Boys, Warriors basketball fun. How lucky are we?
You kind of dismiss what the Bob part of the press conference. That didn't...
Bob
Myers.
We can listen to some of it.
Yeah, but...
What do you mean?
It didn't touch you like it touched me.
I missed it.
Oh, okay.
I was in the club.
Let's hear so. What was before? Yeah.
Yeah,
I got you. Yeah,
BMW club. Come on now. No, I'm sorry. BMW is the second.
That's where I was at.
Yeah, I was in the. I was in the JP Morgan.
I understand.
I was in JP
Monte,
Morgan.
let me know. Oh.
JP Morgan's got a little more security. Steiny, what's up with your blog? Yeah, you know what?
What happened to the sound?
Here I go again. Oh, Bob Myers.
Yeah. But go ahead, talk about your blog.
Okay. Haven't written in a while. Got to figure it out. Got to figure out where I'm going next with it. But thank you so much for asking.
But you're right, so you ain't got to,
What do you mean?
Don't overcomplicate it.
What do you mean?
You said you got to see where you're going next. It sounded like that.
Yeah,
But your whole thing is you paint a picture with your words. So just keep doing. Stay with the game plan. And what got you there? Like what you went to see Steph. Right about that.
Last night?
No, when we went to see him last week.
It's not a bad idea.
I would title it "What Steph Means to Me."
Well, if I would write about
seriously,
Steph,
they'd be like, "Oh, Steiny, don't talk like that." And then you just talk about the
and
origin of your relationship.
See, what I could do is, like, I remember once I was on the radio, maybe 6 months ago, and I brought up something that then became the buzz inside the Warriors organization and the front office was when I said, Steph Curry is the greatest face of a franchise in the history of sports.
And Myers brought that up on the I forgot what podcast or show.
Like I could write that. That would be like a column. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. What do we got here?
You got the sound for Myers.
Oh yeah, thank you, Bob Myers.
I don't see it. I think what sometimes gets lost in professional sports, and although everybody in this room covers them, they're people. You know, they have lives and family. And I know that sounds obvious, but it sometimes gets lost. But when you work here, at least how we do it, you get to know Andrew as a person, not just as a 20-point scorer. So when someone that you know or work with goes through something, your first thought is, how can I help? Are you okay? Is there anything you need? And in this case, Andrew needed to be away. And whatever he needed, we wanted to support.
Bob Myers.
Yeah, he was there. I mean, again, Steiny, it's all about support, man. And you, Evan, you guys have had my back at every turn, and you know I have yours. But just seeing him up there, it's like he said, that's just talk. But he looks at Wiggins as the human, is bigger than basketball. And Wiggins talked about, just having that safe space, it being here. I mean, man, Steiny, if Bob Myers is not here next year, I'm telling you, that will be a big-ass void. So I'm rooting for that. And my question is not to fast forward and get off of basketball, but just from your experience, how soon after the season's over, however they finish, do you think a decision like that pops off? Or fans could expect to know?
It's a good question. I would say, assuming they don't win it and get eliminated, I would think that both sides say, let's take some time, a week or so. And then
the Aaron Rodgers where you just drag it on.
Exactly. I'm
sick of that.
You know what? John Michael Weisberg on YouTube. Surprised Steiny hasn't mentioned the Daño T last night. Am I saying that right? Daño, the coach of the Timberwolves?
Oh, he had it right.
I missed that, but apparently, did he go like nuts for a second?
Yeah, he was right.
He went crazy.
The refs just, I don't know, wow. They just gave the Warriors 2 points.
What happened? Because I did miss that, but I saw the aftermath.
Evan, you want to tell the story because I'm a
Yeah, so
I'm gonna go all around.
It appeared to me that Draymond was trying to get the ball inbounded really quick as Oklahoma City was attempting to substitute. So there was supposed to be a break in the action. The head coach was trying to get his players in, but Draymond was like, "Hey, give me the ball, give me the ball, give me the ball." Ref just gave him the ball. And so OKC was assuming they were going to sub, didn't get back on defense. Warriors got an easy 2. Then the OKC head coach called a timeout and used that to scream at the ref.
Gotcha. Everybody's giving the Warriors easy baskets now.
Well, you can't say that. They gave up 79.
No, but Dallas, remember Dallas? They gave
that
Looney
was incredible. Well, that was on Dallas. Uncle Looney almost bapped, that's Rex Steiny, almost bapped my car when I heard Goo call LaMelo a star. What am I? Could you imagine? No, we won't do this, not today.
Okay.
I think you've said you like what you see from LaMelo.
Yeah, I like it.
He can play in the league. How about that?
You know me,
your
Goo.
boy is about to be penciled in the All-Star game in 3 to 4 to 5. Get ready. I mean, come on, man. I just hate people that walk around this earth, even if they're going up against somebody in any type of competition and don't recognize game. Give propers where it's due. Your boy can ball. And he was Rookie of the Year.
I have a soft spot for passers. I love passers.
LeBron's a passer, yet he has the most points ever.
That's my line.
It's incredible.
So you must love Shai Gilgeous, huh?
He's good. Good player.
Alexander.
Real good player. I like his game.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, the more I think about it, who was Oklahoma City's got no size.
Well, they got Jalen Williams, who I love his game from Santa Clara, Steiny.
Is that Santa Clara or is that Arizona?
No, I'm talking about the Santa Clara
Arkansas.
one. I'm talking about the Santa Clara Jalen Williams.
Yeah, I get it mixed up.
Uh-oh. Help me out, Evan. What Williams? Yeah.
Jalen Williams. Jalen Williams went to Arkansas, and Jalen Williams went to
Santa Clara.
Yeah, exactly.
He scored one on Draymond.
Size.
He earned everything. I miss Fitz. He didn't misfit.
I think he's coming on later today with Willard and Dibbs. So is Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, there's good promo. It's good promo. And we got Zaza Pachulia coming up at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
Zaza!
All right. Matt Steinmetz, Daryl, the Guru Johnson with you. The Golden State Warriors, they're in 5th right now. 5th. They play the Phoenix Suns, but fret not. They will be in 6th tomorrow. It's a fact. Where will they end up? Who do you want to play? Where are you at, Warrior fans? Your team came back again last night. Wiggins in the house. One Warrior fan to another. Let me know. We going all the way, baby? Are we going all the way today? By the way, the Inn at the Tides. You're going to want to go there. Plan your getaway to the iconic Inn at the Tides. It's in beautiful Bodega Bay. Rooms start at just $199 per night with their midweek spring special through April 30th. Experience stunning bay views, relax in refreshed rooms, and enjoy a free breakfast. Book now at inatthetides.com.
Yes, but don't he's black.
DiVincenzo to the rack. The layup's good.
Count it.
123-115. Chase Center is rocking.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, Dante. Appreciate it.
Who was active last night? He must have knew you was in the house.
I don't think he knows me at all.
I thought we were going to get him. When we were over at the
he was
facility.
supposed to.
Yeah. Villanova's finest.
He stiffed us, kind of.
Oh, he has something to do.
He's from Delaware.
Man,
East Coast
I've
kid.
never met a person from Delaware. Delaware. Nope.
Very small state. Petite. Hey, by the way, AJ called in earlier talking about golf. I just got a text from my buddy Dan. He goes, AJ, you want to meet us out there at 3 o'clock? We'll play 2 threesomes.
What? Dan Daly?
Yeah.
That's the cigarette guy. That's my guy, man. God, that's a good dude.
Reminds me of the, never mind.
The people want to know, Stoney. You said it.
It doesn't matter. Joel Embiid last night.
Jesus.
He sewed it up.
You think?
Yes.
Now, do you mean that?
No, I do, because Denver's slipping a little bit. Jokic has missed some games.
And you can do that when you're number 1 seed.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this. I know you kind of came down. It's not participation trophy. I don't like any one player to win the MVP 3 times when it's that damn close and there's so many great players in the league, Stoney. Kind of spread it out. So I'm hoping you're right.
Participation trophy like.
Well, when I saw Embiid against the Warriors Friday, Stoney, up until the last couple of minutes, that was breathtaking. I'm hanging on to that.
He was pretty good.
Yeah.
He was pretty good.
But now the MVP, the playoffs are about to start, man. I just cannot wait. So let me get this straight. Let's say the Warriors avoid the play-in. We're looking at next weekend?
Yes.
Oh, brother.
Would you calm
That's
down?
like another all-star break.
This is where you're going to give yourself a heart attack.
Well, I won't. There'll be no action.
But that's the point. But you're going to be so wound up because you have nothing to do.
Well, there's always something
We need you to.
Well, there'll be the play-in games. We'll be watching that.
Steiny's showing his age today.
Wow. You look good. You're in rare form. I'm getting text messages left and right. Steiny sounded. They just like your energy.
Disagree, Guru. Text line saying I look like Tatum Channing. Disagree, Guru. I hear what you're saying, but it's the most valuable. But it's the most valuable player this year. Embiid. It's over.
Huh?
It's over. Although, don't you think it's weird the way we always said nobody's ever going to average a triple-double, and then 2 guys have done it in the last 7 years?
Man.
Kind of weird. Kind of weird a little bit. Warriors were down 4 heading into the fourth quarter. Big fourth quarter. They end up winning the ball game, going away against the Oklahoma City Thunder, and now they play the Sacramento Kings on Friday. And the big question is, what are the Kings going to do?
I'm Darryl Brown.
Dead serious.
If this is a possible matchup, and I've been hearing Mike Brown, the slander that everybody's trying to, to jockey position to play us, I got one to play with. I'm going to tell my starters, let's go out and send their ass to the play-in game. I got some friends over there, but I'm trying to kick their tail. Steiny, if I'm Mike Brown, I'm doing everything under the sun from a competitive standpoint. That will not be the team I sit my guys down. That place would go crazy.
I don't know that there's a right answer, but I gotta believe what I think the Kings will do is just keep playing like normal. Right? Just keep playing like you've been playing.
But they want to send a message to the Warriors, though, Steiny.
Do they?
The Kings are already set at 3.
I know, but what I'm saying
is, you could beat the Warriors and y'all talking all that. You want us
Well, if you beat the Warriors, they may be 7. Like by beating the Warriors, like maybe. See, this is a.
I don't think Sac wants anything to do with Steph Curry.
Well, then they would behoove themselves to win on Friday.
No doubt.
So maybe the Kings' impetus to win on Friday is if we beat the Warriors, we ain't going to see them in the first round.
Man.
How much? Then, seriously, if you're the Kings, would you rather play?
Go ahead.
Would you really rather play the Lakers than Warriors?
Oh, no. Ooh.
And what about, what's the team I'm forgetting?
Not Minnesota.
No, not Minnesota.
Clippers.
Would you rather play the Clippers if you're the Kings?
I think if you're telling me Paul George might not be available, maybe that's the route I want to go. But Mike Brown, to his credit, Steiny, he's been saying he ain't running from nothing. So I expect him to be on their A game when we see him Friday when the Warriors visit.
Mike Brown essentially said his team stinks.
He didn't say that.
Well, when he was saying, I'd target us too. We haven't done a thing. You know what I mean?
Well,
hey, Mike, I think, a lot of teams they'd like to play you guys at 3. They should. We stink.
Wow.
So
we'll see how this plays out.
Yes, we will. Warriors right now in the 5th spot. They will not be in the 5th spot tomorrow. They'll be in the 6th spot because the winner of the Clippers-Lakers game tonight will leapfrog the Warriors. Even though they'll have the same record, they'll hold the tiebreaker over Golden State. Somebody is really coming down your road.
4.
Never mind. It's that guy who comes down your road a lot.
Yeah, but what's he saying, Steiny? I'm in a good mood, so it won't matter.
Okay. The guy like NTD.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Read it to me.
He thinks you're Looney guarding Durant, ?
Looney guarded LeBron when he averaged 30 points. So
he's got a GIF here that
Looney has quick feet. I'm not saying he'll do that for 48 minutes, damn it. Looney will be on
don't get mad at me.
On Kevin Durant. So will Wiggins. So will Gary Payton II. Don't sleep on Looney. That's one of his biggest attributes is he can guard. He's got quick feet. I'm not saying you come out the gate and put him on there and expect him to stop him. But, man, they just watch. Was that Twitter or the text line again?
Both have been coming down your road about that particular take.
Oh.
And 925, sending big love to Stein and Goo. Really appreciate your sports analysis and knowledge. Your personalities complement each other perfectly. Wish you guys were on all day.
Yep.
Wow.
Nope.
Wow.
We got to golf. Well, you got to golf.
We're on 4 hours. Hey, by the way, can you feel the 4th hour?
No.
I mean, think about it, Goo. Like, here's one thing I was thinking. Since we've gone to these,
a loaded question.
Yeah, no, and that's why I did it to put you on the spot. A month ago we were doing 3 hour shows. Okay. So let's do a little math here.
All right, because that's
3 times 5,
15.
15. So we were on the air 15 hours a week.
Right.
Okay. Now we're on the air
20
hours a week.
Yep.
Okay. So that's 5 extra hours. So 5 extra hours compared to the 15. We are working 33% more now.
And I'll tell you this.
33% more. We
need to break out one of the best segments and intros we've ever had on the station, The Notebook. Because we do get topic fatigue.
We got an idea.
There's so many things that go. Now, and you know what we do?
That's right. We made a decision without you yesterday, by the way.
Okay, when do you want to unveil it? When do you want to tell me?
Now.
Because it sounds like you think I like it.
I think you will.
All right.
You know how we take and
I hate that one the way we do it.
The 1:30?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to use 1:30 now. We have a break from 1:30, or we're on the air from 1:30 to 1:42. It's a 12-minute segment.
Yeah,
it's an abbreviated segment, and we're doing that to, of course, accommodate the show behind it.
Yeah.
Whatever, that's fine.
Because the morning don't do that for us.
Favors.
Yeah.
Okay, I lost my train of thought.
Oh, go ahead. The 1:40, because we do it for the show behind us, Willard and Dibbs. The time.
Oh yeah. So we're going to do you know how this has been my bad over the years with you, Goo. And because you have been consistent about this. You say, you know what? I love talking Warriors and Giants and
everything.
But I wouldn't mind getting into some other stuff.
Yeah.
Like whatever.
The miscellaneous.
Bobby Knight was hospitalized over the weekend.
I saw that. I did. We didn't get.
Yeah. Does that make you happy?
No, not at all. Never.
So I think we might call it one more thing or one.
I'd like, man, or something I forgot.
Right, and we're going to use that 1:30 either like for a gripe or something you want to talk about.
Yeah, so we could
it's an anniversary. We're having a big anniversary today.
Or gumbo. It could be gumbo, goulash, to where we get on multiple subjects.
Well, we only have 12 minutes,
but still, we can do a lot in 12 minutes.
Well, I know you'll bounce from topic to topic.
I could do it with the best of them, but yeah, I'm not long-winded, so it would be on you. We would be on you to put the little tick. Hey,
there's an anniversary today.
Go ahead. And I got something that you said the other day that kind of stuck with me.
30 years ago today.
Who is it?
Big sports moment.
I don't know.
You want me to give you some clues?
Yeah.
Definitely not one of the highest points for our boss. An event that happened 30 years ago today.
I already got it.
It involved Jordan Poole's alma mater.
I got it.
What?
The Chris Webber timeout.
That's correct. Ding, 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 ding.
I watched that in live time, and Chris will not throw anybody under the bus. The sideline, his teammates were signaling for him to call a timeout. He never once said that. I would have been like, Evan and Stotty, put it up. I'd have let you have it.
You know what? Did you hear what Higgins? Were you there when he said he?
Yes.
What did he say?
Would he get mad if I repeat that on the air?
Probably. You should say it anyways.
I wish you guys did. You know.
Anyway,
me.
Matt Nahigan,
Yeah.
our boss, is a huge Michigan fan.
Yeah.
He's from I don't know, somewhere in the Midwest. All his places are the same, but he likes Michigan, and he said he threw the remote at the TV, and it smashed the TV.
Oh boy!
And his mom was just beside herself. She made him buy a new TV.
I bet. At least you had the money to go do it.
So there you go.
All those Cowboys fans
Chris
at the end
Webber's-
of their playoffs runs.
Yeah, that's becoming hackneyed.
Is it played
Yes,
out?
and it's
Just
also
good
staged.
Lord.
It's you know what? It's
There's all these videos going around.
you know what it's like? It's kind of like wrestling. It's you know, it's staged. It's scripted.
I just told you what.
Choreographed.
You said
You
something
did
to me
not
the
like
other
that
day.
word.
No, I did. I would tell you, I was in a bad place. But listen, the other day you mentioned to me about how long my question was. And
Which
then
one?
I was in the doctor's office yesterday going through our station account IG. Stanley, you asked a question that might have went 90,
Which one?
90 seconds.
Which one? I'll remember it.
There's a few of them, but I won't. Snitches get stitches. But I just thought to myself, when that MF tell me I asked a long question again, I'm going to break this one out. It was long. Like, you needed a notepad.
I'm
Nothing
allowed.
wrong with long questions.
No, there is.
Because you got to set it up.
Well, two things. I obviously have. It's an art interviewing, and I'm very good at it. But the bottom line is the shorter the question, usually the better the answer. But because I'm so precise, like I have to set it up with Steph. Like Steph, it's not that I hate you. It's that what you're trying to do is so difficult. I just don't think people.
No, it wasn't that one. Don't take it. No, it was the.
That wasn't really a question.
It might not even have been at the step, but it was
Steph
a
and
long one, boy.
Steph and I don't really interview. I don't really interview Steph.
And I'm a talker
we just have
too,
a conversation,
son. Open-ended question
between friends.
Former salesman, me. So when I talk, it's just hard to remind yourself that you're on the clock. You know what I mean? I want you to know what I'm.
Not for me, because I got to look at the clock. The clock's part of my life. 925, and this, you know what? 925. I'm going to disabuse you of something. 925. I hope Steiny's not crying about having to work 20 hours a week.
I did see that one. Plus the time we get here.
No, I'm not crying. I'm not complaining at all. But what you don't see, there's so much you don't see.
No.
You don't see the preparation. Here's what you don't see, 925. You don't see me at the arena last night, watching the game, doing my homework, talking to Lacob, talking to Gary Payton, seeing, talking to the official, getting it's work. Like, that's work. It should be overtime, quite frankly.
We are in the toy department of life, Steiny. That's what we do. Think about what I just said.
Hey,
That's just
650.
Toy department of life.
Now this is, see? 650.
I told you about letting it get to you, though.
You work a part-time job, bro.
This is not. Hey, no, we don't.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
We don't. Who are you rooting for tonight, Clippers or Lakers? I know you're rooting for them. My bad. Who's anybody else? We know you're rooting for the Lakers. What about like a real Warrior fans?
I'm telling you, dude, I almost want that $20 back that I paid because
you can knock on the door.
Only a dumbass would say they got to finish. I should have just said they would finish above Golden State.
Well, interestingly,
Because they're staring 5 in the face
You
tonight.
were so annoying back then when you tried to lie about it. And they were so bad back then, I was almost like, just let him go.
Okay,
just let him go get 5.
It was that close.
Thank God I didn't.
Man.
Thank goodness I didn't.
A lot of people wondering where that 100 you gave me is at.
Hey, 707, I'm going to knock you out. Sounds like such an awful job, Steiner. You're a huge baby with all your... Come on, complaining. I've got a better career than you.
This is the best. Toy department of... Just tell me what you think of that. It just came to me.
Yes,
What
I
we
believe
do
that's
at the
Matt Kolsky's line. He originated that. I'm
So
pretty
now
sure.
you're insinuating I took that from Kolsky.
Yeah. I'm not insinuating you did.
I
It's okay.
swear I did not.
Look, this job involves a lot of borrowing.
It does. Hey, stop. Yeah, well, hey, I did not steal that. But that just came to me. But now I remember that was his thing. I'm going to text him today. Yeah. I didn't borrow it, though.
Don't do that, Goof. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to talk Warrior basketball? You got about 10 minutes, and then we're going to get Zaza Pachulia in here for the executive show. And 2 more games. 2 more games, and then it's play-in and play-off. Warriors. You know, do we have odds on what they could finish? Because I believe,
because they're 5th now.
I still believe the Warriors might finish 7th. Because
man, tell me. Then you're not counting Portland as a win.
No, I am.
But you feel like Friday is
if
everything.
they go 1-1 and the Lakers win, then win out, and the Clippers win out after the loss against the Lakers, and then who else is in there?
There's them 3.
The worst the Warriors can get to at this point, I think, is 10, but they're not going to. They're not going to get there. They're going to be 6 or 7. That's my feeling on this.
So it's funny you talk about how dangerous Phoenix is. Honestly, Stoney,
Yes.
How dangerous do you think Denver is? And on top of that, do you think Memphis is more dangerous than Denver? I think Memphis is more. I think they are tired, and I call them punks. Yeah, I think they are tired, and the Ja thing was so embarrassing that they held it together when he was gone. He went and did what he had to do, and now I just feel like they're operating from a place of like they're free, and now they scare me. And they didn't scare me because I thought they were just in their own way. Does Memphis scare you more than Denver?
Does Memphis scare me more than Denver?
They do for me because I just picture the Warriors putting Jokic in that high pick and roll. He's so great, but that will be something they just can't overcome.
I think Warriors are going to have to play well to beat either of those teams. I actually think
Where
Memphis...
is there a break? And I'm saying, go ahead. I'm
might
good.
be Sacramento. Might be Sac. Zach is in Richmond. What's up, Zach? How you doing, man?
Hey, good. How are you guys doing? Can you hear me well?
Yes, sir.
All right. A couple things I want to say about the Warriors, man. I was thinking about Andrew Wiggins this week. I was thinking about Steve Kerr. And I wanted to say that the Warriors are special, man. If you think about the beginning of the year, they had a tape leak. And then you think about this year, and they had Wiggins out on extended leave. And it just shows what they learned about an organization in order to keep that secret, keep his privacy intact. And, they're not perfect, but they're able to learn. That's what makes organizations good. I think Steve Kerr is the best coach that could have been for that situation because he knows what it's like to lose somebody in his family, and he knows that basketball in the grand scheme of things is insignificant. So I'm proud of the Warriors. I hope they make a deep playoff run. And I'm really glad that Wiggins is coming back. And, go Warriors. That's all I want to say.
Appreciate it. And I'm going to be honest. I'm surprised more fans aren't like that because it feels like not enough fans are saying, you know what? Where we're at is where we're at. Let's see what we can, you're asking a lot of this team to make a run and win it all. So, it's no secret I love the Celtics. back in the day.
Yeah.
So they won in 1986. They won it all. Then the next year they lost to the Lakers in 87. All right, so then 88 comes, and it's like they're getting older, but they're still pretty good. But the Pistons are coming. And the Celtics at that point, they got by Atlanta.
I remember
with the Hawks in like 7 games.
Yeah.
They just beat Atlanta. Bird was great. They squeaked by. Then they get to Detroit or somebody else. I don't know. But then they got beat in 6 games. Well, like I didn't going into that 88 season. I wasn't like they're going to win it. They're going to win it. I was like, boy, they are getting a little older. This would be incredible. Okay, man, we're lucky to beat the Hawks. Can we beat the Pistons? No, we couldn't do it this year. I wonder, it feels like, shouldn't more Warrior fans be kind of looking at it like that? This core's been together for 10, 12 years. We're on the back end. Been some ups and downs this season. Can we get in and then make some noise?
Yeah,
if we do, great. If we don't, we've had a hell of a run.
Nah, it ain't no if we don't. I mean, that's a reality. If we don't. But you're sitting here with Steph Curry still in what I deem as prime, or relatively close, Donnie. So that's why I get all the euphoria from Warrior fans of like, why should we settle? Why should we expect less? Now, the drama popped off with Poole, Draymond. I'm not saying that's why their record is what it is, but they're operating from a different vent. This season's just different. They're at the bottom looking up. And if you're going to tell me you believe in Denver or you believe in Memphis in one off season, the fact that the Warriors shocked the world and won it last year, I feel like gives them the license to be hung over. And now it's lights, camera, action. And guess what? Let me back up. Bright lights. And now the Warriors, with the brand of basketball and that offense that they run like no other team, and the shooters that they have, and now Poole at the top of his game.
Yep.
It is so, it's not even, now, if I came in here and said, I'm going out tonight on my single days, I'm going to find me Beyonce. Well, that's pretty much, you ain't going to, that's talking crazy.
All right.
For a Warrior fan to say we can go back to back.
Right.
And you look at this Western Conference. No doubt.
But.
Because you just did it.
But don't demand it.
Now, what's that sound like? Because I don't think we're hearing from Warrior fans demanding.
What's
that look like? Demanding.
What it looks like is that Warrior fans expect a title. They expect one. Some. And
some have been spoiled.
This one's really good. 510. I accepted the dynasty being over after Game 6 versus the Raptors. All this last 2 years has been a bonus. Why aren't more fans like that? 888. Well, you know what? We got Zaza Pachulia coming up on the other side. Executive show. And looking forward to that on 95.7 The Game. Don't go anywhere. Steiny Guru.
anybody that was on the Warriors beat during those years.
And take a seat at the conference table.
Guru's great too.
Welcome to The Executive Show.
Nothing easy.
On 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal. Less mess, reduce stress. Budget friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com.
All righty, let's get into it. It's The Executive Show. We'd like to bring in Zaza Pachulia. Hey, Zaza, how you doing, buddy?
I feel good after last night.
Yeah, I was in the building last night. It was electric in that fourth quarter. Jordan was terrific. He's had Jordan Poole. Let's talk about him to start. Just a heck of a run the last 2 weeks for him.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this guy has amazing talent, and you've seen him playing really well previously, and that's how he signed his big contract. That's how he's betting on the future, his future, and with the Warriors for a long period of time.
All right, Zaza, let's try to get you on a better line. Yeah. It's always a little uncomfortable, but the
but it's good that
that's one of those things that the boss is like, don't mess around with that.
And you know who appreciates it?
Who?
The listeners.
I thought you were going to say Zaza.
Oh no, yeah.
And I was like, well, he probably doesn't. But no.
Did you see him last night?
I did not.
Okay.
I did not.
You said what's up to Ritter? He's always working.
It's funny. A lot of people came up to me to say hello.
Evan, I love how you tap into it. Yeah, my buddy just he said that Steiny's in a good mood, man. He's headed to the Lynx.
Yeah, we got Zaza back. Hey, Zaza. We got you? Oh. Let's try it again, but give me
We're probably in a bad place. You know how you have to get out from under.
We'll see. I mean, you know what I'm going to ask him? I wanted to ask him, or I will ask him, is so he was on the 17 and 18 championship teams. Now, those teams had a right to expect a championship.
Oh, that was, man, we watched it up close.
But this team you can't,
no doubt.
That's what I mean by this is different, as far as I'm
And I'll say this before we get him back, Steiny.
Yeah.
I really think I can tell, and it's no shade at the Warriors, because it's Warriors on mine. I really do believe teams are not afraid of the Warriors like they were in those 2 seasons that you pointed out, when they were, even, with just their style, the way they played, they had you off balance. But right now, I feel like OKC if that was a boxing match, Steiny, it went the distance, and they got knocked out in the 15th.
Yeah, it's funny because I
saw you watching.
I've been looking at it a little different. I know, like the Pelicans game, they got down, but they came back. Last night, they came back from behind. And I know there's a tendency to say, well, God, we got to put a complete game together. And I said that early in the show. Can they put a complete game together? But they're also, what's happened a few games now is they have won games where maybe early in the year they don't win games. They've won 6 of 8.
Well, I'll tell you what bothered me. You are right. Sunday. You got to win that one Sunday? In Denver, to me.
Yeah.
Without Jokic, and it was there, but, that good juju that I think they have, and it didn't. Denver won. Like, I know you say Goo is just one game. They won 6 of 8, but that still resonates with me, man. Like, I still hang on to that.
I don't want it to. I don't want it to.
And last night makes it go away.
Don't put too much emphasis on a game. John Dickinson told me this, and maybe I said this on the air.
Tell me.
And we're going to be talking a lot of baseball in the summer months coming up. And what I was going to say is, in baseball, you can't every game. You can't talk about it. So what he says is you treat a series like a game.
Right.
So let's say the Giants open up with the Yankees like they did. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. They lose the first game, and we did this. You did this specifically, and I knew you would. Oh my God, Giants stink. They're going to win 42 games.
They're going to go 40. When the hour
they're going to go 40 and 120.
But okay, well, let's talk about. And I'll text JD every day. Let's talk about their overall record. 42 at the Warriors, 42 and 36. That we have standards here. Oh, 38. Snotty, I really need to. What you got? The bifocals. Readers.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm in the system. But 42 and 38.
Okay.
That's enough of a sample size to let you know that the bad is happening.
Right.
And we're not used to it.
Right. And it's going to be an uphill battle this year.
Sounds like I'm going to call back. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, Zaza's not.
Oh, he's not?
Yeah.
It was just too bad?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all right.
We'll keep it moving, yeah.
Yeah, wait. You know what? More fun for us. 888-957. Yes, Evan?
Well, but his original line about Jordan Poole as far as the Warriors betting on the future, do you feel like last game with what Moses Moody did we saw Jonathan Kuminga start, even though he didn't play well, but Jordan Poole finished out with 18 fourth quarter points. Like their bet on the future looks at least a lot better than it did maybe midway through this season.
Now, what if let me go.
Okay.
What if, because I talk to Evan all the time, what if I told Evan, I'm the biggest Moody advocate, but I loved everything about last night, but damn, Evan, let me just ask you, so are you changing, if you had already, what you thought of Moody before just based on one game? Because excited as I am about Moody,
I just told you.
I'm taking in last night as that was a great game for him, but I don't expect him to get momentum because of the top 9 that we mentioned early.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. I think he only played that many minutes, one, because Klay Thompson was a late scratch, and two, he played well in his first 10 minutes, and J.K. unfortunately didn't, so Kerr just let him keep playing, and he kept playing well, and so, I mean, I think that's been his approach with the young guys all year. It's like if you prove you are able to earn those minutes, they'll give them to you, but unfortunately, if he doesn't play well in the first 7, there is a shorter leash for him than like those top 8 guys you talked about.
Let me throw this one out there, because I think we're going to get a variety of answers.
Give it to him.
Jonathan Kuminga is finishing up his second season in the NBA, second regular season.
Incredible.
He did not play college basketball. He played in the G League. I think he came in at 19 years old. He came into the league. All right. So Kuminga's played 2 years.
Okay.
What grade would you give the Warriors for developing Kuminga? 2 years into his career. Give me a grade for the job the Warriors did so far through 2 years of developing Jonathan Kuminga.
I'll be honest with you, Stoney, I'm going to go B-.
Okay.
And if somebody wants to come down my road, because I believe, like Wiseman, I'm still hanging on to him to affect this grade, there were too many DMPs that I know why they feel they gave him the DMPs, talking about Kuminga. I feel like he would be further along had you just kind of, you know what, we understand he's young, but you're going to grow and learn on the job. He might be further along. But he had to play that head game, and maybe they wanted him to play that head game with himself to get where he's at now. But and I'm no NBA coach, I would have done it differently. Because I feel like a B-.
That's not that bad. I mean, that's not a bad.
Yeah.
I was
getting ready for you to shout.
I'm probably at about a B. And maybe even a B+ just to be that guy, kind of.
Yeah.
Because, like, could it have been a little better? Sure. But I really do think that the way the Warriors are developing, or the way they have to develop guys, is different.
Because they're stakes.
Like, Jonathan Kuminga is going to have a harder development period on this team. And so I look at it now. Okay, so we're 2 years into Jonathan Kuminga, and I don't know what he's playing. So he's 16 minutes a game.
Right.
I don't know, 18. I should know this off the top of my head, but I don't. The point is he's playing 18, 20 minutes a game. Some people would like him to play more.
Okay.
And it's been deliberate. Let me see what he's got here. I want to make this right. 20.8. 17 minutes last year, 21 minutes this year. I realize that a lot of Warrior fans would like him to play more.
Okay.
But I feel like they've developed him into a player who, even though he's playing not as much as you'd like, the minutes he's playing, he finally has a clue. That might be too strong, but he really is understanding what his role is and how he has to play now to get on the court. He's got a lot of game that he can't really unveil or maybe not ready to unveil yet, or still has to work on unveiling. But over the course of the year or 2 years, he's figured out, or they've finally instilled in him, look, you've got a skill. You can guard on the ball. Like, that's something you're really good at. Can you keep doing that? Because if you can keep doing that, if you show us you can guard on the ball, you're, boom, 15 minutes automatic, Jonathan. You're going to get 15, 18, 20 minutes automatic. And he now comes into games, to me, with a clue of how he wants to play, and he's made it his foundation, at least now at 21, I got to go out there and defend the ball. I got to defend the point of attack, and anything else is kind of gravy. So what I'm getting at is I kind of think they've done a good job of, and we'll see, the playoffs are going to be huge.
Incredible.
Because all you want out of Kuminga are productive minutes, whether it's 12 minutes, 15, 20. You need Kuminga to be productive in that time.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's more equipped now to finally be productive after 2 years than he's been at any time, up to now.
And you know what? That was well said. And on top of that, Stoney, what he's figured out is he can impact the game, and it's not just putting the ball in the hole. If it's picking somebody up 94 feet, he has shown us he could be that difference maker that way, as opposed to just being, Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
So we'll see. One more thing that this is old, but it's new because it's sitting with me. And while I had in the doctor's office yesterday, I was thinking about it. Dude, you could write about this, Donnie, and you talked about it. Okay, last year was incredible, right? They came out of nowhere. Stephen A. Smith, he was the only one that said they had a possible chance to win it. But, Stoney, when you talk about dynasties and this core being the same core, I know, Dub Nation, I'm getting ahead of myself, but I really mean what I'm about to tell you. Is somehow they get this done. The Magic Lakers, the Bird Celtics, Michael even, you guys step aside because
Celtics
this would
already
be credit. But yeah, and I'm with you, but Steiny, not if you go get this one, oh my goodness, Steiny. This would be Grandma Ma version of them getting it done, going back to back.
Daryl, this is what I was trying to tell Steph Curry.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. And he talked about it.
Like the Celtics
he said it wasn't easy.
81, 84, 86.
Okay.
That's 5 years.
Yeah, got it.
3 titles, 5 years.
No
Warriors
doubt.
are 4 and 9. I mean,
this started in 14.
They're spitting on those Celtics now.
Yeah, no doubt.
Now,
Mike did go away for 2.
We got hurt. We got hurt by Lenny Bias.
Oh, man.
Maybe it could have stretched. But nevertheless, can y'all talk about the different playoff scenarios?
I thought we just did, but let's go.
Well, we did at the beginning of the show.
Reset.
917, ask more of a specific question on the Comcast Business text line. I'll try to answer.
Now the Warriors are going to be in a play-in game if they lose both games.
Oh, well,
yeah. Well, that's a scenario. That's an option.
Right, but there's about 7 other.
Right, I was going to go down the other 6.
Oh, you were.
But that was the worst one.
Let's get Polo in here real quick so you can get your bearings, because I don't think you're going to get it right. But that's all right.
Oh, I wasn't going to take a crack
it's
at
hard.
it. I was going to call JD. I didn't say it like I was about to do that.
Polo, what's up, Polo?
Polo.
Hey, nothing much. Hey, man, I'm happy Moody got in the game last night, and I'm also upset it took this long for him to get into the game. When he got in the game, he took Klay Thompson looks. I'm liking that. But they should have been did that when Wiggins wasn't playing, especially when Jerome wasn't playing. Why is it taking them so long just to do that? He looked good in this little play time he had last night. What do you guys think about Moody?
How about this, Polo? I'm going to give you what Steve Kerr said about Moody. Here we go. This is from last night after the game. This is probably better than my answer. Well, it will be.
Moses and Dante off the bench were both huge. Moses, I can't say enough about
this young guy, the way he has prepared and worked, and he's so mature. And over the last couple of weeks, you could really see the improvement and the confidence and the strength around the basket. And, I think I told you guys this, but when I talked to him, Bob and I talked to him a couple of months ago and asked him how he was doing with not playing much. And he said, look, I chose to develop in the NBA, not at Arkansas. If I was at Arkansas, I'd be playing. I chose to develop in the NBA, and this is part of it. Like the most mature answer I've ever heard anybody give. But that's who he is. He's just a really mature young guy, and he gets it. A lot to learn, but he puts in the work. He puts in the time. He's got an incredible attitude, and the work is paying off, and he's getting better. And tonight, he was one of the keys to the game.
Wow. Like, Moody ain't tripping. Obviously, he wants to play, but it's a mindset. So I'll say this, Donnie. Early on, when you're like, I don't know, or anybody out there, when you're talking about these puppies, Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody, Steiny, I honestly believe to them, the minutes are how you feel about them. And when they were getting DMPs, I felt like when they did get time, that was something very hard to overcome, almost like playing in a straitjacket, because if you mess up, you're coming out. But to hear Moody, say that and then just play like Spider-Man yesterday.
What does that mean?
Athletic. How Spider-Man can get to anywhere and jump.
Oh, he's got the web.
No, but sometimes he can just jump too without the web.
But not
that rebound move. Did you watch the height?
Spider-Man.
No, Spider-Man could get to other places without using his web. Stoney,
I mean, he could go.
Spider-Man could jump on the basketball rim from the floor without the web. He had that bounce.
Well, hold on. Yeah. Spider-Man can go from building to building,
right?
But he can't go more than one building at a time.
But
with
he
a
would
single
use the
jump.
web. Okay, exactly.
That's all I'm saying.
But that's who he looked like. The hops, the springs. He looked like, and that dunk to get. I had to rewind
God,
it.
I was
like
in the club
the
at that
ball
dunk.
was on the floor, and then he's in the sky.
Sounded like
that
it was like a Chris
Spider-Man-esque.
Webber type dunk.
I don't know. Well,
Ask me
Webb
what
had
I mean
those
by
paws.
that.
No, he went up off verts.
Oh, never mind.
What happened? Who'd you see?
Nothing.
So I'm scared you now.
Rafi in Berkeley. What's up, Rafi?
Don't be scared.
How you doing? First off, the original Spider-Man is only a Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's a 4.
Thank you, Rafi.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
No
By the way, I was wrong on that. It was one of my 2 mistakes in 2019. Go ahead.
Count them. What I really like about last night, and I know it's a ridiculously small sample size, but what I really liked was that when the second unit came in at the end, they didn't give ground. They actually made up a little ground, but all we need that second unit to do really is hold ground, hold court, and they felt, at least for a moment, like there's a legitimate defensive identity happening. And I hate to say it, but Klay Thompson is often in that second unit. When he was not in that second unit, that's an athletic, defensive-minded second unit. And if Poole can play like that, which I know he can't, but if he could, I wouldn't mind seeing a little less time for Klay, especially in that second unit, and letting it be defensive-minded, except for Poole, who's a hot scorer when he gets going. So I'll take your thoughts off the air. Thanks.
Yeah, okay.
But that's unrealistic. I'm not mad at him, but that's how he feels.
I actually don't. I don't.
Tell me.
I think he's got a point in this regard. There were times last year in the playoffs where Steve Kerr took Draymond off the floor, right?
Yeah.
He took Draymond off the
doubt.
floor when Draymond wasn't helping.
Right.
If Klay's struggling, I think Steve will take him off the floor.
I don't after last year,
but
yeah.
But Klay's going to get his chance every single game, each half. But
if that didn't happen last year to Klay, him being not
Klay
exposed or taken advantage of,
I think something was different
from a physical, Steiny, he's got to be stronger than he was last year. There's just no doubt.
Well, it's more about the game he's playing to me.
The game he's playing. But when you say that, it seems like you're talking about just buckets in the offensive end. I'm talking about defensively. He didn't get taken advantage. This was miraculous in itself. And I don't think that's going to happen this playoff series. It's almost like he knows how to do it. Are you serious?
Yes. But here's the thing.
How did they disguise it last year then?
7 years ago, they needed, those three guys played well.
Wiggins.
Those three guys played well, and you win the game. It's like Klay, let's say Steph plays 80% of the time in the playoffs, Steph has a good 4 out of 5, let's say 3 out of 4.
All right.
3 out of every 4 playoff games this season, playoffs, Curry will play well, right?
All right.
Okay. So that's good. So the game he doesn't play well, you're going to need a lot of people chipping in. So you may not win that game. But, if Curry plays well and Poole plays well and Wiggins plays well, they can win. Then the next game, maybe, Poole doesn't play well, but Klay does. So you don't need Klay to play, 17 great games in 22. You might only need him to play 10 out of 22.
And I think that's what I've been trying to get over to you without actually saying it. But if you want to play that game, which we will for this conversation, Steiny, we can go to Phoenix and say if Durant doesn't do this, the Warriors have more options to me of
but no.
Steph may be off.
No.
Wiggins, Klay, Poole, Draymond with what he does. Steiny, I really believe it.
But here's the thing. Durant,
it's called margin of error.
Durant, Booker, Paul, and Ayton are more consistent right now than Steph, Klay, Draymond, and Poole.
I'll give
That's all I'm
that,
saying. But they're more consistent.
What you're going to say
doesn't mean they can't piecemeal wins together.
Well, I'm just saying the point goes to Guru in this. Tell me when they did that in the playoffs.
Who?
The Phoenix Suns with Durant.
We haven't seen. This is a brand new team. We've not seen.
Doubt.
Last year doesn't matter.
That counts. But that's why I'm saying the Warriors. That's the intangible that I think a lot of people are forgetting that they've been here. They know how to do it. Now, the average fan is going to say that
how to do it.
Yeah, but
Kevin
not
Durant's
with
got a title.
Yeah, but he's going with the cast of characters that nutted up in Game 7 on their home court against Phoenix, against Dallas. For whatever reason. Steiny, I'm telling you.
What?
It's not Steph Curry or bust for this Warrior team to me for them to win said game. Can you win when you're not Halle Berry? And I don't know if Phoenix can. I don't know if Memphis can. Right.
Well, I don't think the Warriors can. Maybe a game a series, they can get away with not playing well or playing poorly and winning a game.
Because they did it last year against Boston when Dre was a little sketchy. They were able to sit him down and still, manifest a win.
So Kerr's going to sit anybody he needs to sit to win a game. 408.
What we got?
Steiny, I saw you courtside last night.
There you go. I tweeted it out.
Yeah, you did. Oh, also from the 408 with your gray sweatpants. Ooh, yeah.
You didn't have slacks?
No, I had sweats. But it was a.
You're a real one.
It's a Menlo House sweats, so they're nice. Hey, look, have you ever seen guys dressed up in a nice sweatsuit? They look nice. They look real nice, especially when they got some good kicks.
Well,
yes, Evan?
I was going to say kind of like the coaching staffs.
Dude, they need to start dressing back up.
Why?
I saw the 2016 Kerr was in a suit throwing his fist in the air. No, the 16 game against OKC when they clinched. Dude, you can't tell the coaches from anybody now. Dress up. I want that mandate. But listen, I'm going to take it back to the street. Remember I told you when Sprewell was on the Warriors and Terrell Owens was a Niner and I was single, I had to go ask the girl if she wanted to dance, and I was up against those guys and still did pretty good. My point is, and it was dress up Jeffries, but when somebody came in a sweatsuit, you knew they were somebody because you couldn't get in unless you had the shirt and suit and tie. But when you saw somebody come in with athletic gear, you kind of knew they were a big boy. You know what I mean? So that's how you were yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
But I didn't know you had gray sweats.
I did. I came to work and I was a little underdressed because it doesn't matter in here.
Yeah, it doesn't matter in here.
I'm with you though. Steiny left Wiggins out of your foursome. You're right, I did. You're right, I did.
Stinks.
No, he doesn't. But
Wiggins is back, Jack.
But I was using players in terms of consistency, and as for Wiggins right now, that's a wait and see.
Yeah.
But I mean, Wiggins type player. Where if he's Wiggins, you can expect 17 and 7 out of him.
But real quick before you wrap it up, the coaching thing didn't hit you, huh? Chuck Daly on line 1, Larry Brown, Phil. Steiny, the coaches got to stand out in basketball more so than any other sport. I miss it. Let me know who the Captain Kirk is. Not 12 guys with the same outfit.
Yeah, this is one of those things I'm just going to pass on.
Well, you had gray sweats at the game, so we know where you stand.
Hold on.
Hold
on.
JVG. Top of your board.
Boy,
which one is
that
it?
Evan is bad.
Where is it?
Jeff Van Gundy.
Watch yourself.
No, not that one.
What are you talking about?
I don't care.
Okay, say what you said again.
I want the head coach to be dressed up.
I don't care.
All right. When we come back, Guru and I, more talking on 95.7 The Game.
a one-point game. 97-96. Oklahoma City with it.
Moody has been huge.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
Moses.
Steiny and Guru with you.
How you doing?
I'm not doing good.
I made a call in the break, and then I heard commotion.
Haters.
I heard commotion.
We have haters.
Uh-oh. I heard commotion.
All right, I'm going to throw it out to the audience.
What?
Our great listeners. I'm just peeling everything back right now. All
like
right?
an onion.
I'm going to start from the beginning. We're doing 4-hour shows now. We used to do 3-hour shows. We're doing 4-hour shows. That's fine. I love it.
60 minutes.
Oh, I love it. I'll do 4-hour shows. I'll do 6 if that's no raise, no pay raise, nothing like that. Just 4-hour shows. Fine. Hey, I
got a job.
Happy to be working. Are you kidding?
No doubt about it, baby.
So, all right, we're doing 4-hour shows. Well, comes to find out that now we're actually hanging around till 2:10 most days.
15. Yeah.
2:10, 2:15. Yeah. So it's like, well, now the show's 4 hours and 10 minutes. So I like to golf once in a while. And so today I was going to ask Goo, hey, man.
What you did?
So we're going to take a break at 1:42. That goes till 1:48.
I'm not going to be here.
And then the two dudes after us come in. Right. And we usually talk for 15 minutes. So I said, Goo, any chance you can handle the last segment?
And what did I say?
Absolutely, buddy.
I left you hanging yesterday?
Absolutely, buddy.
I got you.
Absolutely, buddy. So I was like, man, I could theoretically today once get out at 1:42.
Yeah, gotcha.
1:40, and Dibs is like, no. You stay till 2. Your show's till 2. Your show's till 2. You can't, no, 2. I'm like, Dibs.
No.
I'm like, Dibs, but
it was commotion.
But Dibs. If I work from 10 to 2:10 on Monday, 10 to 2:10 on Tuesday,
gotcha.
10 to 2:10 on Thursday,
that's 30
minutes.
Yeah, no doubt.
So one day I can't take off at 1:48?
Yeah. I told you what I said. I had your back.
And I said, why? Like, Guru could theoretically just what? Like, it's not.
I heard him say Guru will be solo.
It's the exception, not the rule. And they're like, no, show's till 2. Show's till 2. Get off. Get out of the studio. You do not belong in here right now.
Diz, I heard Guru solo. Now, I knew when you ran this, Bobby, partner, because you were in a good mood. I knew you were going to have hell. You were going to catch hell. And I watched you from the other room walk in. And then I said, I knew it.
But here, okay, you know what? Dibs, let me ask you a serious question. Is it going to be a problem forever if I would like to do this infrequently, once every month or so? Or is it specifically because you want me to be here today to make a horse's ass out of me because I was at the game yesterday?
Oh, Dibs wouldn't do that.
I think if that's the case, I might stay.
Oh, see, now I didn't know that was his.
Like they just want to kill me.
Well, they just want to kill me. We got other fish to fry.
What is going on here?
Dude, and you know what?
I couldn't break his heart.
You're not getting credit for this, by the way.
I don't want credit. See, I'm an exempt employee, as are you. Night.
Snotty, when you told me what you had planned, Dibs, I didn't even have the heart to tell him, please.
I'm seeing little to no traffic so far, so we're okay.
35 minutes, I told you.
It's 30. Dibs, that thing could back up in a hurry. As a former traffic reporter, you know that
current
what I'm looking at.
Reporter too, by the way.
What's that?
Yeah, current traffic reporter, yeah.
What do you mean?
I mean, you never know where I might show up doing traffic. I love traffic. No, dude, KCBS on the 8s. I'm a big fan.
Oh.
Look at Snotty, boy. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, Guru.
Yeah, I'm right here.
This is going to be painful.
Your show, as it's billed. And I'm looking up there at the YouTube. I know I'm not on because I'm way out of bounds right now. Steiny and Guru, what does it say? Weekdays from
10 to 2 p.m.
Wait, from when?
10 to 2.
10 to 2
p.m.
10 to 1:42?
He's going golfing, Dibs.
I know, but he has time to make his tea time. I'm on the same golf thread as he is. You never take swings, Steiny. You know that, Steiny. You know me. I've golfed with you more than 341 times. Have you ever?
You guys look at him.
Of the 341 rounds we've played together, how many times have you gone and taken, quote, swings?
This is a legacy game.
15? 20?
Like, I told him I had to, like, man. They didn't
I'm not
have your
even
back.
getting to the part about you wearing Warrior colors courtside, because that's a whole nother issue.
And did you know he was doing that? I wasn't here.
Warrior.
It's really affected.
I'll see you at 2.
Wow. He said
You'll see me at 1:48. I don't know if you'll see me at 2.
You'll be here till 2.
The biggest disappointment, like I knew
You can walk
this was
out and just say,
I knew this was coming from
I
Dibs.
want you to stand
I knew
up.
it. I
Yeah.
built that in. The real problem is Willard. He's with Dibley on this one.
Willard says shit.
He's sticking it to me after I became his really good friend.
When Willard went shift, I was like, it brought me back to my Costco days, Tony. Like, oh, man. They don't want to help you out.
888-95.
Now, you could. This is
What do
our
you
show.
think?
You could just bounce up out.
I know I could. Willard.
And I can handle it myself. Me and Evan can handle it.
You know what, 510? Do your job. Oh, yeah.
Wow. They're coming at you.
You're the same guy that says, you stink, Steinmetz, you shouldn't even be on the air. But now you need me to finish my shift. Don't you? Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
I don't think he can hear us. You think it's about you leaving or you at the court side? Because that venom
I actually think it's both.
Well,
but here's the thing,
dip out, man up, like you did to me Monday.
This is the thing. Dibley for 3 years gets to go 9 to 12.
Yeah,
He can golf anytime he wants. 12 to 3. I'm in a bind.
Yeah.
I'm in a big bind.
I'm
trying to make it happen.
Yeah, I had your back.
And you know what? And now he's still blessed because if he wants to golf at 7 in the morning, he can get around in. Meanwhile, me.
Yeah, you tried to get out. Anyway, people call you gutless, but you ain't been gutless yet.
I haven't left yet. I haven't not left yet.
Right.
See, the problem is, and here's the thing about Dibs. You know what he'll do? I'm telling you.
He'll hold it against you.
He'll get the boss involved. I swear to God.
What
And the
you
boss
shoulda
is clueless.
yeah.
He wouldn't know.
Damn, you're done.
He doesn't know.
Yeah,
when
I
we
wouldn't have
leave.
said that. But what you should have did is had the boss come in and be the buffer for you while you were gone.
But he wouldn't
Then
let
Dibs
me.
wouldn't have had nowhere to go but to deal with it.
Let me see what the traffic is like
Just
right now.
the fact that you got to do it, you're deflated. Evan. Yeah. Dibs can't.
What would prompt a guy in the 707 to have so little of a life for him to text Steiny as a bum?
60 seconds.
Like, seriously. Like,
I saw that.
Like, in the words of the great Gary Radnich, who does that?
Yeah. Wish you could get him on the horn.
By the way, I saw a photo.
No way.
Of Johnny the Gout Man with somebody recently, and I can't remember who it was. You're friends with him, right?
Yeah, we'll
legend from back in the day.
No doubt. I thought you were going to say Gary.
Yeah. No, Gary Radnich said, what did he say?
No, you said
Who
Johnny
does
the
that?
Gout Man take a picture.
No, there was somebody, a Bay Area person took a picture
But I
with.
was saying, I wish we could get in touch with Radnich.
No, he's not. He's not.
That's incredible
Dude, this guy,
to me.
Let me tell you something
He
about
is
Gary Radnich.
The real king. Well, Pete's the king here.
Dude, his last day on the air, he said his last words were nobody cares. And he has never appeared since.
And he's the greatest.
And he won't.
And didn't care about the offensive line and all that
He's
stuff.
got, I guarantee
he was the
you.
man.
Like, he's just
Ratty, where you at? Call us in. Think he listens? He's got to He got young kids, I believe.
I actually think
he got to turn it on. You
I don't
never
know.
shake that.
I actually think he's a guy who maybe just over.
It's over?
Over.
Wow.
Just over. All right.
I'm rooting for you. Man up.
It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. That's Kirby.com. Let's see you on the other side. He's godless.
Michael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
I thought you were leaving.
Go ahead.
I thought you were leaving.
He is.
Come on, Steeny.
Do your thing.
How long are
Do
you?
your guys' thing.
I ain't got nothing to do yet.
I'll tell you what. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the text line, the Comcast. But there's some good people out there.
Yeah, there are.
They know. They know what time it is.
They know what? Yeah, it's 1:49.
That you're still
What do you
here.
mean,
Do you
know
want the
what
good
time it
news or
is?
the bad news? I'm asking you, Stinny. What do you want?
Give me the bad.
Dwibs and Willie. I heard that. That was great.
The bad news is you've been exposed for being the fraud that you are.
Oh, whoa.
That's the bad news.
Uh-oh.
You showed up in your Warrior colors, courtside.
Did you see it?
That's why I'm commenting, Goo. Of course I saw it. You tweeted it. I wouldn't have seen it if you hadn't have
Thanks,
tweeted.
Goo.
The bad news is you've been exposed.
So
you want the good news?
Okay.
Jockberry tomorrow.
Oh, we got it.
You can defend your title.
The Willie, you go?
No. I'm not playing.
I got better news.
Oh,
I'm playing hardball. I'm sick of
I'm
this.
not playing.
I got even
I'll get
better
Evan
news.
Giddings in here in a
What?
heartbeat.
Karika's only a 35-minute drive right now. You can stay till 2.
Right.
It's all fine.
Exactly.
It was
all good.
28 minutes. 7
My
minutes
God,
ago.
Now it's
I don't know
35.
if you do you see what's this hazard off Sacramento?
What do you need to warm up? What do you need to warm up?
He
at
never
your age?
warms up is the bit.
So yesterday,
He never
Close the
warms up.
trunk, go to the first tee, hit your shot,
Thank
get
you.
a beer, and stop
And
all
it's
this.
yesterday.
the par 5
Stop
is
all
wide
this.
open at Korea.
you don't warm up
Seriously, that
before you
first
go?
hole?
He doesn't. I do because I'm broken.
yesterday.
You warm up?
D3.
If I'm on time. If not, we go to the first
Ask
tee.
me if I warm
Hit
up.
the ball.
You warm up.
Not today.
Never.
Why?
You
That's what- I'm
never
gonna give you a
warm
three.
up. Is
Sometimes
the
I
point.
do.
Why does he look like a former president with that hat on? Steiny, I ain't seen
Dibley and I are on the same page.
All
My
right,
golf
but the
game
hat,
is true.
yeah, he
No,
looked
no, no.
like the
Steiny and I talked about
the
this.
first pitch
I will
with-
not allow.
I hadn't seen him with his sweater on.
You know what,
throwing out
Yeah.
the first pitch and
I
the ball.
will not allow the 34-time indicted felonious former president
Felonious monk.
to prevent me from wearing red hats.
No,
That's
hey,
BS.
Yeah, I didn't say nothing about that.
He's been wearing
Yeah.
red hats since back when that guy was 8 times bankrupt.
Yeah,
so he doesn't get to claim the color red.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Back in the day,
what is that logo?
Reading Phillies.
Oh,
Double
okay.
Yeah, they
AT.
were asking on YouTube. Thought it was
Yeah.
a Redskins.
Yeah, no,
I was a
I'm
Redskins.
like, how inappropriate can we be? Like a
Reading
red
Phillies.
hat with a Redskins logo. I'm like, my God.
But let's go, Rob Lowe, and
It's
put the red
similar
on the
to
table.
the Rainiers.
About
Yeah,
last
exactly.
night.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm watching long, stressful day. I'm watching in the dark. That's how I like to watch the games because
Sure.
the color pop.
In the
That's
lab.
creepy.
And I
No
see
lights
this
in the lab.
yellow Willard. I see like deer hunting when you see the deer flicker. The leaves flicker. You're like, I see something. And I grabbed the remote from the wife and I said, I know that yellow.
Oh, man.
That wasn't Warrior yellow. I know that yellow. And I rewound. And then there was Robert Redford right there. But the question is, how did we not know he was sitting there?
Robert Redford?
He's got the Robert Redford hair. But how did we not? This is high. How did we not know he was going, Will?
I mean,
Like if that were me, would have been on KPIX, right? How did we not know he was
Yesterday-
sitting there?
You know why?
yesterday I got dressed for work, which was here, and I was like, I don't feel like putting on. I put on sweats.
Yeah,
and
I get you.
I wear that gold thing a lot.
You do.
I just got it.
Never.
No, I've worn that to the studio.
The only gold you wear is your basketball reference T-shirt.
So,
Facts.
Look at it. Go
So I was
ahead.
just on my way home from the show.
Yeah.
I went to the horse first,
Gotcha.
and
Right.
then I was
The horse.
on my way. Nice. I was on my way home, and I got a call, and you want them, and
I love
Susan
From Bob.
Susan got. She's
No,
got
the tickets came from Bob. Oh.
No,
Just don't
the
lie to
tickets came
Dibs.
from Susan.
Steiny, don't stick your chest out.
Doesn't matter where they came from.
So Guru
bottom-
wasn't available, and so Bob called you
The
secondarily.
bottom line is, I was thinking,
He
you
has
know
a
what?
complex.
I shouldn't even go to this game
Man.
because I'm not
Oh, yeah,
dressed
no,
right.
you were fine. Willard, did you catch him on TV or you didn't know? till I tweeted
No, I
it
didn't
out?
notice that
Did
stuff.
you go home, or did she bring you clothes?
She didn't. I met her at Thrive City.
She brought you clothes.
No, she didn't bring me any. No, that's what I
He
wore.
had that gear.
Like that's what I wore to work yesterday.
That gold Warriors pullover?
I love it.
I've worn it so much that I've gotten mocked on the YouTube text
I
line
can
for
back
it.
you up
I do
on
not.
that.
I do not
Mock
remember you
Rivers.
wearing a gold Warrior shirt.
Me
to work
either.
yesterday.
Yeah,
no,
no.
I
it's
do not remember
the
that.
jacket.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not Warriors.
Yeah,
it
it's
just
not.
happens to be gold. I get it from Menlo House. They're the people that
Yellows.
Yeah, not yellows.
Oh, help me out.
So your lovely partner met you at Thrive City, because I saw, and the picture that you posted was so perfect because she is, and I know her not great. I haven't seen her in years, but her arm is around Steiny in a very warm fashion.
It was great.
It was a beautiful picture. Other than the fact that this guy's perpetrating like a Warrior fan.
And Willa, the rest of the game, the TV caught Steiny's dome. He was part of the game for me.
Man.
I got some bad
I didn't notice.
dude.
I did not.
I was locked in to that game last night.
Locked in Dub Warriors.
Some people operate like Andrew Wiggins. It's just like you don't know where they go,
That is
and then they just show up when they're ready to show
Speaking
up.
of Andrew Wiggins, as I told you would happen, he came out in very ignominious fashion and a giant ovation erupted.
Oh, gosh, I thought you were telling me that he was going to come out and tell everybody what happened, which
That's what I thought
he
you were.
unequivocally did not.
But I told you that we will find out, and the deadline in our bet is at the start of next year's preseason, and we will find out.
I was telling Todd, he got a nice cut. Look, a little trimmer.
Wiggins, he looked good. Looked good, yeah.
Oh.
You don't might see him.
Yeah, but by the way, that ovation, that wasn't perpetrated by him.
Well, I told you that he would come out.
They just stuck him on the board.
Yeah.
Like once he was on the board, everyone sort of reacted.
Right.
35 minutes.
And he very classically, just kind of slumped to the back
You
of
got
the bench.
4 more minutes left in your shift. You hang in there.
Can somebody tell me what's happening on Sacramento, please?
When you refer to it as a
Don't
shift.
take Sacramento,
Yeah,
dude.
why don't you just ways
You
it
going
and
the
then
wrong
it'll
way?
go whichever way is the quickest.
Steiny, you got to take front to Market. You go left on Market, then you go right down to Harrison, and you go up.
No, you go which way the app tells you to go. That's how you go.
Don't listen to a guy who hasn't been on the Bay Bridge since 1994.
No, you're telling me.
I'm telling you the way to go. I
Use
go
the
there
app.
every day.
We're down to 33 minutes.
It's
you lost 2
incredible,
minutes.
right?
You're fine.
Technology.
It is.
Back in my, and he'll
Are you
argue
like
with
my
Waze.
mom?
Boy, go this way. I'm taking him. Well, I'm going with Waze.
Is that an app?
Always.
Waze is an app?
My mom will travel up
You don't
here.
use Waze?
My mom will travel up here to see me.
I'm going to use it today.
With directions printed out
Oh,
to the restaurant that
God
we're going to go
bless
to
her
in 4 days.
heart.
I know. I'm like, Mom,
This is
first of all, how
incredible.
does that help you?
And
And
it-
second of all, I'm in the car with you. I know where we're going.
Right.
Old
It's
school.
like,
We
it's
call
just,
that old
Do you remember
school.
Map
She can't do
Quest?
it.
Yes,
Where
you had
you
to
have to
print
print
it
that
out.
out,
though.
dude.
You had to
Yeah,
go.
you had to
What if
print
you didn't
that
have a
out. Yeah,
computer?
dude, yeah.
Waze gives
What
you
if you
3
had no
options to
toner?
take. It's incredible.
Yeah,
Remember back
every
in my
day.
dad's era? I don't know when I'll see you, but we're coming. Now you can say I'll be there about 1:56. It's incredible.
Steiny, before
So
you
the
leave.
Waze app has a little face on it with a car.
Yes,
Yes,
Steiny, hurry
yeah.
up. I can't believe this,
Steiny,
man.
but just a quick 2-piece before you go. The first one
I'm gonna stay.
is, of course, and you're welcome to stay as long as you want. You can stay
That's
till
why I told him
6
he
if
could
you
But you won't
want.
get credit for it.
No, you don't get less credit for leaving early. You are an exempt employee. You get paid to show up. And after that, you could work 1 hour or you could work 14 hours. It's all the same. 1, who's your master's pick? 2, over under for your round today, 88.5.
Wow.
A listener put it 87. I said, that's not a bad number.
Well, the wind is down today, and you've played Karika a bunch, and shout out the good people at Karika
Oh, God.
and all of the free rounds we both have gotten. I haven't gotten one there in about 5 years, but I owe them so much free airtime. Who's your master's pick, and how you feeling today about your golf game?
I feel pretty good about the golf
Tell
game.
him your
to tell
last
you the
score.
truth.
Tell him your last score.
85.
Yeah,
Well, I had
Vince.
84.
84.
And a 90, by
At the
90,
Cock?
91. Yes, at the Cock.
Yeah.
Peacock Gap.
Peacock Gap.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you know what? Here's a phrase. Peacock Gap. Okay? This is they have greens, and you try to read the greens. You're like, boy, is that going to break a lot?
Yeah.
We have a saying. Not much happens at the Cock.
Okay, gotcha.
In other
It's a
words,
fact.
So you're good.
there's not as much break
Yeah.
as you think.
Yeah.
It's half the
Right,
break.
exactly.
Half the break at
My,
the Cock.
no, I'm not. I told Steph this last year. Whoop. Tiger, he's got it. What?
Come on.
So you're saying there's just no chance at all for him? Is this like me telling you
Ask
the Pirates
me-
are going to win the World Series?
I'll give you my Tiger Woods truth serum answer. So you ask me as a
Dan
reporter.
Dibley.
No, ask me
Okay.
as Tiger.
Hey, Daryl Johnson from 95.7 The Game. Tiger, what are your chances this Sunday, this Thursday at the Masters?
Well, I'm Daryl, and I'm glad you asked me that. I'm really hoping just to make the cut. I'm not what I once was, and the course is tough. And if you look at the field and all the live golfers who I hate each and every one of them. I mean, I hate DJ, and I hate Phil, and I hate what they've done to my game and my tour. But honestly, Daryl, I'm just hoping to make the cut, and physically I'm not where I should be, and of course I'd love to put on that green jacket again, but I just don't feel like my game is in shape to make that happen, Daryl.
Wow, Willer, what'd you give him? What'd you give Tiger?
3 under.
Yeah,
number 3. Yeah, I give him a 3 under.
Scotty Scheffler
is your pick.
Yeah,
I'm going John Rahm.
He's going back to back. He's going Drake. He's going back to back.
I think it's going to be him and Rahm. I do.
Yeah, that's the chalk pick.
Sentimental is Rory. Love to see Rory.
My 2 guys are friend of the program and a guy who I've actually golfed with.
30 seconds.
Don't do this.
30 seconds.
You got ways.
30 seconds.
Don't do this. I'm not a rocket. Okay, you don't count me down. All right,
Steiny.
17 seconds.
T-minus 14. Max Homa, Steiny.
Okay,
it's Homa's major.
Wait a minute.
What happened to VJ
Delinquent.
Yeah,
You're delinquent. 6 seconds.
He forgot his muff.
There you go. All right.
And you may go.
You can go.
You forgot your muff, Steiny.
Hey, kick some ass.
Oh, Steiny's here overtime.
Look at it.
Wow.
What happened to VJ Singh?
62. He's 62 years old.
Hey, wow. He ain't that old, is he? No.
He's north of 50.
All right, let's get to the nitty gritty.
Please.
I was watching the post-game show.
Man, so was I. I put my baby to bed. I'm trying to enjoy my time.
He called me after. He was having some fun.
It's one thing to have fun. Okay.
Because your tweet was incredible.
Whoa.
Festus is like.
Radio
Wait a
and
minute.
TV,
Hold on,
Bonte.
stop.
Okay.
He called me after. Are you talking about Bonte?
Yeah, Bonte. Oh, that's
okay,
what he normally
did
does on
Festus
his
call
way
you? I'm
home.
like,
No,
how many
no.
flexes
Bonte
are you
called you?
No, he didn't call me.
He called me on the way home.
He called
That's a little thing.
Yeah.
I got a text, but I sent the first one.
Yeah, I saw you.
Sent him.
Yeah, Twitter, I saw you.
No, I texted Bonte.
Okay.
I texted Bonte, and he texted me back before the post-game show was over. I'm like, get off your phone.
I didn't text him. I blocked him.
I know.
So if I'm in a street fight, I need Radio Bonte.
For sure.
Okay.
TV Bonte would call the cops. TV Bonte would be like, hey, he threw the first punch. Tell him, Festus.
I'm having fun with you,
and I am too. So Festus is like, I was on with Willard and Dibbs on a radio show.
They were like, say it.
Exactly.
But Mully did I say it.
Mully didn't say it, and Festus didn't say it, and Bonte.
Oh, he did.
Stupidest. Ooh.
That should be hot.
Chicken Little, dude.
Boy, I said,
Chicken
I know
Little.
Dibley is hot, and then Willard came over the top.
Snitches, dog.
No doubt.
Snitches.
Well,
I just, you know what? I miss Radio Bonte because I remember when Radio Bonte was just neophyte Bonte, just a young little
Well,
G.
the travesty
value
is
pack.
we don't go in the morning.
Never mind, yeah.
Yeah. Like you guys used to. That was
Might have
appointment
had
radio.
something there, but
I mean,
no, it's all right. Imagine that.
No, go ahead.
No. I'm getting ready for 2 to 6.
I don't
interrupt
It's
the
a
way
fourth
it's
grade.
going.
Started.
Far be it from me to interrupt you, Debs. Go ahead.
We're in a joke-free zone because you got to win the big days. Big win last night. Big win.
Okay.
And you know what? Festus, you're right. Jordan Poole's going to close every game from here on out.
See,
Festus, you had that one right, Mr. Azili.
Mark, I can do 2 things at once here.
That's a
I gave Jordan
requirement.
Poole all his credit, and then I used the dress shoes. And that wasn't slander. That was fun. Even fell last night. But can that dude put on a show with the best of them? And one of the facets to his game that I like, and Steiny got mad when I threw out the great scores, when all hell breaks loose, you can get that zero to blow the whistle. And Jordan Poole has facet to his game. Now, Dibbs, to your credit, there is a bad Jordan Poole to where some games he's not going to finish. But this run that he's on, it's just something special to see, man.
How was Jordan Poole through the first, I don't know, 3 quarters?
Okay. He wasn't great.
Okay.
Right. But that's not the point, though.
But
don't
he's
do that. Don't do that.
The guy
that's not
where
the
you're going to
Don't tell me what to do
Wait a
and what
minute.
not to do.
Yeah,
No, that's not fair.
Yeah, because that's
not fair.
Festus's point was when Jordan Poole shoots like that and when he scores like that, he's going to finish. Yeah, duh.
Right, okay.
No, but that's not what
Jordan Poole was bad all 3 quarters.
But you didn't say that.
He was not a good player.
You didn't say that, number one. And number two.
It was your question that got called
exactly.
stupidest.
Like, this is the. I want to thank a couple of the listeners who reached out and said,
that was great.
Can everybody see the irony, which is that you, Mark, were actually on Poole / Festus's / Mully's side the entire time.
But you hijacked my question, and that's why you got burned.
I didn't hijack your question.
You did.
I asked a fair question, which was my partner and YouTube listeners are saying this. I don't agree with it.
Dude
is that fair?
special, man.
Pick a side. And he did.
This is like a good marriage.
Point being is,
the good and the bad.
It's not fair.
You got burned.
And this is whether it's Poole, whether it's anybody. Klay Thompson, with the people who wanted him benched the first. You can't look at a good moment and then go, well, but what about the first quarter last Tuesday? They're all going to have crappy moments.
Sure.
Jordan Poole is needed on this team.
He's electric,
Period.
Mark.
They can't.
That was never the conversation.
It was part of it.
No, it was
part of
not. It was about closing.
And they cannot close games consistently
Well,
without
he can
it.
be out there and not close. It might be Curry or Klay or Wiggins. But my point is, as a basketball connoisseur, this dude has a repertoire. I ain't going to say second. When it's going, it's incredible.
He has a repertoire, and when it's going, it's incredible.
Okay,
but when it's not going,
no doubt.
he has no other usefulness on the floor. And that was my point then, the point that he hijacked and he got burned on, and that's my point now.
How did I get burned? How did I get burned?
Festus is saying Willard and Dibs, and it was your question that got called the stupidest question.
Super bummer that Festus is saying Willard and Dibs
so
on
you
TV.
didn't
Boy, I got smoked and served again, didn't I?
The stupidest question was your question.
Yeah, whatever.
Which takes away from whenever we get a. That's a great question. It's been since Zaza said that I had a stupidest question. Oh, thank you. That I had been burned of that fashion, that I'd been served at that level.
Yeah, we.
But what did you make of the? I'm about to get out of here. 79 points in the first half.
Yeah, well,
go talk to me, Mark.
I'd love to scratch this surface today. Let's play with this.
Scratch the itch.
Steiny's listening
every
to us.
Warrior
That's the best part.
No, he's not.
Yeah, please.
He's on NPR.
He's got adult contemporary on right now for sure. Anyway, every Warrior fan out there, you got to pick a side. And all of you are right, and all of you are also totally wrong, which is this. Today is a day for positive Warrior fans.
Right.
Today is a day of we gonna be championship. Today is a day where you only focus on the fourth quarter or you only focus on the 5 seed. Both sides have a point. There are Warrior fans who have been saying all year, this is a championship contender. And every time they win a game, you start listing the names.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Steph, Klay, Dre, and now Andrew's back, and Jordan Poole's a closer.
Sign me up.
And DiVincenzo and GP2 with his dunks, and everybody's back. There's a second Warrior fan who is overly pessimistic, who's going, how on earth are you supposed to do this on the road for the entire playoffs when you can't win a road game? And they have a point too. Yet, because it's Steph, Klay, and Dre, and we know, like, they are different than a garden variety 6 seed.
Look at my bling bling.
Right. So you have to pick a side. The truth, as always, lies in between. But that's one of the things I want to get to. Which kind of Warrior fan are you? And then go ahead and acknowledge how irrational you are, no matter which side you're on.
Now, would it be, here I go, knocking at your door, knock, knock. What if I'm both of the two fans you just talked about? Well, because, Willard, like I referred to the playoffs, it's the final exam. And if the Warriors' Dibs continue not to win on the road, I will then be able to say to myself, damn it, why are you surprised? Because you saw it all year. But if they all of a sudden go on a run on the road, I'm going to be like, it was Tyson and Hangover. They were hungover. So it didn't mean anything. So how about I don't have the answers to those questions yet, but I fit in between?
Well, you can fit in between, but it is a roller coaster. But this team has always won on the road in the playoffs. Now, they've never been this bad in the regular season in the playoffs or on the road, but on the road in the playoffs, they've always won something, a game, and you get Wiggins back soon. I don't know how soon.
Not play Friday.
We'll have Steve Kerr today at 5 o'clock. Yep. We're going to ask him about what the ramp-up is like, what him and Rick Celebrini did yesterday, what they did today, if he's ready for Sunday. And I think that if he can possibly play Sunday, that's big. And if you win Friday, you win Sunday, you know that you're not in the play-in game. So then you get a full week of scrimmages, practices, reacclimation, and all the rest of it.
I think he's playing Friday.
Ooh,
I think he's playing Sunday.
Tim Roy was on,
not
I believe.
Friday.
Help me out. I think with the morning guys, he didn't say he was not playing Friday. But
I think he's going to play Friday.
I would hope that he plays Friday.
I think he's going to show up in uniform as quickly as he showed up in street clothes.
You two tell me what you think. Steiny called this, and you know I'm Mr. Positive. He called this kind of negative. He was like, where's the real guru at? All I said was, Wiggins, to me, I would take that. I'd give my right arm for him to come back. He came back. But I can't ignore the ingredients of if somehow he's not on his A game as they try to, bring him back in jail, that could be a problem. And that's not being negative.
Well,
that's what this is. We saw him come back the last time he played, and it was a little clunkish.
Yeah, but see, that's the beauty of if they're all healthy. Like now, we're sort of just sweeping.
What was up with Klay's back?
Right, what's up with Klay Thompson? That's not great. That's not good timing, and that's not a good word, back. I don't want to talk about a back. That's a bad thing to have act up on you. But if they're all healthy, the beauty of this is we only, I think our minds work this way when you win a championship. We only remember the good stuff. We remember what Andrew did in the playoffs last year, and he was fantastic. But the beauty of the depth that they have is that they're not all going to be on every night.
No, but they got some options.
All you need is to have a couple of them.
That's all.
And they've got
more than a lot of teams.
Right.
KD, it's KD and Booker. Paul ain't bringing nothing offensively, and no shade at him.
Yeah, so I mean, he doesn't need to be perfect every night. What it gives the Warriors is a ridiculous number of scoring options. And 4 different people who on any given night can be like,
no doubt about it.
I'll put
no
your 30.
Doubt about.
I'll put your 30 spot up tonight. So I don't know. I don't worry about him that much because he's so even keeled.
It's just a thought that I have.
Yeah,
we're all watching it.
Yeah.
And before I get out of here, I'm gonna go jukebox on your dibs and switch it up. So yesterday we talked about Reese and Caitlin and if it were black and white. We all know it's black and white, but I cannot leave because I'm about to laugh. If the first lady said she wants both teams, I'm not copying. How can you even say you want the loser to show up? That's just wrong.
It's because Iowa's a swing state. That's why. And I said this to Mark yesterday.
Oh, you're going there. Wow.
Of course. So if you invite Iowa and Iowa accepts, and I don't know if you saw the reception that the Iowa women's basketball team received today when they got home.
No, missed that.
Thousands of people at the airport, and they are heroes, as they should be. Great run, but you don't get to go to the White House. And Caitlin Clark said the exact same thing. She said the White House is for champions. Right. We're not going to the White House. But I believe that Jill Biden said that in a political way, knowing that Iowa is a swing state.
Wow.
I hadn't thought of that.
That's why I love the guy.
Chestnut checkers.
I need more cynicism in my life like that. No,
I'm on the other part of it.
All I know is it's wrong. I know that it's wrong.
But they were really competitive. They lost by 17.
Right. So
you gave up the most points in the history of the championship game.
Come to
the White House.
Yeah, no, Dibs and I. No, it's exciting. I invited the Philadelphia Eagles to the White House because they were close. And I thought they tried.
And the Niners, too. They lost their quarterback. The Niners get to come, too.
No, the Niners are in.
Come on.
And the Chargers, too, just because. We're going to invite the Chargers.
But Dibs, I had the swing state. That's interesting. I'll run that by Norm.
I mean, you can look. I mean, and Norm is probably right thinking, white star, white state, white first lady. You're not wrong. But I also do think it was like, Iowa.
Let me get some love.
And Mark actually said it yesterday. He's like, they're not winning Louisiana. So if LSU would have lost,
just blow that off. I mean,
Jill Biden's not saying, hey, Louisiana State. Come on, by doing this, we might swing that state. Yeah. No chance, dude.
No, I don't know. If
everything is political.
Yeah. No,
everything.
That's all. There it is. There.
Yep.
All right, I'll end it on that note. I'm listening to you two.
Okay. Right. See you later. There goes Goo.
He's the GMO.
That I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, my guy, here we go. Look, that was a game they absolutely had to have. They got the game. The standings are, at least for the moment, back in their favor. They're the 5 seed. They won't be by the time we go to bed tonight. They will automatically be the 6 seed, depending on who wins between the Lakers and the Clippers. So we'll get into all of that. We will respond to the great Festus Ezeli, combined with Bonte, combined with Mully. I salute him. It was fun. It was fun to be the center of their conversation for the evening. It caught me a little bit off guard. I actually want to know, this is how powerful the television medium is. Do you want to know what happened when Festus kept saying our names last night? My teenager came out of his room.
Wow.
Stop right there.
I got a text from my ex-wife, Mark. I'm watching in my office. I got a baby asleep, and I got a wife upstairs in bed, and I'm watching this, and Festus is like stammering and cogitating. He doesn't want to say it. And Bonte, stupidest, right. Bonte plays the role of parrot, and I'm like, oh, this guy, what a teammate. And I'm thinking, all right, Bonte. Okay, Bonte, I see how you do it. TV Bonte knows nothing of Radio Bonte, who I admire. Radio Bonte. TV Bonte is just another talking head to me. And so my phone,
good.
And your phone,
good. Yeah,
I'm like, I'm thinking it's you. I'm thinking it's the Grandy man. I'm thinking it's Lucas. It's my ex-wife. Are you watching this? And I'm like, yes.
I
in fact am watching it. Yes.
I say hello, gentlemen. Hello. We see you too.
What I said is, I've got free rent inside of Festus's head, which is great.
Do you, though?
We both do.
Well, I'm a little upset at you, actually, because you seem to be pinning the question on me when it suits you, but you're accepting the question on you when it suits you.
It's both.
Whose question was it?
It's my question that you hijacked, which makes it so perfect, because it's a win-win for me. Because it's my sentiment, and you took it for your own devices, and then you got burned. Baby.
You're right. I got served. We actually should back up.
Served.
We'll back up in a second and let people know what happened, because there are probably people who don't know what happened. But I actually let's start with this. Let's start with something that is much more focused with this specific Warrior team. And Steve Kerr is going to be on the show today, and Bob Fitzgerald is going to be on the show today. And it's Willard and Dibbs. And thank you for being with us. Twitch, YouTube audience, hello. Glad you're along for the ride. Comcast Business text line and the phone line there for you, 888-957-9570, with regard to the way this team played last night. Here's what I would say. I'm trying to figure out where the line sits on what we should be expecting with this team. And in a way, we'd love everybody to call up today and declare. It's like the end of a poker hand. You're going to have to declare, are you going high or are you going low? And here's what I mean by that. I think a smart human being can go, look, the Warriors have everything they need. They have a roster that in theory is better than the one they had last year. Now that GP2 is back on it, playing well, Kuminga's a different player than he was at the beginning of the year. If that core is healthy, Wiggins is back, Poole is playing his role with another year under his belt, all of that. Hey, the West is weak, and it's there for the taking, and we going to be championship. In the next breath, another Warrior fan could say, y'all are completely out your damn mind. A team that's won 9 road games all year is now going to win 4 series all on the road, most likely, if they even get there. I'm trying to figure out which one makes the most sense, because we have been on this roller coaster, this pendulum, the whole year, have we not?
Yeah.
All right, I want off. Pick a side.
You don't get to get off.
Sure.
No,
sure
you don't get to get off.
Tell me how to fan. I can go wherever I want.
You can fan wherever you want, but if you want to get off the roller coaster, then you have to turn off the TV, because this team is the roller coaster. Last night is the season, and it's the postseason, in my opinion. This will not be a team that goes 16-4 in the postseason with a bunch of gentlemen's sweeps. You win in 5, you win in 5, you win in 5, you win in 5. 16-4 postseason, and we'll see you on Market Street. Last night is this team. This team is a nightmare. And then this team is, they're plucky. And then this team is unbelievable. And then this team is a championship team all over the course of 48 minutes. So if you want to be a fan, unfortunately, you don't get off this particular roller coaster.
I get that, but I also think this. It's sort of what I was saying to Goo a second ago when we talk about they win the title last year. You only remember the good games that all the players played. You don't remember the nights where they had off nights. It's the same thing here. You walk out of the game against Oklahoma City, and what do you remember? Well, as a fan, you were focused on what? A win, and you got it. And so that's it. Off to the sunset we go, and Festus is laughing, and Bonte is laughing, and Mully's laughing, and we're all here jovial having a good time. And you forget that there were all kinds of problems in that game. What did they give up in the first half? 79 points?
Right.
79
points? What did they give up in the second half?
A lot less.
46, Mark. Right. 46.
Right, which has been a habit with this team.
Right.
And so maybe one of the things I'd like to ask Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock today,
and you can.
What the hell is it that you do at halftime? And I don't necessarily mean that in a good way. Why haven't you done it before the game or whatever? Like, what is it? And I know what he'll say. Well, we try, and you know, they go out there. So why?
And we can ask him about the starting lineup last night, which was very curious.
Which people did not like, although I would respond back. I, too, like Moses Moody when he looks like that. But
he didn't start.
No, but that's why Lamb didn't play in the second half, because Moody came to play, which led to everybody all of a sudden going, oh, my gosh, well, it's criminal that you didn't play Moody all year instead of Lamb. And it's like, well, but he didn't look like that before.
Right.
So
he has at times, but not for that long and not like that.
Yeah, so, I mean, there were plenty of things last night that would still lead to concern. They still were poor defensively. They still gave up 125 points. Now, on the flip side, there was no Wiggins and there was no Klay. Do they get a salute for that? Here's my point. It has to be somewhere in the middle. The fact that they can summon the energy in the second half every time is a great characteristic. But the truth of the matter is, if they don't start playing some games well for 4 quarters, they're going to get bounced. They're going to get bounced early. I can't remember. Can you? When's the last time they played a game where you're like, that was 4 good quarters? That was 4. That was good. They played a good game from 7 o'clock
to your point,
until 9:40.
I would have to Google it. I would have to look at, and you could look at maybe the Houston game where, and I would say the San Antonio game, but I was there, and it was 3 quarters of like, oh my God, are you kidding me? I even tweeted about it. I was at the game, and even though they won by 15, you look at that game, they were never in trouble, but it was 3 quarters of, we're not that into this, and then, oh boy, this game's kind of important. We should maybe turn it on.
Houston game, they go into the fourth quarter. They won that game by 13. They won the fourth quarter by 9. They're up by 4 at the end of 3 quarters.
There you go. You're right.
The Houston Rockets. They did not play a great game. They're up by a few at halftime. Came out, played a poor third quarter. Game still in the balance, and that's fine. It's an NBA game on the road. I'm not calling that out, but I cannot remember the last time I watched a Warrior game, and I'm like, dude, that was clean.
Last night was an interesting one because what I talked to you about yesterday during the show was that sort of a worst case scenario where OKC goes on a heater, and they were on an absolute mega heater, and the Warriors fall down. The Warriors weren't bad in the first half, and defensively, they were pretty good. They weren't bad defensively. OKC could not miss. And then you get to the second half, and it's like, well, they have to come back down to earth, and they did.
And they did.
And the defense got better, and that game got spun on its axis. So last night was a little bit of a weird one because OKC did play the way I thought that they might over the course of a whole game, but they did it for a half.
Yeah, but see, this is also something that bops into my head whenever we're talking Warriors and someone goes, man, the other team was on a heater. And I'm like, we say that every game. Every game. Someone's on a heater. Someone you've never heard of scores 25 or 30. We've joked about it all year long. All right, so another league pass game, right?
Totally.
I mean, last night we're all Googling, wait, which Jalen Williams is which I can't. I'm losing track of my Jalen Williams.
Couldn't guard either one of them, Mark.
Couldn't guard either one of them. League pass game. But is it that the Thunder were on a heater? Or So the Warriors just not play defense in the first half of basketball
I
games.
think they were on a heater. And if you look at the way that half went, and Josh Giddey was incredible. We were getting giddy with it. And Lou Dort was mostly unguardable. And then in the second half, it became, hey, Lou, go ahead and shoot the three, please. Would you please shoot another three ball?
0 for 6.
Yeah, they cooled off, and the Warriors' defense got better. And it was a typical Warriors dub-con 3 kind of quarter where early on in the quarter, they got back in it. And once that game got close, I had no doubt they'd win the game.
No, of course. Once they finally, even when they crawled even.
3.
Once they crawled even, I'm like, I think they got it. They didn't do that till the fourth quarter.
True.
They were still trailing at the end of 3 quarters in this one. So that's the experience. We get that.
Wiggins played 27 minutes
for
Oklahoma City.
Thank you. Yeah. Every time they kept saying, well, I'm like, Wiggins,
exactly.
wait a minute. He wasn't supposed to play tonight.
I had the same experience.
Okay, the Thunder have the ball. All right, I guess that's the question. You want to play Jekyll and Hyde ball? You want to be good at home, bad on the road. Good in the second half, bad in the first half. Is that going to work in the playoffs or not? We'll take your calls on that. The Warriors can play what we're all calling roller coaster basketball, and I'm supposed to believe that that's going to work come playoff time when the teams are really good every single night. I mean, that's the other thing to keep in mind with the Warriors. Go through their schedule and think about the wins that we've been calling good wins of late. Who did they beat? They beat the Thunder. They beat the New Orleans Pelicans.
Huge.
They beat the Dallas Mavericks.
Gutsy.
They beat the Sixers. No James Harden.
Yeah.
But they beat the Sixers. That's a solid enough win.
Beat the Spurs and the Rockets, a little Texas two-step.
Boy, that's tough.
They've been really good against Texas.
Right? Go back to the beginning of March. They beat Milwaukee and Phoenix in back-to-back games. However, both of them were missing a star. So am I supposed to, the most optimistic of optimists, am I supposed to believe that this sort of we play one half of the game thing is going to work in the playoffs?
Yes. Yes, you are.
I am?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because the way that they can play a half, the way they played in the second half last night, offensively and defensively, can be good enough. Oklahoma City's a team that they needed to beat in a high-scoring fashion, and they did. If they get into a defensive game, I think Steve Kerr can put a defensive lineup out there and win a defensive type of game. This roster can win in many different ways. Sacramento is a team that can't win a game, I don't think, 102-100. They have to beat you 130-129.
I agree with that.
The Warriors can win like they did last night. They can win a game 103-99. Depending on what they need to do, this Warrior team can win many different ways.
All right, so Jekyll and Hyde, is this good enough? 888-957-9570. It's a Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. Your call's next. Steve Kerr's on the show today. Bobby Fitz on the show today. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I want to make sure, and then, like, both of us, I mean, like, put the cards on the table.
The rat or the cards?
No, cards.
Okay.
Cards, no rat. Here are the cards on the table as far as I'm concerned.
Why do I look so small on the camera right now?
I think they changed the angle so everybody over there wouldn't keep looking so fat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's fat.
Small is good, right? It's harder to be, right? Yes. I think you look great.
I have the answer for you if you want it.
Thank you, Lucas.
You were standing up in the first segment, so we had to get you in the frame and even you out, and now you're sitting down.
We got people helping us out, and you're over here just completely like...
I just wondered.
What a diva. Not on purpose, but right? You got people who are backing you, and they're helping you, and then... You're over here not even realizing how hard you're making.
Down a little bit more.
Yeah, you don't even know how hard you're making their life. And you're over here with a microphone going, what the hell's going on over here with the camera?
I just asked. I didn't say what the hell's going on, Mark.
Perfect, yeah. Dude.
That's too close. For the YouTube audience.
Extreme close-up.
What is going on here?
That's a lot of dibs.
Oh, yeah.
That is oh, my God.
Bats in the cave.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody needs to blow their nose. Yeah. Back that back up, Lucas. I'm looking real bad.
Boy, you look bad. Better back that thing up. You a real fine boy. Better back that thing up. All right. Anyway.
I just was wondering, and I stood up because Guru had the wrong chair. I need my chair. So, yes, I'm a diva. Because I need an ergonomically correct chair.
Yeah, you're a diva. Let's just cut that part because that's true. Anyway, so
I'm a Giants fan.
Cards on the table.
Tough loss today.
Yeah,
I'm a Giants fan.
I didn't even watch the end of that thing. Anyway,
after you cussed out Brendan Crawford for an error,
exactly. Did I cuss?
I mean, for you, it's a bad error. Whoa, dude. That's our team.
Well, I'm down.
Those are our boys.
My God, it's a little inappropriate.
Seriously.
You're in a professional setting right now.
Thank you.
All right. Cards on the table. Here's what we think. And this is how I would say it. The Warriors have the talent at any given time to really make this thing go. And so, therefore, because of who they are, and because of the way the Western Conference is, there is absolutely every belief in my head that they could make the playoffs very interesting and anything could happen. So, yes, they can win it all. ... I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked.
Shocked?
Shocked if they win it all. I'd be shocked. And it's not because of anything personal. It's because of the math that they've laid out in front of them. So to ask a team that has 9 road wins to then head on the road for 4 consecutive playoff series and do something that almost never, ever, ever happens in the NBA, no matter who we're talking about, I think we have got to have a healthy respect for this is incredibly unlikely part of this story. That's where I stand.
Yeah, it's unlikely. I don't know if it's incredibly unlikely based on a number of factors. Factor 1, the West is full of mediocrity. And if the Warriors get the 5 seed, and they will get the 5 seed if they win out. If they win their last 2 games, neither the Clippers nor the Lakers, I don't believe, can catch them. The Clippers, I guess potentially, the winner of the Clipper-Laker game could pass them if they wind up all at 44 and 38.
Right.
I think they lose the tiebreaker against both, but let's just say that
they do.
If the Warriors are the 5, can they beat Phoenix? Yeah. If they're the 6, you think that they'll beat Sacramento, and I agree with you. And then you get into a series against Memphis, they could beat Memphis. And even if they have to face Denver, they could beat Denver. And then you put them in the NBA Finals, this team, with 6 NBA Finals appearances on their pedigree, on their resume. I don't know why it would be that shocking for them to win the whole thing.
It would be shocking because this doesn't happen. The 6th seed, who has won single-digit road games, doesn't go on the road for 4 consecutive series against the best competition in the NBA and win. We don't do that. We don't do that in sports. Now, we also don't do 4 championships in 9 years and unbelievable dynamics and a dynasty and all of that. So I have a healthy acknowledgement for essentially what you said yesterday. If anybody's going to do this, this is the team that would do it. But probably not going to do this. Like that's just where I sit. It's not about not believing in the guys and all of that. It's simply about the fact that this doesn't happen. If this wasn't the Warriors, you'd think this was the most cockamamie idea that anyone had ever thrown by you.
Exactly. But it is the Warriors.
Right.
So you can't take that out of the conversation.
You can't.
The conversation is the essence of the conversation is the fact that it is a team that's won 4 championships.
Yes, but you also can't make that the whole conversation.
It's about 90% of the conversation.
Is it?
To me,
I mean,
yes.
to me, that's what I said yesterday when I said championship DNA is not magic dust. It's not.
Right.
It's not. You can't just go, oh, we've been there before and we've got good players. It's playoff time, sprinkle magic dust, win it all. You can't do that. And we've watched this in the past. We've watched it.
We haven't seen, in the past, we have not seen a conference that's looked like this conference has looked.
Fair.
If you want to look at the number 1 seed at 52 wins, and I don't have all of the data as far as every number 1 seed going back to the expansion of the NBA, but I would bet you that 52-27, and even if Denver wins their final 3, 55 wins as a number 1 seed is probably one of the lowest we've ever seen, let alone the confluence of teams between 4 and 12. This conference is packed with mediocrity.
No doubt.
This is not them going on to beat a 67-win team and beating a 60-win team. You would be beating a team that's the Kings, 48 wins. You would beat the Grizzlies or the Suns, 50 wins. You would beat the Denver Nuggets, 54 wins. These are not great teams.
I get it. Yeah, there's 2 dynamics that, for me, are the only reason I'm not writing them off. There's 2 dynamics. 1, they're the Warriors. These are champs. And 2, it's what you just said. The Western Conference isn't great this year. Those are facts. I acknowledge that. I'm not here to tell you the Warriors aren't going to do it. I'm here to tell you that I think that they can. However, I have a very healthy respect for ... Probably not. Like, holy crap, do you understand how we felt last year when they won the title? Didn't it feel surprising? Didn't it feel unexpected?
It felt surprising.
It was like, oh, didn't think the dynasty was still going and didn't think they could do it, and then they did it. Do you understand how much more surprising this one would be than last year?
It would be not a lot more surprising. It would be a little bit more surprising.
I think it
because last year you didn't have to face the best team in the conference. They got knocked out, and I think that's a big part of what happened last year. So if you look at your route last year, just look at the route from the playoffs to the championship. You beat Denver without their second and maybe their third best player. They had their best player and not much else. Pretty easy opponent in terms of the overall scope of what you had to do, and you had home court advantage. Then you went to Memphis. They lost their best player. And don't tell me that Memphis is better without Ja Morant, because that's nonsense.
They're not, but I do
But did they not lose their best player?
They did, but
they lost their best player.
Were they not already behind in the series when they did?
They weren't cooked, though.
But they were behind. My point is...
But didn't they go on and beat you by 30+ when he was gone?
That's my point. The series didn't change. They were down 2-1 with him, and then they went down 2-1 without him. And people make it sound like everything pivoted when Ja Morant went out.
No, it didn't all pivot.
It looked exactly the same.
The bottom line is you beat Memphis without their best player, and that's a fact. Now, they had their best player for half the series.
Yeah, you beat him with him,
and half the series, they didn't have him. And then you went and you faced a Dallas team that had no business being in the Western Conference Final.
Agreed.
That team was a fraud, and maybe it's because Phoenix is a bunch of chokers that you didn't have to face Phoenix, but that definitely made your route easier. And then you beat a Boston team that was as good as you, but didn't have the experience that you have.
Although, what do we look back on in the series against Boston? Everybody points to the same moment that pivoted the series. Game 4.
The best player had the best game in the biggest moment.
That's right.
That's it.
And he did it on the road. Yep. And this team has not shown the ability to do this on any given night at all.
In the regular season.
Right, but they did do that in the regular season last year, and then they did it again in the playoffs. That's my point.
They did it in the regular season through 20 games, and then for the remaining 62, they were this team, by and large.
No, because it was more evenly split home and road. They were not ever this anemic on the road last year, not at any point. So this, to me, would be significantly more surprising than last year's
It'd be more surprising. I wouldn't say significantly. It depends on how it breaks.
Yeah.
If you get Sacramento in the first round and you beat the Kings like we all think that they should suffocate the beam, they'll knock the beam out. And let's just say that Memphis can't handle the Lakers. And the Lakers are the 7, and then they beat Memphis, and then it's the Warriors and the Lakers, which, by the way, would be so juicy, be so succulent. Warriors with home court.
That would be great.
And I think the Warriors would be favored against the Lakers, maybe by a little bit.
Yeah.
That would be a great series, but you beat the Lakers. Let's say you beat the Lakers in 7 with a home clinch over the Lakers at Chase, and then you got to go on and you got to take on Denver, a team that you've had problems with this year, but historically you've been better. You've got the championship pedigree. You would give them more than a puncher's chance against Denver in the Western Finals.
I want to get into the Lakers-Clippers dynamic. The Suns are part of this as well, the way this is all playing out, because if you don't know, the Warriors are right now the 5 seed, but they're going to be the 6 seed when they go to bed tonight because the Lakers are playing the Clippers, and whichever one wins that game is going to match the Warrior record and therefore, by tiebreaker, go ahead of them. The other one gets knocked back a little bit. That's an interesting scoreboard watch to decide who we're rooting for in that game. We can play with that a little bit later on as well. But let's get out to you on the phones at 888-957-9570. A reminder also, we are streaming live on YouTube right now. You can, whenever Dibs stands up and then he sits down, all of that stuff. Very exciting. And then if anybody cusses, you get that too. So youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. And like and subscribe. All of the 95.7 The Game content is right there, including Dibs waving at you right now. Hello, YouTube.
Hello.
Let's go out to the phones, though. Ron in Redwood City. Hey, Ron, what are you doing?
Redwood City, hello.
Hi, gentlemen. Listen, I got a suggestion that I think is really important, and you're talking to the coach at 5 o'clock this afternoon. I'd love you to pass it on. The Warriors, the team, obviously a bunch of pros, experienced pros with a proven pedigree, and completely unable at this point to clear the hurdle on the road. So I recommend a sports psychologist or psychiatrist or several of them or a team of them to get with the Warriors and bring some perspective and insight with their training and experience and try to figure out from a mental standpoint what the heck is going on. I mean, we've got great coach, management, owners, players, but something obviously is wrong. And I think that we should get the best of the professional psychiatrists and psychologists and try to solve it. And if you can pass it on to the coach, it'd be wonderful. I'll hang up. You can enjoy it.
Okay, Ron, thanks you very
Ron.
much. A couple thoughts. First of all,
I didn't see you writing that down.
Well, I always have the perception that sports teams do have access to psychologists. They do bring in.
Absolutely not.
They do bring in mental health coaches
all the time.
All the time, right. No, that's number one. Number two, does every athlete want to do that? I would think not. I do know that there's nothing more personal than therapy. So you have to want to do it. And then when you do it, it has to kind of be on your own. I don't know if somebody can come in and psychoanalyze 12 of you at once or the dynamic between the 12 of you. Maybe, I don't know. If there's a psychotherapist out there, mental health coaches, give us a call. Tell us if that can even work. They would have access to whoever they want. I'm maybe more interested in the statement that he got to in terms of why he wants the Warriors to do this. Because he said, quote, something is definitely wrong. That might be an interesting question for Steve Kerr. Do you buy that? Based on what we've seen with this team, something is definitely wrong.
I mean,
psychologically.
Yes. No. Psychologically, no.
Mental wellness.
No. I don't think so.
Dynamics between players.
So let's look at, before we get down to the absolute nitty-gritty, let's look at globally on a macro perspective, what is wrong with this Warrior team? Well, what's wrong is that they don't seem to play 4 quarters of consistent winning basketball. They don't seem to defend consistently. They don't seem to play over the course of even a game consistently, and they don't win on the road. So now let's drill down to the micro part of it. Are any of those issues because of what you would say are mental, emotional, or psychological issues?
Well,
I would say the answer is no.
I would agree with you, other than to say I don't think there's anything that's not affected by our mental thoughts and wellness.
Of course.
Right?
But
it's kind of a catch-all.
Are the Warriors bad on the road because Jordan Poole and Draymond Green don't get along, or because Klay Thompson feels disinvolved, or Andrew Wiggins had personal issues, or Kevon Looney is bummed because his Toyota Camry has more miles than he wants, or
it's a vacuum.
And I always project him as a Toyota Camry owner. It would be perfect if he did. But you get my point.
Yeah,
is Dante DiVincenzo beleaguered by the fact that he's facing this player option and he knows he has to leave? I don't think that any of their issues are tied to any deep-seated emotional issue.
I agree with you, other than to say I can't answer that. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, nobody can answer that except them.
I don't know. Like, to say that the Warriors are not affected by things going on mentally would be equally ridiculous, quite frankly, when Andrew Wiggins has just returned to the team. Nobody knows why. He was going through something that was obviously, by definition, very, very mentally taxing and distracting. We know that. We have two stars who one of them punched one another, the other one, early in the year. We've got that. So we've got some things that are clearly out of character for this group. So is all of that on their mental side? Yeah. But is that why they can't win on the road at Denver when Jokic is out? I don't know. That feels like a little bit of a stretch.
Totally.
But there's something that is causing out of character behavior. Yes or no?
Yes. I mean, out of character, I think, is a little bit of a stretch. Maybe it's just to the point where they're not as good as they used to be.
Maybe. But I mean, Steph throwing a mouthpiece, out of character. Draymond walking off the court, quite frankly, even though he's a hothead, out of character. Warriors losing 30 road games this year, out of character. Like, there's all kinds of, and even just like the inability to put four quarters together, out of character, no question. So is that mental? Is it physical? Is it both? I don't know. That's a tough one to answer.
Right. Yeah.
It's a tough one to answer.
22-19 last year on the road, and they went 53-29. So,
I mean,
31-10 at home, and this year at home they are 33-8. They're better. They're 2 games better at home, which would beg to think, okay, if you're 2 games worse on the road, then you would have the same sort of a year. You're 9-30. It's almost comical to say.
It's crazy.
This is crazy.
It's crazy.
You are 13 games. You're 12 games worse right now on the road, pending the last 2 road games. So to your point, and to Ron's point, if we want to put all 15 of them on the couch, and Steve and Jama Malalela and all the rest of them.
Nice job.
And he called them Jama, actually, yesterday. Steve did. So
Steve did?
Yeah. It had me shook a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That'd be funny if we actually have been practicing so hard on Malalela that we're actually just mispronouncing Jama.
Yeah. Steve referred to Wiggins being on the floor with Jama throughout, all day yesterday.
Could also be his sort of pet nickname kind of a thing. You know
how
good. Nobody calls each other by their names in a sports team.
We should ask him that here coming up.
Even Moses Moody talked about how KT was out, so that's why he got more minutes. KT would be Klay Thompson.
Oh,
nobody calls
I thought it was Katy Perry.
No, nobody. You know that, right? Sports team. Nobody calls each other by their names.
Right.
Right? Nobody walks up to Brandon Crawford in the dugout and they're like, "Hey, Brandon." Nobody does that.
Well, you coach. I mean, it's Little League, and I'm sure you have nicknames for all the kids, or you will.
They're 9.
You will. When I coached at St. Joe's over in Alameda, where Jason Kidd, he used to play, but it's a house that the Dibber built. And I had a kid who, from day one, I gave him a nickname, because I asked all the kids, it was boys volleyball, hey, how'd you learn the game, Because most kids don't learn playing. And he said, oh, I learned by... every year we would have a family picnic, and I really love to play. Your nickname? Family Picnic.
That's kind of a long nickname.
Oh, we would call him Picnic, but his full name was Family Picnic.
Okay.
But he went by Picnic.
I was going to say,
Michael Rivera.
I thought you were going to call him FP. I'm like, oh, that's already taken.
It is,
Yeah,
which is
that's
why
already-
he
it's
went with
already
picnic.
taken.
And then we would chant family picnic. It works.
Yeah, we
on a
haven't got
number
there
of
yet.
levels. Yeah,
I tell my kids, I go, you guys get nicknames when you get to 3 wins.
Or third base.
Yeah, seriously. Swing the bat, and then I'll give you a nickname for crying out
Totally.
loud. Until then, you're 9, and your name is Billy.
Call you
All right?
stands with a fist.
Exactly. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Sorry to take that from you, but I had to do it.
It's yours.
It
It's
stayed
yours.
in the flow. No, it's
And
yours.
I'm sorry for joking around on such a big day.
Did you joke around?
I did.
Yeah.
It's a little sidelight.
Damn it. See if we can re-find ourselves.
I'm mad at you.
Let me just say this before Festus calls in, because I've put out the...
Is Festus calling in?
I've lit the beam for Festus Azili. I put it out on Twitter, and I'm openly saying, Festus, please call in, because
Yeah, that's not going to work.
I owe you, and well, I'll start to apologize, but Mark will steal it on behalf of the show. Festus, you were right. We were in need of a closer, and damn it, it's Jordan Poole. He's our closer, Mark.
Mm-hmm.
Close it away, Jordan. Close up shop. Don't put down that coffee.
All right.
Coffee's for closers.
Hold on a
and
second.
you're the closer, Jordan.
All right, listen, because there's some people who didn't watch. I hate to break this to Bonte, but not everybody watches the post-game show.
Don't
not,
do that, Mark.
Not everybody. Some people, when the game ends, turn the TV off. It happens. I'm just saying. So maybe we should update everybody on what happened about 6 minutes after the final buzzer.
Man.
Warriors win. Get a little post-game interview. Was it Moody? Who was on from the game? Somebody was on from the game.
Oh, I turned it off after they defamed me.
No, but my cadence is always the second the game ends or the second it's decided. So with actually about a minute and a half to go, OKC empties the bench. Did Steph come on last night? Okay, whatever. So OKC empties the bench, and then I got to go check on little guy and make sure he's asleep. Right? That's my. And then I came out. Little guy's down. Then I came out, and right as I came out, here comes this.
If I had a vote, I think he would and should and could finish the fourth quarter each and every night, Festus.
Okay, I got to give a shout out to Willard and Dibbs, the guys from the radio station here in the Bay. They asked me the question if Jordan Poole...
What kind of question was it?
They asked me the question if Jordan Poole should be in the game.
What kind of question was it?
Listen, don't you try to...
It was the stupidest question, Willard and Dibbs, ever. Go. Thank you, Bonte. Way to
Bring that
step up.
smoke to me tomorrow. The question was if Jordan Poole should play in the fourth quarter. Now, if you watch this game, Jordan Poole has 18 points in the fourth quarter. Then what's that question? You said it was the what?
Stupidest question ever.
All right, guys, so you owe me an apology as the playoffs are starting. The season's not over yet. You know that Jordan Poole is going to keep getting better and better, but I just love the total team contribution this game.
All right, you take the floor because I can. You're like you get red. You got something to say.
Do I look red?
You look a little red.
Do I look a little red, Mark?
You look like the reddest person ever, Dibbs.
Mark, I'm a big fan of the post-game show, and Chris Mullin, my whole life, growing up as a basketball player, was my hero. And I say was, Chris, because those days are over. As a sixth grader, I taught myself to shoot left-handed in 1980 because I wanted to be like Chris. I wore the number 17 because I wanted to be like Chris. And to have Chris Mullin do what he did last night, I'm near tears over here. But that's not the part that upsets me the most, Mark. It's what our own teammate did. Bonte, a.k.a. Benedict Hill. And I hope you record this and play it on the morning boast, as I like to call it, or the morning toast, or the morning coast when they mail it in.
Morning boast is pretty funny.
Yeah, thank you. I came up with it 3, 2, and 1. Because Bonte, I was disappointed because, you could have let Festus stammer his way into actually coming up with what he had said about the stupidest question. But Bonte went out of his way to defame this nascent afternoon drive program. And that, Mark, I'm getting emotional. That hurt me the most.
Who's your favorite player now?
That's Jordan Poole.
It's Jordan Poole.
I mean, Festus, you were right, and I'd like to apologize to all Azelis.
Hold on
behalf of.
Are there other Azelis?
Of Dillard and Wibbs.
Okay.
We in the afternoons. Festus, you're right. Jordan Poole should and will close every game, even if they're in a spot where they need to stop. Darn it. Jordan Poole's going to be in that closing lineup. Festus, you're right.
Okay, look, you're my partner.
Did that come across as disingenuous?
I'm gonna have your back.
Appreciate it.
But I'm also gonna say this: you're looking at this all wrong.
How?
That's next on Willard and Dibbs.
I thought learning a language would be too much work. Then I discovered Babbel. They make learning fun. J'aime Babbel.
Babbel's lessons only take 10 or 15 minutes, quick and easy. And soon, you turn and realize, hey, I'm starting to speak another language. How'd that happen?
My friend from Italy said my accent and pronunciation is perfect. It's because Babbel's lessons are designed by language teachers and voiced by real native speakers. Each lesson is like living in another country.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You're looking at it all wrong, my brother. You're looking at it all wrong. Look at this look on my face right now.
Whatever. You don't get it.
Look at this look on my face right now.
You don't get it. You let people just walk all over you. I'm not about that life.
Oh, is that so? Is that so?
That's what it's about. You know what it is for me? War. I choose.
What is it good for?
You didn't, well, absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
You didn't ever watch Game of Thrones, so
no,
I can't channel my inner Cersei Lannister.
Sure you can.
She was in a spot where she was faced with two different paths, and they asked her what she was going to choose. And she said, I choose violence. And I admire Cersei for that. She took the road of violence, and in that moment, she got the W.
Okay.
She called him the Mountain.
In that moment.
And the Mountain with a come-from-behind victory, not unlike the Warriors last night.
How did it end in Game of Thrones? How did she do?
It didn't go so great for her, but it was a good run.
Okay,
it was a good run.
Well, short-term gain, long-term
She had
loss.
a dynastic run.
I bet
Cersei
she did. I bet
Spoiler
she did.
alert.
Yes, seriously. I was about to binge that this weekend. Thanks a lot, dude.
Do me a favor.
Thought you were my partner. I thought you were my
Thank you.
coworker. Thought you were going to have my back.
Thank you. You need to binge Succession.
Shame.
That's the show. But as Cersei said, thank you. Shame. Yeah, the walk of shame.
Only thing I've been binging
Boy, the
lately.
walk of shame.
Only thing I've been binging is Costco muffins. Those things are delicious, by the way. But anyway.
I choose violence.
Violence. All right.
So anyway, tell me tell me about the error of my ways. Again, Captain Pacifist.
Get you off your perch here.
Please.
No, it's not Captain.
It's more of a soapbox.
It's not pacifist, because while Festus is asking for an apology, what he's actually going to get is a "you're welcome." First of all,
look at you.
What do teachers and parents always say to their children?
Do your homework.
That's one thing. we could sit here and play this all day because there's a bunch of things that eat your vegetables. That's
Mind
true.
your manners.
And they also say, there are no stupid questions. There are no stupid questions.
Oh.
A stupid question doesn't exist.
Only stupid postgame hosts?
And
Is that part of it?
I would, in fact, submit to you, what does it make the person, if a question is stupid and the person who received the question is still talking about the question a week and a half later, I would submit to you that the question is not actually stupid. It actually pointed to the exact thing that everybody's thinking and talking about, because you, Festus, and NBC Sports Bay Area, and Bonte, and Mully, and all of the team over there, who I love each and every one of you passionately, you have led your show with this question 2 times just in the last week. So
2 shows inside?
If you lead your show with this issue every single game, how stupid could the subject actually be?
I like where you're going, Mark.
Let's take the ball on the next revolution.
Talk to me, Mick.
You are also putting words in both of our mouths to demand an apology about a question.
Yeah.
A question is not defined as an opinion. In fact, it can't be an opinion because it's a question. Woo! So,
talk to him, Marky.
How can you, because in fact, 2 people sit here who actually have very different opinions about the exact subject that we're talking about, yet you're demanding an apology, calling the opinion stupid, when we don't even share the same opinion about this.
It's stupid that we don't have the same opinion.
Yeah, that's
stupid.
I know, yeah,
Stupid
because you're
show.
wrong. But anyway, that's okay.
Well, Festus thinks I'm wrong, but you stole the question,
Thank
and so you got served.
You're sitting here pointing at my road, and the funny thing, Festus, is you and I actually agree on this.
Oh, Festus, call
we
in,
actually
please.
agree on this. That was the whole point of the question. For those of you who weren't here and don't know the question is, my partner here, Dan Dibley, and seemingly a bunch of people on YouTube think Jordan Poole can't close. Is that a fair criticism? That was the question. Where is the opinion in there from me? Where's the opinion? This was based off of a debate that you and I were having.
Right.
So NBC Sports Bay Area, You're welcome.
What do you do? I thought it was what are you doing?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
You're welcome. We're content machines
You're
here,
welcome.
2 to 6.
Bonte, for you to text us or tweet us last night and say you're welcome for the content, I would submit to you, who started this? Not you.
No.
Us.
Yeah.
Bibby and Dilly.
Talk to him, Bibby.
Okay?
Oh, you're Willie.
Whatever.
Sorry.
We started this.
S.
And you found it so compelling.
Yeah.
You're still talking about it a week later.
2 times. 2 shows, both inside and outside.
So if it's stupid,
yeah.
Why are you still talking about it?
Well, Forrest Gump would tell you that stupid is as stupid does.
Thank you, Forrest.
You're welcome. And life is like a box of chocolates and Miss Ginny, Run, Forrest, Run, and all the rest of that movie. But I think you're right. And maybe I was looking at this the wrong way. I still want to choose violence if I can.
You're like, I knew you, Dibs. You're like, I still want to punch him in the face.
No,
but
no. Nothing. I mean, I'm more. My only weapon is my mouth.
That's true.
As we know from the open, I would never act out violently toward anyone unless somebody who cuts in front of me at the Bay Bridge on the approach. Then I might get actually violent. But Bonte, I love him. Thought that he was a little bit too aggressive with. Oh, stupid. What is stupid? Is this Jockberty? No, that's tomorrow, Bonte. And you're
Stupidest question ever.
Yeah, I thought that he was a little bit overly aggressive.
Come on. You're welcome, Bonte. And Chris Mullin is just being a New Yorker. That was literally don't have Chris Mullin not be your favorite Warrior anymore.
Oh, it's over. It's over.
Mully's the best. Mully's Mully. You're not getting all.
Can I tell you my Mully story in 30 seconds?
Mully's whole role in this is just to laugh and poke at everybody in the room. He's poking at Festus. He's poking at you. He's poking at me. He's laughing. He's being a New Yorker. He's got a beer in one hand. He's got a slice in the other.
No beers.
Yeah.
No beers from
Mully.
Sorry,
my bad. He's got a no duels in one hand.
Thank you
he got a slice in the other.
Appreciate it.
And we're having a good time.
No, you're so right. And my 30-second Mully story, last year, playoff run, I'm waiting for Bonte. Whatever. I'm a Bonte fan. And hey, Bonte, how you doing? Bonte comes over and Mully sees me and Bonte waves Mully over. And I'm like, hey, Chris, we don't know each other very well. Dan Dibley, we used to wear your number, shot left-handed because of you and this and that. And Mully goes, yeah, okay. What's with you and the refs? And Bonte almost fell over laughing. Bonte set me up. It was so beautiful. Mully and Bonte had the greatest laugh. And I thought, Mully, you used to be my favorite.
Mully is a Bay Area Sports Radio P1. So always remember, whenever we have these conversations, same way we do with Steph now. Hey, Steph, how are you today?
Hey, Mully.
Hey, Mully. What's up? We saw that. You're just being a New Yorker. You're having fun. Innocent
having a slice and a no duels.
Innocent bystander, as far as I'm concerned.
I love your accent.
I know it's somewhere between New York and Boston. I'm
works
all
for
over
me.
the place.
I'm with it. I'm feeling it.
It's just East Coast. I get told that wherever I go, by the way. People always, where are you from? Where are you from? Foster City. They're like, what? They're like, that's
Foster City, New Hampshire?
They're like, that's the last place I would have guessed on Earth. Yeah, that's where I'm from.
On Earth.
I get it, yeah. Got to get some sort of an East Coast vibe. I don't know. We're going to get a slice. We're going to do this. So it's all good. And you're welcome for the stupidest question that apparently you find to be incredibly compelling. Right. Incredibly compelling.
And Mully, I know you're listening. And Festus, if you are too, please call in 888-957-9570. Love to have you today to talk about this because, boy, I've got a big, juicy, long, heartfelt, quote-unquote, apology for all of you because I was wrong about Jordan Poole until the next game where they're down 3 and he's on the bench because he's been 5 of 17.
You're not going to be great that wasn't the point of the argument.
His point was when he plays great, he closes. Hello?
Well, Mully did say in this clip that Jordan should be closing all the time. That's now we get to a spot where maybe we can ask Steve Kerr a very fair question. Has Jordan Poole reached a spot where he just should be? Good nights, bad nights, whatever. Should he be in the closing lineup? So we'll see. Steve Kerr's going to join us in an hour and a half. Bobby Fitz, well before that. Your phone calls next. ¿Quién es más macho? Dibby and Willie or Bonte, whatever you want to weigh in on. 888-957-9570. We keep going with your phone calls on a very big Warrior Wednesday on Willard and Dibs.
I got to give a shout out to Willard and Dibs.
Our trip in Indio, California. 3 nights, 6 legendary bands. Friday, Guns N' Roses and Iron Maiden. Saturday, AC/DC and Ozzy Osbourne.
takes a couple of possessions, and when Poole heats up, the confidence goes from 0 to like 200.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
I wonder how everyone would answer this question. Why does it seem like every road leads to Jordan Poole? What's that about? I mean, you got plenty of stuff to get into today.
Steph is a known commodity.
Yeah.
Draymond is a known commodity. Love him or hate him, he's known.
But he
Draymond is Draymond.
But he gives you a lot to chew on every night.
Yes, he does. But what you chew on is the same old story. All around the world, same song, Digital Underground. It's either unbelievable defense or, God, is he maniacally frustrating. Draymond Green, he doesn't ever do anything that is outside what we already know that he'll do.
I don't know if I agree with that. Or maybe I'm underestimating what people know. Did you see what he did after the game last night?
I'm not talking about after the game.
Well, but I mean, I think it matters when we're talking about somebody's either their mental makeup or their disposition or what have you.
Are you talking about what he does for autism?
Yeah, like
incredible.
Stayed after the game and visited with tons of kids. And,
well, I didn't know that he was such an advocate for fighting autism and the autism cause. So that is great. I'm talking about just the 48 minutes.
Yep.
If you want to talk about Draymond Green as the totality of Draymond Green, that's a 4-hour show every single day.
I agree, but I think there are things that even still, after all these years, you still notice that maybe you normally don't. I mean, everybody knows he's a good defensive player. Everybody knows he's got a funny-looking shot when he takes it. Everybody knows he's a quarterback on offense. Everybody knows he's a good passer. And then there are, what would you say, 7 to 9 games per year where his demeanor becomes a topic. Right? Because he's losing it. He's getting texts. Who knows what's going on, what have you. So there's always I think there's always something to chew on with Draymond Green. It's not like, it's completely out of the clear blue, like all of a sudden, he becomes a great shooter or whatever, although there have been games where he's done that in the playoffs for that matter.
Right.
So, I don't know. I think he always gives you something to chew on, but you're not wrong. You're like, known commodity.
And I think Klay is the same. It's like Klay is going to take between 15 and 21 shots, most likely. He's going to take 3 to 7 shots that you think, oh my God, why? And of those 3 to 7, he'll make between 1 and 7 of those shots. He's either a Klay maker or he is a brick maker, but that's Klay Thompson. We know Klay. You know Steph, you know Klay, you know Draymond. Kevon Looney drives the Camry, and he's got jumper cables in his trunk. And that's my bit, and prove me wrong. And then beyond that, it's Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole can't stay on his feet. He's unbelievably dangerous with the ball in his hands. He can finish. He's the third Splash Brother. He can't guard anyone. The range of Jordan Poole from one game to the next is so wild. That's why it all comes back to Jordan Poole to me.
See, you know what? It's as you're even sitting there saying that, you come up with 3 or 4 things that are Jordan Poole, and so maybe I would say, well, then that means he is a known commodity, isn't he? And actually, I think that's the center of the debate we're all having, and that's why it's not the stupidest question ever.
Oh, get him.
It's not. It's actually the question. It's the reason you're leading every postgame show with it. It's the reason we're talking about it on 95.7 The Game every day. Is Jordan Poole a known commodity or not? I would contend that he is. Now, that doesn't mean...
What do we know about him?
We know that he is an incredible scorer.
Yeah.
We know that he can be careless with the ball.
Yeah.
By the way, who did I just describe? Jordan Poole or Steph Curry? Incredible scorer, incredible with the ball in his hands, but careless sometimes.
Steph is not nearly as careless as Jordan is in terms of usage and turnovers per possession.
Is that true? Is that by data or just by your eyes?
By my eyes, but I would Google the data.
I mean, I know Steph, we talked about it.
No, I'll look.
Steph turns the ball over more per game than Jordan. I know he's got the ball more also.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm thinking about in terms of usage. Don't look. You talk. I'll look. I'll search.
I can do whatever I want over here.
Of course you can.
I can do whatever I want. Yeah.
Might as well play some kind of music because I got nothing to say.
I think that Jordan Poole is a known commodity. It doesn't mean that he won't frustrate you. It doesn't mean that he won't have bad games. Klay Thompson has bad games.
Right.
Steph Curry has bad games. They all have. Draymond Green has bad games. Andrew Wiggins has games where he disappears. I would contend that Jordan Poole is very much a known commodity, and isn't that essentially the argument that we're having? The question is, should Jordan Poole just be in this closing lineup all the time? All the time. We asked Steve last week, what determines the closing lineup? And he gave the answer that you might expect, which was that, sometimes it's matchup related, and it always will be to a certain degree. He said, look, you're going to have Steph in there. You're going to have Klay in there when he's healthy. You're going to have Draymond in there. And then the rest of the team is filled out by matchups. I don't think that'll ever change. Jordan Poole is not a starter on this team most nights. So that means you can't just use ink to put him into the closing lineup either. But I don't think that makes him an unknown quantity. I don't think that makes him an unknown commodity. I think he's very known. He is the most dynamic scorer with his legs on this basketball team. He is the fastest player. He can get to the rim the quickest. He is also the most frustrating and maybe the most careless. Those are all pieces of the puzzle. I guess it's interesting to me because this is the fan base that over the years has gotten to the point where they accept turnovers more than any fan base in America.
Right.
And now we're mad at Jordan Poole because why? Because he turns it over too much? I don't know. I mean...
Well, his turnovers are more frustrating because his turnovers are bowling pin turnovers where he just topples. And I just actually did the research that you were going to do before I prevented you from doing it. Turnovers per 100 in the association, an estimate of turnovers committed per 100 plays.
Okay.
Jordan Poole is second on the team. Steph Curry is third on the team.
Interesting.
Do you know who's first?
Turnovers per what?
100.
Turnovers per 100.
Possessions, yeah. Thank you, Grandy. Actually, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Jordan is third. Steph is fourth.
Oh,
there
wow.
are two ahead of him.
Yeah,
my fault.
And Dibs, is this per possession or per play?
Per 100 plays.
Play, not possession.
Per 100 plays.
Per 100 plays.
Plays or possessions?
Well, I don't know if you can have a play without possession. So
I don't even know what the hell that is. Yeah, is a play like just your team has the ball or you have the ball?
Or you call a play, hey, let's run 3 down.
I mean, my guess of one of the two people ahead of them is going to be Draymond Green.
Leads the league.
Yeah,
leads the league. In turnover percentage, and it's not even close.
Isn't that interesting?
27.8.
Stop the music.
No. Keep it going.
Stop the music. Everybody.
Mark, he doesn't run the music.
Everybody needs to hear what you just said.
Well, they would if you'd stop interrupting me. I'm just kidding.
Hold on.
3, 2, and 1. Mark, Draymond.
Mic is off.
Yeah, I can still hear you. Draymond Green leads the league in turnover percentage, an estimate of turnovers committed per 100 plays, and it's not even close. He's at 27.8. Number 2, T.J. McConnell at 20.7.
Okay.
Draymond Green is 35% greater than number 2 in TOV.
So what you're telling me, Mr. Uptick.
Thank you. It's a free tick for you.
Is that the genius, the quarterback of the Warriors?
Yeah.
The savant. Mm-hmm. The DPOY.
Well, this is an offensive thing, but
I understand.
I get it. Yeah,
the guy that gets everybody exactly where they're supposed to be. Let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
The guy that we've decided is the smartest player on the team. The guy who Steve Kerr last week, when we asked him about putting up with Draymond's antics.
Yeah.
His answer was, well, we like winning, so we like Draymond. That was his answer.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that the smartest player in the whole damn NBA turns the ball over the most?
Based on 100 plays, yes. He's a gunslinger.
Okay.
He's Brett Favre.
But we're still going to stick with Jordan Poole is unreliable with the ball in his hands.
Well, he's more unreliable than Steph Curry based on the same stat. Oh, yeah.
Curry's 4, you said?
Yes.
Poole's 3.
Yes.
Who the hell's 2, by the way? Who is it? Steven Chance.
It's restaurant quality.
By the way, I was really bummed last night that you didn't respond to I actually sent you an Italian, what's called an Italian hand emoji.
Okay.
Because DiVincenzo, he came out, he was not restaurant quality, he was white tablecloth.
Yeah, he was.
Restaurant quality.
Yeah, he was.
He came over like a server
with the bread's on your table before you even sit down.
Exactly.
Oh, so good.
He was delectable.
Oh, yeah, so delicious.
My God, he was unbelievable. Okay? I sent you the Italian hand. I thought I'd get something in return. I got ghosted like you were Matt Steinmetz or something. What the hell's going on with Dibs?
Well, you
were dead.
You know
dead?
what's going on with Dibs. You know what's going on. By the time you sent that, I was still in rockabye baby mode.
I know.
And by the time you sent that, he was no longer the story. It had turned into Moses effing Moody.
Moody.
I'm mad at you.
Yeah.
And I thought I would get more feedback on Twitter when I said he was in a bad Moody. And I knew it was terrible.
Yeah, well, it was too easy. It was too predictable.
He was playing like he was in a bad mood.
I know, but
he was playing with an edge. My God.
I actually almost tweeted, boy, I'm in a pretty good moody all of a sudden.
You should have.
And I deleted it because
supportive.
I was just stupid.
I knew my tweet was stupid when I sent it.
I'm like half of Twitter's going to do this.
So stupid.
Yeah, come on.
I got 2 replies and I got ghosted.
Yeah.
Steph Curry, 12.4
okay.
turnovers per 100. Jordan Poole is far, far greater at 14.7.
Okay.
And Dante's at 16.3. And Draymond leads the league at 27.8 turnovers per possession.
That's wild. Grandy Man can. Yeah, what's up?
Just a quick note. So that's, again, turnovers per play. I'm not exactly sure how Basketball Reference defines a play.
Okay.
Per 100 possessions, Draymond commits just over 4 turnovers per 100 possessions. That is 24th most in the NBA.
And where's Poole?
Give me a sec.
Yeah, where's Poole on that list?
Lucas from the back.
I mean,
row.
this is something else about analytics. We have officially, and you know this better than anyone, Dibs, because we've had this conversation.
I live by TOV percentage.
We have reached the time where whatever your opinion is, you can go find the number to support
it's
you.
So good.
You can go find whatever the hell you. I did this. I made a career out of this with Jimmy Garoppolo. If I want to go find the metric that tells you that Jimmy Garoppolo is the greatest quarterback of all time, I could do it. I did it. But he's not.
What's Draymond's XFIP?
By the way, Jordan Poole per 100 possessions, 4.8 turnovers. That's 9th most in the NBA.
Okay, so more than Draymond.
Reckless.
More than Draymond. And where's Steph? Grandy's like, can you ask all the questions at once so I could just go find all the information at one time? Where's Steph on that? Is Jordan the worst on the Warriors? And
I don't think Steph Curry qualifies for this stat because he hasn't played enough games.
No, it's because he hasn't played enough games.
Yeah.
Because he didn't sort the table correctly.
No. Let's go to Bob in Marin. Hey, Bob.
Hey,
Bob. What are you doing, Bob?
I'm just sitting outside of Lucky just to go get some. I just want to say that I think Jordan Poole's turnovers are more under the microscope because the way it happens, like, he dribbles off his legs, or he just falls down, or he just misses a layup, or he passes the ball. Like when Steph and Draymond turn it over, it's a legitimate turnover. It's not because of their handle. So I would say Steph and Draymond are more careless with the ball. Poole is more like, I don't know where to go, and I'm just going to turn the ball over.
Yeah.
So I feel like.
No, go ahead, Bob. Sorry.
I feel like in those moments, I feel like in those moments, it's more magnified, and his turnovers seem to come at like a very crucial point. And I nothing but love for that kid. He's a good player. He's a great player. He's a tremendous basketball player. But he's got to work on that. Like, and Dan, you love this. You know, you got to be quick, but you don't hurry.
Yeah, thank you.
John Wooden.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah,
appreciate that.
I didn't know it was Dan. Are we supposed to call you Dan?
No, Bob can call me Dan. He's from Marin. So, and if you know me from way back, you know that I'm Danny. And I did get a call from the great Amy Clisham, who I referenced yesterday with the spelling bee and the bidet, and she left me a message saying Danny. So
you didn't answer her call after all that?
I was on the air.
Oh, she called you during the show?
Come on, Klish.
Wait, you didn't. I thought you didn't say it until after 2:15. What time did you say it, or was it the day before?
No, it was after 2:15. But
so she called you, and then you referenced her?
No. She called me today.
Oh,
during
got
the
it.
show.
She just called you an hour ago.
Yes, because her spies were out there, and she had to correct me because I used the wrong knee. Because when you reference knee, yeah, thank you, knee as an organization.
As an organization.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's the current name, and then the knee is the former name. I had it
Okay.
backwards.
All right.
Whatever.
All
Nobody cares. No. Kevon Looney, by the way, is the MVP of this team based on win shares per 48. He's 8th in the league at .208. So there you go.
Okay.
Step off, Steph.
Winner.
You're nobody,
Winner.
my dude.
Well, so I think what Bob is saying actually maybe underscores the real point about Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
You said it earlier this week as, look, there's a cachet to Steph and Draymond and Klay that Jordan doesn't have. Obvious, right? They've won all these championships. They've been around forever. It's kind of that dynamic about following a legend. Remember, this was a thing with the Dodgers. It'll be a thing with the Giants. It'll be a thing with all of these teams. When you have a broadcasting great and has been there for 50 years or 60 years or whatever, there's this whole thing about who's going to follow this person when they retire? Who's going to follow? Well, you don't ever want to be that person because no matter how good you are, this is why the dynamic of Dave Fleming is so miraculous because he's worked his way into that booth to the point where he's going to be beloved right away as soon as there's any change.
Yeah.
Right? But you never want to follow a legend because you're never going to be accepted the same way. Kevin Durant learned it at such a level that he left after 3 years. So I really think that's all that's going on with Jordan Poole. Jordan's fantastic. Jordan will frustrate the living hell out of you. Jordan will score in ways that other players can't. Sure, he'll dribble it off a leg, and then he'll shoot from 30 at the wrong time, and then he'll save your butt. But when he makes a mistake, it doesn't land with us the same way because he's the one who we think of as the replacement. Honestly, Kuminga can make the stupidest question ever. No, he can make the stupidest he can make the stupidest turnover ever.
Stupidest question ever.
But we're not going to go after Kuminga because we don't see Kuminga as a potential replacement. Jordan Poole's problem is that in people's minds, his contract means he's the next Steph. There is no next Steph. There's no next Steph. There's none. There never will be. And he didn't ask for that, by the way. But I honestly think that's why we get so upset when he messes up.
I think it's part of it, but it's also the cocksure way that he plays the game of basketball. Whether it's shouting money time, or the whole pool party thing, and yet he goes out there and he turns the ball over at a rate that very few other players in the association turn over. The guy constantly, every time he's contacted, his head flies back and he throws himself to the floor. And I don't think that a lot of the criticisms have anything to do with Steph Curry. I think it has to do with how he plays the game of basketball.
Okay, but
he plays a certain amount of entitlement in his game that I think, and I'll speak for myself, it rubs me the wrong way.
But if that's the case, how can the other Warriors not rub you the wrong way? Jordan Poole.
Oh, they do.
Jordan Poole plays.
Have I not been critical of Draymond Green?
What, but even Steph and Klay. Are you telling? This is an interesting question now.
Steph and Klay do not throw themselves on the floor at anywhere near the same rate as Jordan
Okay, but
Poole.
it wasn't just that. That wasn't the only thing you pointed to. You referred to it as a cocksure way. Like
they've got 4 championships. You can be cocksure when you've got 4 chips.
But they've always been that. They've always been that.
I would disagree with that.
By the way, this gets forgotten. Jordan has one too. Jordan has a ring.
Oh, one also.
Jordan has a ring.
Yeah.
Like usually that makes you a made dude.
Wow.
Like, hey, are you telling
Patrick
me
McCaw has 3?
No. But
So,
Jordan
again,
no. But Jordan was a
thank
key piece. Jordan was
He
a
was
key
a piece,
piece.
yeah.
He was a key piece.
Sure.
Klay was very careful to point this out last week.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that Jordan Poole is cockier on the court than Steph and Klay and Dre?
Yes.
Really?
He's cockier, and also, and this maybe is my referee side coming out, but the way that he constantly is throwing himself to the ground at every sign of contact, you haven't earned that.
I know other fans.
guy.
I know other fans who feel the same way as you on that.
I mean,
one.
and you know,
I know fans who feel
Steph
that
has
way.
earned a lot more than he gets, and I understand that he doesn't get the calls that he's never said this, and I give him credit for that. He doesn't ever come out and say, "I'm not getting the calls that I deserve."
No, he doesn't. And by the way, Klay doesn't fall to the ground because he never goes inside the 3-point line.
Right.
So I mean, and I know that's over the top a little bit, but you get like he's not.
I get it.
They're very different players.
Right.
Jordan goes to the rim much more than even Steph.
At
And
30
certainly
feet
much
from the
more than Klay.
basket, Jordan Poole, at the first sign of any contact, the head goes back and the arm goes up.
I don't disagree with you, but you've got a league-wide issue there. There's not a team.
sure.
There's not a team that doesn't have at least one of those guys.
Right, but if you were to rank the players who embellish fouls the most, Jordan Poole would be your team leader.
Oh, I agree with that.
Not the league leader.
I agree with that.
He's the team leader. And
Yeah.
so for me, I look at Jordan Poole, and we can talk about, all the things that we criticize about Jordan Poole. And you're right. He's an electric scorer. He's a great physical, athletic force. Can't defend. Embellishes too many actions where he wants calls. And look at the technical foul leaders. He's further up that list than he should be.
Well, that also comes with fouls. Like he's the guy who gets fouled the most, therefore he's going to be barking at the refs the most. It's Warrior Wednesday. It's brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. Let's keep going with you. How about Jeff in San Jose on Willard and Dibs? Hey, Jeff, what are you doing?
Hey, not much. Just driving around. I like the line about Poole being not just generally put into the fourth quarter, but only for stops. I think that needs to go on a little bit more. First, in that move, you got to pull GP2, and you pull DiVincenzo, and you run it like the Sharks, power play. You pull Looney, you put in Carlson, and hope the NBA refs are confused by high sticking.
Nice.
Speaking of confused, that describes me as well. Thank you, Jeff. I didn't quite. Did that make sense to you?
Yeah, power play.
Okay.
Line change. So when you go down on offense, you put Jordan Poole in, you take GP2 out. Unfortunately, the NBA doesn't allow that.
Doesn't allow that. Yeah, they do not.
So there's that.
You know who this show that gets talked about on all the other shows as well. You know who it's presented by?
Of course I do, Mark. It's Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
No compromises. And
No.
because we don't make compromises, that means we're going to keep going with your phone calls at 888-957-9570. We are just over an hour away from Steve Kerr, but we are only moments away from the great Bob Fitz. Bob Fitzgerald is going to hop in here with our Warrior conversation. Looking forward to that on Willard and Dibs.
Join the SF Zoo and help save one of the rarest damselflies that is...
Joe, Draymond picked his pocket. Poole's got it. Poole will spin and finish. Showtime.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All I want to say is it's been too long. It's been too long. That's it.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, it's been way too long since we've talked to Bobby Fitz about Warrior basketball. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it, Bob. How about that? How you doing?
Guys, you never write, you never call.
Seriously.
Where is the love?
I know.
Come on, man.
And we've actually talked, Mark and I have talked multiple times about the Igo family.
Nice.
And I know that you lived like 4 doors down from the Igos, and one of the Igos and I went to Europe together, and another Igo scared Mark out of the sport of baseball. And all
true.
Igos go through Bob Fitzgerald. I feel bad that we haven't called.
All right, I'm going to give you like the full rundown here. There are 5 Igo kids. There are 5 Fitzgerald kids. Our parents are like lifelong friends. If anything were to happen to our parents, the other parents were to take care of the other kids, which I always thought about, wow, we're going to have 10 kids in the family.
Wow.
That's a double Brady ass right there.
I've done a few things in my life with a headset, but the eldest Igo is a president for ABC Entertainment and ran Jimmy Kimmel's music department for 15 years. So love the Igos, and so any friend of them are a friend of mine.
So it's funny you mentioned the eldest Igo, because that's the Igo with whom I went to college and went to Europe, and he and I kind of scuffled our way through the early 90s together, and we both kind of joked about how, if this goes our way and that goes our way, and turns out he might have won that battle.
Well, and then he got Willard went to high school with one of my sisters, and so
Correct.
it's like it's
it's crazy.
So given all that, I get no love, no calls, no nothing.
That's on me, Bob. It's my fault, Bob.
How is Amy, by the way? How's she doing?
Great.
Beautiful.
All my brothers and sisters are incredible.
Beautiful.
I'm a big Paul fan as we go deep inside Foster City.
I was supposed to play golf with Paul today, but I had too many other things.
You guys leave your Beatles opinions to yourselves. Let's talk Warrior basketball.
Do we have to?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
We don't, but we will. Bobby Fitz is with us. Hey, man, what do you think? I sort of threw this out off the top, and I wonder if you can direct fans maybe where they're supposed to be, right? You've got the positive Warrior fan who's like, look, championship DNA, I still believe this can happen. Then there's the other side that it's like, you don't win titles out of the 6th seed and win on the road the whole way when you've barely won 10 road games all year. What's a rational way to look at what's about to unfold?
Okay, well, the first thing is when you look at the regular season, lottery winners don't go and add 3 more jobs to their lives. It's just human nature. When you win 4 titles and you go to the finals in 6 years, it's hard to ramp up again. It's a short off season. You go to Japan. I mean, it's just, think about it. Anyone that really achieves huge financial success, they're not like, hey, I want 6 more jobs. Like it's human nature to put your feet up. Having said that, you also get everybody's come to Jesus game when they play you, because you are the team with all the rings and then the most recent defending champion. But if you want to be optimistic, you say 33-8 at home. That's even better than last year. And then the road, why do they lose on the road? It's self-inflicted. It's all turnovers, and it's all just lack of guarding opponent 3-point shooting. So if those get mitigated, as the Warriors now have won 6 out of 8 and started to be a top 10 defensive team in the last couple weeks, maybe they hit their stride with, let's see, Steph and Klay are better this year than they were last year. Draymond is better this year than he was last year. Looney is better this year than he was last year. Kuminga is better this year than he was last year. Dante wasn't even here, and he's been a great value add. And you got GP2 back, so Poole and Wiggins become the ultimate X factor. And if they're right when it matters, who's going to beat the Warriors 4 times in a 7-game series when half the games are at Chase Center?
I've been telling him this, Bob, and this guy's just so negative all the time.
Yeah, Captain Positive over here all the time.
It just brings me down how this guy's trying to wet blanket all of the possible scenarios. All that said, Bob, why are we now 80 games in still having to bite our nails at halftime of a game where OKC is running through the Warriors like a bad takeout meal on a toilet late night?
Well, that was inaccurate.
Too graphic, too.
Inaccurate.
Thank you.
Is OKC, and I said it at halftime, and it proved right. OKC was shooting 62%, but it wasn't like, oh, my God, they had 30 points in the paint. The Warriors had 28 points in the paint. Where it was unsustainable was that OKC was 13 of 21 outside the paint. So that's like, Dibs, when you and I par 3 holes in a row. Oh, that's not going to happen anymore. That is done. The next ball's going in the water or going out of bounds. And so it was just, if the Warriors had given up 50 points in the paint in the first half and it was a layup line, then he would have went, oh, God, what's going on here? OKC played the game or half of their life, and then they shot 40% in the second half and got run out of the building. So, that happens. There are hot shooting halves in the NBA. That's why Steve said perfectly after the game, 48 minutes is a long time. And that game flipped 25 points before it was all said and done. And at Chase Center, that seems to happen a lot.
Bob, are you doing any of the matchup stuff in your head? And I realize, look, they
absolutely. Are you kidding? I've been doing that for 2 weeks.
Yeah, so they got to try to win. You can't mess around with this thing. But in your mind, what is the difference between the Kings and the Suns in round 1?
Okay, well, I want everybody to do their little mental bracket here. Phoenix and then Denver versus Sacramento or the Lakers, because I think the Lakers would beat Memphis in round 1.
Oh,
so do you want to go Sacramento and the Lakers and you have home court advantage, or do you want to go at Phoenix and at Denver? And I'll just let the Dub Nation, incredibly bright people that they are, decide which way to climb the mountain looks a little easier. And so. Now, guess who also knows that? The Clippers and the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
And now they play each other tonight. So the loser's going to have 39 losses, which makes Friday and Sunday incredibly interesting in terms of how this all finishes up. And I just think for the Warriors, you try to win Friday, Sunday, and if you get the 5 seed, you get the 5 seed. But if a tiebreaker pushed you into 6, Draymond and Steph already talked about the travel factor of just going to Sacramento. For NorCal, I would love Sacramento Warriors just for what it would mean for Northern California. I think Friday is the most meaningful game the Warriors and Kings will have ever played. Think about that, because they've never been in the playoffs in the same year, ever, in franchise history. So let alone the Kings are really good. The Warriors, okay, are they going to be good when it matters? Like, Friday night's game, I can't wait for it. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, we have said we can't wait for it for about 3 weeks now, and it's been fun to have these games on our air here on 95.7 The Game, and Friday, you're right, is no different. I'm not asking you to give inside information, but Andrew Wiggins, do you think he plays? Do you think that he needs to play one game before the playoffs? What are your thoughts on Andrew Wiggins now that we know that he's close to coming back?
Well, I think the one thing the Warriors have, and Rick Celebrini is, a savant on the physical side of stuff, because Steph had 2 significant injuries, and they ramped him up where he looked really good when he came back in both situations. GP2, after being acquired, had the core situation, and Rick's background is in the NHL. He's got 2 elite sons that are going to be NHL draft picks, too. So he got GP2 right with the abdominal thing, which can be really tricky. I think if Rick is evaluating Andrew, and I know he did yesterday and he will throughout the rest of this week, I think I leave it totally up to Rick. If he says, hey, no way, too much time off, you got to miss Friday, Sunday, which makes getting into the playoffs more important because you get a week off and you're not dealing with the play-in tournament, then I think you feel good about Wiggs for a first-round playoff. But if Andrew is in good enough shape, and he's not a guy that ever really gets out of shape, if he's in good enough shape that Rick says Friday or Sunday, hey, Steve, he probably could give you, 8 minutes each half, 16 minutes or something. I just trust Rick. I know Steve does too. And the physical evaluation of how the Warriors look at their players and their ready-to-play situation.
Great. Bob Fitzgerald is hanging with us here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Bob, we're talking to Steve Kerr here in an hour. You can help usher us into a conversation I know fans want us to have, and that is, if Moses Moody's got that in his game, why didn't he play more earlier in the year? What would you say to a fan who's got that question today?
Well, I think we always play this when you have a super deep and talented team is, did you want Moody to play ahead of Wiggins? Like, because Andrew was an all-star last year and was the second best player through the playoffs, not named Steph Curry. You know, do you want Moses to play again instead of Klay? I think Klay's had an even better year this year than he had last year. There is no bigger Moses Moody fan than me. Like, none. You know, but I do think that I trust Steve, where the way he brings along Kuminga, you know, the way he has believed over the years in Looney, the way he has managed Steph and Klay throughout their careers, the way he deals with Draymond, and that is not easy. So, you know, so I think I would tell fans Moses is 20 years old. He should still be in college. The fact that he's ready last night when needed to play at that level is such a testament to the Warrior player development staff and Moses himself, because it's like a guy who doesn't bat, hey, I need you to DH today, and you hit 3 jacks. You know, it's just, he's the Manny Mota of coming in cold and all of a sudden giving you good minutes. So I think Moses Moody's career is going to be wonderful. I just think he's on a super talented team that needs every single game. And so how Steve has kind of moved him in and out, and last night when he was called upon for significant minutes, he answered the bell like an absolute champ, and I would have expected nothing because I think so much of Moses as a kid.
I appreciate the Manny Mota reference for those of us who
I'm going full demographic, wherever you want.
No, for those of us who partake in 70s and 80s pinch hitter baseball.
Exactly.
That felt really good to me, Bob. I want to ask you about NBA officiating, because I consider myself not to be quite at your level in terms of officiating savant level, but I see something that's broken in the association. How do we fix it? The relationship between players and refs, and really fans and refs, and what we all need to understand about what goes on the floor.
Well, I think the first thing is, over the last 7-8 years, there's been an incredible drain of crew chiefs that have just retired. And they were all young officials together. They all became crew chiefs, and their careers all ended all around the same time. So you think of no Dick Bavetta, and then there's no Mark Wunderlich, and then there's no Steve Javie, and then there's no Bob Delaney, and then you just start. Then there's no Danny Crawford. I mean, you just start losing all these guys that are icons in the league all at the same time. So you have a very young officiating group. What do young officials want to do? They want to be active. They want to make calls. What they can't do is, yeah, this guy bumped him, but he still laid it in. Keep it moving. Let the game flow. Let the players decide it. Instead, the officials the no call has gone to die this year, which is the whole reason why scoring is up, because every freaking play is a free throw, and it gets ridiculous. And now to the point where the elite players, the super good players that know this, they just randomly jump into people all the time, and a lot of times get love and shoot free throws all the time. Like, that's what I appreciate about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's just really good. You can't guard him, and you foul him a lot. But there's also a lot of guys that just launch themselves into people all the time, and they're living at the foul line, and that's just not even basketball. Like, what camp does kids ever go to where the move is just to jump sideways into somebody all the time? Like, if you did that on a playground, one, they would never pick you for another team, and two, it's not basketball. So to long-winded answer to your point, you need officials to mature, and they will, just because we're just really young as a league right now with the guys and gals that are getting their chops. They're the best officials in the world, far better than college, far better than the stuff I see internationally for the Olympics and overseas and all that. So the best 50 or 60 what they do in the world. They're scrutinized like nobody's business, and their heart's in the right place, always trying to do the right thing. It's just that, to me, having been in the league 30 years, the no call, did the contact create an advantage? If it didn't, don't blow that whistle and let the greatest athletes in the world compete at the high level and to the level of enjoyment that we appreciate so much.
Okay, there's an imperative follow-up to that, but first you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HC1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. If all of that is true, Bob, then how are we, at least here in this market, having a conversation about a superstar who seemingly doesn't get calls? Like, why is the whistle not going on Steph every time he's going to the hole?
Well, to me, I've said it. I try not to say it as often as I do because I know people's probably fingernails on the chalkboard, or it's a drinking game thing now. But Steph Curry gets the worst whistle of any elite player I've ever seen in my entire career. Not just with the Warriors or anyone else. if Steph Curry got Dwayne Wade's whistle, he'd average 45 points a night. And Dwayne Wade's going to the Hall of Fame, and deservedly so, but the bad breath fouls and the fingernail fouls that a lot of other players get, and the fact that Steph gets bounced around like a piñata and rarely gets any love from the line, it is maddening, it's infuriating, it isn't right, and he still plays through it like a total champion, and a lot of times I don't know how he does it.
At the same time, does Draymond Green get a kinder, gentler whistle, especially in times when he's got 5 fouls?
How tight Tibbs was listening to that response.
No, and Bob's not wrong. I didn't refute Bob's point. Okay. Bob knows there are very few people in the association who know more about officiating than I do. Bob is certainly one of them. I'll ask you this, Bob. Does Draymond Green get a kinder, gentler whistle at times when other players would not get that same latitude?
Okay, now, Draymond, I'm going to take you back to the bad boy Pistons.
Please do.
Chuck Daly used to say, if I foul you all the time, they can't call it all the time.
Right.
And so what happens is, if you got Joe Dumars or if you had Dennis Rodman or Rick Mahorn, if I'm physical with you all the time, then you know what? The officials are like, this guy's always physical. Willard, that guy, he's always bowing people up, and he's tough on rebounds, and he chests guys defensively. He's banging and bumping. When he commits a foul, it's got to really get past the threshold of I'm normally watching his game. Now, Draymond is an elite defender, one of the best the game has ever seen, and he's physical all the time. So when he's got 5 fouls, he's not going to back away where it's like no contact, contact, and then you're going to fall out of the game. He's going to keep playing at the same physical level. But Draymond also understands the principle of verticality. Draymond also is physical all the time, so doesn't stand out egregiously because you're used to his game. And then the other thing is when you're in the league 10, 11, 12 years, the officials get to know you and get to know your game, and absolutely veterans get more leeway than a younger player would. That's same thing with the strike zone, and Bonds by the last couple of years, if it was outside, umpires like, hey, it must be outside. Same thing with Ted Williams. But if Joey Bart lets a pitch go outside and it's called a strike, it's because he's a youngster and these umpires haven't seen him all that much. That's just a fact. And it's, if you think about it in life, your insurance agent, your best friends, a restaurant you go to a lot, there's always more love for familiarity in our lives. Always. And that's just how we are as human beings. It's no different in sports.
Bob, hot button topic that everyone seems to be buzzing about, which is Jordan Poole in the closing lineup. Why isn't it every time? Why does it look the way it does? Sometimes so good, sometimes bad. He's had some really good ones of late, but what's sort of your stance on A, why the Warriors do it the way they do, and then B, should Jordan just be in there every time?
Well, I think that's a good question for Steve because he's got to decide it. But I think Jordan, when he's on there, he could take a game over. I mean, we saw that from the Philly fourth quarter and so many of these fourth quarters at home. Even last night, Steph deferred to Jordan because he was so hot. So there are games, certainly, you want him to close. If it's a high turnover game or a highly inefficient shooting game and or the other team has someone that is taking advantage of Jordan defensively, then I think you have to go with a Dante or Klay and other guys given the certain matchups. So I don't think anybody other than like Steph and Draymond and Klay, I don't think you are on the finishing lineup no matter what, because there are times you'll see Kuminga or you'll see Looney. You'll see GP2 or you'll see Anthony Lamb. I mean, a lot of it is who are you playing, what's the circumstance, and what's the flow of the game? Is this a 22 turnover game where the Warriors are throwing the ball in the 8th row all the time? Or is this hey, Jordan's made 7 shots in a row and he's so hot you would never take him out of a game? So that's the art of what Steve does, and that's the art of closing and finishing games. And they've squandered games this year and given some of them away. And, in the playoffs, you just can't afford anything like that because one game can turn a whole series.
Bob, big question, maybe the most important question of the day. Who's your Masters pick?
That's a good one because the guys that play well there always have that kind of internal knowledge. So I'm just going to go full on because my heart wants what it wants. I want Will Zalatoris to win the Masters because he's finished second. He's finished 6th. He's my buddy. I love his family. I just played golf with his dad a couple weeks ago. I just texted with Will the other day.
Wow.
That's I've known him since he was 5 years old.
Okay.
That's
okay. Now you're piling on.
I followed him Saturday and Sunday at the British Open at St. Andrews with his family.
Okay, Bob.
I mean, that's
all right, Bob.
I'm
keep
just
going, Bob.
blatantly pulling
seriously
for Will Zalatoris. That's the guy.
The name dropping right now. Somewhere Roxy Bernstein is blushing right now. You're putting on a clinic.
That's my guy. But
all right.
I would say, Scotty Scheffler. It would not surprise me if he repeated. Rahm always has a great chance.
Right.
And then just so the PGA will lose their freaking minds.
Don't do it.
What if Dustin Johnson
Don't do it.
wins? Because I'll tell you, they backed up 13, so it's so far now that only the true big hitters have a chance in 2. That a lot of guys are going to have to gear down and make.
You got to hit a draw on 13 too, as far back as that thing is.
Yeah, I mean that's a 3-shot par 5.
No
now,
doubt.
So I think if you go DJ Rahm, Scheffler, and then Will Zalatoris, I think out of that group you're going to have the winner.
Would you shoot at Augusta, Bob?
You know what?
Just while we're in the brag space.
I'm not going to give you an exact number.
Come on, Fitz.
I will just say surprisingly well. Let's just say that.
So it was a double-digit score.
What now?
It was not triple digits.
Dude, a lot of gimmies.
And there were
Pick it up, Fitz. Pick it up. That's good.
There were 4 pars on the back 9. I will say that.
The back 9's easy. That thing lays down.
Yeah. Well, the
cupcake.
The difference is if anyone talks about playing the Masters and playing Augusta and staying there and all that, just remember the members' tees. You could build a Costco between the members' tees and the championship.
It's kind of what the ladies played at the women's amateur. That's kind of what the members' tees are. You probably didn't watch it, but I was locked in. Mega Gane. Bob, I hate you. I'm so jealous.
You know what? Put it this way. The next time I play Augusta, I'll be looking forward to an even better score.
This guy.
Wow.
This guy.
Wow.
Can we run him now?
Wow. I think yes, we can.
Bob, Zalatoris and
enough of that, Bob.
We had brunch. I fed him baby food when he was in the crib. Harumph.
Hey, no,
I hate
you know
this
what?
guy.
And this is a true story.
I love him.
I taught Will everything he knows about golf.
Thank you.
Because I said, don't do anything that I am doing.
Nice, Bob.
Nice. If you go the full Costanza opposite day, you'll become a good golfer. And it worked.
Bob, I appreciate
the humility.
I appreciate your name dropping because I work with Dibs and he also drops names, but nobody's heard of the names he's dropping. So I really thank you for actually naming some people we've heard of. Thank you.
I've known Dibs forever. Just remember, if you have the hammer, swing it.
Thank you, Bob. Will do. Right. I called Bob in 92. Thank you, Bob. I called Bob in 92 when I was still in college, and he was already on The King and the Kid. And Bob actually gave me a little nudge, helped me out.
Of course.
31 years ago, Bob Fitzgerald.
So he made you the same way you've made everybody else.
I mean, he'd like to think so, but Radnich takes all the credit.
No. Yeah. All right. Hey, Bob, thanks, man.
He's gone.
He left. He's already on a plane to Augusta.
He's helping Will Zalatoris with his takeaway.
Yeah.
This guy. What a beauty.
Mental health FaceTime with Will Zalatoris pre-round Masters starting tomorrow.
I love Bob. He's a beauty.
That's good. All right. It is Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Now, did you notice how I sort of squeezed in the stupidest question ever?
You did.
To that conversation as well. And wouldn't you know it, another person didn't think it was stupid.
Exactly.
Stupidest question ever.
It's only Bonte who thinks it's the stupidest question ever.
But he doesn't. They're just saying that, man. Can't believe you let him get under your skin that way. Can't believe it.
That's how it works. When I get a text message from my ex-wife of 22 years who says, hey, you hear them talking about you? You hear them defaming you? And I said, yes.
Oh, was it slander?
It's only slander if it's not true. It wasn't slander because it was true. We said that, although you said that.
It wasn't true that it was the stupidest question ever.
Well, it's a judgment, so it can't be slander. It's an opinion.
That's right. That's exactly right, by the way. And it's all sponsored by Lucky California.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now this is interesting because Steve Kerr's coming on in a little bit less than an hour, and I have just been handed an article.
From Steve Kerr?
No. Actually, it's from a writer who I knew 1,000 lifetimes ago when we worked together at Sporting News.
Are you trying to go Bobby Fitz on me?
That's right.
I fed this guy baby food when he was in the high chair.
No, he's older than me. His name's
so great.
Sean Devaney.
Is he older than you?
I think so.
I'll Google it.
No, he definitely is because he was older than me back then. If he was older than me then, he's still older than me now, right? I think. Warriors are concerned about. Well, I'll tell you, we'll fill in that blank coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Be better at your job.
When you load up on Easter deals at Lucky, you'll be one happy bunny. Right now, Cook's ham shank portion bone-in is just 77 cents a pound, and fresh asparagus is only 97 cents a pound with digital coupon. Limit 4 pounds. For Easter, hop into the savings with Lucky.
Hey,
Inspire tour to Shoreline Amphitheater with special guest, Stone Temple Pilots, on August 3rd. Head to the contest page at 957thegame.com for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Smashing Pumpkins.
That's like Dibs when you and I par 3 holes in a row. Oh, that's not going to happen anymore.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You okay? You all right?
I'm great.
All
I'm
right.
great.
You're not suffering from inadequacy issues after talking to Bob Fitzgerald or anything like that?
Why would I? I mean, Bob and I go back almost as far as you and Bob go
but
back.
You sounded jealous. You sounded jealous of all the things that Bob has and has done in his life.
It's part of the bit with Bob Fitzgerald, and he will let you know how great he is and all the things he's done. It's part of Bob's charm.
I'm just checking in on you.
Would I want to be a broadcaster in the Olympics? Yes. Would I want to have a 30-year run in the NBA for a team that's won 4 championships? Yes. Would I want to play Augusta? Yes.
Well, yeah.
Would I want to have a full head of hair? Yes. Yes. Thank you. Yes. And he was fouled. I don't do envy like that. I do make-believe envy because, Mark, I am the best person that I could possibly be. I've come from a place where Bob Fitzgerald would never want to even think about being where I've been, okay? I wasn't born in Foster City. I was born in the mean streets of Marin County. But wait, don't laugh. You're kind of ruining the bit. I was born in the mean streets of Fairfax, California, Mark.
I was born north of the Golden Gate Bridge. How about that?
I was born with 2 parents who loved me, okay? In a house that had heat.
Oh, gosh.
That
was funny.
Yeah, thank you. I was kind of going for the humor. I don't do envy. And, yes, would I want to be Bob Costas? Of course. But I'm thrilled with what I've made of my life here on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that is worthy of a congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Aren't we having Bob Costas on?
Friday, I think.
Yeah.
Right? Is that right, Lucas?
It is right.
Yeah.
I'm coming for him on Friday.
Yeah, you take that. That's
Costas versus Dibley.
The other Bob.
Totally.
Yeah,
the real Bob.
That's right. All right.
Yeah. Even our Bob would look at that Bob and say, that Bob had a better run than our Bob.
Hey, Bob. What if I read this quote to you?
Okay.
Quote.
Is it not about me anymore?
We're done with you.
Okay,
we're done with you. We're done with Bob.
I was enjoying that.
We're back to the Wiggins.
Okay.
All right. Quote. That has been a problem for them all season, really. And they're worried about it. The players are worried about it. The coaches are worried about it. The front office was. That was why they went and got Peyton at the trade deadline. That is direct from the article, according to a Western Conference executive, an unnamed.
Of course.
Undisclosed.
Oh, boy.
Western Conference executive talking about the Golden State Warriors. Sean Devaney writes an article about the Warriors being concerned about bench chemistry. That's the fill in the blank. Big concern, so it says. The problem that worries the Warriors is the lack of cohesion in the bench unit because of injuries and Wiggins' absence. Starting 5 for the Warriors has played together only 23 times this season. The Warriors ranked 22nd in bench plus minus this year at a minus 0.8. Second in that category last year. Let me say that again. Second last year. This year, 22nd. The team's well-known struggles on the road are fueled in part by the bench, which registers a minus 2.5 on the road, which is 26th in the NBA. And
read on, because I think the page 2 part of the quote is even more telling, and I won't read it because you do better at reading than I do, except when it comes to Golden State Lumber. When we succeed, you succeed.
We succeed.
I'll handle the Golden State Lumber.
Well,
but
you did it out of order, but anyway.
Whatever. It's all about success, and we all have it when we use Golden State Lumber.
That's right.
Read the second part of the quote, because I think when you talk about chemistry and role playing, like I play the role here, I play the role of jokester. I'm a very serious person. Read on, Mark, and use your reader voice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do re mi fa.
This is from Sean Devaney and heavy.com.
Okay. And it is. It's heavy.
Super.
Quote, what they don't have is chemistry, and they don't have their roles set up. That was so important last year. They had Otto Porter and Bielitsa, and they had Poole and Payton. They knew what they'd get with each of those guys, and they could throw out Moses Moody or Kuminga if they needed. Now, you have guys, and you just don't know what they're going to give you. That is what they are worried about most there.
God, it's like
Once
I'm watching
again,
a documentary.
That is from an unnamed Western Conference executive.
Man, and I think that unnamed Western Conference executive, and you know I don't like unnamed garbage.
In theaters, April 15th.
Thanks, seriously. What if I told you? I don't think that this unnamed executive is wrong in terms of the chemistry and the roles, because if you look at their bench roles right now, even Jordan Poole, you don't really know what you're going to get from a lot of these guys.
Well, I think the other point is, and this is maybe an under-discussed part of, say, Wiggins comes back. He comes back, and everyone's like, woohoo, Wiggins is back. Right, so now DiVincenzo and anyone else who has had a moonlighting starter role has to go back to the bench. And while we, the fan, go, that only makes the bench stronger. Kind of, but they haven't played together. That's the point. It's not the bench talent, it's the bench cohesion. And when
the roles too, yeah.
Right. So when we talk about the struggles on the road, I mean, this could be an entire documentary. ESPN could do a 30 for 30 on why, when you're not a great player, when you're not a starter in the NBA, why are you so much better at home than you are on the road? I don't know. I don't get it. You know, Steph Curry does what he does, Game 4 Boston, Klay, Game 6 Klay, Oklahoma City. Guys like that can just do it on the road. Why? Because you're Dante DiVincenzo or Nemanja Bjelica. Why is it suddenly so difficult for you to function on the road? I don't know. But it seems to be kind of a rule. The lesser you are on the totem pole, the more likely you are to stink when you go on the road. Kuminga's the guy right now who I watch and I go, man, he is just way better at Chase Center.
Yeah.
He's just a better player. I don't know if it's because he's activated by the home fans. I don't know if he's intimidated by, I don't know. Maybe, you know, he's still obviously just a pup. He's a young player. But those guys really struggle on the road. And so if the whole assignment is going to be, you have to be better on the road when you get to the playoffs, and now the bench unit is coming together, but they've barely played together for the last 2 months, it's not good. And that's so it's fair. It's fair for this to be called a concern.
Right. And I look at the numbers and I think about the concern, and I think about it only in terms of one side of the ball. And I know the NBA doesn't really work like that in terms of football, but if you look at the 3-point percentage, it's very similar. Assists, very close. Points at home, 119.7. On the road, 117.2. 2.5 points different home and road. But when you start to look at the defensive side of the ledger, that's where the numbers become so dramatic. Teams are shooting the ball so much better against you on the road than they are at home, and you're giving up a lot more points on the road than you are at home. So that's where I look at it, and I wonder, like you are, why on the road are you so much worse in terms of winning and losing than you are at home?
So it underscores something that you know I kind of brought up off the top of the show, which is that I do think we're so in love with this team. We're so addicted to when they play well. Let's be honest. When the Warriors are rolling, okay, that's kind of like a basketball-gasm. It's a hoopsgasm.
Yeah.
It is. Like, there's nothing that's more entertaining
Last
in
night
sports.
in the fourth quarter.
It's a hoopsgasm.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan Poole pulling up from 30 and...
There's nothing like it.
Oh, so good.
Sorry, I didn't mean to borrow that from the Giants, but it's true. There's nothing like it.
Yeah, it's no si parlo posto or whatever. That's something else, but he hit another home run. But
did he?
Yesterday,
no si posto parlo.
Yeah.
Giancarlo.
Bud caught. Yeah.
Bud caught. Okay. So anyway, point is this. A title this year would be so much more surprising to me than last year, and last year was surprising. So we're so addicted to this team that when they play well, even if it's just for a quarter and a half, and they beat someone, even a mediocre team like the Oklahoma City Thunder, all of a sudden the juices go flowing through the fans' body, and they're just like, we're going to win it all. We're going to win it all. This is amazing. And it's like, I get caught up in it too. I too think it's possible. All things are possible. I think that, yes, the Warriors might win it all this year. In this Western Conference, with this experience, they might. But I do think that because of that dynamic, Warrior fans have sort of an unhealthy ignorance to the assignment that's at hand.
Sure, the difficulty of doing what they've done 4 times.
To do this on the road throughout, I know, Bobby Fitz laid out something where maybe they're at home in the second round.
Took it from me, but go ahead and give him credit.
No, I heard it from you too. Although you guys are assuming that the Warriors would be the 6 and the Lakers would be the 5. The Lakers
would be the 7.
Well,
and then the Lakers beat Memphis, the Warriors beat Sacramento, and then the 6 would be...
But the Lakers could be the 5. If they win tonight, they're the 5.
But then you wouldn't face the Lakers in that second round.
Right.
Is the point.
Right.
And nor would you have home court against that same Laker
Correct.
team.
So
the assumption would be the Lakers would be the 7. They'd beat Memphis. You'd beat Sacramento. And you would host the Lakers in the second round. That's the assumption.
I guess I'm wondering why everybody seems to think that the Clippers are going to beat the Lakers tonight. I don't even think. I mean, they're probably the underdog, aren't they? I would imagine the way these two teams are playing that the Lakers are more likely to win tonight than the Clippers. No?
Well, it's a home game for both.
Or are the Lakers?
Clippers -3.
Oh, the Lakers sitting people. I bet they're sitting people. Those sneaky little Lakers.
Clippers are at home.
Braun and AD questionable.
They're going to sit. Those jerks. Unbelievable. Can you believe this?
Of course. What does it matter?
Oh, my gosh.
It really doesn't matter.
It really does.
Well, it doesn't in terms of, if you think that you're a good enough team to win the play-in, then it doesn't matter. Rest them tonight
and be
ready to go.
One game.
That's what we do in the association now.
But I mean, one game. And
no, Mark, I'm with you.
But you're out if you
lose
lose one game.
And this is why I hate the play-in.
Not if you're the 7-8. I get that.
You're not anything.
But
that's the point.
Even if it's just 2 games. 2 games. Like, why would you do that if you don't have to? The Lakers are so much better than the Clippers right now, the way they're playing. The Lakers have won 4 in a row. The Clippers have lost 2 in a row. The Lakers are healthy. The Clippers are not. Why would you sit your guys? Because you can't do back-to-backs in a game that matters this much? That's crazy to me.
They played overtime, Mark.
Oh, my God.
That's extra time. And if you look at what they played, and I'm sure LeBron played more than 40 minutes. I mean, Anthony Davis played 42. LeBron played 38.
Okay. Actually,
Dennis Schroeder played 42.
Let's do this exercise. Let's do this for a second.
Okay.
If you're the Lakers.
Yeah.
Would you rather be the 7 than the 5?
Yeah.
Would you?
Yes.
Okay, because yes, you are taking your whole deal in your hands.
You got 2 shots at 7.
You got 2 shots at it, yes. Yeah. Although, if you lose that first game, you're no longer the 7, you're the 8.
Fine.
Then you end up playing Denver right out of the gate.
If I'm LA, I'm not worried about anybody. Honestly, the team I'm most worried about
is Phoenix.
Correct.
Okay.
Of the top 4.
So is that what we're all doing? Are the Lakers, Clippers, and Warriors in a weird dance right now to avoid the Phoenix Suns in round 1?
It's possible because if you want to talk about Kenny Loggins and the danger zone, I think that Phoenix is the most dangerous first-round opponent of the 4.
Well, and here's another interesting dynamic in this little group.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
Nothing for my danger zone?
No, it's good.
Thank you. See, I knew you were feeling it.
Yeah,
I knew you loved it.
So what about the Sacramento Kings? Who do you want? Do the Kings want the Warriors so we can prove that we're amazing and we're not just a little hamster on a wheel? Or do you not want that kind of championship pedigree? I don't know what their other option is. Lakers, Clippers, they've all got champions. Point being is, if you're Sacramento and you don't want the Warriors, well, then lay down Friday night. Lay down. And then the Warriors will get the 5 seed, and they'll play Phoenix.
Unless they also lay down on Sunday against Portland. So there's a little bit of like...
Who, the Warriors?
Yeah.
The Warriors aren't going to lay down.
Well, if they
how do you lay down against Portland? You probably win anyway.
Well, Portland. I mean, don't sleep on the Blazers. They've won 2 of 10.
We're starting Moses Moody. He'll be like, I scored 30. I'm playing Portland. Sorry, I didn't know. You know, I
if I'm Sacramento, I want the Warriors not only because of the no-Cal rivalry, and I'm sure Kings fans are dying. KC, we had him on from our sister station. They want that smoke. But if I'm Sacramento, I want the Warriors because the Warriors don't play a lot of defense. And if I'm Sacramento and I'm looking to win a playoff game 130 to 129, the Warriors are the team I want.
Really? Because the Warriors also, that starting unit plays the best offense in all of the NBA, and we don't play defense either.
Well, that starting unit hasn't played together in 3 months.
They're going to next week.
Presumably.
They're going to in a week and a half. It's interesting because it's one of those things where I think all of these teams probably have a certain goal, but you can't effectively really go try to get it. Because, by the way, what a dangerous game to be like, well, okay, we'll lay down in this one. Well, then the next thing you know, you end up out of the playoffs entirely.
Right.
You talked yesterday about somebody on a heater. All right, I'm the Lakers. I don't want Phoenix. So forget this game tonight. We're sitting LeBron and AD, and we'll take the play-in game, okay? And the next thing you know, you're taking on the New Orleans Pelicans, and former Laker Brandon Ingram comes to town, all ticked off that you traded him years ago, goes on a wild heater, and the Pelicans beat the Lakers by 12 points. Well, next thing you know, 2 days later, you are in a basketball game to either get into the playoffs or not, and here come the talented Minnesota Timberwolves, and you could be out. So I just think that's a very, very dangerous game for any of these teams to play.
It is.
I think you need to push all the chips in the middle of the table. The Kings are the ones who have a little bit of room to play with. If they want to rest somebody Friday night because Mike Brown is sitting there going, look, I know you kids think you want this smoke. You actually don't want this smoke. I watched this last year from the bench. You don't want this? Like, yeah, Domantas Sabonis has got a cold. You're not here tonight.
Right.
Why not? What do they lose? Nothing.
They lose nothing.
They could get the Clippers, which is a way easier matchup.
Yeah, well.
I think it is.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
With no Paul George?
Well, it depends on what happens tonight because it's Clippers or Lakers, and whoever loses this game tonight dips down into the play-in scenario. And
they're there now. The loser, right? Yeah, the Lakers
the loser
are there
of this
now.
game, yeah.
Yes,
and you've got the Pelicans at 40 and 39. I don't believe they do play tonight against the Grizzlies. So the Kings will have a chance to have a good look at the standings before they play that game. If the Pelicans lose to the Grizzlies and they fall down to 40 and 40, well, then the loser of tonight's game is probably the 7, and so it's not that much of a dramatic effect.
What's the number in this one? The Pelicans are -7 against the Grizzlies. I would. Now, I'm not great at this, so you go ahead and take this with a grain of salt.
Did you hit your 4-teamer last night?
I did not hit all 4. No, I did not hit all 4. Remember, although
be a lot cooler if you did.
I think I hit 3. I think it was the Lakers. I had the Lakers. They won in overtime. They barely won at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the Pelicans are going to blow the Grizzlies off of the page tonight. So, for a few reasons. The Grizzlies have absolutely no reason to win it. The Grizzlies are nowhere near as good of a team on the road. The Pelicans got beat at home by Sacramento last night. Need the game a hell of a lot more. They were embarrassed. And just ask yourself, why are the Pelicans favored by 7 against the Grizzlies? That should tell you everything you need to know right there. So, just from me to you, you can reject it. You can fade me. Do whatever you want. Pelicans -7. That's an interesting game, if you ask me. But let's play that out. Pelicans win that game.
Sure. They're 41 and 39.
Right. And then the Lakers-Clippers loser
41 and 39
will have the exact same record.
Yeah.
Well, right? Yes, they will.
And the Warriors will be the 6th seed no matter what after tonight.
So that team, by the way, we keep saying the Laker-Clipper loser is the 7th seed. They may not even be the 7th seed. They may be 8. They may have to go on the road to play New Orleans.
Yeah, based on the tiebreaker.
And I know there's I know there's more games this weekend, but I don't know, man. I know players try to play and coaches coach, and nobody's going to go up. But you can certainly do strategic load management, and you can target who everybody's trying to target. Sorry, Beam. They all want you. They all want you.
They want the Beam.
Because you're a adorable.
Oh, shoot. There it is.
You're adorable.
Warriors are guaranteed to at least be in the play-in.
Everybody wants
right now.
to come pet you on the head.
If Minnesota loses and the Timberwolves don't play tonight, that'd be tomorrow, then the Warriors would be guaranteed to be a top 8 team.
Right. The Warriors eliminated the Thunder as far as head-to-head last night. They will finish ahead of the Thunder.
Correct.
The Warriors will at least be a play-in team.
Correct. So they've got that going for them, which is nice. And if you're the Warriors, who are you rooting for tonight, Clippers or Lakers? I know you lose the tiebreaker to both, if I'm not mistaken. So you become the 6th seed no matter what. But who do you want to have to see struggling Joe Namath in the play-in tournament?
Well, I guess you lean into the scenario that you and Fitz threw out there, which is that if the Lakers are the ones that fall into the play-in tournament, but then get the 7, who do you think can beat Memphis and therefore create a potential for home court advantage for the Warriors in round 2?
That's the Lakers to me.
So is it the Lakers, is it the Clippers, or is it the Pelicans? Who is it of those 3? Who can beat the Grizzlies?
Lakers, Clippers, then Pelicans.
All right, so you are rooting against whoever you think can beat the Grizzlies. So if you think the Lakers are that team, then you're rooting for the Clippers tonight.
Yeah.
All right? Did we figure that out?
We did. Go Clips.
Let's go, Clips. Come on, Westbrook. I've always liked you. Always been a fan. Always thought he was underrated, didn't understand why people would take shots at him.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, you've always been pro Westbrook.
Oh, I love him. Love him.
Speaking of players that you love,
I'm just fired up.
We got a player, a former Warrior, who is flirting with perfection tonight, hosting the Brooklyn Nets.
Who this?
James Wiseman, 3 for 3 from the floor. He's got 9 points. He's got 3 rebounds.
This is James Wiseman.
Pistons down 11, but don't let that get in the way of an otherwise good narrative.
Hey, I told you.
Perfection.
Did you read the thing from Friedel when he talked to Wiseman?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm pulling for James. You're not, but I am.
No, I'm pulling for James. James can do it.
You're down on James.
I'm not down on James. I do think, remember the conversation we had yesterday about knowing the story?
Yeah.
Just because a sports team told us the story? All right, so is this the whole deal? Warriors will tell you, look, James is amazing. We think James is going to be a star, but James needs minutes. And we don't have those here.
Right.
So we traded him. Is that the whole story?
I'll buy that.
You buy that? You buy that?
I'm buying it, sure.
In
Steve
full?
Kerr coming up in 20 minutes.
In full. You're buying that.
No, of course not, Mark. The real story is 1 or 2 or 3 or all the veterans knocked on somebody's door and said, dude, if you play him again, I'm pulling a hamstring, and you won't see me for a month.
Yeah, but that's fine. What if the brass was like, fine, we won't play him this year, but we think he's going to be a superstar, so we're not like dealing him for help.
You keep him around for next year, I'm going to have turf toe, okay? And you won't see me.
You can turf toe in the NBA.
You know what it'd be? It would be Kawhi Leonard neuropathy.
Oh, gosh.
73 games.
You don't want that.
73 games. Then he came back and he won an NBA championship. It's a miracle.
It's true. This is Warrior Wednesday, and it's brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. And then, by the way, you know who sponsors Willard and Dibs and Dillies and Wibbies? You know who?
It's Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
We can prove that it's a Warrior Wednesday to you because coming up in less than 20 minutes, Steve Kerr.
Yes.
On this program, Willard and Dibs.
This is James Wiseman.
Power Trip in Indio, California. 3 nights, 6 legendary bands. Friday, Guns N' Roses and Iron Maiden. Saturday, AC/DC and Ozzy Osbourne.
only. Exclusions apply.
Joe picked up by Draymond after the loose ball. Joe knocked away. Draymond picked his pocket. Poole comes up with it. It's a foot race. He spins to the rim and scores! He split J-Dub Williams and Giddey and caught them unawares. J-Dub Williams goes all the way up. Blocked by DiVincenzo. He wanted a foul. Looney comes up with a loose ball to Dante. He's hit at midcourt by Joe. It's a foul, and this place is going crazy.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Dante, nice job. Restaurant quality first half last night. DiVincenzo.
I want the restaurant quality.
You got it.
Yeah,
you got it. You got it. You want it. You got it, Toyota. There it is. And Chase Center starting to, I know we said this last year during the playoff run, where Chase Center for the first time was given the opportunity to sort of like build its personality.
Yeah.
I don't mean
it's a culture.
I don't mean to personify a building, but you get what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And last night, and a lot of times this year, starting to hear a lot of broadcasters be like, it is loud in here. It is loud in here right now. So Chase Center, I'm not going to compare it to Roracle and all of that, but it's starting to, their home record speaks to it.
Yeah. Yeah. And as a guy who has been to a number of games this year, all in the upper deck because I'm a real one. I'm not like one of these
keep it real
midday. I keep it real. Not one of these midday glad handers where, hey, Mr. Myers, can I get your seats? Because I got to sit real close to the floor because I'm a real one, Mark. I sit in the upper deck with real people, and I know what the real crowd is like up there in the upper deck because I'm a real one.
What are you saying about lower bowl people? I don't have Bob Myers' number. Bob, I'd love it. I would love Bob Myers. I am not above this. You can be a real one.
Bob, don't call me. Don't text me. Don't offer me your tickets, Bob. I don't want them.
Like, why are you texting only Steiny and Goo just because they happen to have the show that ended up being the executive show? What? Like, we're right here, Bob. Spread it around.
Bob, on behalf of Willard and myself, we don't want your second row tickets.
No, on behalf of yourself, go ahead.
Mark's better than that, Bob.
He's not.
Bob, if I may, Mark and I would like to just say that we, all right, Bob, I'm speaking for myself. I'm a real one, Bob. You know what, Bob? And I'll say this, Bob, because you're a little younger than me, and you and I have been going to Warrior games almost as long as one another, although you were in kindergarten when I went to my first Warrior game. And you know what? At the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum, Bob, you remember, there were no upper level and lower level. There was one level. And oftentimes, I was up in the 70th row, the 80th row, and I was just damn thrilled to be there. And now that I happen to have come up and I'm somebody in this business, I don't want your second row seats. And neither does Mark Willard.
Yeah, that's wrong. Listen, I have nothing.
You're a peninsula kid.
I got nothing.
I'm from the mean streets of Marin County.
I got no problem with the upper tank.
Thank you.
I sat in the upper tank for the Western Conference Finals last year. I love the upper tank, but if somebody wants to offer me lower bowl, I'll be lower bowl Bob. I was in the lower bowl in game against Philadelphia and won Bob seats, but they're great seats.
I used to work with a guy.
Apologize for
you should apologize for it because you won't be in the upper bowl, and if you ever are in the upper bowl, you won't post about it. You'll be too embarrassed to be up there in the UB in the upper bowl.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Let's go to your Instagram.
I'm gonna go to the day for it.
Let's go to it.
Yep, MT Willard Instagram right now. I'm gonna scroll
there's an
back.
Underscore in there somewhere.
No, not on Instagram.
Got a lot of underscores.
Where are we? This is what last year. The lovely Christy and I went to a game. It was game one of the Western Conference Finals against the Dallas Mavericks.
I was there. Had to sneak down to the club level.
Oh, you snuck down. What's wrong with the upper bowl there?
I didn't have seats.
Dibs?
I had standing room only, and my legs were too tired. I couldn't stand.
Damn it, why can't I find it?
Because it's not there, Mark.
Yes, it is.
Bob, on behalf of Mark and I, we don't want your second row seats. I'm happy in the 200 club.
Damn it, I can't find it.
And if they had a 300 club, I'd be up in the 300s. That's me, Bob.
Must have made it an IG story.
Exactly.
I definitely posted.
Point well taken.
Definitely posted from the upper bowl. I got no problem.
Anyway, your
enough
point
about where we sit at Warrior
Chase
games.
Center has arrived.
Yeah.
Chase Center is now, I'm not saying that it's Oracle or Roracle. And all you fans who think you know, you weren't at the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum when I was in the mid-'70s and late '70s. So don't pretend like you know what you're talking about when you talk about Roracle.
Stop getting mad at people for not being as old as you. That's not
I'm
their
not
fault.
getting mad at them.
Yeah.
I'm simply checking people, Mark. This is chess, not checkers, and all y'all are getting put into check because you don't know what we OGs know about the old arena before it was even Oracle, before Oracle became Roracle, and Oracle rises as one. Thank you, Bob. Before any of those days, Bob, you were there, I was there, and most of all y'all weren't there.
Okay. I saw World Beat Free at that arena, okay?
Please.
So, what do you mean, please? I saw World Be Free in white uniforms at that building. So don't tell me where I haven't been.
You know who I saw at that building? Lloyd Free. Before he changed his name to World Be Free.
That's weak. Anyway.
It's what it is. It's OG status. Before he changed his name to World B, when he was just Lloyd and I were there together.
Just Lloyd. Just a guy named Lloyd.
2 L's inside.
JB Carroll.
Thank you.
Great team. I
Kerr
love that
coming up
team.
at 5 o'clock, my family.
Yeah, Kerr's coming up in 5 minutes, and he will no doubt answer all of the questions that we're looking to get to. But this is going to be everybody's first chance to dive back in and get an answer, for instance, to what maybe the plan is for Andrew Wiggins. Here's what Bob Myers said yesterday.
As far as return to play, that'll be decided by our medical staff, Andrew, but I don't have that answer. I don't think anybody has that answer. But once we do, we'll tell you as soon as we know he's not hurt, but basketball requires a certain level of stamina and endurance, and we need to make sure he's ready to play when he comes back.
Well, the indications have also been that Andrew Wiggins is not someone who's going to have restrictions on him. So in other words, when he's cleared, when they decide he's healthy, he's in. And we don't have any reason to think that he wouldn't be healthy. He certainly did not either. I can't wait to ask Steve if there's an update, because I'm sure they've taken a look at Andrew today, and we'll find out what Andrew did today. And then, who knows, maybe Steve's going to break some news for us right here in about 5 minutes. I don't know, but
it'd be cool if he did.
It would be a lot cooler if he did.
Totally.
And call it a gut feeling. I say Andrew Wiggins is going to play on Friday night.
Yeah, it's your gut against my gut, and I like my gut's chances against your gut. It's a little bit more, it sounds better if I say it. God, I'm a fat red pumpkin.
That's my bad.
Whoa, that's a damn four from back there.
Where'd you pull that from?
That's from earlier this week. And it's, geez.
God.
Well, it's funny you say that, because when I look at the Disgrace at Chase video, I was a giant blue pumpkin that day. I'm not as fat as I was 3 years ago.
Which is great.
Still a little
That's
hefty.
great. No,
but again,
but
my gut against your gut.
Dude.
I like my chances, and my gut says he plays Sunday.
It's good to be going the other way when you're getting up into the mid, up into the mid.
Into the mid what, Mark?
Just the midlife.
You could say it, because you're knocking on 50's door.
I know I am. Yeah.
I'm beyond midlife.
No, you're not.
Mark, if I live to be 108, I'm at my midlife.
Stop being so defeatist. That's only one more win than the Giants got 2 years ago.
That's true.
You can do it.
I'm on the back nine.
Just put your you-know-what into it, okay?
Thank you. Put my organs into it. Oh, boy. I need a whole new, I need an organectomy.
Oh, that's good if you're going the other way. That actually was one of my favorite, fun I don't even know if it was a compliment. Fun moment this week when I sent Guru the picture. Remember we were talking about taking a picture with someone after you do an interview?
Right.
Goo fanned out on the chef.
You and the chef from 2010.
Right. Was it 10? It was.
Or 09. He was a baby.
It was 11, 12 years ago. And I had interviewed Steph at the All-Star weekend in L.A. And then as the only Dubs fan down there, got a pic with the young player for the Warriors who I was hoping was going to be up and coming. Little did I know he was going to be the greatest thing since ever in the NBA. And got a picture, and I sent it to Goo, and Goo looks at the picture, and the reaction was, he goes, you were a little thicker back then. I was like, thanks, Goo. I don't think you meant to compliment me.
Right.
But if here I am 11 years later, and I'm thinner than I was then, that's a win. Come on, right?
Not really.
No?
No, because you weren't thick back then.
Thicker?
Maybe.
What do you mean maybe?
You've always been slender.
That was his reaction.
you don't know what thick is, so you don't get to talk about thick or thicker.
You don't know my history.
I do.
You have no idea. I was a pudgy little.
No,
That's right. I was a pudgy little guy.
Right,
I was.
like a pudgy little baby?
Yeah, I was a big bone.
Great.
Goo goo.
My younger son, my middle child now, was 30 pounds at 3 years of age, and over the course of the next 7 years, he gained 15 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah. He was as like a third grader, he weighed about 50 pounds. So, yeah, he was a pudgy 3-year-old. Oh, boy, this kid. Pudgesaurus.
Doesn't always go that way.
No, it doesn't. So I see you.
Steve Kerr had his opportunity to talk about Wiggins yesterday as well. Here's what he said.
It was just great. Everybody's happier when Wiggs is around. He's a really important guy in our locker room, despite the fact that or maybe because of the fact that he's quiet. I think guys like that, but everyone likes him, and just his presence, I think, brought a good mood to the locker room, and wonderful to have him on the bench and to see the ovation that he got from our fans. So it's great to have Wiggs back.
And here's Steph Curry on Wiggins being back.
Yeah, he's one of us. We talked about the whole time. It was when he came back was the right time, and considering everything he's been through, and we love his presence. The Wiggs smile, just having him in the locker room was big. I didn't get to see him on the court as much, but it was great to have him back.
It's kind of reminding me of just something that I have learned to embrace with this particular Warriors team, which is that they are like a box of chocolates. You quoted Forrest Gump earlier in the show. They are like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. And that's true with this one as well. I don't know when Wiggins is coming back. I don't know what he's going to look like when he does come back. And I don't know what the trickle-down effect is for this team and if there's sort of a ramp-up for that. In other words, do they almost need to reboot the chemistry a little bit? And if so, that's one of the reasons if I'm the Warriors. Look, I don't see
You're
Andrew.
not the Warriors.
I'm not the Warriors. I don't know what's going on with his mind and his body, but I want Andrew and that rotation on the floor as quickly as possible.
Agreed.
Because you've got 2 games until, in theory,
the playoffs.
You're starting the playoffs, and so you don't have time. You
This
don't have the benefit
team
of time.
is like a box of chocolates, a C's Candies box of chocolates, where there's like 5 or 6 in there that nobody wants, and you're not sure what's in there. That's what this Warrior season to me has been, Mark. It's like, ooh, boy, and you bite into it, it's like, ooh, boy, that's an unfortunate road loss of a chocolate. And then you look at another one, it's like,
coconut.
I don't want that one. So you're right, Forrest Gump. This Warrior season's been like a big, giant box of C's.
No doubt. And we'll talk to Steve Kerr about it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. And here we go with Steve Kerr, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. The head coach of the Dubs joins us here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, I think the last time we were talking to you, you were golfing. What'd you do with today's off day?
I am in my car heading home from the office, just getting ready for Sacramento. But I caught the last part of your conversation. I think you guys nailed. What a perfect metaphor! You nailed it. The box of chocolate?
Yeah, the box of chocolate. I mean, you know what? That's actually a good place to start because earlier today, I asked Dibs, I go, hey, it's even within games. There's the first half Warriors, the second half Warriors. I go, can you remember a game where they played just 4 clean quarters? And so we should ask you, can you remember 4 clean quarters together?
It's been a while for sure, but I mean, yeah, that's just not who we are. That's not this year's team. And there's as Bill Parcells said, you are what your record says you are, and there's a lot of truth to that. So even though we can point to 7, 8 different games and say, man, we should have won that game and this game, we didn't. And so we have been flawed. Not for a lack of effort. I love the effort, and the guys care, and they're competing. But we've just been inconsistent, and we're really searching for that consistency, and we have been better, I think, of late. And we're in a position where we can still achieve our goals. So we're going to keep moving forward.
Last night's a great example of what you're talking about, Coach. You give up 79 in the first half, and you're down by, 10 at the half, and yet no sense of panic, and you come out and you right the ship. What was the mood like in the locker room knowing that it wasn't a must-win, but a huge game, and yet you came out and you gave up 79 through 2 quarters?
Yeah, the mood was okay. I think it was important just for us to settle down and remind the players that, we were down 10, I think, at half. We didn't get any stops, but they were making everything. And we felt like we could be much better defensively, and that they weren't gonna make shots all night long. If we picked up our defense and our intensity and our ball pressure, that the game could swing, and it did almost immediately. We got right back in the game, and we held them to maybe 47 or something in the second half. So great effort from our guys, and I think that's where you can really see, a game like last night or the Pelicans last week. We have a championship group, and they've still got it. Like, they can still dig deep and really turn up the defense and swing a game. We're just not as dominant and as consistent and as deep as we once were, but that's okay. This is a really fun team, and we're working hard. Our guys are grinding.
Steve, now that Andrew is back with the team, what did he do today, and is there any update on the plan for his return?
Yeah, he scrimmaged today with some of our younger guys and some coaches. So it's full court, 5-on-5, and he looked good. And one thing with Andrew is that he's just got that God-given athleticism, and he's one of those guys who just doesn't seem to get tired very, very easily. A lot like Andre Iguodala. It's just he hasn't played in whatever it is 2 months, and he's out there running around and looking pretty good. But he still has to really stack together a number of days like this before he's really, I think, ready to go out and play in an NBA game. We can't put him in a bad spot health-wise. We got to make sure we build him up, get his strength and his conditioning in a good place before we put him out there. So he's not going to play in these last 2 games of the regular season, but he'll continue to work and he'll ramp it up pretty quickly.
Does that make being a playoff team all the more important in terms of what the schedule would look like? Because I would imagine tomorrow he's got an opportunity to maybe scrimmage again or practice in some sort of fashion. Then he doesn't play Friday. Saturday's a travel day. If you're a playoff team, does that help him inordinately to be ready for the following weekend?
That would help him, and it would help us, because if you avoid the play-in, I think you end up with about 6 days off, and that's a time, thinking back to last year, where we had some really good practices. We were able to install some things that we needed to install, game planning wise, knowing our opponent, add a few wrinkles here and there and get a couple good scrimmages in. And if Wiggs can take part in that, then, which he would be able to do, then it's a really, really good kind of ramp up for him, not only physically but mentally too, getting back into the mix.
Coach, can you expand on that a little bit, especially having been there before? I know it didn't lead to the playoffs after you did it, but for this team, what would the difference be for your mentality, your physical side? What would the difference be in terms of having to go through the play-in tournament and not?
Well, the number one thing is you get the preparation time, the 5 or 6 days to get guys' minds and bodies right. You're at home. You get that prep time. Each guy needs something different. Some guys might need a couple days off. Some guys might need extra work. But whatever you need, you just do. And by the time game 1 comes around, you feel like you're in a really good place. But during the play-in, all that stuff goes out the window. It's like the regular season just continues. You play a game, you get a day off, and possibly another game, and when we experienced it a couple of years ago, obviously we lost both, and that was it. So, we know how dangerous the play-in is, and we'd love to avoid it if we can.
One more health-related from me, Steve. Klay Thompson seemed like a late scratch last night with the back issue. Is this a pre-existing sort of ailment? Is it something that popped up? What's your concern level for Klay Thompson's back?
It's not real high. I mean, this was something that just popped up really late yesterday and caught us off guard, and we had to change the the rotation, and we changed the starting lineup because of every lineup is it's built with all five guys in mind, and you take Klay out of most of those lineups, it changes everything, and then there's the domino effect. So that was what we dealt with last night. But he came in today, he was feeling a little better, he got some shots up, and I don't anticipate him being out for Sacramento.
Steve Kerr with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95-7 the game. Coach, I thought an interesting post-game conversation that you had with regard to Moses Moody after a really great performance, and it raised some eyebrows for sure. You spoke about the maturity that he has shown this year through this process. I wonder if you can expand a little bit about what were those conversations like, and what exactly did he say to you throughout the year when he was not playing as much?
Well, Moses is an old soul. He's just got a lot of wisdom for someone so young and inexperienced. He was obviously raised really well. He comes from a great family. He's very grounded and practical. And when Bob and I sat him down 6 weeks ago or so, we asked him how he was dealing with not playing much, and he was so matter of fact. He just said, I chose to develop in the NBA, and part of that is sitting and having to earn my time. I could have stayed at Arkansas and played 35 minutes a night and developed on the court, but I chose to do so in the NBA. So this is part of it, and it was so eye-opening to hear a young guy say something like that. It was so rational and thoughtful, and it's one of the things I love about Moses. He's going to have a really successful NBA career, and he's going to be good for us for a long time. But he understands the path, and this year hasn't been easy on him. But frankly, a couple months ago he wasn't ready, and I think seeing him last night, seeing the progress over the last couple of months in practice every day, in his workouts, in his approach, I think he's much better now than he was, and I think he's earned some minutes.
And when he plays with that edge, and last night his offensive rebound off the free throw followed by the flat-footed, two-footed jam on the follow, does that make it now more difficult to figure out rotations because he's forcing his way into them?
Well, it's a good problem to have. That's what you want. You want to have to choose from a bunch of good options. And but I just feel like Moses has been through a great process of learning and playing every day, in practice and spending some time in the G League. And what I've noticed the last couple of weeks in the scrimmages is just his ability to use his strength and his understanding of how to use that strength around the basket. You saw it a couple of times last night. That offensive rebound was great. I mean, just, fantastic show of force and emotion. And so he's getting there. And, he has definitely, like I said, he's definitely earned more minutes.
Coach, there are always a lot of eyeballs and opinions about lineups and who's starting and who's finishing. Can you share with our listeners how you go about coming to decisions like that on a night in and night out basis, and in particular, a starting lineup last night where Lamb plays and then doesn't come back in the second half? What were the dynamics at play there?
Well, with Klay out, we wanted to try to get off to a good start, and the group we started has been starting second quarters for us the last couple weeks, and they've been really successful. I think, granted it's limited minutes, but maybe 50 minutes or so, 5-0. They've had a huge net rating, positive. There's been a good flow on the court. We've had good size on the wings with Lamb and Kuminga, and those guys have played well together all year. Poole and Steph obviously provide the scoring. Draymond kind of ties it all together. So that's the thinking. When Klay goes out, it's like, all right, let's find a good lineup that we can get off to a good start with. And then the other thing it does is it balances out your bench rotation. So now, you're coming off the bench with real strength with Looney and Gary Payton and Dante. And so that's kind of how we look at it. But you also have to adapt on the fly, and it didn't work last night. We got off to a slow start, couldn't get stops, and then you adjust from there. And in the second half, we found some groups that really clicked, and we just stayed with those groups. And that's kind of how it works on nights like that when you're missing people.
So going into the game, what's that jigsaw puzzle like in terms of your lineups? Who's available, and then what are our best lineups, and how do we best juggle these lineups to have our best 5 available at the end of the game? How long does it take for you and the coaching staff to go through and piece all that together?
Well, we didn't have much time. By the time we got word that Klay was out, we probably had 15 minutes. But these are things we're discussing all the time. Who plays well with whom, and we have all the numbers in front of us from our analytics department. Good combinations, whether it's 2-man combinations, 3-man combinations. We have a general sense of who plays well together and who doesn't. So it wasn't that difficult. You have a sense of these things. You try to get some proof, from analytics, and then you go and you got to, like I said, you got to adjust on the fly.
Can I ask you what numbers that you look at? Because Mark and I were having this discussion earlier, because we'll have debates and we all just pull numbers out of our back pocket, for lack of a better way to describe it. It's like, oh, this number proves my point. When you look at numbers, what numbers do you really look at and say, now that's a number that I like?
Well, if you're talking about traditional statistics, I always, at the end of a game in a box score, I always look at our assist-to-turnover ratio, and then rebounding numbers, and it adds up to the possession game. If I've always felt over the years that if we stayed pretty even on the possession game, meaning same number of field goal attempts as our opponents, that we were gonna win, because we had better shooters than everybody else with Steph and Klay and obviously Kevin for several years. And so those were always the first numbers that I looked at the box score. But if you want to go deeper into the analytics, I'm looking at 2- and 3-man combinations, groupings of players. It's hard with 5-man combinations because you don't get a huge sample size until really deep into the season. So you look at 2- and 3-man combinations. A good example is Kuminga and Lamb. For whatever reason, they've been great together, much better together than separate this year. So we like to put those guys together in our 5-man combinations at times.
Coach, you've admitted to scoreboard watching. Will you be wearing a Lakers jersey or a Clippers jersey tonight?
I'm still trying to figure it out.
Right? Us too. We were just doing this. I don't know who I'm rooting for.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, the easiest thing for us is to just win our last 2 games, obviously, and then we know we're in. But, Sacramento is going to be tough. We know that, and Portland's been playing everybody well. They just won in Minnesota a couple days ago, and so you just take care of your own stuff. But if we're to lose one of these 2, we're going to need some help. So there's a lot to sort out.
Is this time of year, being where you are, more exciting or more nauseating for you?
No, it's exciting. It's I think we love this. I mean, it's competition. It's not life or death. There's plenty of criticism that may come your way as a team, as individuals, whatever. But that's kind of part of the deal. We're all in this because we love to compete. We love the juice that comes with, competition, going out there on game nights and knowing there's so much at stake and feeling people's emotion in the crowd. This is great stuff. So I look forward to every game.
Steve Kerr with us, 17 minutes for GP2 last night. How is his presence changing things for you guys?
Well, he gives us obviously a great on-ball presence defensively, And then he's sneaky offensively. He'll knock down a three. He understands how to work behind the defense and, get little putbacks. And he had that great putback dunk last night. He had a big assist to Draymond underneath the basket late in the game last night. So Gary's he's a crafty player, kind of a power forward in a point guard's body, and so he's different. He presents a sort of a different challenge to the opponent, and it's great to have him back. He's a winner, and he's a guy who has impacted winning for us now for a couple of years. So we're thrilled to have him back.
Mark and I always rave about the restaurant quality of Dante DiVincenzo and the impact that he's had. How critical is it for you guys to be able to start him, bring him off the bench, or play him in any other fashion?
He's going to be successful regardless of the role he plays. You start him, you know exactly what you're going to get with that energy and just the force that he plays with. And last night we make the late change. We were going to start him all the way up until we found out that Klay was out. We make the change, and he immediately comes off the bench and changes the game, knocks down a couple threes, brings the energy. The crowd loves him. So Dante's awesome. He's just been such a huge addition for us this year. The guys love playing with him. He's fantastic.
Coach, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, we asked you sort of how you come up with your closing lineup. And if I remember correctly, you mentioned that you start with what you know, which is that Steph, Klay, and Dre are in there, and then the rest is kind of matchup dependent. It's become a little bit of a hot button discussion for everybody in recent days with regard to Jordan Poole and whether he's in or out there. And he's obviously had a couple of games here where he's really closed well. Is there any chance he sort of breaks into that group that you mentioned where he's kind of an auto play for the Final Five?
Every game's just different, and if he plays like he played last night, it's automatic, but these games are all different, and the challenge is different each night, and what you're constantly trying to balance with every team, but I think especially with our team this year compared to Warriors teams of the past 8 or 9 years, is just finding the best balanced two-way lineup, because you got to get stops. And last night we closed with a super small lineup. It was Dante, Gary, Jordan, Steph, and Draymond. I think Loon came in late for Gary, but we were really small out there. But the game was going well for us, so we stayed with it. There's other games where it's not going so well, and you got to make that adjustment. So, what you hope for is what we had a few years ago, where you know exactly who your closing lineup is every night, because you have a two-way group that's going to survive any matchup. But that's not where we are right now.
Where you are is in the play-in at worst and controlling your own destiny to be a play-off team, and knowing that you're going to have additional games beyond the 82. How are you feeling about where your club is heading into the real big games here in April?
Well, I'm excited. Obviously, it's great to have Wiggs back in the building, and I think we're going to need him. If we're going to make some hay in the playoffs, we got to have him because of what we were just talking about, the two-way ability. Wiggs is in that group. You think about all of our playoff series a year ago, he's taken the best guy, whether it's Luka or Jason Tatum or whoever, and then he's given us 18 or 20 points a night, 4 or 5 offensive rebounds. He was brilliant, and that's what it takes to win a championship. That's why it's so hard to get where you're trying to get and win 4 rounds and raise that trophy. It takes great players, and it takes good health and some good fortune, and you need a little bit of all of that. And so we're thrilled to have Wiggs back, and hopefully we can get him back up and running here before too long.
Steve, if you had a vote for Coach of the Year, does that go to Mike Brown?
I already did vote for Mike. So we all get a vote in the Coaches Association. So there's I think there's 2 different Coach of the Year awards. One is from the media, one is from the coaches, and I voted for Mike. There's always guys who are worthy. A lot of guys have done really excellent work this year, but to me, Mike stands out. I think I think he deserves it.
I love it. Give him the award now, and then take him down in the playoffs, Steve. If that's what it comes to. I know you play Friday, you play Sunday, but I'm going to borrow from Jim Nantz and just say hello, friends, because it is the Masters. Are you going to watch it all, and do you have a Masters pick for the audience, Steve?
I will watch. I'm a golfing nut, and Steph and Andre and I will definitely be discussing all things Masters the next few days. I'm going with Xander Schauffele. That's my pick.
There you go.
I like it. God, he's been so close.
San Diego State. You're going to ride the Aztecs wave. That's what you're doing here, Steve.
Well, you know this. I'm a San Diego guy. That's kind of home base in the off season. So there's a little bit of a bias there for sure.
If you guys don't have a pool, I got a little action. If you need a taste, Steve, just let me know. Let your boy Dibs know.
I don't partake in gambling.
Okay.
They've got a pool. His name is Jordan. Steve, yes, thank you very much, sir, as always.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, there he goes.
Steve.
That is Steve Kerr, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts
Our
now.
pool's just for fun. It's 1,700 guys.
Right.
It's actually for punches in the arm.
I love that you keep trying to get professional athletes to gamble.
No.
You're going to get somebody suspended one of these days. You ever heard of Calvin Ridley? Keep away from them parlays, Steve.
Hello, friends. I take Venmo.
I always have to ask if people have Zelle once they ask me for a Venmo. I've told you my Venmo thing. I can't get Venmo. They got my phone number all wrong. It's a whole thing. It's really annoying because I have to be the dummy who sounds like he's 114 years old. They're like, will you Venmo me? And I'm like, do you have PayPal? And they're like, oh, who's going to still give me a PayPal?
Seriously.
And then So anyway, how about that?
A little piece of news.
That was pretty interesting.
News.
You and I were both wrong.
Yeah.
Andrew Wiggins is not playing for the rest of the regular season.
Yep.
And so, look.
Not Friday, not Sunday.
Look, as we said yesterday, there is the precedent. You remember this conversation. There is the precedent to just go ahead and bring back a big presence right as the playoffs start. They did it with Steph Curry last year.
Right. And that's, I think, where we're going. And, he was gone 2 months. So even though he was working out and he kind of made me laugh when he was at his press conference yesterday, Andrew Wiggins, he's like, yeah, I've lifted a couple times. And it's like, oh, yeah, I'm sure you have. But the NBA rigors and the up and down and the adrenaline and the exertion, you can't replicate that by yourself in whatever gym you're going to be at. So it's going to take some time for him to ramp back up.
Yeah, well, and you can't risk injury, obviously. And I think that that's what they think they'd be doing if you stick him out into an NBA game, particularly a very stressful one, which all of these will be now from here until the end. And so you can't stick him out there until he's kind of back in the flow. And so if that's the way they're going to do it, that works. However, I will say this. My first reaction to the idea that Wiggins is now out for the rest of the regular season is it only ramps up the importance of these last two games because if Andrew needs more ramp-up time, I have an idea. How about if the Warriors don't play next Tuesday?
Right.
Right? Because that play-in, if the idea is Wiggins is out for the remainder of the regular season, but we're going to get him in there in some form as soon as we're in the postseason, call it the playoffs, call it whatever you want, but all the games that happen after Sunday, well, I don't know. I don't want him to be injected in for 13 minutes into a must-win play-in game situation. That sounds very disadvantageous. So
for both, for Andrew and for the team.
This really,
even though the 7-8 game would not be a must-win, I don't want to dwell on that.
Well, mathematically, no, but
right, it's a big one.
Yeah, it's
but
huge.
I'm with you on the surface, and that's why I asked him a follow-up of how big does that make these last two to be able to give him that week-long ramp-up. And he said, not only for Andrew, but for everybody. And you think about it, you beat Sacramento Friday. Yeah, sorry, Beam. And you beat Portland on Sunday, and you're a playoff team.
Yeah.
Monday's an off day. Tuesday, you get back to it. Wednesday, you go hard. Thursday, it's a light day. Friday you go hard.
Or travel.
Saturday you're off.
Yeah.
And then Sunday, yeah, exactly. Saturday you'd travel. I would assume they would play Sunday because
Probably.
they're a marquee team.
Yep.
Point being, you can set your week like an NFL team.
No doubt. So this is huge. And one thing that I find sort of, I guess it fits into the box that we've created today. There are so many people going, look, okay, you got to win these last two. And I'm sitting here going, what are the chances of that? I mean, like back-to-back road games? I don't care who you're playing. You could be playing Orlando and Detroit. Oh, by the way, two places where they lost this year. So even the assumption that they're going to beat Portland and Friday, I don't even know what to think in terms of the dynamic that will develop on Friday. Is Sacramento trying? Do they want it? Do they want it bad? Right? Do they want to send a message? Or do they want to sit? It could be either of those or anything in between. I have no idea what the Kings are going to do with this basketball game.
Right.
And without knowing that, I have no idea what to think about the Warriors' chances of winning it. But I hear a lot of people going, well, you got to win these last two. Well, holy hell, that feels very unlikely for a 9-30 road team.
You know how many times they've won back-to-back games on the road? And I'm only counting on the same road trip.
Okay.
Because
I know it happened, obviously, a week ago with Houston and Dallas.
Correct. March 20th and March 22nd.
Something tells me, and I don't remember, but something tells me maybe it happened one other time.
Nah.
No, that was it.
They did win January 20th at Cleveland and then January 30th at OKC. Those were technically back-to-back games.
You had a homestand in between.
Yeah.
You had a homestand in between.
So in terms of like two consecutive games that were road games that were consecutive on the schedule, one lousy gosh darn time, but yet I'm in that same camp of, yeah, you should win both. The beam lightly will be dimmer than usual. I would guess they may rest some players. I don't know if they will.
They don't do that very much.
But Portland's done. They don't do that, but now's the time to do that.
Is it? I mean, they're going to have a week off. If I'm the Kings, I'll tell you which game I'm sitting everybody.
Yeah,
and it'll be the last one. It would be the last one. Why not just sit everybody out on Sunday in Denver, go play in that altitude?
Or maybe it's tonight. You rest them at Dallas.
At Dallas. Well, I mean, that would bother people because, that's the other thing. If you're the Kings.
Right.
And
this is always an interesting question.
Right? What do you owe the league?
Right.
And the answer is usually nothing. But what do you owe the league? Because they are playing in games both tonight and on Friday that are going to have an effect on a lot of other teams. The Dallas Mavericks are, they are playing for their lives. They are a half game behind the Thunder.
I'm fighting for my life.
Right? They move into an even Steven tie, and I don't know who has the breaker. I would imagine it's Dallas, but they move into an even tie with OKC for the final play-in spot if they win tonight. So there is a ton on the line against Sacramento. And then, as we know, Friday night is going to have so much to do with staying out of the play-in tournament completely. So does Sacramento owe it to the rest of these teams to play hard? Denver, who cares about that one on Sunday? Denver doesn't need it. They're the 1 seed. They probably won't play any of their players either, would be my guess.
OKC holds the tiebreaker on Dallas.
Okay.
They took 2 of 3. Dallas has lost 10 of 13.
Oh,
you want to talk about hemorrhaging.
Totally.
They are hemorrhaging. So, and that's always an interesting one, though, in terms of what do you owe the league? And in this day and age of load management, I don't know if you owe anybody anything because you rest. I mean, did you owe somebody something back in February? Because that game mattered 1/82nd of the schedule. Why does this game matter anymore?
No, you're right. Let's go back to the end of the NFL season. Correct me if I'm wrong. The Philadelphia Eagles, in order to clinch the 1 seed, the final week of the season took on the New York Giants.
Right, the New York Football Giants.
And the Giants rested everybody.
Yeah.
They rested everybody. Could have helped the 49ers a whole hell of a lot.
Right.
They tried to play, but they didn't.
That's seeding. That's not playoff berth.
Right, but this is also seeding.
Well, for Dallas, it's their playoff life.
Right. Well, or their play-in life.
I'm agreeing with you to the extent of I don't think in this day and age you owe anybody anything because we all rest players based on whatever we feel like is best for us anyway.
Yeah, you do what's best for you as a team. I mean, how would you feel if you're like, you go out there and Sabonis or somebody gets injured and you're like, why are you even playing him? Well, we owed it.
Right.
we owed it to the Thunder to try. I don't think you can do that. But the reason Friday is so interesting is not just for those functional reasons. Where does everybody end up? Who wins, who loses, what happens to seeding? Let's be real here. There's a thing there. There's a thing between the Kings and the Warriors. This is Northern California. It's not a rivalry. They've never been in the playoffs at the same time.
Right.
But there is obviously the biggest little brother, big brother thing in the history of sports going on. The Kings fancy themselves as here and ready. And the rest of the world looks at them, me at the front of the line, and pats them on the head.
Oh, dismissive.
Welcome to our party. There'll be favors at the end, and you will be going home soon. I've already called your mom.
There's a goodie bag.
And she's on the way. Okay? And
how good are those first birthdays when it's an actual little drop-off? Man. Where you don't have to stay with your kid anymore?
It's the best.
It's a drop-off.
It's the best. Little man's getting taken into the city on Friday afternoon.
That's a drop-off big time.
Not by me.
It's a 4-hour birthday, too. Not one of these 2-hour deals.
That's right. Go on.
The rivalry is bigger than just that, like Sacramento looking at Golden State like, oh, you're the big city. We're the capital of this damn state, and you think you're better than us? Well, they are, but it's also the Harrison Barnes Revenge Series, and it's the Mike Brown versus Steve Kerr, and it's Vivek Ranadive, who is a former minority owner of the Golden State Warriors, who left the ownership group to go buy his own team, and he bought himself a beam. So it's more than just a battle of I-80. There's levels to this.
No, there's a ton. And I don't even think we've touched on all of them. The bottom line is if you're the Kings and how you see yourself is we're the ones who are new to the party, and what we want to do is prove to everybody, because they clearly have a chip on their shoulder. They want to prove to everyone they belong. Well, then where do you start? You start with the champs.
Well, you start with making the playoffs,
right?
For God's
and they
sakes.
did, and they did. They won the division. Even who even knew there was one, but they won the division.
You're gonna hang that banner, and they should.
Yeah,
What would it be if they hung a banner?
I don't know. Hang a towel. We won the division.
You hang the banner. When you haven't done it, you hang the damn banner.
That's what the Clippers do, and they get made fun of for it.
Well, it's because they share a building with a team that's won...
Right. 16, 17 championships.
Something like that.
Yeah, whatever it is.
So that's the only reason why that's a little bit embarrassing. But when you win a division for the first time after not making the playoffs in almost 2 decades, you damn right you hang that banner and you celebrate it, Mark.
No, look, celebrate. I never want to stop someone from celebrating. Pour beer all over everyone's head. I don't care. But it is the classic changing of the guard series. It's not just no-cal versus no-cal. It's the classic, you couldn't script it any better, changing of the guard series. Is it time for the guard to be changed or not if Sacramento takes on Golden State? And I feel like the Kings are going to want to potentially, even if that series does or doesn't happen, they're just because of the potential of it, they're going to want to usher in the tone on Friday night. So I knowing what I know about that team, I'd be shocked if they didn't go all out.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. And,
which is going to make it very difficult to win.
Yeah, but
very difficult to win.
I mean, all out is a little bit subjective because I think that you might see some players play limited minutes or play fewer minutes than they would. I don't think you're going to see Sabonis and De'Aaron playing 42 minutes. They're not going to be chasing that win. Yes, they want to win the game, but they also have their eye on the prize, which is we need to be healthy and complete in order to be ready to go. And maybe, like you said earlier, maybe if the Warriors are in a spot where they win and they get the 5, maybe if you're the Kings, you do roll over knowing that you may not want to face them in the first round.
Yeah, I feel like you want a little confidence builder, too, if you're the Kings. Not that they've been that bad of late. They've lost a couple games in their last 5. And I think 2 of them are games that they would think are not games they should lose. They lost at home to Minnesota. They lost at home to the Spurs, right? And Mike Brown has publicly come out in the last week or so, and he's called his team out. He basically said, look, you guys think you're here, and you're not. You're not there yet, and you don't play defense, and this isn't going to work in the playoffs. He almost sounded the alarm that the rest of the world has been sounding. He made it sound like we're right. We're all right to call them adorable. Now, I get that he doesn't actually think that. He's playing reverse psychology. But if you're playing reverse psychology with a team and you're trying to get their minds into a certain spot before the playoffs, when the Warriors come to town, are you going to rest? I doubt it. I think you're going to poke them with a stick. Be like, go do it. Go show me
exactly
that I'm wrong. I think that's the way they're going to play it Friday night, and that makes it a terribly difficult game for the Warriors. This is hard.
It's tougher than the Portland game.
Well, okay.
Because Portland's laying down and smack 'em, yak 'em. Thank you.
Watch this. If the Warriors win Friday night, yes or no, best road win of the year?
Boy, that's a great question. I would have to say the Cleveland win when you didn't have anybody.
Really?
You didn't have anybody, and you won a game.
Have anybody, by the way.
But still, that was a quality road win.
Yeah.
Quality.
Yeah.
It would be up there, and I think it would depend on what happens around them. But yeah, it would be one of the two greatest road victories of the year. It's hard to not choose among the 9 that they've had.
Yeah, and I will say this. I mean, people don't realize this. You forget this. Cleveland's got a better record than Sacramento.
Yeah.
Cleveland's won 50 games. The Kings have only won 48.
Wow.
So we look at the Western Conference and go, the 3 seed. They're good. They're not dominant.
And that's my point about why I think the Warriors could be a team to win it out of the play-in.
I don't disagree.
One thing I should have asked Steve Kerr, and I'm regretting it.
Call him back. Hey, Lucas, call Steve back. Dibs forgot to ask him a question.
Ask Steve if he has thought about what voting for Mike Brown for Coach of the Year means for his own legacy. It would be Mike Brown 2, Steve Kerr 1. Scoreboard, Kerr.
Yeah, you should have asked him that.
Yeah.
He'd have laughed and then he'd be like, that's a great question.
Probably not.
Then he would have been like, it's also a stupid question.
That's what Zaza said to me.
Ever is what it is.
Zaza hit me with that a couple of shows ago. That's a good question. That's also a stupid question. That's what we do. Xander Schauffele from Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
Put that on the board.
San Diego State.
But no Masters pool.
San Diego.
Sure.
Yes.
That means a whale's angina.
Yes, it does. It also means that it's Warriors Wednesday, and it's brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. And we're also sponsored by Lucky California. All right. Still time for you to weigh in and react. Andrew Wiggins is out for the rest of the regular season. What do you think? 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
I need my chair. Yes, I'm a diva.
When you load up on Easter deals at Lucky, you'll be one happy bunny. Right now, Cook's ham shank portion bone-in is just 77 cents a pound, and fresh asparagus is only 97 cents a pound with digital coupon.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Tucked into that conversation with Steve Kerr, I think something important for everybody to hear, especially anybody who had this thought last night, and I don't blame you if you did. But if you had this thought, man, the hell is Kerr doing? Playing Lamb over Moody all year long when Moody looks like this.
I like the southern accent to make it seem like
Moody's in Arkansas.
Thank you.
So
that's not why you did it, but I appreciate it anyway.
Oh, sorry, it just kind of comes out.
Yeah.
It's a little organic.
What the hell is going on with Steve Kerr?
Tarnation.
That even is his name.
If you had that thought, and I don't blame you if you did, Steve says a couple months ago, Moses flat out wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. Now, you can counter by saying, well, isn't it your job?
Why the hell wasn't he ready, Kerr?
You're supposed to develop him.
Thank you.
You could do that.
Why in tarnation wasn't he ready to play basketball?
You could do that. Or those minutes are valuable for his development. You could do all that. This is the Wiseman conversation all over again. Right. I mean, go back to any conversation. You can take this to the 49er quarterback room right now if you want. You can do that. It seems sometimes that fans think that the games we see are also the only games the coaches see. Well, how can you make any judgment on Trey Lance? He's only had 4 starts.
Yeah, 5 quarters of football this year.
They're with him every single day, and they are practicing.
OTAs, mini camps, practices,
oh my gosh,
meeting rooms.
Thank you.
All of it.
Like, a lot of times I'll sit here and we'll analyze this stuff, right? Willard, you homer, why won't you rip him? I mean, don't you...
Why the hell won't you rip Farhan?
Don't you acknowledge?
Farhan.
They know... Farhan. Farhan's not
exactly.
easy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Why? Don't you think they know a thing or two based on
you get it?
All of their other interactions with a player? And so, yeah, like take Wiseman, for example. How's he doing tonight, by the way? How's it going?
They're hanging in there. They're down 6.
Oh, are they being plucky?
This is James Wiseman.
Yeah,
what up, James?
James has got 13 and 3.
13.
And a block.
Okay.
He hasn't been the problem. He's a plus 10. Yeah.
Hey.
And I was kind of fishing for a little bit of a take on plus minus. Because I asked Steve Kerr because he was talking about numbers, and I thought it was an interesting question.
It was a good question
because and I used you and I as an example, but it's every single one of us where Wiseman's a plus 10 tonight. Mark, he's been great, or I mean, has he? And I asked Steve Kerr what numbers he looks at. Assist to turnover ratio, rebounds, and 2 and 3 player combinations.
Yeah, the combinations part was an interesting answer. I wouldn't have thought that. He said Anthony Lamb and Kuminga, for whatever reason,
who knew,
play really well together.
Right?
So now sometimes when you're watching a Warrior game and you see those two out there together and you're like, the hell is this Lamb guy doing in here again?
What the hell is Steve Kerr doing?
Because Kuminga's a rock star when Lamb's on the court. Who knows why?
And vice versa.
It just is. Yeah.
And that's what and that's why Lamb started last night. Clay's out last minute, and they only have 15 minutes to figure it out. And it's like Dante can do either. We know Kavan drives a Camry, and he's got jumper cables, so he can come off the bench. But boom, let's go with Lamb.
Yeah. I mean, there are reasons, which is my point. I don't want to make it sound like coaches are 100. Like you can never question a coach. Of course, you can question a coach. We can do that all the time. Play calls, lineups.
Yeah.
We're going to do that. And obviously, you're putting people out there. If Steve knew if all the shots were going to go in before they were shot, then he would know, I shouldn't put Poole in tonight because the shots aren't going to go in. So, yeah, you got to adjust on the fly. My only point in bringing that all up is these decisions are being made for a reason. Doesn't mean they're going to work. And it doesn't mean you can't criticize him. But I feel like fans sometimes are like, just look at Moody. He's more talented than Lamb.
Right.
Well, yeah. Yeah. I think the Warriors are fans of talent. So that's where my mind goes. Gee, I wonder what's going on in practice that makes them make the analytics of the game that we don't see,
right,
like the fact that he and Kuminga, they roll together. Who knew that? Who knew? So there's a reason for the decisions. Start there, and then you can jump into your criticism. Not just like, it feels sometimes like fans are like, you like Lamb and you hate Moody.
Well,
don't
that's
you?
the reason why Moses hasn't played.
I mean, he hates him. Remember,
right.
Brandon Ayuk, you hate him. You weren't trying to send a message and get him to be better, were you? You just hate him. You've got something against Brandon Ayuk, Coach.
And you heard Steve Kerr say in our interview that 2 months ago, Moses Moody wasn't playing that well. Moses Moody wasn't ready to do what he did last night. Now, again, to your point, we as fans, we don't know what he's been doing in practice, in scrimmages, in the meeting rooms, and all the rest of it. All we see is player plays well. Why hasn't he played more? Player plays poorly. Why the hell are you playing that guy? And there's always more to it than just that.
I think we also fall into sometimes a trap, which is there's no reason we wouldn't because we're excitable. But when Moses Moody gets thrown into duty, let's not call it anything other than what it was. But Damian Lee in the playoffs last year looked like junk. He just had the opposite of a heater. It went sideways. Unplayable, right? And so it's like, Moses, dude, get in there and see if you can do something. Guy hits a few shots, looks like he's up for the moment, and all of a sudden we've decided, okay, so Moody's a rotational piece next year and he's going to play 21 minutes a game. Well, that's probably getting a little ahead of ourselves, because just because someone comes in and has 2-3 solid performances in like 12 minutes of action, that's such a small sample. And so it's been a very curious question. And I think actually last night's great because we got some answers. They talked about maturity.
Yeah.
Moses talked about development. He sort of admitted, like, I'm learning on the fly here. And Steve's like, he wasn't ready. Our minds went from playoffs to ready to go. Well, apparently he wasn't. And they had those reasons. Doesn't mean they've made all the right decisions, but
what Steve said about Moses choosing to learn in the NBA was
cool.
Fascinating.
Totally.
And he said Moses told us that he would rather learn in the NBA and develop in the NBA than develop in college. And if you look at Moses' numbers, last year 52 games, this year 61 minutes a game. He's playing one more minute a game than last year. Exact same points, exact same rebounds, exact same everything. This is a repeat of last year, and he doesn't turn 21 until the Western Conference Finals.
Although he also did tuck into his answer to us, Moses has earned more minutes.
Yeah.
And so this is a living, breathing thing, right? Like Wiggins is going to come in and take minutes. What does that mean for DiVincenzo? What does that mean for GP2? What does it mean for Moses Moody? I don't know. And it lives and breathes and evolves every single night. But look, if you're a fan of Moses Moody, last night was good, and it looks like they did not consider it a fluke. Looks like they considered it something that they can build on.
Yeah.
So that's great.
And Steve said it's a good problem when I asked him about Moses Moody forcing his way into more minutes, because now you got a GP2 getting healthier. Andrew Wiggins is coming back. The restaurant quality of Dante DiVincenzo must be played. And now you've got Moody pressing, and Kuminga, and Poole, and Looney, and the three veterans. Jermichael Green, hello? Anyone?
Yeah,
Bueller?
what happened to him?
You got a 10-man rotation, though, now, with everybody getting healthy and getting back. His team, Mark, might be onto something.
Well, look, they've got all the pieces. But I would contend that we've known that all along. We just didn't know if they're all going to be available. And now they are, we think, right? We think Andrew Wiggins is going to be available in time. If they've got a game next Tuesday, I actually don't know if Andrew Wiggins is available.
Agreed.
I don't know.
But if they don't have a game until next Saturday or Sunday, which is that would be Thursday, Friday, that would be 10 or 11 days from now.
Seems probable.
Yeah,
Seems
I
probable.
think so.
Right.
I think so.
By the way, if you also missed Steve Kerr, a couple things, download the Odyssey app. You can go check out the whole thing. Really suggested he was great today. The other piece of developing news, if you will, he really seemed to blow off any potential problems with regard to Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
So everybody should sounded like pretty good to go on Friday night for
Clay's
Klay.
playing Friday, is what I heard.
Yeah.
Wiggins is out until the playoffs, and hopefully we don't have to worry about the play-ins.
You know who else is out? We are. Here we go. out the building. But what's coming up next on the game is Warriors Roundtable with Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean, the saintly one.
Gucci!
Full hour Warriors talk is coming up next on 95.7 The Game, so don't move a muscle. Lucas, Mark, thank you for dibs. Mark Willard, remember to shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Gucci!
Give your small business one tech solution that checks all the boxes. It's all here with the Comcast Business Complete Connectivity Solution. It's cyber threat security for peace of mind. Check. The power of the largest, fastest, reliable network for small business. That's a triple box check right there. And save up to 75% a year on your wireless bill with Comcast Business Mobile. Check and cha-ching. It's everything you need to keep your business connected. From the company powered by the next generation 10G network. The Complete Connectivity Solution. Get started for just $49 a month for 12 months when you add mobile. And ask about an $800 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 5/21/23. Restrictions apply. Requires 2-year agreement, EcoBill, and autopay. New 100 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares weighted average of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data. Savings vary.
Growing a business brings pressure. It's not easy to maintain momentum and still keep employees engaged. Fortunately, there's Insperity. Their scalable HR solutions help me with hiring, training, HR administration, and compliance while giving my employees competitive benefit options. When my people are able to thrive, my business can adapt and prosper. With Insperity, nothing seems impossible. Insperity, HR that makes a difference.
I'm Howard Mackler, founder of Innovation Refunds. You've heard me talking about the payroll tax refund for months. If you own a business, even if you've asked your CPA about this, you owe it to yourself to take another look. We provide a licensed and insured tax attorney who evaluates your company at my expense to determine eligibility. Businesses of all types can qualify, so go to getrefunds.com to potentially get a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Download the Innovation Refunds app or go to getrefunds.com. Get